The Collins House by Miles Tritle. Dedicated to my parents and siblings, may our experiences in life continue to bring us even closer together. While the locations included in this story are real or based on real places, the events within are fictional and fictional recreations of the actual events. The following should be read as such. Prologue. The woman pulled the starchy curtain back from the window and peered out. "I wonder who they're here for this time," she said in a melancholy tone. The incessant beeping alerted her of the ambulance backing toward the building's side door. The beeping was a frequent noise at Sunnybrook's, and one that she'd learned to ignore over time. She may not have noticed it this time either, if it hadn't shattered the still quiet of the room and awoken her mother. "Have you just been sitting here this whole time?" her mother asked slowly, barely opening an eye. "Of course not. I've been thinking," she replied, indignant. "Thinking of what? Leaving?" "The house." "Ah, always the house." Her mother moved her lips and tongue around the word house like it was a piece of sour fruit she'd mistakenly bitten into. The two women were quiet for a time. They listened as paramedics opened the ambulance doors and unloaded a stretcher. A metallic clank rang through the parking lot as the wheels dropped and locked into place. "What will you do with it?" the daughter asked. Her mother pondered this question thoughtfully before answering. "Well," she started, eyes still shut, "I suppose I'll have to sell it." "You can't do that, Mother. You know you can't." The mother now opened her eyes completely. She rolled onto her side to face her daughter. "I know the idea is difficult for you, but I don't see another way," she spoke delicately. Her tone made her daughter feel patronized. The emotion harkened back to how it felt to be a little girl under her mother's thumb. "Mother, I could take care of the house if you would let me stay there. It shouldn't be any other way." She stood now, forcing her mother to look up at her from the bed. Regardless of the toll the years had taken on her, she was still a strong, capable woman. She needed her mother to see that. "No," the mother replied, "I won't allow it." "You would rather sell the house your family has called home for generations to some strangers than let your own daughter care for it?" "I don't like what that house does to you. You were always such a bright girl. I don't understand why the house gives you such childish ideas. It's why I kicked you out in the first place." "I'm not going to try and explain this to you again," the daughter nearly whispered as tears formed in her graying eyes. "You know what that place means to me. You know what she means to me. It's nearly killed me being away all these years." "She's gone, and it's about time you accept it," the mother chided. "If you won't let her go on your own, I'll have to make you." Her daughter's cheeks now ran with tears. "I will never let her go," she cried. Her mother struggled to hold her own tears back. She hated being so cruel to her daughter, but she had reached her wit's end. "I've made up my mind," she said sadly. She stared past her daughter and out the window. The paramedics were now rolling the stretcher back to the vehicle. This time, a black tarp was draped over it, roughly outlining the hull of a departed soul. "It won't be long before they're coming for me," she whispered. "Before I'm gone, I need to know you've moved on." Chapter 1. The Cherry Chrysler minivan glided along Highway 65. The sun reflected off every surface with an intensity familiar to those who have lived through a Midwest summer. You can fight the sticky humidity with fans and air conditioning, but there is no remedy for the scorching rays piercing through superheated car windows during the final weeks of August in Iowa. Piloting the Ruby machine was Nick Trotter, husband, father of four, and amateur mechanic. The van and its smooth bearing were sources of pride for him. He bought the vehicle off of a used car lot 15 years earlier with only a few hundred miles on the odometer. Since then, it had been in 2 collisions, struck a deer, been driven halfway across the country half a dozen times, and had been maligned by his children in every way imaginable. Thanks to Nick, the van still looked and ran as well as it did the day he drove it off the lot. In fact, at least in his perception, it ran better. As Nick softly hummed along with the classic rock hits on the radio and calculated how many more miles he could wait before changing the oil, his wife, Marie, sat silently beside him. Nick's constant humming would have bothered her in another time, but the homeschooling mother had become impervious to nuisances and distractions over the years. Marie was flipping through thoughts and would not be interrupted. Her mind was like a scrapbook of great ideas she had collected from conversations and visits with other parents. She managed to attempt a few of them, many quite successfully, but the list of projects could be written faster than it could be executed. This created a vicious cycle that never seemed to allow for satisfaction. Up until then, both parents had managed to block out the boisterous boys in the crowded back seat. There was usually plenty of room in the van, but this time, Grace, the family dog, had come along for the ride. Grace was only a 20-pound terrier, but the family had learned to give her ample room to move. To remedy Grace's need for space, Corinne, the youngest child, and only daughter, was given the middle seat to share with the dog. Having the two smallest family members sharing the middle row forced the three growing boys into the back seat together. While the boys jostled each other for elbow room, another fight over personal space began. "At least I'll have my own room soon. I'll be able to get away from you sometimes," hissed Michael, the middle boy. His words were aimed at Reed, the youngest brother, who proceeded to wipe their residue from his cheek. "Thanks for that," Reed replied as he wiped the saliva on his pant leg. "Mom, the new house has enough rooms for Michael and me to have our own, right?" Marie continued to avoid any break in concentration. Once she showed weakness, her mental solitude could be kissed goodbye. She had plenty of practice keeping her focus through sheer willpower. To crack it would take, "Mom!" "What?" she snapped. "Is the new house going to have enough room so everyone can have one?" Reed repeated. He and Michael had been forced to share a room in every home the family had owned before. She rolled her eyes before responding. "This one has 4 bedrooms." She expected her words to be met with immediate resistance. "It's not fair," or "How come Thomas gets his own room?" were the responses she braced for. But what followed were cheers from Michael, followed by Reed. Confused but content, Marie turned to her window to watch telephone poles whip by in hypnotic fashion. Just a few seconds is all it would take for her to, "You guys are so dumb." Thomas, the oldest, spoke up. Marie rolled her eyes again. Thomas, her well-intentioned yet tactless child, was there to clear up the misunderstanding. "No, you're dumb," Michael fired back. "You don't get to be the special one anymore. If you ever had to share a room with a sleepwalker, you would be excited too." Smirking, Thomas waited for his brothers to finish their high five before responding. "Did you count everyone?" "Yeah, there's 4 bedrooms, one for Mom and Dad, one for Reed, one for Corinne, and one for you." "Are you going to sleep in the barn then?" Thomas almost laughed before finishing his retort. "I guess you're used to the smell." As the realization of Michael's error caused a meltdown from the back seat, Marie laid her head against the window. She really needed the kids to be excited about this place. The family had been searching for so long, going out to see houses nearly every weekend to no avail. If only Thomas could understand how much moving out of town meant to her and Nick. Thomas wasn't always the bully. It's true he had a temper, but it normally took serious stress to tease any sort of aggression out of him. He was blunt, snarky, and somewhat awkward in conversation, but he was overall a sweet kid. He was independent in many aspects, but was usually family-minded as well. It was abnormal for him to be anything but supportive when it came to family matters. What Nick and Marie didn't understand was the last time they had moved, Thomas was only 7 years old. He'd had friends in California, but at such a young age, the idea of snowy hills and living closer to his grandparents in Illinois was all it took to get him on board with the move to Ames, Iowa. At that time, the other 2 boys had been almost too young to comprehend what was happening at all. This move would be different. To Thomas, it felt like a total upheaval that he was not ready for and did not ask for. It didn't seem necessary or prudent, and, in many ways, he was right. The family had spent many happy years in Ames. They continued to homeschool even though the Ames schools were infinitely better than what had been available in California. Despite not meeting local kids in school, the Trotter boys still managed to make many friends in town. It helped that another homeschooling family lived 2 houses up the road, and their kids were almost exactly the same ages as the Trotter boys. As much as Marie loved her boys, she had always hoped to have a little girl. After Reed was born, she claimed she must be a boy factory and determined they would have to adopt a girl if she were to have a daughter. The timing never felt right in California, but now, in Iowa, the stars just seemed to align. 2 years after leaving California, the Trotters adopted 5-month-old Corinne. The Trotters also became regulars at Stone Creek Community Church and got plugged in right away as volunteers. While the parents helped with childcare and Sunday school, the boys served as ushers during the service. Thomas, who had become an obsessive guitar player during that time, started playing in the youth group band when he was 13. He was occasionally frustrated by the group's lack of focus and talent, he would admit in trusted company, but he relished the opportunity to play loud on stage instead of turned down in his bedroom. As the high school seniors graduated from the youth group and left a void of leadership and experience, Thomas stepped up to lead the band as he entered 9th grade. It was a proud moment for him. He was determined to remedy the group's shortcomings and turn it into the Led Zeppelin of church bands. It was also around that time his parents began entertaining the idea of moving. Nick was an outdoorsman at heart. He planted a small vegetable garden in the backyard and would frequently lead the family on nature walks through local parks. He had an odd obsession with prairie flowers. Every chance he had, he collected their seeds and tried to grow them on the Trotters' property, but the soil never yielded the results he longed for. He grew up on a farm and felt as if that experience had shaped the man he had become. He dreamed of moving his family to a bigger piece of land where they could share some of the experiences from his childhood. Nick and the equally excited Marie began casually searching online for nearby acreages. This activity eventually grew to include driving out to see each property in person. Over the following weeks, the dream morphed into a real possibility, and the Trotters contacted a realtor to list their house for sale. While the realtor brought a steady stream of potential buyers through the Trotters' house, the family continued to sort through all the available properties near town. It didn't take long for reality to settle in. Acreages near Ames were just too expensive. Even after the sale of their own house, the Trotters would be too deep in debt to enjoy their new land. The only solution was to expand the search. As the search radius increased, so did the weekend property visits. The kids didn't always accompany their parents, but they needed to be out of the house often for showings, and it was getting harder to find things for them to do while their parents looked at new houses. The process was beginning to wear on the whole family. Thomas was especially frustrated by the direction the search was taking. With each acreage the family visited, the distance from Ames increased. Marie assured her children they would still get into town often and they would still see their friends as frequently as they did when they lived there. Michael, Reed, and Corinne found this easy to believe and accepted it without question. Thomas found it much more difficult to imagine the family going to town for any more than the bare necessities, though. Would he see his friends who didn't go to the same church? Would he be able to make it to the meetings and practices required to stay a band leader at the youth group? What about hanging out late on Friday nights? He knew his parents would get tired of being his chauffeur, and they were getting too far from town for his friends to pick him up. When the family loaded into the van that Saturday afternoon, there was no excitement left on any of their faces. The interest in discovering their new home had just about evaporated. The previous evening, an argument broke out at the dinner table, prompting Nick to make a deal with the rest of the family. If this acreage wasn't perfect, they would take their house off the market and resign from the search. This development handed Thomas the perfect opportunity. He would find every possible flaw in the house, the land, and whatever else he could. Well, Nick sighed as his foot released the gas pedal and he turned on the blinker. It took us 36 minutes to get here from the north side of town. You can probably get to the grocery stores and all that in less than 30. He was trying to stay positive. Although he had managed to get his wife and most of the kids on board, it was still his dream on the line. Thomas didn't say anything as they pulled into the driveway. The realtor's van was already there, waiting. It was always easy to recognize, since it had her over-smiling face plastered on both sides. Her name, Jen Tracy, was printed along the bottom just a few points smaller than her phone number. which was listed in bold directly below it. The first thing Thomas noticed about the house was its age. The white paint was discolored by gravel blowing from the road and was beginning to chip in a few places. This seemed to be the condition of the house's entire exterior. A few moss-green shingles were missing from the roof above the patio, but according to Jen, the roof covering the rest of the house was only 3 years old. Two chains hanging in the patio grabbed Thomas's attention. They looked old, weathered. The metal had faded to a dull gray, and rust had started to infect the places where two links touched. Thomas felt a brief twinge, a strange feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on when he pictured the swing attached to the chains. The sensation was reminiscent of homesickness, but for a place that he had never lived. He longed to sit on that swing late on a cool fall evening. He dreamed of hot apple cider in one hand and the hand of a beautiful girl in the other. His daydream was cut short as the minivan pulled further up the driveway, stopping alongside the stairs leading up to the patio. Having moved past the patio's short exterior wall, Thomas could see the ends of the chains dangling stupidly with nothing attached. Noting this observation, Thomas started his list of problems with the house. He couldn't believe he had let himself get distracted. He was not there to fantasize about the future home. He was there to make sure that future was never a possibility. As the family clambered out of the van, Jen Tracy stepped out of the front door onto the porch. "The Trotters have arrived at their new home sweet home." Michael and Reed grinned boyishly at her antics, quickly hiding their faces and turning away. Enthusiastic only went about halfway in describing Jen. She also had no gauge of the boys' ages or maturity and talked to them like you would speak to a toddler just learning to speak. It was obnoxious and uncomfortable, but fun to mock on the drive home. "How did you find this place?" Nick wondered aloud. "It's a pretty secluded piece of land." Jen couldn't hide the worry as it spread across her face. After the long list of homes she'd shown the Trotters, any slightly negative comment from Nick made her cringe. But she quickly recovered. "Yes, it's nice and quiet, just like you're looking for. Collins is just over the bridge," she pointed to the north, "and Maxwell is just a few miles that way." She nodded towards the west. "The house is for sale by owner, so it wasn't listed in the usual places. I have contacts in this area who let me know it was available. Isn't that nice? Kind of a homey small town experience right off the bat." Thomas focused on the small town north of the property, making note of where life could be found on what felt like an unoccupied planet. He could see the bridge Jen mentioned, which allowed Highway 65 to pass over a small ravine. Just on the other side of the ravine, he could make out the tops of small houses. Once the rows of corn growing across the street grew a few more inches, the town would be out of sight. "Isn't it great?" Jen continued. "You're away from all the lights and noise, but everything you need is still so close. Collins has a post office and library, and Maxwell has a gas station and grocery store." Marie raised a curious eyebrow as she asked, "Collins has a library?" She was excited by the prospect. Libraries are crucial to those who homeschool, but maintained an air of skepticism. Collins had a population of about 300 people, so Marie imagined the town couldn't accommodate much of a library. "Yes, I think you'll find Collins to be a quaint little town. Be careful, though," Jen warned with a wink. "This is the type of place where news travels fast and rumors travel faster." "Can we go inside? It's hot out here," Reed whined. "Of course we can." Jen's voice was soaked in a patronizing tone. "I bet you're so excited to see your new room, right? I promise you're gonna love it." "Oh yeah, we're so excited," Michael replied in a mimicking tone. He turned to Reed and they both stifled laughs. They weren't normally rude, but they'd had quite enough of Jen Tracy. Corinne chimed in excitedly, "I want to see my room." So Nick rolled down the windows for Grace, and the family proceeded up the stairs onto the porch and through the front door. You could see most of the ground floor from the entryway. Immediately to the right, a large living room with bookshelves and a fireplace led into the dining room. Directly in front of the family was a narrow hall leading to the kitchen. To the left, a dominant oak staircase climbed to the second floor. The whole house smelled of aging oak and dust. This place was built in 1921, stated Jen as she led the Trotters to the living room. The family that built it left shortly after the Great Depression, and the family who purchased it from them has been here ever since. The current owner is a single, elderly woman, and this place is just getting to be too much for her to take care of. That much was obvious even from the entryway. There were cobwebs in almost every corner, dust on most of the surfaces, and cat hair clinging to anything it could. In an odd way, the dirtiness added to the old-timey atmosphere of the house. It gave Marie some concern, though. Will the house be cleaned before someone moves in? She inquired nervously. Oh, of course, Jen tuned her voice to a rehearsed, calming note. The owner will have the whole house professionally cleaned. It'll look so fresh. All this hardwood is absolutely beautiful, and I'm so sorry you can't see its full glory today. Thomas knew how much dust and dirt bothered his mother. He wouldn't even need to count the house's unsanitary state as a mark against moving in. He had to admit, Jen was probably right about the wood. The floor bore the marks of its age, but the staircase, doorways, and bookshelves looked impressive. He was curious to find out what the bedrooms looked like, but the tour continued on the first floor. The dining room was essentially a perfect square, empty at the moment, with a high ceiling and a sliding glass door leading to a small deck on the back of the house. While Marie paced and tried to imagine their dining room table in the space, Nick wandered over to the glass. Oh wow, Nick muttered as he unlocked the door and slid it open. He stepped out on the deck, followed by the children. Together, they looked out over the land that could become their backyard. It was an expanse of grass bordered by cornfields on two sides and the highway on the other. Off to their right, a two-story barn which looked like it had existed nearly as long as the house stood dominantly. The wood was grayed with age and partially covered with green and yellow moss. The roof had sustained damage over the decades, and Thomas noted he could see clear through the sky on the other side in a few places. Nick, who was visualizing his garden next to the barn, didn't seem to mind its condition. He was too busy experiencing love at first sight. Well, there they are. 6 beautiful acres ready to be played in, ready for a garden, a pool, a basketball court, whatever you can imagine. Jen smiled at the kids, knowing they played a major role in their parents' decision. Reed began hopping in place, shouting, "A trampoline! A trampoline!" Marie finally stepped out and put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair. She had just finished checking out the kitchen. It was small, and the appliances were at least a decade old, but she didn't see any glaring issues otherwise. Kitchens had been the deciding factor in a few of the homes they had previewed before. Marie spent a good portion of her day there, and to her, the kitchen's design was crucial. Let's go take a look upstairs, Marie suggested. Yes, let's. Jen led the family back inside. They trekked through the kitchen, past a small staircase leading to the basement, back toward the entryway, and up the stairs. The second floor consisted of a simple hallway leading straight ahead and turning left at the end. 2 bedrooms were situated directly across the hall from each other. The doorway to a third was on the right side near the bend. Around the corner was a final bedroom and a bathroom. Thomas stayed alert for potential deal breakers as Jen led the Trotters from room to room. The general uncleanliness prevailed throughout the second floor as well, but Thomas needed to find some serious problems to end this miserable pursuit. He noticed crooked vents, noisy door hinges, obvious holes in walls that had been poorly patched, and old, drafty windows. But he also couldn't help from noticing the warm feeling that grew inside him during the tour. It was difficult to describe, but it was similar to the feeling of coming home after a long time away. It's just because it feels like going to Grandma's house, he thought to himself. Remember how far away this place is from your real home, Ames. Jen showed them the first room on the right, the master bedroom, then brought them into the room across the hall from it. Seeing that it was only slightly smaller than the master bedroom, Michael immediately claimed that room for Reed and himself. They continued down the hall to the next room. It was similar to the others, with the exception of the closet. It was a deep walk-in with a heavy door. A shelf ran across the length of the closet and wrapped around the perpendicular back wall. A wooden clothes rail hung below it. Thomas wasn't normally the type to care about closets or shelves. Like most 14-year-old boys, he was more concerned with having his own space than the logistics of storing clothes. But for a reason he couldn't put his finger on, this closet intrigued him. It was exactly what he wanted. Wanted for what? He wasn't sure why it had captured his attention, but it caused him to make his first mistake. "I'll take this one," he murmured. Thomas immediately saw smiles break out on his parents' faces. Jen smiled too. Thomas had been her main source of difficulty in dealing with the Trotter family. "I'm glad you like it," said Marie, trying to keep the excitement out of her voice. "Well, I don't know if I like it. I just want this room if we have to move here," Thomas clarified. "We can talk about the rest of the house later." He glared at Jen. The drive back to Ames was filled with chatter. Nick and Marie discussed updates to the kitchen. Michael and Reed plotted out their new living quarters. Corinne talked to Grace about how much room she would have to run and play in the yard. And Thomas sat quietly. He was confused. This was normally the part of the trip he spent reminding his parents of all the reasons they should stay in town. He would usually sprinkle in a little guilt about taking him away from his friends and activities. He may even leverage the nature of homeschooling as a hindrance in meeting new people. This time, Thomas couldn't bring himself to speak up. He had his tally of marks against the house, but he couldn't convince himself to share them. Although his issues with leaving town were still relevant, he couldn't shake the homey feeling the Collins house gave him. Something within him, maybe a gut instinct, was calling him back there. Nick turned his head and shouted over the rumble of the road. "So, what did you kids think of the house?" Michael spoke up first. "It was pretty good. I still want my own room, but it was okay besides that." "I liked it so much." Corinne had been quiet during most of the tour, but was clearly convinced by what she saw. Reed mimicked her sentiment. After a pause, Marie hesitantly asked, "What did you think, Thomas?" He had purposely maintained his silence until then. He was thoroughly conflicted. Feeling pressured by his mother's question and the silence that followed, he opened his mouth to speak. What came out surprised everyone in the car, himself included. "I think we should buy it." Chapter 2. 6 days. That was the deal. Someone had put an offer on the Trotter's house contingent on one condition. They had to be out in 6 days. They were given the bittersweet news on a Sunday evening, about 2 weeks after putting an offer on the Collins house, which meant Nick would have to take off work or the family would have to do most of the packing without him. He oversaw an agricultural operation that was gearing up for harvest, so the first option wasn't ideal. Fortunately, the family had been expecting the move to come sooner or later and had done a fairly significant amount of packing already. For the past week, most meals had consisted of peanut butter sandwiches or frozen pizza served on paper plates so the kitchenware could be packed away. The children had each retained 3 shirts and 2 pairs of pants from the neat stacks of boxes growing throughout the house. For entertainment, the only option left to them was reading. Marie had packed the family's books away, but they had been stopping at the public library every few days to borrow some to fill what little downtime they had. Nick came home with Chinese takeout and a 20-foot rental truck Friday night. The family ate while standing around the gutted kitchen, taking minimum time to chew before commencing the daunting task of loading everything they owned into the truck. They succumbed to exhaustion around midnight and had to complete the endeavor Saturday morning. Just under the wire, the Trotters met their deadline. That Saturday afternoon was recorded as one of the hottest days of the year. It was humid and cloudless as Marie pulled the minivan into the driveway of their new home. Nick had stayed back in Ames to ensure the new owners of their home understood the neighborhood dynamics and to provide them with a few lawn care tips. Wanting to escape the heat and eager to run around their new home, the 3 youngest Trotters leapt out of the van, ran up the stairs to the porch, and impatiently waited for Marie to open the door. Thomas, thinking practically as always, began unloading a few small boxes they had managed to pack around their feet in the minivan. "Try the door, guys. It's probably unlocked," Marie shouted from the van as she stepped out. The children responded quickly, pushing the door open and charging inside. Marie grabbed a box as she and Thomas made their way up the steps. The rest of the children were already clomping around upstairs when Thomas and Marie got inside. He appreciated their excitement, but Thomas's task-driven mind urged him to finish unloading the van before it would let the moment sink in. He turned to go back out, but realized Marie was still standing behind him with her eyes wide and mouth open as if she had seen a ghost. "I don't believe it," she muttered. "I can not believe this," she repeated herself before Thomas could ask what she was talking about. There, there's still dust everywhere. Look at the stairs. Look at the railing." Her head swiveled as she examined the living room in horror. There are still cobwebs in every corner. She wasn't exaggerating. Dust remained on every surface and was so dense it looked almost black. It thickened near every wall and edge. Layers of tattered webs hung from most of the corners, displaying months of accumulated prey. Thomas noticed one particularly large cluster in the corner above the base of the stairs, just to the left of the front door. An enormous fly struggled to break free as its host crept forward and... "Hey, Mom, can we go look at the barn?" Reed jumped down the first 3 stairs, the wood creaking loudly below him. Marie just nodded, not looking away from the grime around her. "We can go," he shouted back up the stairs. Michael and Corinne soon following, they ran back out the door. "I'll go get some more boxes," Thomas stated, resigned. He could already predict this weekend would be taxing. They would clean the place, unpack, and settle in eventually. But for now, all he could do was unload the van. The barn doors stood about 10 feet tall and weighed well over 100 pounds. They were placed on wheel tracks, but the many decades of hard Iowa weather had rendered the simple mechanisms nearly useless. Michael and Reed had to join together to push the doors open one at a time. Even then, they barely got them far enough apart to squeeze through. Before they wormed their way inside, Corinne called out to them across the yard. "Wait for us," she yelled between breaths as she bounded across the yard. She had Grace on a leash and was being mercilessly dragged the distance to the barn. The boys waited impatiently for her as a musty smell wafted out from the open doors. It was a blend of wet hay, mud, aging wood, and motor oil. The scents were accentuated each time a burst of wind passed through the old barn. The gusts were deafening as they whistled through holes in the roof and reverberated throughout the upper level. Corinne was nearly there when Reed asked, "Can we go in yet?" "Let's just go in and start looking. She'll catch up," Michael decided. He pushed his way through the double doors, followed closely by Reed. There was no electricity, but the afternoon sun beamed through the roof to illuminate the open space between the front doors and the rear wall. To the left and right sides, little doors led into smaller rooms. The boys could see up to the second floor, but there was no obvious way up to it. "I'm just going to keep looking around out here," Corinne said nervously as she poked her head between the doors. Grace was at her feet, also peering in, but seemed to have no interest in exploring the old structure. "Okay, just don't go too far," instructed Michael. "We'll look around to see if there's a way up in here first. If we can't find one, we'll come see if there's a way up on the outside." "Can you hear me if I yell?" Corinne wondered aloud. "I don't know. Try it." "Okay," she replied with a smirk. And then she screamed. Marie nearly dropped the box she was carrying into the living room. She nearly ran into Thomas, turning around to run back out the front door. "Did you hear that?" she asked anxiously. "Hear what?" "A scream. I think it was Corinne." Sprinting, they ran around the van and out into the backyard. But as soon as the barn was in sight, they could see Corinne calmly walking Grace around the barn. "Corinne Trotter," yelled Marie. "Do not scream like that unless you're in danger. Got it?" Corinne smiled and waved at them. "That little girl is going to turn me gray," Marie quietly complained. Before they could get back to the front door, a rusted white Buick slowed in front of the house and came up the driveway. The sounds it made alluded to years of poor maintenance and general neglect. Thomas didn't recognize it and looked to his mother to see if she did. The way her face contorted in confusion and annoyance told him she did not. A wrinkled woman with frizzy gray hair was in the driver's seat. She brought the car to a stop just behind the Trotter's van and turned it off. Curious why this stranger was here and irritated at yet another interruption, Thomas stopped and waited for her to get out. Marie started to wonder where her husband was and why he was taking so damn long. The old woman opened the car door and slowly turned herself to face out. Her feet touched the gravel driveway, and she placed one hand on each side of the doorframe before turning to look at Thomas. She smiled kindly at him, and he wondered if she thought he would help her out of the car. He just wanted her to stay in it, though. She finally pulled herself out of the Buick with a grunt and said, "You must be the proud new homeowners." Thomas remembered Jen Tracy's comments about the town folks' curiosity with matters that didn't concern them, and guessed this woman was simply a nosy neighbor. "Yep," Marie replied curtly. "And you are?" The woman took a few steps closer and extended her hand. "Catherine Fisher. I used to live in this old house." Marie shook the woman's bony hand, which was somehow cold even in the summer heat, but she felt her anger rising. This must be the woman who left the house so filthy. This woman ruined their happy homecoming. "So," Marie spoke up, "you're the previous owner." Thomas recognized what he called Marie's candy apple voice. She crafted a sweet outer layer, thick and sticky enough to trap you, but underneath, he knew she was bitter to the core. Smiling again, Catherine shook her head. "Oh no, I moved out of here years ago. The house belonged to my mother. Unfortunately, her health is declining and she's unable to live alone. I had to move her to a home for the elderly." Thomas was shocked. This woman's mother was still alive? With her frail figure and contorted posture, she looked like she could become her mother's roommate next week. Marie had a growing sense that the visit would not be ending anytime soon. After offering condolences, she asked, "Are you here for something she left behind?" "No, actually, I was hoping for a favor. I never got a chance to say goodbye to this old place. My family bought it directly from the man who built it. Generations of Fishers have lived in this house, and—" She paused, seemingly to prevent herself from becoming emotional. "It would mean the world to me to see it one more time." Marie looked at Thomas. They both knew there was no humane way to deny this woman's request. With any luck, Nick would bring the truck soon, and the woman would leave them to unpack. For now, they would have to oblige. "Of course," Marie lied. "It would be no trouble at all." She led the woman inside. In the barn, Michael and Reed were exploring every nook and cranny they could get into. They had already opened two of the inner doors, which had revealed disappointingly small spaces containing nothing of great interest. The last door gave them some trouble. "Let's try pulling on it together," suggested Reed after the boys had each taken a turn tugging at the stubborn door. Michael agreed, and the boys positioned themselves so that they could both grip the door. After Michael counted down from 3, they pulled using every ounce of weight and strength they could muster. But the door didn't even shift. "That's weird," Reed spoke for both of them. "I wonder what's keeping it shut." When they had turned their backs to the door, they heard its latch rattle. Reed looked at Michael with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Did your side move?" "Mine didn't," he said. Michael looked puzzled and replied, "Mine didn't either. At least I don't think it did." The boys grabbed the door again and gave it another tug, but it still didn't budge. "I must have bumped the latch or something," Michael concluded. Since the barn's rooms contained nothing but disappointment, the boys renewed their effort to find a route to the second level. They quickly forgot about the unmovable door as they searched for a ladder. Not having any luck at first, they had decided to split up. Reed would continue to search inside the barn, while Michael checked the exterior for a way up. "Hey, I found it," Michael called out a few minutes later. Reed poked his head out of one of the windows. He saw Michael, who pointed at a huge wooden ladder mounted on the rear wall. "Cool, I'll come around," Reed called out. While Michael waited for Reed to come out, he saw Corinne and Grace looking at something on the south side of the barn. "Look," Corinne called to him, pointing at some stalls. "Stables. I think they had horses here." "Wow, that's so cool," Michael replied sarcastically. "Hey," Reed said, emerging from around the corner, "let's go." The boys played a quick 2 out of 3 game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who would climb the ladder first. Michael won. Climbing, he wondered what he would find up there. What did he want to find? It would probably be nothing. Probably just some old hay. Maybe a few birds' nests, he imagined. He was almost at the top when Reed put a new idea in his head. Watch out for bats. Bats. Michael had not considered bats. What else lived in barns? Owls? Rats? Spiders? A bit nervous, Michael pulled himself up on the last rung and took his first look inside. He checked the rafters. No bats, no owls, just some old, frayed ropes dangling from the boards above. He scanned along the ground. No rats, no visible spiders. His prediction about finding hay proved to be correct many times over, though. It was scattered everywhere. A few partial bales remained tied together, but most of it was spread along the floor, completely covering it. A pitchfork rested against the opposite wall. Michael pulled himself in and stood up. After testing the boards around him to make sure they were stable, he waved for Reed to come up. Continuing to watch for unsavory creatures, he made his way deeper in. The roof was high above his head, at least 20 feet from the floor. It peaked in the middle. Boards ran across the length and width, creating a grid pattern above. The whole area was well lit, sunlight pouring through gaping holes. It wasn't a particularly windy day, but the openings allowed air to pass through unhindered. The entire upper level was filled with a constant low howl. It's kind of creepy up here, Reed observed as he entered. Michael scoffed at him and continued exploring. But beneath his tough facade, he couldn't help but agree. Hey, Michael? Michael rolled his eyes and groaned at yet another interruption from his younger brother. What now? Reed asked. What's the thing they call that they hang people with? The rope thing. A noose? Michael guessed. Reed nodded. Is that a noose? Reed was pointing just over Michael's shoulder at something behind him. He turned to see a rope much like the others dangling from the ceiling, but this one was knotted haphazardly at the end to form a loop. It didn't sway in the wind like the other ropes. Instead, it hung straight down, the end twisting very slowly back and forth. Michael shuddered. Creepy. Catherine stood in front of the fireplace. She seemed lost in some fond memory. Marie and Thomas waited patiently, allowing her to reminisce uninterrupted. She ran her hand over the mantel and then stopped abruptly, letting out a little, "Oh." "Are you okay?" asked Marie. Catherine turned to face her. She looked embarrassed. "This is just awful," she remarked. She held up her fingers, now covered in thick black dust. "I hope the whole house isn't like this." Somewhat tempted by the chance to pin the state of her new home on their unwanted guest, Marie managed to conjure a polite response. "It's nothing a few hours of cleaning won't fix." "Oh, I feel just terrible that you have to move into your new home in this state," Catherine groaned. "My mother lived here alone for nearly 5 years after I left. As I mentioned, she's in no shape to manage a house of this size. I thought she was having someone clean it each week, but..." She paused, and Thomas wondered if she was about to cry. "I've been such a terrible daughter, I had no idea." She mentioned to the realtor that she was going to hire someone to clean the place. "Do you know why she didn't?" Marie asked. She felt sorry for the woman, but wasn't in any mood to comfort her. "She's had a regular housekeeper for the past few years. I met her once. She gave me the impression of a strong woman, not one to quit. I hope she's all right." Her last comment struck Thomas as odd. Maybe the housekeeper just found something better and moved on. People quit jobs all the time for all kinds of reasons. Catherine turned back to the mantel, and her lips morphed into a smile. "My sister was married right here where I'm standing now," she reflected. "It was a hot summer day like this one. She didn't want a big wedding with all the fanfare. She loved this house, my sister. She didn't want to be married anywhere else." Catherine's eyes glazed over as she disappeared deep inside an old memory. What stood before Thomas and Marie may as well have been a statue of the old woman as she recalled the scene. "That's a sweet story," Marie interrupted Catherine's trance, sounding annoyed. "I need to call my husband and have him pick up some cleaning supplies on his way from town. You're free to keep looking around if you'd like." Her patience was running out. She needed to make some sort of progress or she would lose her mind. Her family was supposed to sleep in the house that night, and so far it was still filthy and nearly empty. "Thank you so much, dear. I think I'll go upstairs one last time, since you don't mind."
Catherine smiled at Marie and then Thomas as she walked past them to ascend the staircase. Thomas decided to sort the boxes he had unloaded into their respective rooms. He started with the living room, then the kitchen and dining room. He finished with two medium sized boxes for his parents' room upstairs. Between unbearably loud creaks from the steps, Thomas thought he heard Catherine say something upstairs. He paused, waited, and continued when he didn't hear anything else. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom and set the boxes down. As he stood and stretched, he was sure he heard Catherine in another room whispering, "We did have some lovely times, didn't we?" Sentimental? Crazy? Or both? Thomas weighed the possibilities as he stepped back into the hallway. He didn't see her in Michael and Reed's room, so he continued down the hall, glancing in Corinne's room long enough to decide Catherine wasn't there either. That just left his room, the door to which was closed. He paused near it to listen. "I haven't met them all, but this new family seems nice," Catherine continued whispering on the other side of the door. "They were kind enough to let me in. I just had to come in and say goodbye. I know I haven't been around much, but I will miss you. I'll try to see you again." Thomas knocked, but didn't wait for a response before opening the door. Catherine was standing in the middle of the room and facing the open closet. She turned to look at Thomas, her face flushed. He stopped in the doorway, unsure of what to say next. "You must think I'm senile," Catherine recovered. "I'm sorry. I'm just saying a little farewell to this place." "Oh, I wouldn't think that," Thomas lied. "I just wanted to look around my new room again." "This will be your room? That's lovely. This room belonged to my sister. It's been hollow and empty since she left decades ago. I'm sure some new life will be a nice change. She had such a beautiful energy. Maybe she'll pass it on to you." The way Catherine spoke about the room and her sister made Thomas uncomfortable. He chalked her comments up to old age and tried to put the whole conversation out of his mind. "Are you ready to go?" he asked. "Yes, I think I've made my peace." She smiled fondly at the empty closet one more time. "Careful, the boards are pretty weak over here," Michael warned as he prodded the floor in front of him with the pitchfork. The gaps in the roof apparently allowed more than wind into the barn. The areas below each hole had become treacherous hidden traps due to the rain they allowed to leak in. Near one corner, you could see through to the stable area Corinne had located earlier. Reed got down on all fours to peer through. "Hey, Corinne," he called out. He could hear Grace's tags jingling as she searched for his voice. In a few seconds, Corinne appeared below him, the dog following closely behind and sniffing the ground incessantly. Corinne lifted both hands up for Reed to see. In one, she had an old soda bottle, and the other gripped a bent, rusty spade. "We're finding all kinds of cool stuff," she reported to her brother. "Grace is so good at this." Reed's eyes lit up and he responded, "We'll tell you if we find anything up here." "Okay, come down soon." "Why?" "I don't know. I'm just feeling kind of lonely." Corinne looked down. "Just give us a few more minutes," Reed comforted her.
Thomas and Marie waited to bid farewell to Catherine out on the porch. She finally made her way outside and smiled graciously at them both. "You've been too kind. I'm glad to know this house will be in your hands," Catherine spoke with an endearing tone. "I wish I could have offered you something to drink," Marie said in her candy apple voice, "but we haven't unpacked any glasses yet." If Catherine sensed any bitterness from Marie, she ignored it. "You've given me all I needed. I feel so much more at ease, and I'm ready to leave this place behind." "Well then," Thomas took advantage of the moment, "let's get you to your car." He walked Catherine down the steps to the driveway and opened the driver's side door for her. When he looked up, Catherine was no longer next to him. She had wandered a few steps into the front yard and was waving up at the house. No, she's waving at my bedroom window, he realized. He looked at his mother, who just rolled her eyes and shrugged at him. Finally, Catherine walked back to her car. Just as she was about to get in, she put a hand on Thomas's shoulder and looked him square in the eyes. "Don't be worried. Any spirits in this house should be friendly to you." The words were meant to be comforting, but Thomas hadn't been remotely concerned about spirits before she mentioned them. He had never believed in ghosts. Was she truly senile after all? If she was, he hoped her mental state didn't affect her driving because she climbed back into the car and drove off. Corinne continued her search of the stables, led by Grace. Moving from one stall to the next, they collected lost treasures while avoiding mud and whatever else covered the ground. They only had 2 stalls left to explore, but they appeared to be empty. The second to last only had a few rotted planks leaning against the wall. Corinne was about to move on when Grace stopped. She stared, unmoving, at the boards. "It's just wood, Grace," Corinne attempted to soothe her tense pet. She gave the leash a little tug, but Grace would not move on. Corinne decided to humor the dog and stepped into the stall. Grace sniffed the front of the planks, drew back, and then disappeared behind them. She yelped. Corinne jumped too, caught by surprise. That was a sound she had only heard Grace make when she was hurt. She could hear Grace scuffling behind the boards, trying to back her way out. Without thinking, Corinne jerked on the leash to pull the dog away. She dragged Grace out, knocking a few of the boards down in the process. Holding Grace in her arms, Corinne tried to calm her. She whispered comforts over and over to the trembling dog, who continued to whimper softly. Corinne turned her eyes back towards the planks, most of which were now lying flat on the ground. In the first few moments, she couldn't find anything Grace would react to, but suddenly, Corinne was paralyzed. She saw it. Its long, bony tail snaked out from behind one of the remaining planks. It sprouted from between 2 coiled hind legs. The creature laid with its head raised, facing Corinne. She saw pointed incisors on either side of its jaw. 2 hollow eyes stared at her with skeletal darkness. Only, this wasn't just a skeleton. The creature was covered in a leathery gray skin. It was cracked in a few places, and only a few ragged hairs remained attached. Corinne broke from her panic-stricken state and realized Grace was barking ferociously at her side. She covered her eyes and ran, screaming. Thomas was trying to push Catherine's parting consolation out of his mind by returning to the task at hand. He was about to go inside again when he heard another scream from the barn. "Again?" A furious Marie stormed out the front door. "I told her not to scream like that." Thomas followed just behind her. He'd heard his mother's earlier warning to Corinne, but something sounded different this time. He was more convinced something was wrong when he noticed Corinne across the yard. She was on her knees in the grass, with Grace licking her face. Marie saw her too and started to walk faster. "Are you okay?" Thomas shouted across the remaining distance to Corinne. She looked up and started shaking her head to say no. She was saying something, but was too far away to be heard. Reed and Michael came running from behind the barn, and all 4 reached Corinne at the same time. "I think it's dead. It has to be dead," she kept repeating. She was obviously distraught. Her eyes were puffy, but Grace had kissed the tears from her cheek. Marie was frustrated by yet another interruption, but she could see something had deeply disturbed her daughter. She crouched beside Corinne and put an arm around her. The boys stood around the 2 of them, looking every direction for whatever might have caused the distress. "Tell me what happened," Marie spoke tenderly. Corinne quit murmuring, looked towards the barn, and pointed. "Something is dead over there," she squeaked before breaking into tears again. The 3 boys shared glances, and as if they had agreed upon some great battle plan, sprinted to the barn. Reed pointed out the place he had last seen Corinne through the hole. The boys used that as a starting point. They split up, each searching for a stall to find the supposedly dead thing. Michael cleared the first stall and passed by Reed and Thomas to enter the next one. He noticed a few old boards that looked like they'd recently been moved. A few remained planted upright against the wall. He pulled one aside to look behind it and jumped. Guys, I found it," he yelled over the stall wall. Curled up behind the boards, the remains of a cat stared up at him. It looked like it had been mummified. It must have hidden in the stable for shelter during the winter and frozen. Otherwise, he imagined, nothing would be left but bones. Instead, the carcass resembled something ancient you might see in a museum exhibit. The skin remained attached to most of the skeleton, although it was brittle and dry. It appeared as if the softest touch might cause the animal to crumble to dust. Thomas and Reed came over to Michael's stall, and he set the board aside so they could see the remains. "Whoa," Reed remarked. "That's freaky." Michael found a small stick and started poking at the animal, turning it over. It's missing an ear. I wonder how that happened. I'll go tell Mom what it is, said Thomas. He started walking back to where Corinne and Marie sat in the grass. Corinne had mostly calmed down. When Thomas explained the creature she had seen was only a small house cat, she was less frightened, but saddened. Can we bury it? She asked. She held up the rusted spade she had found earlier. Thomas smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. That's a great... He was cut short by two loud staccato beeps from a truck's horn. Nick had finally come home. I'll tell you what, Marie spoke with a comforting tone. Why don't we go see if Dad needs help? We can leave the boys to dig a little grave here. Okay. Be gentle, she whispered sadly, and handed Thomas the spade. Once Corinne had started walking away, Marie turned back to her boys. Just toss it in the field or something. Are you sure? Thomas asked as he looked over her shoulder at his heartbroken sister. We've already lost so much time today, she explained. I really can't have any of you wasting your energy on this. Do what you have to do, just don't take too long, okay? The boys nodded. Reed looked noticeably pale. Hey, I think we can take care of this if you just want to go with them, Thomas suggested. Reed nodded and jogged to catch up with his mother and sister. Michael stood surveying the property, occasionally glancing back to where the cat lay. Any ideas? Thomas asked. I guess we just toss it into the field like Mom said, Michael replied, sounding unsure. I can't think of anything better. Help me find something we can carry it with. Michael grabbed one of the shorter 2x4s from the stall and suggested they use it to relocate the carcass. Thomas used the spade to help him slide the board under the cat. As Michael raised it off the ground, something buried beneath the board caught Thomas's eye. Hey, wait, he ordered as he knelt to examine his find. The frayed remains of a collar lay where the cat had died. Small red threads lay scattered around a dirty piece of rusted metal, which Thomas assumed was the animal's tag. Looking closer, he could just barely make out the letter D near the center of the tag and a W at the end, but it was otherwise illegible. Thomas gathered as much of the tattered mess in his hands as he could and placed the collar on the board next to the cat. The boys walked to the field, keeping the barn between themselves and the house so Corinne wouldn't be able to see them. Michael then flung the creature unceremoniously into the corn. The desiccated remains broke apart as they were launched from the board. With a grotesque crack, the spine broke in half. The lower portion carried the tail, which continued to disintegrate into the field. Most of the upper half spun nearly straight upward. The front legs didn't land far from where they were standing, but traveled well enough to be hidden from sight. One piece did not fly into the field with the rest. The head had been torn off by the velocity, and it dropped directly between the two boys. The jaw was dislodged, causing one side to hang crookedly with jagged teeth protruding. It stared up at them through shattered eye sockets. The remaining ear had nearly crumbled away. Michael tried to prod the skull into the field with the board. Hang on, Thomas stopped him, putting an arm across Michael's chest. Staring at the head intently, he said, Did it just move? Michael gave him a suspicious glance, but pulled the wood back and watched him. After only a second, the jaw twitched. The boys stepped back almost in unison, Michael's own jaw slack with horror. It twitched again, and the jaw detached completely, causing the whole head to roll forward. Two spindly legs crept out from an eye socket, followed by another pair, then two more, and so on until an enormous centipede fully emerged from the brain cavity. Its angular legs appeared to glide on either side of its sleek black body. Two pincers protruded menacingly from its face. It climbed out of the head and over the ear before scurrying into the grass and disappearing. Michael wasted no time flicking the last piece of the cat into the field, hoping to never see it again. That was nasty, he said to Thomas, who remained stationary. Thomas stared blankly into the field for a moment before he replied, Welcome to your wonderful new home. Chapter 3. Sore, sweating, and ready to drop, Nick brought in the last boxes he would carry that night. 3 flat, square boxes that he held from the sides as he tried not to burn himself on their hot bottom side. Pizza's here, he announced as he pushed the boxes onto the counter. The family had been shocked to learn there was a Casey's General Store nearby in Maxwell. Besides being a gas station, Casey's made some of the best pizza in the state. The heavy meal might not have been everyone's first choice on such a hot, muggy day, but there was no food in the house yet. Plus, after the long day of hard work, they were starving for just about anything. The family stood around the kitchen in silence, tearing slices out of the pies and devouring them without pause. Michael, who had been leaning against the refrigerator, gracelessly slid down to the floor with a thud. Everyone laughed, and in a few moments they all sat on the floor, backs to the walls and cabinets. Between Catherine's visit and Corinne's discovery, the family lost a significant amount of time for unpacking. Rather than spend more of their precious minutes organizing each item by room, Nick ordered all boxes with non-essential items be put in the basement. It was almost empty when the family arrived, so there was plenty of room to place boxes without wasting a lot of time arranging them. As if to punctuate a day full of interruptions, Nick's phone began ringing on the countertop. He put a hand up, patting from side to side, trying to find the device without having to stand up. Left, instructed Thomas. More left. Now back a little. Got it. Oh, it's just Jen. I should probably answer, though. It's almost 8 o'clock. What would she be calling about so late? Hello? Nick answered the phone. Nick! Jen could be heard through the phone by everyone in the room. How's the Trotter family settling in? We aren't just yet, Nick replied with hesitation. The whole house is, well, it's filthy. Oh, I heard, and I am so sorry to hear that, Jen responded in the patronizing voice the family loved to mock. The previous owner's daughter called my office to say she was down there earlier and was embarrassed by the state her mother left it in. Catherine had apparently gone to see her mother after leaving the Collins house earlier. Her mother explained the housekeeper she employed went crazy and quit without notice just 2 weeks before she moved out of the house. Catherine felt obligated to explain this to the Trotters, but didn't have a phone number for them. She had called around to find the public record of the sale and got the name and number of Jen's office. Catherine's dedication might have seemed endearing, but after Thomas's experience with her earlier, it was off-putting. Wait, Marie cut in. Only 2 weeks? This place looks like it hasn't been cleaned in 2 years. Oh, is the rest of the family around too? Hi, Marie. Jen was almost yelling into the phone. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that you had to move into this situation, but it sounds like these women are very sorry it wasn't cleaned. Sorry won't get rid of the cobwebs, but complaining about it won't fix anything either, Marie resigned. We'll get it cleaned up in the morning and start making this place a home. That's the spirit. Well, I just wanted to say good luck with… Thomas cut her off. Wait, I need to ask Jen something. Nick tossed the phone to him. Hey Jen, it's Thomas. You have to tell us if anyone died in this house, right? There was silence on the other end, broken by a few stutters from Jen, who was obviously caught off guard by this sudden shift in conversation. Yes, sort of. I don't have any record of anyone passing away in that house, though. May I ask why? I'm just curious, he lied. Any spirits in this house should be friendly to you. He figured if no one had died there wouldn't be any reason for spirits to be hanging around. Subsequently, if someone had died there, maybe he could learn about them and how their paranormal form might behave. Of course, Thomas still didn't believe in ghosts, but over the past few hours, he had been pondering many questions in the what-if category. The rest of the family fell silent and stared inquisitively at Thomas. He thanked Jen for the information and said goodbye. As he passed the phone back to Nick, he noticed their looks and realized how strange his inquiry must have seemed to everyone. In his anticipation of Jen's answer, he had detached from his surroundings. Somebody died here? Corinne spoke first. Apparently not, Thomas answered with a shrug. Marie expected him to elaborate, but realized he wasn't planning to do so. Did you think someone might have? She asked him while looking sympathetically and somewhat nervously at Corinne. Thomas recognized the thought behind her expression. Corinne had probably had her fill of death for the time being after the cat incident. There was no need for additional trauma that night. No, I don't think so. I'm not really sure why I asked, he answered, deciding to avoid further discussion. I'm probably just tired, and I definitely need more pizza. When he stood up to get another slice, his parents exchanged confused glances. Reed turned to Michael, who just rolled his eyes and mouthed, "What a weirdo." When the pizza was gone, Nick called an end to the day's work. He wanted to reserve the dregs of his family's energy to prepare their nighttime arrangements. There wasn't time to put bed frames together, so they would all be sleeping on floor-bound mattresses. Thankfully, Marie had had the forethought to separate everyone's pillows and linens from the rest of their belongings when they packed the moving truck. At least they could be somewhat comfortable while recharging for the next day's work. Thomas located his sheets and had started to prepare his bed when Marie stopped in his doorway. "Knock, knock," she announced herself. "Yeah?" Thomas assumed his mother was doing what she always did, making sure each of her children had everything they needed and reminding them to brush their teeth before going to sleep. He was correct, but instead of wishing him a good night, she asked the question that had been nagging her since dinner. "Why did you ask Jen about someone dying here?" Thomas was feeling much too tired for that conversation. He just wanted to let the day end, but he knew Marie wouldn't let it go without a satisfactory explanation. "Look, it's not a big deal. That lady, Catherine, just said something weird and it made me wonder. She seemed crazy though. It's not a big deal." "Well, what did she say?" "Mom, she was just being weird, okay? She said something about friendly ghosts in the house. She was acting crazy the whole time. You saw her." He hoped this would end the line of questioning. Marie paused for a moment. "Ghosts, huh? That's a scary thing to say." "Well, that's why I wanted to know if anyone died here. I figured if no one died here, there's no reason to worry about ghosts or spirits or whatever. And Jen said no one's died here, so it's not worth thinking about." "That makes sense. Don't forget to brush your teeth," she reminded with a smile and walked away. Marie didn't seem totally convinced, but decided to leave it alone for the time being. Her footsteps creaked down the entire span of the hall. After brushing his teeth like she asked, Thomas went to sleep. Chapter 4. Bang, bang, bang. Thomas was jolted out of a deep slumber by 3 deafening pounds. He sat straight up on the mattress, not sure what to expect. It took him a moment to orient himself in the unfamiliar room. He was so disoriented, he couldn't decide if the noise he had heard was in a dream or in the real world. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was definitely real. His bedroom door was being pounded on from the outside. He could see the door shake on its hinges with each impact. He realized his heartbeat was throbbing on the side of his neck. He was frozen in time, trying to take a deep breath in, but his lungs felt like they were buried in heavy sand. He could see a faint light through the space between the bottom of the door and the floor. The light was broken in 2 places by a pair of feet. Someone was standing on the other side of the door, and they wanted in. The door flew open. "Hey, are you up?" Nick yelled into the dark room from the doorway. I am now," Thomas replied as he struggled to catch his breath. "We need to get downstairs, now. The basement's flooded." The urgency in his father's voice dragged Thomas the rest of the way out of his dreamy state. The basement. Why is it flooded? He looked out the window. It wasn't even raining. Did it have to do with something Jen Tracy had forgotten to mention? Or maybe it was something she was conveniently unaware of. He turned to ask Nick how it happened, but he was no longer in the doorway. Nick heard him pounding on Corinne's door across the hall. Thomas grabbed the clothes he had worn the day before off the floor. No time to search the boxes for something else to wear. He was barefoot, but if he was going to be wading through water, he preferred that. He didn't bother putting on his watch, but he noticed it on the floor. The digital screen displayed 3:32 a.m. Luckily, adrenaline from his abrupt awakening still pumped through his veins, making up for the lost sleep. As Thomas practically jumped down the stairs, taking 2 at a time, he had an awful realization. Everything was in the basement. Other than a few necessities and furniture, the family had temporarily stored most of their personal possessions in the basement where they would be out of the way until the family was ready to unpack. Photo albums, childhood memorabilia, decorations, books, clothes, all stored in the flood zone. His fears were confirmed when he turned the corner and nearly collided with Marie. She was carrying a soggy cardboard box, one hand underneath, barely keeping the contents from spilling out. She was in tears. Without a word, she rushed around him to find somewhere to set the box, but Thomas made out the label before she passed. In black marker was written, "Artwork, Michael, K through 5th. The sense of urgency morphed into a weight of sadness as Thomas descended into the flood. Even from the stairs, he could see how irreparable the situation was. There were at least 6 inches of water pooled throughout the basement, with photos and holiday ornaments floating around on the surface. The boxes on the bottom had become saturated quickly, and many had burst open under the weight of those stacked on top. Many of the packages stored higher in the stacks had fallen into the water as the lower layers crumbled beneath them. Just find anything you can grab and try to get it upstairs, Michael called up. He and Reed were already down there, soaked, and rummaging through anything salvageable. Thomas joined them. They all grabbed boxes that were mostly intact and headed back up the stairs. So what happened? Thomas asked. I got up to pee and I heard something weird, Reed began before Michael cut him off. Since he's too scared to do anything himself, he woke me up so we could go see what it was, he explained. The boys set their boxes down in the kitchen and quickly returned to the basement. The noise sounded like a waterfall, kind of like when the gutters are full or something, Michael continued. We realized it was in the basement, and when we looked, we saw this. Except there was still water pouring in from the wall, Reed interjected. It wasn't coming from the wall, Michael corrected. It was coming from the big pipe up there. He pointed to the ceiling. Dad says it's the water main. He shut off all the water to stop it, so don't flush any toilets or anything. Thomas wondered about the odds of a water main break the night they moved in. Why had they put so much in the basement? Why had no one considered this possibility? Nothing to do now but bring it all back up, one disintegrating wet box at a time. The stairs leading to the basement were narrow, so once Nick and Corinne joined in, the family formed an assembly line to transport everything without having to squeeze past one another. The boys, already soaked, were relegated to salvaging everything possible, which they passed up to Nick, who gave it to Corinne, who passed it to Marie. Marie wanted to be at the end to decide where to put items as they emerged. Anything too wet had to go out the side door unless it was valuable, which meant it had to go in the sink or bathtub. Everything else just got piled in the kitchen to be sorted later. She couldn't bring herself to throw anything away yet. Between handing a box to his father and finding another load, Thomas observed the damaged water main. The pipe looked indestructible, but it had detached from another segment at a joint. One half was dipping down from the ceiling in the center of the basement and still dripped occasionally. Each time, ripples expanded from the middle of the room until they broke against the walls, causing the water to shimmer beneath the yellow light bulbs. Thomas's arms were elbow deep in the murky water as he attempted to lift a crumbling box when another drop broke on the surface. Drip. The sound echoed through the room. The only other sounds came from his brothers sloshing through the mess. He nearly had a strong enough hold to maintain the box's integrity when the ripples pushed something onto his arm. He shivered and yanked his hand out from beneath the box. Goosebumps began to raise all over his skin as he tried to shake his arm clean. In the ripples, Thomas could see a tangled mess pooling near his legs. Long, wispy hair was floating in the water all around him. The clinging mass hung from Thomas's arms like a net. His hands appeared webbed as he spread his fingers trying to wriggle them out of the trap. Disgusted, he instinctively tried to yell, but what emerged from his throat was a gagging cough. His disgust slowly morphed into fear. The more he tugged at the hair, the more he felt it constricting his arms. Thomas felt tired. His arms were so heavy, pulling him down. He couldn't stand the sickening feeling of the cold, wet hair on his skin, but he didn't have the will to fight it anymore. He just wanted to lie down. Hey, what are you doing? Reed called over to Thomas. He had just seen his brother scratching at his arms, and now Thomas was leaning against the wall. His back slowly slid downward until his rear splashed into the water. Thomas gasped. He stood frantically and began rubbing his arms. It's gone. Where did it go? He looked all around him. His arms, hands, and legs were clean. He only saw 4 or 5 thin hairs floating among the dirt and other debris in the flood. What's gone? Reed asked, nervously checking the water near him. Do you see any hair? By this time, Michael and Nick had come over to see what the holdup was. You all right? What hair? There's all kinds of stuff floating around down here, Nick pointed out. He didn't like their already sluggish pace being hindered. Here's one, offered Michael. Gross. It's definitely not Mom's. It's not dark enough to be Corinne's either, Reed observed. It doesn't matter whose it is, snapped Nick. There's probably all kinds of crap around here from the last family who lived here. You guys saw how dirty the rest of the place is. As he looked into the faces of his boys, he realized how exhausted they all were. On top of being awoken in the middle of the night after laboring all day, they were soaked to the bone and covered with mud and sweat. Look, I know this has been a rough 24 hours for everyone. Let's just get the last of this stuff upstairs and we'll take it easy until I can get someone out here to make an insurance claim. The boys nodded and returned to work. I guess I'm just tired, Thomas thought as he tried to make sense of what happened. The sensations on his skin had been so visceral. He could still picture clumps of hair clinging to his feet and legs. I'm just tired.
Chapter 5. The next day, Nick was able to borrow 2 large fans from a warehouse at work. By 9 in the morning, the water had nearly all drained or evaporated. It was a Saturday, and every local establishment was shut down, so Marie took the kids to Ames to pick up some drinking water and use a restroom. Fortunately, the lack of watchful eyes from neighbors allowed the family to utilize nature in a more primal fashion up to a point, but no one was quite comfortable enough to move solids in the yard except Grace. Nick had the disordered house to himself, besides the dog. She was used to lounging on the family's couches and armchairs, but those were all covered with boxes at that moment. Instead, she followed Nick from room to room, lying down anywhere the sun had warmed the hardwood floor until he moved on. Nick felt a sort of helplessness as he rummaged through the boxes trying to find items he could unpack. Marie was adamant that she wanted to organize the kitchen. The kids had already separated their personal belongings into their respective rooms. The books, photos, and other decorations were either destroyed or laying out to dry. There was so much that needed to be done, but so little he could do about it. Grace followed Nick upstairs. He decided the best thing for him to do was get some rest. The couple hours of sleep he had captured the night before hadn't put a dent in his exhaustion, and he knew he was in for another long day. He kicked off his shoes and sprawled out on the mattress. Grace spun a few quick turns before plopping down on the mattress at his feet. A loud bark cut through the silence, jolting Nick awake. Why, Grace? He mentally groaned. She wasn't near his feet anymore. He figured she was barking at something through a window in one of the other rooms. He was just about to close his eyes again when the phone rang. Groaning audibly this time, he rolled over and sat up. Yeah, it's Nick, he answered the phone groggily. Hey, it's Ron from Drain Bros. Just wanted to let you know I'm sending a couple of guys out your way now. They should be there in 30 minutes or so. All right, thanks. Bye. Ron uttered the Midwest farewell and hung up. Nick was unable to find any listings for local plumbers after the pipe burst, so he had called a service from Ames to handle the job. He would have to pay extra for them to make the trip, and even more since it was a weekend, but he couldn't imagine leaving his family without running water until the next day just to save a few bucks. He was reaching for his socks when he noticed a growl coming from down the hall. He poked his head into the hallway, but didn't see anything. Grace? He called. A single sharp bark told him she was in Thomas's room. He found her staring upward into the walk-in closet, growling. She didn't even turn to look when he entered the room. What's going on, girl? Nick crouched next to her and tried to follow her gaze. She seemed to be locked on the little trap door in the ceiling, which presumably opened into the attic. Did you hear something, girl? Nick approached the closet and listened intently. Beneath the dog's deep growling, he almost missed a faint scratching sound on the other side of the trap door. Testing his reach, Nick extended his fingers and stood on his toes. He could just barely touch the door. He gave it a few quick taps, causing the scratching to stop abruptly. He waited and listened for any sounds of scurrying rodents. Grace now sat silently, head cocked to one side, watching as Nick poked and prodded the door. It came loose near one corner, and Nick stretched as far as he could to open a small crack into the attic above. He felt cold air rush over his fingers. How on earth could it be so cold up there in the middle of summer? As he slid the access door to one side, Nick heard what initially sounded like a dull moan that filled the space above his head. The noise possessed a strange quality. It didn't seem like it was coming from somewhere, but rather, it was sucking all the sound out of the atmosphere. Not silence, but maybe a total absence of sound. A vacuum. His next observation confirmed Nick's suspicion of animals. The wretched scent of death crept out of the attic through the space he had just created. He had smelt it many times before while pulling dead mice out of his old shed or out from under the deck. Judging by the smell's wet potence, Nick thought there must be at least a few rotting rodents above him. Of course I have to deal with mice on top of all the rest, he thought. He began to wonder how long it would be until he could begin to enjoy his new stake of land. He turned to Grace and said, "Let's take a look." Stepping out of the closet, Nick recalled storing his ladder in the garage. He would need it to get into the attic and clean up whatever foul mess he found up there. Navigating the disorganized house with a 6-foot ladder was challenging. As Nick made his way through the mess, he heard Grace barking again upstairs. He was directly under Thomas's room and could hear her claws clacking against the wood as she frantically ran from one corner to another. "She's really riled up," he mused. Nick was at the base of the stairs when he heard Grace let out a pained yelp that made his hair stand up. He leaned the ladder against the wall and charged up the stairs, muttering something his pastor would have admonished him for. As Nick barreled into Thomas's room, he saw Grace pressing herself into the wall furthest from the closet. She was barking ferociously in its direction. Nick turned towards the closet. The access door he'd slipped open just a few minutes before was now closed. It laid in place as if Nick had never touched it at all. His heart pounded as he approached the closet hesitantly. He couldn't imagine a mouse, or even a rat, would have been able to push that door back into place. Grace continued making fearful sounds. Nick was working up the courage to open the attic again when the doorbell rang. It made both him and the dog jump. The bell echoed through the house and Grace tore off toward the stairs. Nick didn't want to leave the attic situation unresolved, but had to chase after her. He'd left the front door open when he brought the ladder in. Luckily, the two men standing on the porch had the foresight to shut the screen when they saw the blur of fur and teeth charging at them down the stairs. "Grace, get down," Nick shouted as he caught up to her and pulled her off the screen door. "So sorry about that. You guys from Drain Pros?" Could it have been the wind? A draft, maybe? Nick's mind was still pondering what had happened upstairs. "Yep," replied the taller of the two men, pointing at their van in the driveway. It had the company logo plastered on every door. A draft might also explain the weird noise, he continued to think. "Great. Just give me a second to take care of her," Nick nodded towards Grace. He was holding her now, which had put her mostly at ease. He found her leash on the kitchen counter and took her out the side door to tie her up in the yard. He looked up at Thomas's window from outside. Everything appeared normal. He would have to put the strange incident out of mind for now. Returning to the men at the front door, Nick apologized again about the dog and led them to the basement. They surveyed the damage, took some photos, and jotted down a few notes. When the inspection was complete, the two men returned to the place where the pipe had burst. They looked perplexed and spoke very little. Finally, Nick injected himself into the conversation. "How did it happen?" he asked. "Well," the shorter man answered, "we can't really say. We were actually pretty confused about this one." "Why's that?" The taller man spoke now. "Usually a pipe like this will burst when there's an extreme buildup of minerals or if it freezes. Obviously, the latter isn't the problem, but it doesn't look like the first is either. Here, take a look." He directed Nick's attention to the break in the pipe. "There's virtually no mineral buildup at all," he explained. "It's almost like the pipe got pulled apart at the joint there," elaborated the shorter man. "That doesn't make any sense," Nick said and scratched at his temple. "This happened around 3 in the morning. No one would have been messing around down here. It couldn't have just, I don't know, slipped apart or something? Maybe from the pressure in the line? No way, man. These old houses were built to last. Pipes like this can break, but it takes some crazy force to do it," the taller man explained as the shorter one nodded along. "Luckily, it only looks like just this one spot is damaged, and we can't find anything wrong with the rest of the system. We should just be able to replace this bit here at the joint," he pointed to where the pipe was split. "Great," Nick responded with a relieved smile. "Will that take long?" "I'll take some measurements real quick, but I think we've got everything we need in the van. We can have it done in an hour or two." Thankful that his family wouldn't be without running water for much longer, Nick thanked the men profusely and left them to their work. He was so relieved about the repair, he had nearly forgotten the attic. When he returned to the ground floor, he saw the ladder leaning against the wall and remembered what he'd been doing before the plumbers arrived. He considered bringing Grace back inside, but decided her barking would just irritate him. Besides, he thought, there are 2 other grown men in the house now. If there's anything worse than a few mice up there, help is nearby. Nick lifted the ladder onto his shoulder, drew a long, deep breath, and ascended the stairs. When he entered the room, everything was still and quiet. He set up the ladder in the closet and climbed the first 2 rungs. He paused to listen. The scratching sound seemed to have stopped. Taking another breath, he pushed the door up and slid it off to the side. The attic was almost pitch black, but the light leaking up from the room below illuminated a string dangling from the ceiling. Hopeful, Nick gave it a tug. Sure enough, a light bulb switched on above his head. Now that he could see properly, he pulled himself into the attic. Like he had noticed earlier, the air was cold. Maybe that draft is keeping the temperature down. Nick didn't feel any breeze, but he could hear the low howling tone. It was all around him, seeming to come from every direction at once. The smell of decay saturated the air. Nick had to pull his shirt up over his mouth and nose. He decided there were definitely mice up there. The question is, are any still alive? If there were any living animals in the attic, Nick wasn't sure where they would be hiding. The space was completely empty. The only object taking up any space was the chimney running up through the floor and out of the roof. Otherwise, the entire space had been cleared. Nick wasn't sure why he'd expected to find it any other way. Maybe it just felt like the kind of place you leave things and forget about them. By the time he had paced around the entire perimeter, Nick had relaxed. He had not found any signs of mice besides the rotten smell, but at least they didn't seem to be causing any damage. Nick got his feet back down on the ladder, pausing only to pull the string once more to turn out the light. It may have been his imagination, but Nick thought he heard the dull roar grow a little louder before he pulled the door into its cavity and dropped it in place above his head. "Hello?" "Oh, hey, I'm in the garage," Nick called back to one of the plumbers. After exploring the attic, he had made himself busy in his own territory. It was a slim 2-car garage separate from the house. It was certainly nothing to boast about, but it would create a nice escape for him from time to time. The shorter plumber stuck his head out of the side door and called over, "Hey man, do you have like a dumpster or something?" Nick thought for a second, but they hadn't even contracted a trash service yet. "No, we just got here yesterday, sorry," he replied. He picked up a sturdy box he had just unpacked a few spare auto parts from and walked toward the plumber. "You can put any trash in here, and I'll just dump it in the can whenever we get something set up." "Thanks, man." The plumber took the box and turned to go inside. Before going through the door, he turned his head back toward Nick and said, "Hey, I know you guys just moved in, but just as a reminder, remember to clean your shower drains and stuff, all right?" Nick gave him an understanding nod. Is that a line plumbers were required to give all their customers? The way the plumber said it reminded him of a character from a children's show giving the kids a lesson at the end of an episode. About 15 minutes later, the 2 men emerged from the basement and told Nick they had finished the job. "We'll go ahead and turn the water back on if it's all right with you," said the taller man. "Yes, that would be great. You guys were quick." "We do what we can. We don't think it was causing any serious problems, but we went ahead and cleaned some of the gunk out of the pipes too. It's weird. Hair and stuff shouldn't usually get into the water main, but we took care of it." One man went to turn the water on while the other wrote an invoice for Nick. Once they had completed these tasks, Nick thanked them both again, and they went on their way. As he walked toward the door to go inside, Nick saw the red minivan in the distance coming over the highway bridge. Hopefully everyone's feeling better and ready to work, he thought. In the basement, Nick inspected the pipe repair. As far as he could tell, the men had done a good job. Still looking up, he took a few steps and nearly tripped over a box on the ground. It was the one he had handed the shorter man earlier. Noticing a foul odor, he pulled open the flaps on top and nearly gagged at the repulsive sight near his feet. In the box were mounds of tangled blonde hair caked in black sludge. This must have been what the men pulled from the pipe. It reeked with a bacterial stench, and Nick worried the whole basement would smell. He closed the flaps and picked up the box, hearing the hairy muck squelch and slosh around inside. It was starting to leak through the bottom, so he hurried up the stairs to put the box outside. "What's that?" Marie called over to Nick as she got out of the van. The kids were all spilling out now, looking weary but happier than they had when they left. "Just some crap the plumbers cleaned out of our pipes. Everything's good to go now." "Oh, good." Nick set the box down by the side of the garage, hoping it would dry out under the sun. He turned back to his family and clapped his hands. With a sarcastic smile and exaggerated excitement in his voice, he asked, "Who's ready to get to work?"
Chapter 6. In the weeks that followed, the Trotters cleaned, unpacked, furnished, and organized the house into a cozy home. After the family lost so many photos and decorations, the walls remained mostly bare, but they still managed to make the old farmhouse their own. Thomas had a list of concerns before moving in, but nearly all had been satisfied. His passion for music, specifically the guitar, made him particular about the electricity in the house. One bad ground or poor connection could make it nearly impossible to play through an amplifier. When he turned on his amp, though, there was no 60-cycle hum, the obnoxious electric buzzing that accompanies bad wiring. Even at high volume with plenty of overdrive, he had a clean signal. The only problem he discovered was the proximity of his room to the others. With the door shut, he wasn't too loud, but he found he could often hear his siblings or his parents' voices bleeding through the walls or up through vents. This wouldn't be a problem often, but he would have to find a workaround when recording. With the move completed and the days growing shorter, the Trotters also had to prepare for the coming school year. The plan, as usual, was for all 4 children to be homeschooled by Marie. Wanting a chance to meet some other teens in their new community, Thomas also registered for a speech class at the high school. This meant Marie would have to drive him to Maxwell every day because Collins and Maxwell were combined into one school. But she said she wouldn't mind. Marie was just happy to have her son making an effort to find new friends since the move had taken him away from his old ones. The school was, to say the least, underwhelming. Even counting students from 2 towns, attendance was low enough to combine the middle school and high school into one small building. It was a single-story, gray structure. The only notable features were the large gymnasium protruding from one side, a new addition, Thomas would later learn, and a little tennis court just a few feet from the parking lot. Marie was pulling up to the school when she slowed suddenly and gave Thomas a quizzical glance. "Would you like me to drop you off further from the door?" Thomas made an indignant face and responded, "What? No, why?" "I don't know. Your mom dropping you off in a minivan on your first day at a new school? It's not embarrassing, is it?" To some kids Thomas's age, it might have been, but Thomas tended to think more practically than many boys his age. "Of course, my mom dropped me off. I live in a different town and I can't legally drive yet. Yes, she drives a minivan because I have 3 siblings. Any other questions?" Not bothering to explain his entire thought process to his mother, Thomas simply replied, "No, I don't care." Marie just nodded and released the brakes to continue rolling forward. She might have thought he was just saying that if she didn't know her son as well as she did. He was never one to let others tell him how to think. "All right, welcome to speech class. We'll start with a quick roll call." Thomas looked around as the teacher started class. Was everyone late? A heavy-set blonde guy sat to his left, and a wiry guy with purple-dyed hair was on his right. Next to purple hair, on the end of the row, sat a short brunette. And that was the class. "Andy?" "Here." The boy on his left raised his hand. Thomas found the exercise quite silly, seeing as the teacher could count everyone in the room on one hand. "Carla?" "Yep," the girl on the end replied with enthusiasm, but no smile. "Thomas?" "I'm here." "And Justin?" "Yeah," purple hair mumbled. "Excellent," the teacher concluded. "Well, Thomas, I'm Ms. Huntley. I know you're new to town, so everyone, why don't you introduce yourselves before we get started with the material?" Thomas was uncomfortable having everyone's attention put on him. Thankfully, everyone was a small audience. He learned Andy was a junior from Collins. He seemed shy and a little awkward, but somehow produced an aura of intelligence. Carla was a friendly sophomore who lived in Maxwell. Justin, a senior, lived in Maxwell and seemed moody but nice. Later on, Thomas also learned that the class was new to the school, and the other students had only elected to take it because it sounded easy. The rest of the period was spent as the first day of class usually is. Miss Huntley outlined the plan for the semester, gave them an overview of the material they would be covering, and laid out her expectations for them. She seemed nice enough to Thomas, but he would eventually learn from his classmates that most of the students couldn't stand her. Thomas, being both new and a non-traditional student, was determined to make a positive impression on the teacher either way. When the bell rang, Andy and Carla were quick to grab their packs and head out the door. Justin lingered, though.
Thomas stuffed his notebook in his backpack and looked up at him. Hey, Justin spoke quietly and put up a hand in a shy wave. Hey, Thomas replied friendlily. He started to get excited, wondering if he had already found a friend. This was your only class? Justin asked. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then. Maybe we can hang out after school? Thomas stifled his smile, not wanting to appear overeager. He responded, Sure. I mean, I'll have to check with my parents, but I think it'll be cool. Great, Justin smiled at him. See you tomorrow. Marie performed the mandatory first day interrogation on the way home, starting with, How was it? Fine. Fine, huh? What did you think of the teacher? She seemed nice. Good. Is it a big class? No, it's just 3 other kids. Marie spun her head toward Thomas with an expression of shock, but quickly turned back to the road. Only 3? Well, that's disappointing. Were you able to make any friends? Actually, yeah, a guy named Justin. Oh, really? Well, that's good. Maybe you'll have someone to hang out with in town. Thomas paused. He didn't want to replace his Ames friends. That wasn't the goal of making new friends in Collins. Does she understand that? Thomas responded slowly. He wants to hang out tomorrow, maybe. I told him I'd check. But I was thinking of asking Evan if he wanted to spend the night on Saturday. Evan Eaton was Thomas's best friend from Ames. He crafted the response to tell his mother he wanted to make friends here, but wasn't ready to forget the ones he already had. Oh, sure, she replied. We could bring him home after church on Sunday. Maybe Calvin can come too. Calvin was Evan's younger brother, who was about Michael's age. The boys all used to spend alternating weekends at each other's houses. They would stay up until 4 in the morning playing games and eating junk food. Thomas was quiet for a moment as he let himself dwell on those fond memories. It had been weeks since he had spent any significant amount of time with a friend. He had been busy, but the realization of how isolated he'd become crept into his mind. He felt his friendships were dangling, held together only by the threads of a few brief conversations at church each week. Speaking of friends, the rest of us made a new one today. Marie derailed Thomas's train of thought. Oh yeah? Thomas recognized the whimsical tone in her voice and played into the game. Who? Or what? Well, we were all doing schoolwork at the dining room table and heard a quiet meow. A little cat was sitting outside on the deck. He watched us through the screen door for a minute, then disappeared. We think he might be living in the barn or something. Thomas smiled and asked, What did Grace think? Marie let out a short chuckle. I think she's the reason it left, actually. She started freaking out and the poor thing ran off. Her barking must have scared it. I guess it probably won't be back then, Thomas thought out loud. They were almost home. Thomas could see the top of the old oak tree in the front yard waving proudly on the horizon. Soon the house came into view, then the barn. As they turned into the driveway, something ran in front of the van. When Thomas saw what it was, a chill ran over his entire body. His jaw dropped as a confused expression twisted across his face. Marie pointed at it and said, Oh, look, there it is. There, in front of them, was the cat she had seen earlier. It was black with a white patch on its back. Its intense green eyes saw through the windshield and met Thomas's. His mind was racing. It must be a coincidence. The cat only had one ear. Chapter 7. A day had passed since Thomas saw the one-eared cat, and Justin came to hang out after school. He had a driver's license and an old car, and didn't mind driving over to Thomas's house from Maxwell. This made planning much simpler for Thomas because he didn't have to bother Marie for a ride. I know it sounds crazy. Obviously, it can't be the same cat. Maybe it had some kittens before it died or something, Thomas reasoned as he told Justin about what he saw the day before. They were now pacing around the Trotters' property. It was better to be outside in the heat than indoors with the constant din of Thomas's siblings. Can I be honest? Justin asked rhetorically. I believe in a lot of weird stuff, so that doesn't sound too crazy to me. Thomas wondered what kind of weird stuff someone could believe in for a reanimated house pet not to sound crazy. Are you just being nice? I know it sounds insane to think that a cat came back from the dead, he told Justin. Justin just smiled at him and stopped walking. Look, he said, I don't think anything came back from the dead. I just don't think it's crazy to believe a living creature's spirit could hang around after its body dies. He paused to think for a second, then resumed walking. A quiet moment lingered before he asked, You're a Christian, right? I saw all the crosses and stuff inside. Yeah, Thomas confirmed. Okay, Justin continued. So you believe everyone has a soul. You probably believe their soul exists after they die and continues into the afterlife, right? Thomas nodded. So, if you already believe in the soul or spirit, don't you think it could stay here after physical death? It took Thomas a few moments to ponder this question and gather his thoughts. Justin was challenging much of what he had learned at church, but it was so hard to argue with his logic. I guess that makes sense, was Thomas's best response for the moment. He hesitated before asking, Do you believe in Jesus? Of course I believe in Jesus, Justin chuckled. I just don't think he was who you guys believe he was. This made Thomas somewhat nervous. He had never been friends with someone who held different beliefs than his family. He was sure he could be, but he was worried what his parents might think. Would they consider Justin a potentially harmful influence? Or maybe they would see him as an opportunity to evangelize. Justin must have sensed Thomas's uncertainty. He stopped walking again behind the giant oak tree and sat in its shade. Thomas copied him, putting his back against the rough bark of the tree. I'm sorry, said Justin. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful. To be honest, I don't really know what I believe. I respect you for having a strong faith. Oh, Thomas was taken aback by the blunt honesty. Thanks. Sorry this conversation got so heavy. It seems weird since we don't even really know each other. Justin laughed and laid back in the grass. You know what? I kinda like it. When someone's open with me, I feel like I can be open with them. He paused before saying, Friends you can't be honest with are just a waste of time. Thomas smiled. He realized in these short moments, the two boys had just established a true friendship. He turned to Justin and simply said, Agreed. Justin sat up, seeming to switch mental gears. He looked at Thomas with a wry smile like he was about to say something he shouldn't. He looked at the tree Thomas was leaning against and nodded towards it. Has anyone told you what happened here? Thomas answered his question with an inquisitive look. Justin's grin turned mischievous as he replied, Okay, guess not. I don't want to freak you out or anything, so don't think about this too hard. But if I were you, I'd rather hear about this from a friend than some small town bum looking to get a rise out of me. There isn't much to talk about around here, so the same old stories tend to come up more often than they should. Go on, Thomas pushed, his curiosity piqued. All right, this supposedly happened like 50 years ago. It was decades before my mom moved out here, and I've had trouble finding any official records, so all the details are just from word of mouth. The general story is true, though. Come on, man, just tell me what happened, Thomas prodded impatiently. Okay. So, these two sisters used to live here with their mom, and one of the sisters got married. They went away on their honeymoon right after the wedding and were planning to pack up all her stuff and move away together when they got back. Thomas was comparing the details of this story to the family history Catherine relayed when she dropped by. That all sounds like it could be true, he interrupted. In fact, I think my bedroom used to belong to the sister who got married. Justin's eyes drifted off to the left, and he clenched his jaw in thought. When his gaze returned to Thomas, it was clouded. All the mischief and fun had disappeared from his face completely. Are you sure you want to hear this? He asked. I really don't want to scare you. Did something happen in my room? He had to know. No, I'm not sure, but I think I'd be more freaked out not knowing whatever you're about to tell me. Jen Tracy said no one died in the house, so how badly could Justin's story end? Justin nodded and continued. They were driving back from the honeymoon late at night. Back then, I don't think the highway was lit very well, if at all. They probably just had the moon and their headlights to show where they were going. Anyway, they were driving north on the highway, but for some reason, the husband turned early. They must have been going pretty fast, too, because the car drove up into the yard and hit this tree. This tree? Thomas pointed behind himself. Yeah, this is the one, confirmed Justin. I guess the husband died on impact. They hit so hard the steering wheel shattered his ribs, which punctured his lungs. His wife was. He paused for a moment, pondering his next words. Luckier, if you want to call it that. What happened to her? She was pretty cut up and bruised from the windshield and whatnot, but she was mostly okay. I heard she was able to walk up to the house to get help. Oh, good, Thomas said with a relieved sigh. So, someone died in the yard, but not the house. The tree isn't even that close to the house.
Maybe Catherine's comment about ghosts was really just crazy old lady talk. Not that good, Justin corrected. Thomas's stomach twisted again. She kind of lost her mind after that night. I heard she couldn't get over losing her husband and even tried to kill herself once. So what happened to her? Some people say she met someone new and moved away to remarry. Others say her family had to commit her to a mental institution for her own safety. One thing everyone agrees on is that she was acting weird in the days after the accident. She just walked around whispering, "Why, Shadow, why?" Shadow? Thomas asked. Yeah, Shadow. No one understood what she meant, as far as I know. She must have hit her head in the accident or gone crazy from grief, I guess. That's so sad, Thomas said as he looked up toward the house. And you know this actually happened, right? It's not just some small town folklore? Well, Justin trailed off and looked intently at the tree. A curious look came over his face, and he turned back to Thomas. Thomas got the message, and both boys stood up eagerly. They rushed around the tree to the side facing the road. Sure enough, they discovered a deep gash in the old oak surrounded by thick wooden scar tissue. The bark around the area grew thinner and in a slightly disrupted pattern. I guess that proves it, remarked Thomas. Something definitely did a number on this tree. The two boys spent the next half hour studying the tree's disfiguration and speculating on what might have caused the accident. Thomas enjoyed the unique activity with his newfound friend, but struggled not to let his mind dwell on the fact that he was standing in the very place a man had died, a spot where, apparently, a young woman had been cast into madness. Chapter 8. Red shirt, black pants, yellow scarf, khaki pants. They were not Thomas's clothes. He was standing in his closet, but from front to back, he didn't recognize a single item inside. Many articles of clothing were scattered on the floor, torn from their hangers. Thomas felt an overwhelming urgency as he sifted through what remained. He paused for a moment when he came to a confusing realization. These are all women's clothes. The inexplicable urgency intensified as he continued his failing search. But what am I looking for? His attention suddenly snapped back to the yellow scarf. Whatever his purpose, he felt certain it would be necessary. He recommenced his mysterious task with renewed energy. He was sure he would find what he was after. He just needed another minute. But that minute was stolen as Thomas awoke from the dream. He wasn't groggy or tired. He was wide awake and feeling as though he had just been teleported from another world. His room felt still. In fact, the entire house, which normally cracked and snapped throughout the night, was eerily quiet and calm. Thomas closed his eyes to try and drift back into sleep. 3 chilling shrieks tore through the silence. The screams resonated with primal intensity, the sort of sound only those who have experienced true deathly terror could imagine. Thomas had never heard such a horrifying noise, and it was coming from his mother. In the next room over, Marie's terrified cries were answered with shouts from Nick. "What's wrong, Marie? What is it?" he yelled. Even through the wall, Thomas perceived a sort of fear he had never heard from his father. He heard the thumping of Nick's feet as he jumped out of bed and ran to his wife's side. Thomas jumped out of bed as well. His mother's screams were replaced by deep sobs. Thomas dashed into the hall and almost collided with Corinne as she did the same. He wondered if he looked as petrified as she did. Michael and Reed were already out of their room and near their parents' door. "Should we go in?" Michael asked. Thomas shrugged, hesitated, and then knocked nervously. Through the heavy oak, Thomas heard Nick whisper comfort to Marie before he opened the door. "Hey, kids," he started. He blocked most of their view, but the children could see their mother laying on her side in the middle of the bed, curled up and shaking. "Everything's all right. Your mom just woke up from a bad dream." "Is she okay?" asked Corinne. "Yeah, just a little shaken up." Nick sounded confident, but worry lingered in his eyes. "You guys should go back to bed. She'll talk to you in the morning. Right now, she needs to calm down and rest." The children nodded and headed back to their rooms, but they all had trouble going back to sleep. Michael and Reed held a gratuitous discussion of what might have occurred in Marie's dream. Corinne was kept awake by an empathetic concern for her mother. Thomas couldn't stop thinking about his dream. It wasn't scary, certainly not a nightmare, but he couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling it left him with. And it had been so vivid. Did Mom experience something similar? "Hey, Thomas."
His bedroom door creaked open slowly to reveal Corinne standing beyond the threshold. Her pink nightgown was all Thomas could really make out in the dark. She stepped through the doorway, and the minuscule moonlight that slipped between the shades reflected off fading streams of tears on her cheeks. Thomas sat up and motioned for her to join him on the bed. "Are you scared?" he asked. She nodded as she nuzzled into her big brother's chest. "I'm sure Mom just had a bad dream. You know how scary those can be, right?" he asked. Corinne went through a spell of nightmares the year before, as many young children did. They gave her the classic monster in the closet ideas, and she spent many long nights tucked between her restless parents. "I know, I hate nightmares," Corinne replied. "I'm glad she's got Daddy in there with her." Thomas smiled and asked, "Is that why you were in here? Did you have a nightmare too?" He felt Corinne squirm as she thought carefully about what she was about to say. She propped herself up on her elbow and looked Thomas dead in the eyes. "You have to promise not to tell anyone, okay?" she demanded. "Tell them what?" Corinne sighed and said, "Sometimes, at night, I hear sounds up there." She pointed at the ceiling. "I say it's the attic lady." The matter-of-fact way Corinne said attic lady chilled Thomas. Is she too young to even realize how creepy that is? Uh, what kind of sounds does the attic lady make?" he asked. "I just hear things that sound like footsteps sometimes. I don't hear it when I'm falling asleep, but if I wake up in the night, you hear the attic lady," Thomas finished. Corinne nodded. "What makes you think it's a lady?" Corinne shrugged and asked, "Want to hear her?" Thomas, skeptical and curious but also mildly alarmed, nodded. Corinne led him out of his room and into hers. She instructed him to sit on the bed and wait quietly. 5 minutes crept by. Any time Thomas would open his mouth to speak, Corinne shushed him and pointed upwards. He wasn't sure how long they ended up sitting there, waiting, but just as he was about to give up, he heard a light tapping sound. Only, it wasn't coming from above as Corinne said it would. It sounded like someone was tapping on the other side of the wall next to the bed. Corinne looked at Thomas with fear in her eyes. Whispering, Thomas asked if she had ever heard that noise before, which she said she had not. The tapping came in random, arrhythmic bursts and slowly grew louder. As its intensity increased, so did Corinne's grip on Thomas's arm. Could it be an old pipe? An animal? Thomas didn't know what to do. Without notice, Corinne's bedroom door slowly swung open near the foot of the bed. Thomas pushed his sister behind him and they both moved closer to the other end. Once the door had opened completely, there was total silence. The tapping ceased, and the door stopped moving almost simultaneously. And then, boo! Michael jumped up at the foot of the bed. Corinne and, he was later embarrassed to admit, Thomas, screamed in terror. Michael laughed hysterically as Reed entered the room as well. He placed his hand on the wall and started tapping, laughing as he did so. He had been in the bathroom on the other side of the wall. "Wow, well played, guys. Very funny," Thomas said sarcastically. "We stayed close to the wall so you wouldn't hear us coming," Reed explained, still chuckling. Walking near the walls was a trick the boys had learned while trying to quietly navigate the creaky hallway at night. A door down the hall opened and the children heard angry footsteps coming their way. "Everyone back in their own rooms, now," Nick commanded. The laughter stopped, but Michael and Reed's mischievous looks never left their faces as they sulked out of Corinne's room. Thomas bade Corinne good night and left as well. Sleep did not come easily as adrenaline coursed through Thomas's veins. He cursed his brothers for their antics, although he had to appreciate their creativity and coordination. He grabbed a pair of headphones from his nightstand, deciding that listening to music might distract him enough to calm him down. Attic lady or no, with the headphones on, he wouldn't be kept awake by any bumps in the night. Chapter 9. The children prepared their breakfast in uncomfortable silence. No one had gotten much sleep after the incident the night before. Normally, after Nick left for work, Marie began her day with Bible reading and journaling in the living room while the house was still quiet. That morning, her bedroom door was closed and she was nowhere to be seen when the children came downstairs. Thomas prepared his favorite morning meal of yogurt with granola and took his bowl upstairs. The family typically ate together for every meal, but he wasn't really in the mood to make conversation. Besides, Marie still hadn't joined them. Before sitting on the edge of his bed, Thomas decided to let some fresh air in. He had always enjoyed the crisp morning air before humidity saturated the atmosphere. The windows were decades old and gave off a musty, woody smell as Thomas pressed his hands into the upper frame and pushed. Before he got the window open very far, Thomas heard something that surprised him. Underneath his window, from the covered patio, he heard Marie's voice. It sounded like she was on the phone. Thomas pictured her sitting on the new swing Nick had hung from the old chains that were left there. He could only hear one side of the conversation, but he assumed she was speaking to Nick. "I know," he heard her say. "I hoped I'd be able to move on after I slept, but I was barely able to sleep at all." She must be referring to what happened last night. It's not like Mom to be so upset by a dream, Thomas thought. "I just don't understand any of it," she continued. "If I was dreaming, why could I see him after I woke up? And why don't I remember anything else about the dream?" There was a long pause while, Thomas guessed, Nick tried to explain everything away with logic and reason. When Marie spoke again, she sounded frustrated. "In all the years we've been married, how many times have I woken you up screaming?" she hissed. "I have nightmares all the time, and I've never seen or felt anything like this." There was another pause. Thomas assumed his father was probably asking Marie what she wanted him to do about it. This was a question Thomas had heard him ask before, and she never had a clear answer. She just needed the comfort of discussion. "All right, I'll let you get back to work," she sighed below the window. "I'm sure this will blow over on its own." "Okay. Love you too. Bye." She ended the call. Thomas listened closely for footsteps or the door, but it sounded like Marie was staying put. He decided to give her the privacy she was obviously seeking and shut the window. Marie came inside shortly after Thomas returned to the kitchen. She didn't say anything about the screaming, the dream, or anything else that happened the previous night. She simply announced it was time for everyone to start their schoolwork and carried on with the morning routine. Not wanting to upset her further, the children quietly obeyed. Although the lingering unrest had passed, Thomas's mind kept drifting to his own strange dream throughout the morning. Whenever it surfaced in his memory, his curiosity about his mother's vision reemerged as well. When it was time for her to drive him to Maxwell for class, he worked up the courage to broach the subject. "Mom," he began carefully, "can you tell me what happened last night?" She looked at him like a wounded animal, but she knew the disruption must have been upsetting to her kids as well. She gave him a small smile before saying, "I guess you deserve to know. I'm sorry I woke you all." "It's okay," Thomas replied reassuringly. "I understand how intense nightmares can be." "No," Marie practically shouted as her knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. Her tense reaction lasted only for a second before she released her grip and slouched in her seat. "I'm sorry," she nearly whispered. "I'm so tired of explaining that it wasn't a nightmare." Thomas could tell there wasn't a trace of doubt in his mother's conviction. "So what was it?" he asked. Marie made him promise he wouldn't think she was crazy or become paranoid himself if she told him what happened. He eagerly agreed to the terms. "I don't remember falling asleep. Not that I normally do, but I don't remember any dreams or anything before I woke up. The first thing I can remember after I got into bed last night was opening my eyes again a few hours later. My sight was still pretty blurry, but I thought I could see the outline of this very tall man leaning over me. I rubbed my eyes, thinking they were just playing tricks on me, but when I opened them..." Marie shuddered and drew a deep breath. Her knuckles paled once more as she constricted the wheel again. After she seemed to relax a little, she continued. "When I opened my eyes, the tall man's figure was perfectly clear. He was pitch black, like a shadow. No, darker than a shadow. I couldn't make out any clothes or face at all." "So that's when you started screaming?" asked Thomas. Marie shook her head. "I felt completely paralyzed. I wasn't able to move or scream or do anything at all. It must have only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like I was trapped in time." Another pause. "Do you think I'm crazy yet?" she asked Thomas. He didn't believe she was, but part of him wanted to. If she was crazy, that's all that would be needed to explain away a dark apparition appearing at her bedside. If she was sane, the family might have much more to worry about. "Of course not," he responded. "So how did you manage to start screaming?" "That was the worst part," she said. He just stood there for a while. I couldn't see his eyes. I'm not even sure he had any, but somehow I knew he was staring directly at me. Then, without any warning, he just started slowly leaning in closer and closer until his face, if he had one, was just a few inches from mine. At that point, something flipped and fight or flight took over, I suppose. I was able to start yelling and grabbing at your dad, but as soon as I moved, the man evaporated. He was just gone? Gone. Disappeared into thin air. Do you think he was real? Thomas asked, realizing too late how insensitive his question could have sounded. He was relieved when Marie didn't react or chastise him for thinking she was out of her mind. Instead, she seemed to have gotten entranced in thought. Real, Marie responded, but not as a statement. She seemed to be rolling the word around in her head as one would navigate a marble through a labyrinth, trying to find the meaning at the center. I don't know how he could have been real in any sense I understand. They spent the next few minutes in silence, each deep in thought. Only the radio and the hum of the highway filled the void. As Marie pulled the van up to the entrance, Thomas grabbed his bag off the floor, ready to hop out. The van stopped and he opened the door, but before he got out, a sudden thought struck him. Mom, do you remember what that lady, Catherine, said when we moved in? She responded quickly, almost before Thomas had finished his question. Have a good class, Thomas. Justin came by after school again, and Thomas told him about Marie's experience the night before. As expected, he didn't doubt a word of her story. Knowing his mother was in need of some support and listening ears, Thomas waited for an opportunity to have her speak with Justin. He was nervous about the way his mother's Christian ideals would tolerate Justin's broader spirituality, but he thought it might help her to talk to someone else who believed her. The two cross-legged boys were nearing the end of a chess game on the living room floor when Marie came up from the basement with a laundry basket. The other children were all upstairs in their rooms finishing homework. Hey, Mom. Thomas got her attention. Hi. Oh, hey, Justin, she greeted them. Hi, Marie. Justin seemed at ease in the Trotter's home. Marie found his casual friendliness refreshing, and eventually she barely noticed the boy's purple hair anymore. Mom, are you busy? Thomas asked. I hope it's okay, but I told Justin about what happened last night. We talked about this kind of stuff yesterday, and he thinks there could really be something going on. Oh, Marie said, blushing. She poured out the contents of the laundry basket on the couch, not noticing Grace's peaceful body sleeping just below her. The dog leapt from her resting place and jumped into Thomas's arms. Sorry, girl, Marie half-heartedly apologized. Without looking at the boys, she said, You know, the more time passes, the more I think I might have just had an intense nightmare and let my eyes play tricks on me when I woke up. Are you sure? Justin asked. Thomas made it sound like you were pretty convinced it was real. She still wasn't looking at him, but he smiled at her anyway. I swear I don't think you're crazy. I believe in souls and spirits and, well, ghosts, I guess you could say. Marie finally looked up from the clothes spread out on the couch in front of her. She gave Justin a polite smile, surrendering to his friendly nature. All right, she said. I still want to believe my mind was playing games with me last night, but I'll have this conversation. Marie proceeded to recount her story to Justin with the same details she had provided Thomas earlier that day. As she narrated, Justin's expression became more and more serious. When she concluded with the shadowy figure vanishing, Justin slowly nodded, his gaze distant and his eyes pointed downward. He was wrestling with how to present his thoughts in a way which might offer an answer rather than a cause for concern. He turned to Thomas and asked, Do you remember what I told you about the tree? How could I forget? Thomas predicted Justin's mind would go in the direction he was about to share, and, he guiltily admitted to himself, it was why he wanted the two to talk. He was able to predict it because it was the direction his own mind had been going since his earlier conversation with his mother. It could be coincidence. It could be a case of apophenia. But either way, it was worth the conversation. What about the tree? Marie pressed. Justin shared the account of the car accident, sparing none of the detail he had shared with Thomas the day before. Marie was visibly upset by the idea of a man passing away in her front yard, but continued to listen intently. Thomas froze as he drew a sudden connection from Justin's story. The woman kept saying, Why, Shadow, why? What if this shadowy man is who she was referring to? Had the woman seen him too? Had he done something horrible to the newlyweds? Hey, wait. Justin paused as he arrived at the same idea Thomas was pondering. You don't think. Think what? Demanded Marie, visibly uncomfortable by the boys' silent glances at each other. Well, it sounds like the woman blamed the crash on some sort of shadow, Thomas filled her in. No, Marie shouted abruptly at undue volume. Thomas saw Justin sit up straight and move back a few inches, his eyes wide with shock at Marie's outburst. I won't talk about this thing, whatever it is, like it's some sort of evil being. I just can't handle the thought of that right now. Please, I don't want to talk about this anymore. She returned her guarded focus to the laundry on the couch. Feeling guilty and wanting to comfort his mother, Thomas reminded her. Catherine did say any spirits here should be friendly. Marie whipped her head back in his direction. That's another thing. Stop bringing that up. I know what she said. She's a crazy old woman, nothing more. I don't want to hear you talking about that anymore. Okay, sorry, Thomas said dejectedly. He shied away like a dog that had just been kicked. I didn't know it bothered you so much. Marie set the pair of jeans she was folding down on the couch and turned to leave the room. I'm sorry I yelled, she mumbled as she walked out. Grace followed. The silence left behind lingered as the boys stared uncomfortably at the half-finished chess game between them. Their conversation was in check, and they were each strategizing the best move to escape safely. Thomas prompted with, So, your move. Justin made his play, and after a few more moves, trapped Thomas in checkmate. He helped reset the board, made some excuses, and left. As Justin's car backed out of the driveway, Thomas felt a burning anger rise toward his mother. After the first real conversation she'd had with his new friend, she had scared him off. He wondered when and if Justin would come back. He wanted to go upstairs and tell Marie what she'd done, but she came down first. I'm going to go to the library, she announced almost as soon as she had reached the front door. Within seconds, she was gone. Thomas just shook his head at his mother's behavior and made his way upstairs. He passed Michael and Reed in their room playing video games and waved to Corinne reading on her bed. He closed his bedroom door to shut everyone else out. In times of anger, Thomas found it best to air his frustrations through a guitar amplifier rather than inevitably taking it out on one of his siblings, or worse, his parents. His amp hummed to life as he flipped the power switch and reached for his guitar. Before he could play a chord, a pitiful whimper stole his attention. He turned the master volume knob to 0 and listened quietly. A few seconds passed without a sound. Thomas was about to turn the amp back up when he heard the noise again, this time paired with a faint scratching at his closet door. Grace? He wondered aloud as he set his guitar on the bed. He started to open the closet and, sure enough, the little dog immediately pushed her way out when the door was opened wide enough for her to fit. Still whining, she laid down just behind his legs. How did you get in there, girl? Thomas asked as he knelt to scratch her head. He glanced at the closet and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary or out of place. Did Mom close you in there? Why would she do that? Why would she have come into my room at all? As confusing as the situation was, he was more concerned with Grace's reaction to it. She had been shut in rooms before, either on purpose or by accident, and she usually acted angry. Loud barking, frantic running, and jumping were her normal responses to things that upset her. That type of reaction would have alerted anyone upstairs to her predicament. Her faint pawing at the door and the manner with which she now hid behind Thomas led him to a troubling realization. She was afraid. Chapter 10. The weekend finally came after an arduous week in the Trotter home. Nick and Marie's relationship had been strained by underlying tension ever since Marie's experience with the shadowy man. Fortunately, she hadn't reported seeing him since the initial incident. The tension had caused her to become short with the children, though. She spoke tersely and was easily upset by the slightest perceived offense. Thomas's peculiar dream from that same night had become a recurring vision. It came to him with increasing frequency, the same events playing out each time. The dream was always interrupted when something jolted him awake, though he could never tell exactly what woke him. His closet imposed a sense of foreboding on him that grew with each dream. Adding to his unease, he often found Grace growling at the closet door or sitting on his bed, just staring at the closet the way she normally watched out a window. Because of the friction Marie's episode had caused, Thomas dared not speak a word about his perturbation to anyone. He would have told Justin, had he been around. Justin hadn't offered to come by after school ever since Marie shouted at him. Thomas saw him in class, but they didn't converse beyond small talk. Thomas wanted to ask Justin to come over again, but was afraid of the answer he might receive. Fortunately for the Trotter children, Saturday had arrived, and their friends Evan and Calvin were coming to spend the night. Their visit would mark the first time any friends made the 30-minute trip to see the Trotters, and familiar faces were something they all hoped would help erase the out-of-placeness they had started to feel. Even Marie, who would normally be lecturing the boys about staying up too late or being too loud, was happy they would have company. Even though they were essentially children, she felt oddly comforted by the thought of more people being in the house, too. Evan and Calvin's mother, Linda, drove them to Collins in the mid-afternoon. Marie invited Linda in for coffee while the boys toured the property. Though they would normally spend all night indoors immersed in digital worlds, they were active creatures by day. When the Trotters lived in Ames, the 5 boys would often bike to a nearby lake to fish. Provided the correct environment, they also enjoyed intense, often lengthy airsoft matches. For that, the Trotters' new property perfectly fit the bill. As the ragged crew of boy soldiers explored their new battlefield, a gentle breeze carried crisp yellow leaves to the ground around them. The smell of earth was potent as workers harvested the crops in the fields surrounding the Trotters' property. "We could have insane matches in the barn alone," Calvin exclaimed as he stuck his head in between the 2 giant sliding doors. "It's weird how much quieter it is in here." "Wait until you see the backside," Michael said as he led the group around the corner. He showed them the ladder to access the second level and the rafters above. "That would be a perfect sniping position," Evan observed. He gazed out over the rest of the yard, which was fairly open but for a few trees. "I wouldn't want to be the guy trying to approach this place." "Who says you won't be?" Reed taunted. "Oh, come on," Evan whined sarcastically. "You guys have had weeks to scope out all the best cover. You've got to give us some kind of advantage." "We haven't had time to do anything like that yet, man," Thomas replied. "Things have been kind of crazy around here." Thomas suddenly realized he could hear Grace barking at a window from inside. He glanced around and noticed the one-eared cat eyeing them from the grass. "Here, kitty kitty," Calvin cooed as he crouched to coax the feline stalker from its hiding place. "Don't." Thomas stepped between Calvin and the animal. "Why?" "I don't know," Thomas said as he turned to watch the cat in his peripherals. "Something about that cat is not normal. It just creeps me out for some reason. You guys would call me crazy if I explained it." "You seem kind of crazy already," Evan laughed. He sidestepped Thomas to approach the animal. "Come on, kitty, come on out." He stretched his hand toward the cat and clucked his tongue. As Evan crept nearer, the cat never took its eyes off Thomas. If Evan got too close, it took a slow step backward, but never broke its gaze. Finally, the cat darted into the tall grass. The boys heard it run through the prairie for a few yards before the noise blended with the soft rustle of the breeze. "Guess it's not very friendly," Evan noted. Thomas quietly turned back to the barn. He felt weak for being so nervous around a small cat, especially around this masculine troop, but he was relieved when the animal was gone. Inside, Grace relaxed too. She now sat poised behind the glass, watching. "Should we play a few rounds to get warmed up for tonight?" Evan asked. He noticed confusion flash across the faces of the other boys. "You guys know we have to come out here and play at night, right? I mean," he gestured dramatically toward the barn. "Obviously." "That sounds awesome," Reed beamed. Michael and Calvin had similar reactions. Thomas felt a little uneasy, but quickly shook the feeling. Evan was right. What better way to enjoy an adrenaline-fueled match than in a dark, old structure under the cover of night? "Yeah, man, that sounds cool. Let's divide up and try a few rounds now while we can actually see where we're going." Click, click. Calvin flashed his light twice to signal that he was in position. Thomas received the message and nestled deeper into a crouch. He double-checked that his magazine was fully loaded and his safety was off, then nested the butt of his gun deep into his shoulder. He flashed his light twice. Thomas and Calvin were pitted against Evan, Michael, and Reed. Evan and Calvin had higher quality guns than the Trotter boys, so they were always split up. The game they had agreed on was capture the flag. In their version, the defenders were allowed to set up strategic positions in advance. The attackers' advantage was having an extra team member. Usually, they involuntarily sacrificed a man or two in the process of drawing out the defense team. The flag was a bandana loosely tied to a tree almost in the dead center of the yard. After a brief strategy session, Calvin had opted to take a prone position in the grass. His view of the flag would be slightly obstructed, but, in the dark, he would be practically invisible. To compensate for Calvin's compromised vision, Thomas set up on the second level of the barn. He had found an opening between two boards just wide enough to fit his barrel through and point it directly at the tree. Thomas checked his watch. They had 15 seconds before the assault would begin. All he could do was wait. It wasn't until that moment that he realized how much colder it had gotten since the afternoon. The temperature dipped remarkably fast, and he could feel a chilly breeze on the back of his neck. 5 seconds left. No time to worry about the cold now. Beep. Game time. Thomas didn't expect any action straight away, but his skin prickled with anticipation. The matches always started off slow, but once the tiny plastic bullets started to fly, there was no stopping until the flag was retrieved or everyone was hit. Most commonly the latter. As he peeked through the barn wall, Thomas could see lights near the house. 2 moved methodically across the lawn in search of targets. The third darted left to right sporadically. Reed. In fairness, Reed was a pretty good shot, but under these circumstances, adrenaline was his most threatening adversary. Thomas glanced toward Calvin's position. Neither Calvin nor Thomas dared exchange any further communication by voice or by light at risk of exposing themselves to the approaching enemies. Thomas could only hope the grass surrounding Calvin allowed enough visibility for him to track the opposing lights. The attacking team was still at least 100 yards out of range, but Thomas kept his barrel trained on the lights. He felt something touch his cheek. Keeping a finger on the trigger, he brushed it off with his left hand. He was surprised to find what he had assumed to be an insect or spider was the frayed end of a rope hanging from the rafters. They dangled all over the barn, but he hadn't noticed this one as he crouched in the dark. He adjusted his stance slightly to avoid the irritating tickle and regained focus. A cool breeze swelled across the acreage. As it picked up speed, Thomas could see the grass around Calvin blow wildly. In the barn, he didn't feel much of a difference, but the deep howl they had noticed during their first visit returned. Though his ears were hindered by the sound, his sight received an unexpected gift from the wind. A cloud above shifted away from the moon, allowing it to shine down on the yard. The moon was nearly full and revealed fine details that had been previously lost in the darkness. As moonlight illuminated the advancing team, Thomas could clearly make out each member. In the lead, Evan was only about 10 yards out of range. Michael, whose light had momentarily disappeared, could now be seen peering around an oak tree. Reed covered their backs. Thomas sensed movement in his periphery, but the enemy was too close to break concentration now. Unsure of Calvin's visibility, Thomas fully intended on taking the first shot to draw the enemy fire. He noticed the movement again. He struggled to lock down his focus, but his mind began flashing images of bats, owls, mice, and other creatures that came out at night. Barrel remaining steady, he checked over his shoulder. The moonlight shone through gaping holes in the roof, casting clear shadows from the rafters on the wall to his left. Everything was still except the ropes. They swayed gently above him, their shadows appearing to slow dance. Not observing any threats, Thomas returned his attention to the battlefield. The howling in his ears increased, but he paid little mind. The opposition was now in range, and he could see Evan directing Reed as they worked their way toward the flag. Planning to take out the leader first, Thomas aimed at Evan, ready to pull the trigger the second the wind let up. Then he sensed it again. There was no mistaking the swift motion of something to his side. Thomas swiveled his head instinctively. The artificial danger advancing below lost all importance as a feeling of heavy dread crept into his chest. The feeling didn't have a source. It was a sensation he had become all too familiar with over the past weeks. Although he had never lost anyone close, Thomas imagined the weighty feeling felt like sorrow or grief from a heavy loss. Only sadness wasn't the emotion it brought to the surface. It was fear. Just as before, the dancing shadows were the only things moving beside him. He was about to shake the unease and return to his mission when he noticed a shape he had missed earlier. Near the center of the wall, among the swinging shadows, was the silhouette of a twisted cord above a thick loop. This rope didn't sway with the others. Thomas whipped all the way around, abandoning his position. He had never seen a noose up in the rafters and couldn't find one now. He pointed his light upward and, risking being spotted, flashed it around the barn. No noose. As he clicked off the light, the shadows jumped back onto the wall. What they showed paralyzed him. He's in the grass. Pop, 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 pop. Shots began flying across the yard below. Calvin was shouting for Thomas to shoot back, but Thomas didn't hear any of the sounds coming from outside. With his back to the wall, he remained still and silent. He held his breath and tried to avoid any movements that might cause the crisp hay under him to crackle. He watched in horror as the shadow of a young woman became increasingly defined on the wall before him. The outline of her long hair was draped over the back of an invisible chair. A loose dress hung from her shoulders. She stared up at the noose dangling from the rafters. Moving only his eyes, Thomas searched the barn for the girl casting the shadow on the wall, but besides the black projection, she was nowhere to be seen. "He's got the flag, Thomas. Where are you?" She stood slowly and stepped onto the chair. The howling had become so deafening Thomas wanted to cover his ears, but he dared not move. The shadowy specter reached up and wrapped long, thin fingers around the noose. Thomas felt entirely helpless as he realized what he was about to witness. His desire to cry out and help the girl was suppressed by terror. All he could do was watch as she placed her head in the loop. "Run, Michael, run! He's going to get away, Thomas." Thomas's head was throbbing from the noise now. His throat was dry, but every other part of him felt damp with sweat. His knuckles whitened as he clutched the toy gun in his hands. He didn't even notice the plastic pressing deep into his skin, almost breaking it. The girl's shadow looked up toward the roof one final time before looking down at the chair. She lifted one foot, placed it against the back of the chair, and kicked back forcefully. Thomas saw the silhouette of her body jerk as her fall was abruptly broken by the rope around her neck. She kicked and flailed, causing herself to swing like a pendulum. A few excruciating seconds passed before her limbs fell limp. Her head was cocked at a horrid angle and a lump protruded from her neck. Thomas felt sick. He decided to make a run for it. His exit was all the way across the barn. He stood quietly and prepared to escape through the darkness. Suddenly, he heard a loud crack. The girl in the shadows dropped a few inches. Thomas looked up to where the sound had come from and saw one of the boards was broken in the middle and dangled precariously. He quickly turned back towards the shadows. Seemingly in slow motion, the girl dropped to the floor. As her head landed, Thomas heard another crack. The boards below his feet split without warning, and he fell through the floor.
Without even enough time to yell, Thomas landed on a lone bale of hay and tumbled to the ground. He lay on his back, struggling to fill his lungs as his diaphragm spasmed. The fall had completely winded him. The lack of oxygen made him feel dizzy and disoriented as he slowly tried to stand. The shots had ceased. Calvin's inevitable defeat seemed trivial after what Thomas had just seen. Brushing off dirt, he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Darkness completely engulfed whatever area he had fallen into. Remembering the light attachment on his gun, Thomas felt around for the weapon. A sharp panic began to awaken in his stomach as he felt around in the dark without success. Faint voices started bleeding in from outside. "What the hell, Thomas? Where were you?" Calvin was shouting just outside the barn. "I fell. I'm stuck inside and I can't see anything. I fell through the floor," Thomas yelled back to him. "What?" "The floor gave out. I fell through." "Are you hurt?" "I think I'm okay." "Then in that case, I'm super pissed at you. Can you just help me get out of here? I lost my light." Communication with someone outside helped Thomas relax a little. Fear of the dark was an abnormal affliction for him, but the shadowy scene he had witnessed above haunted his thoughts. He heard Calvin calling out to the others and kept searching for his gun. On his hands and knees, he crawled along the wall. His eyes had begun to adjust to the darkness, but the only light coming in was a faint glow near the opening he had created when he fell. I must be in that closed-off room, he thought. His fingers discovered something, a disruption in the otherwise smooth concrete floor. He traced a rough gouge in the cement that felt as if something had been carved into it. He tried to follow the lines and piece together what they were, but he couldn't make any sense of the carving. He cursed himself again for dropping his light. Thomas? It sounded like Michael outside the barn now. Thomas heard the double doors squeal as Michael pushed them open on their rusty tracks. Hey, I think I'm in that room we couldn't open, Thomas shouted. Okay, hang on. Thomas could now see Michael's light shining through the cracks in the wall. It didn't light up much of the room, but it revealed one important detail. His gun had gotten caught when he fell and now teetered precariously over his head. He stretched and jumped trying to reach it, but the gun was too far above him. He heard more footsteps enter the barn, followed by the voices of Evan, Reed, and Calvin. They all congregated outside his cell door. Each took a turn pushing and pulling, something the Trotter boys had all attempted numerous times before, but they had no more success on this night than during past efforts. This thing's really stuck, man, Evan needlessly stated. Is there something keeping it shut on your side? I don't know, I'm blind in here. Thomas looked up at his gun perched so enticingly out of reach. One of you should go up to the second level and kick my gun down here. It's still got my light attached. On it. Evan instructed Michael to follow, leaving Calvin and Reed to keep trying the door. Feeling exhausted, Thomas sat on the cold cement to await his rescue. Why? A soft, melancholy voice reverberated unnaturally in the small wooden room. Thomas's hair stood on end. The voice didn't belong to his brothers or friends. Why? The disembodied voice repeated with a darker shade of intensity. It was unmistakably female. Who's there? Thomas asked, bolting upright. His head was on a swivel as he fruitlessly scanned the room. Why? A hint of sadness had crept into her voice now. Guys, are you still there? Thomas could hear the terror in his own voice. Still no luck, Reed reported from the other side. Why? Her tone grew subtly angrier with each repetition, spiking Thomas's adrenaline and causing his chest to pound violently. He felt like his young heart would give out if it beat much faster or harder, but his panic kept rising. I need my light, Thomas shouted. He ran toward the sound of Calvin and Reed prying at the door. He kicked the door ferociously again and again. I need my fucking light. The boards above him creaked. Heads up. Evan towed Thomas's gun and it fell to the ground below. Thomas dove toward it, feeling for the light's on switch. It clicked on and sliced the darkness open. Spinning around, he pointed it at the door. It was immediately clear why no one could open it. Someone had driven dozens of long stakes through the door, into the frame. The rusted stakes all stuck out at odd angles, as if they'd been hammered in a hurry. Later on, he would wonder how and why the door was nailed shut from the inside when there was no other way out of the room. But in the moment, he was too afraid to consider the finer details of the situation. Why, Shadow, why? Her words paralyzed Thomas before he could tell the others about the door. An onslaught of nausea rapidly overtook him. He turned, dizzy, to light up the rest of the room. Against the opposite wall, his light cast the shadow of the same woman he had seen before. This time, there was no rope connecting her to the rafters. She was unbound, free, and reaching out to him. Pull me up! Pull me up! He screamed. He kept his light trained on the shadow. It slowly grew smaller, telling him whatever it silhouetted was coming closer. Above, Michael gripped Evan's ankles as he stretched down to reach Thomas. Give me your gun, Evan instructed. The returning darkness terrified him, but Thomas tossed his gun up anyway and grabbed Evan's outstretched hands. Evan held Thomas's wrists and pulled as Michael heaved backward. In a moment, Thomas's head and shoulders cleared the hole. He let go of Evan and pushed himself the rest of the way out. Evan rolled over and Michael collapsed backward. We need to get out of here, Thomas panted. Wheezing, Evan held up one finger. Just give me a second. No, Thomas yelled. We need to go now. He ran toward the ladder. The other boys followed. When he reached the ground, Thomas abandoned Michael and Evan and ran to the front of the barn. Guys, get out of there, he yelled to the remaining boys through the gaping maw of the double doors. He heard the scuffing of their shoes on the barn floor and turned to run towards the house. Hey, what are we running from? Evan called. I'll tell you when we're all inside, Thomas replied without turning back or breaking his stride. Beads of sweat slithered down his face as he ran. He was thankful for the sweat. Cold as it was against the chill of the night, it made it easier to disguise the tears. The 5 grimy boys ditched their gear outside the door and gathered in the living room. For a few moments, they stood panting in the dark. Reed eventually reached a hand out, patting the wall in search of the light switch. Under the light, the boys' expressions revealed their feelings. Thomas was confronted by looks of confusion, fear, and from Evan, annoyance. Okay, there's no way for me to talk about what just happened without sounding crazy, but... Thomas paused. Everybody just sit down. He nervously recounted what he had seen, heard, and felt, beginning with the woman's shadow and ending with the voice he heard in the room. Feeling it would only generate unwanted speculation, he excluded the exact words the spectral voice said. As might have been expected, Thomas's story was met with laughter and good-natured ridicule. Though it may have seemed cruel to the observer, the adolescent torment brought some relief to Thomas. As his friends and brothers circled around him, waving their arms and booing like cartoonish ghosts, he too began to think the whole story sounded silly. It felt less real, less possible by the minute. The boys soon drifted into their usual activities. For most of them, the night ended that way, with laughter, snacks, and video games. For 2 of them, though, those things simply helped blunt a sickening underlying anxiety. For Thomas, it had nearly faded, but it grew in the other boy until he had to find some way to share his burden. As everyone else was preparing to sleep before the rapidly approaching sunrise, Reed touched Thomas's arm. Hey, Thomas, he whispered. Yeah? I don't think you're crazy, Reed replied seriously. Thanks. Thomas got the feeling there was something else behind Reed's reassuring words. What makes you say that? He asked. Well, I want to tell you about something, but I think it should wait until tomorrow. You sure? Yeah, I'll tell you in the morning. Someone turned off the light, and after a few final juvenile laughs were had, the group fell asleep.
Chapter 11. Thomas endured Sunday morning like a hazy, flavorless dream. Marie had let the boys sleep as late as she could allow before herding them into the van for the long drive to church. During the half-hour trip from Collins, the group endured uncomfortable silence, interrupted only by Nick's awkward attempt to spark conversation. So, you guys played a lot of video games last night? Yep, someone answered. The van seemed to go nowhere as endless rows of corn flew by the windows. Video games sure have changed a lot since I was your age. Yeah, I bet, another boy replied. The repetitive motion outside had hypnotized the glossy-eyed boys. Corinne looked around at each of them and scoffed. You guys are lame. Is it worth staying up all night if you're just going to act like zombies all day? A flash of life lit up Evan's eyes. At least we aren't acting like ghosts, he chuckled and punched Thomas's shoulder. Thomas didn't allow himself any reaction, choosing to avoid being the subject of further mockery. The rolling noise of the tires and Christian radio hits were the only sounds heard for the rest of the trip. After keeping himself awake through the hour-long sermon, Thomas had exhausted every mental resource he had left. He stood in the foyer, searching the many faces around him for his family. They always got distracted and separated by various friends they would run into during the exodus from the auditorium. He couldn't find his brothers or Corinne, but his parents were near a coat rack engaging in conversation with a particularly chatty couple. Fantastic, Thomas muttered to himself. The barrage of voices and the permeating scent of coffee breath were overwhelming, so he decided to step outside to wait for his family. He was surprised to find Reed waiting outside too. He was sitting on a decorative stone in front of the church. They nodded to each other, and Thomas leaned against the wall. They're taking forever, Reed said with a curt nod toward the doors. Yeah, I know. I needed some fresh air. I'm kind of done with people today, Thomas said as he worked up the courage to bring up what Reed mentioned the night before. He was worried his little brother might be having the same sort of dark experience as he was. Hey, so, he started. "Last night you said you wanted to tell me something." Reed looked down at his feet and slowly nodded his head. "I believe you," he muttered. "I don't think you're crazy or weird. I believe that you saw a ghost last night." Thomas got the feeling his brother's faith was based in something more than sibling trust. Thanks," he stammered, "but why?" "I didn't want to freak you out, so I didn't say anything, but sometimes Grace goes into your room when you aren't there." "Yeah, I've found her in there before," Thomas interrupted. Well, well, sometimes I look in there when I hear her go in, and she's always doing the same thing. She just stands in the middle of the room and stares at the closet like she's waiting for something. Weird. You know how she watches people out the window and growls at them until they're gone? Sometimes when she's in your room, she starts growling just like that, only she's growling at the closet. Sometimes she stops, but I usually have to carry her out, and she gets really mad. Although he found this a little disturbing, Thomas was failing to find the connection Reed was drawing between Grace's behavior and the tragic shadows he'd witnessed the night before. "Maybe I should start shutting my door when I'm not in my room," he offered. "But what do you think that has to do with last night?" "Well," Reed let the word roll on his tongue for a few seconds. "One time, when she was in there, I heard something else." "What was it?" Thomas asked nervously. "It sounded like something was growling back at her. It was pretty quiet, but it sounded like—" He stopped. He looked at his big brother with an embarrassed expression. Thomas could see his lips like a dam ready to burst forth with his next words. "It sounded like a lady." The sentence slammed Thomas like a tidal wave. He began to draw connections he had not made before. Grace's behavior and the time he had found her stuck in the closet, the shadows in the barn, the phantom Marie saw. Are they all the same thing? Have we all been witnessing the attic lady Corinne told me about? Do my dreams about rummaging through the closet tie in somehow? "Thanks for believing me," Thomas said, pushing his racing thoughts aside for the moment. He put a hand on Reed's shoulder. He felt a need to protect his brother. Trying to sound confident, he stated, "I'm going to figure out what's going on. I'm sure it's nothing to be scared about." Reed looked comforted, but only for a moment. "But didn't she try to hurt you last night?" he asked. Before Thomas could reply, the rest of the family came outside. "There you guys are," Nick said sternly, as if they had spent the whole time searching for the boys and not making small talk with the entire congregation. "We've just been sitting right here," Thomas replied, indignant. "Well, load up. It's time to go." Back home, Thomas laid in bed mindlessly picking at his acoustic guitar. Though he was struggling to even keep his eyes open, he never took them off the closet across the room. The door was open. His clothes were hung neatly. A few of his belongings were stacked undisturbed on the shelf inside. "There's nothing else in there," he tried to convince himself as his fingers drifted lazily over the strings. "A spirit could go anywhere. Why stay in a tiny closet? There's nowhere to hide, nothing to see, and nothing of any value nearby." He had always heard stories of ghosts near graveyards, or somewhere that was significant to them when they lived a corporeal life. There's nothing significant about a closet. The drowsiness began to overcome him. He reached over to set his guitar on a stand before pulling the sheets up to his neck. Just before shutting his eyes, he took one last look at the closet, the clothes, the shelf, the items on it. Then he noticed the ceiling. He couldn't see much of it from his position, just barely enough to notice the corner of a wooden frame. The attic. He had not considered that the closet provided the house's only passage to the attic. He had yet to see the space above for himself. He wasn't sure if anyone in the family had. The attic seemed his best lead in the bizarre mystery he had stumbled upon. After all, Corinne had named her ghost after the space. As his eyes began to close involuntarily, Thomas resolved to examine the attic soon. Red shirt, black pants, yellow scarf, khaki pants. Thomas was back in the closet surrounded by a stranger's clothes. Though he fell asleep in the early afternoon, the blackness of midnight engulfed him now. Once again, he began pulling clothes off hangers, feeling them, and tossing them on the floor. Occasionally, an article felt right for his mysterious purpose. Just as he had each time he had entered the world before, he felt the deadly pressure of time. He had no way of knowing how much or how little he had, or even how much he needed. His heart beat quickly, his palms felt sweaty, and he jumped at any sound made by the old house. He just wished he knew what he was supposed to accomplish. Maybe then he would feel more at ease and focused. A blouse got caught on its hanger as he tried to pull it down. When he reached to untangle it, he noticed his hands. They were not his own. His fingers were long and slender. Their long nails were coated in a ruby finish, and the fourth finger of his left hand was adorned by two rings. One, a simple gold band, sat just behind a beautiful cluster of diamonds on what was clearly an expensive engagement ring. Feeling like he had exhausted his options in the closet, Thomas, or whoever's eyes he was looking through, turned and stepped into the bedroom. A four-post bed stood where Thomas's twin should have been. The window beside it was wide open, and the screen had been torn out. Did I break in? Am I an intruder? He wondered. He had never burglarized a home before, but the broken screen, the clothes strewn across the floor, his beating heart, the sense of urgency all seemed like they would be part of the experience. He walked to the bed, upon which a few select clothing items were laying. These were, apparently, the clothes that suited his purpose. With the stranger's hands, he began to tie the clothes together. He tied shirt sleeves to pant legs, scarves to dresses, on and on until he had over 10 yards of fabric knotted together in one long strand. There was a knock at the door, and Thomas opened his eyes. He squinted as the mid-afternoon sun blazed through his window. "Hey, we need to take care of the lawn today. You busy?" It was Nick who yanked Thomas out of the other world. Although being awoken annoyed him, he was relieved to find all the suffocating anxiety evaporated with the dream. "Okay, I'll be right down," he muttered just loud enough to be heard through his bedroom door. He glanced at the closet as he shuffled out of bed. It felt stupid, maybe paranoid, but he stood for a moment to check and was relieved to see all his own belongings dangling in front of him. Again, he noticed the attic door and wondered what existed in the space above his room. What was tucked away over his head every night as he slept? His mind wandering further and further, he shut the door.
Chapter 12. Thomas eyed Justin in his periphery. Class was nearly over, and he could already predict Justin would try to escape without saying a word. Too much had happened over the weekend for Thomas to allow him to slip away, though. He needed his most understanding friend. He needed to talk to the one person who had not laughed at him or tried to brush the strange occurrences under the rug. Hand on his bag, his legs primed like shock springs, Thomas eyed the clock. According to the clock in Miss Huntley's classroom, the school bell always rang 2 seconds early. 56, 57. Thomas jumped out of his seat when the bell rang. Andy, it seemed, was also in a hurry to get somewhere. He stood as fast as Thomas and blocked him from catching Justin, who was already almost at the door. "Hey, Justin," he called out before his friend could leave. "Hold up a minute." Justin looked down and turned slowly to face Thomas. He looked uncomfortable, but not upset. Thomas felt hopeful their relationship could be mended. "Do you want to hang out after school today?" "I don't know. I'm kind of busy with a lot of things right now," Justin replied. Thomas had prepared for the vague excuse. "Busy with what? Anything I can help with?" "Probably not. It's just homework and stuff," Justin replied as he started walking. Thomas realized he needed a more direct approach. He followed his friend down the hall. "Look," he said, almost stepping in front of Justin to slow him down. "I know my mom acted weird last time, and I'm not happy about the way she talked to you. I get it. So, let's go somewhere else. You have homework to do? How about the library?" "The Collins Library?" Justin paused. They stood by the classroom door. Thomas's idea had come right on time, and his friend seemed ready to accept the idea. "I could bike there so you wouldn't even have to come to my house to pick me up." This seemed to sell Justin on the plan. "All right," he said with a slight smile. He slapped Thomas's shoulder as he stepped around him to enter the classroom. "I'm not going to lie, I've missed hanging out." Thomas realized Marie was probably sitting in the van in front of the school waiting. He had won this battle, but there was more work to do if he wanted to keep his one and only friend in town. His next campaign would be targeted at his mother to try and convince her to undo the damage she had done. Pushing the front door open, Thomas saw Marie right away. He could see her impatiently tapping the steering wheel and staring off into the parking lot. He broke into a light jog to cover the distance to the van, opened the door, and jumped in. "Sorry I'm late," he said cheerfully. "What's the excuse?" she asked in a scornful tone. "I was trying to catch up with Justin. We haven't talked much since." "Oh," Marie cut him off. "We're going to the library after he gets out of school today. He's got some homework to do." Marie was quiet, so he added, "Mom, he doesn't want to come to the house anymore." She remained quiet as she drove. Thomas was nervous to continue, since she was already faintly irritated with him. After a few moments passed, Marie sighed. "Dare I ask why?" she asked. Thomas had thought carefully about how to broach this subject. He knew his mother had the emotional intelligence to understand why her demeanor had upset Justin the last time he was over. Marie didn't need an explanation, but he thought maybe a recommendation for a path forward would be helpful. "I think you know why," he began, "but he likes hanging out at our house. He said he loves our family. Maybe you could just explain what was going on that day and maybe apologize for yelling at him?" Marie's knuckles paled as her fingers tightened around the steering wheel. Thomas could see her physically resisting the idea of apologizing to a high school kid. She was embattled, still feeling Justin had crossed a line. She wondered what kind of strange person believed in ghosts and spirits anyway. But the more she wrestled with the thought of humbling herself and talking to him, the harder it became to justify avoiding it. She turned from the road to look at her son. Shunning his friend would harm him much more than it would help her. She wanted Thomas to have a good friend, especially one who lived so close and didn't need to be picked up and dropped off all the time. "Okay," she finally said, letting out a long breath. "If he wants to come by the house sometime, I'll apologize." "Really?" Thomas couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Marie just nodded and gave him a slight smile. For someone who was so independent, relationships of any nature were so important to her son that she could sense his unease any time one became strained. It was something she loved about him. "What you got there?" Thomas spun around in his seat. He hadn't even heard the obnoxious entry bell ding when Justin entered the library. It seemed entirely inappropriate and unnecessary in the tiny building. The librarian, a pudgy middle-aged man who hadn't smiled or spoken, could see the front and only door from anywhere in the building. "I'm just searching through some old documents and stuff," Thomas replied as Justin pulled a chair up next to him and peeked over his shoulder. "Searching for what?" "Anything I can find about our house or the people who lived there," Thomas answered cautiously while glancing at nearby patrons. A couple of boys about his brother's ages sat within earshot, but both were wearing headphones and appeared totally ignorant to their surroundings. Besides the librarian, the only other soul was a girl about his own age sitting across the room engrossed in a book. Thomas continued, "I want to know everything I can about them, especially the one who, you know." "The sister?" "Yes." "So, any luck?" Justin leaned in so Thomas wouldn't have to speak too loudly. "Not really," Thomas sighed, dejected. "I've been digging through a bunch of old articles and obituaries from around that time, but I can't find any mention of the Fishers at all. Do you know what her first name was?" "Sorry, man. I told you everything I know," Justin responded apologetically, but firmly. "If I could find some record or mention of the car accident, I think I could start to piece something together," Thomas surmised. "It would give me somewhere to start at least." "Are there any police files or news reports that might mention it?" "No, I've checked everything, which isn't much, honestly. It happened so long ago, and a lot of records seem to be missing. At least, they aren't here." Justin could see stress manifesting in his friend's face and body. It was obvious this search held a deep significance to Thomas. "Hey," he began as he attempted to catch Thomas's eye and break his focus. "Why has this turned into such a big deal for you?" This immediately got Thomas's attention. Eyes wide, he stared at his friend as if he were a ghost himself. "I haven't told you," Thomas muttered without blinking. "I haven't told you what happened." He dove into a whispered rendition of the events of the past weekend. Justin was drawn in by every detail. If anyone else had told him the same story, he would have written them off as delusional or hungry for attention. Something about the way Thomas spoke about it, plus his sudden quest for information, led Justin to believe he was telling the truth. They were so invested in Thomas's recollection that neither boy noticed the girl across the room tuning into their conversation. She slid to the edge of her seat and leaned forward. She kept her eyes on her book as she listened secretively. Nearing the end of the story, Thomas described the spectral voice he had heard before he was rescued from the dark room. At this point, the girl left her seat, closed her book, and began to approach them. Uh, hey, stuttered Thomas as he noticed her getting nearer. Hi, Tamara, Justin said coolly. Thomas gave him a quick glance as if to ask, Do you know her? Sup, Justin? She smiled ironically at him under her baseball cap. She stretched her hand toward Thomas and introduced herself. I'm Tamara Wilson. I gather you're the new kid. You must not get very many of those, Thomas stated dryly as he extended his hand. Thomas Trotter. You live in that creepy old place just outside of town, right? Creepy? He knew it was, but he didn't know of any reason she would think so. Sorry, Tamara almost blushed. I get crap for being a little too blunt sometimes. Also, I don't mean creepy as a bad word. I'm kinda into supernatural and paranormal stuff. Your house tends to come up in those conversations around here. Thomas sputtered as he processed what the girl told him. Could he trust her? How much should he tell her right away? Really? Was what ended up coming out of his mouth. Tamara rolled her eyes. She flipped her cap off with one hand and scratched her scalp with the other. Replacing her hat slightly off kilter, she glared at Thomas. Do you really think I couldn't hear anything you were just saying? Her voice was raised slightly above the appropriate volume for a library, and Thomas felt embarrassed. What part did you hear exactly? He inquired. Just the important bits, she said. Look, it wasn't anything I was surprised to hear. There have been all kinds of stories about that place. We haven't heard anything specific about a haunting, but there are lots of rumors about the people who used to live there. It makes sense that there'd be some residual paranormal stuff. We? Yet? Thomas found everything Tamara said to be profoundly confusing. She clearly had some insights he and Justin lacked. If he truly wanted to investigate the history of the house and its inhabitants, he wondered if this girl might be a useful source. She might be the only source. So you really think it could be haunted? Justin beat Thomas to the question. From the story I just overheard, I assume it has to be, Tamara answered. You know a guy died in the front yard, right? The boys nodded. Well, have you heard his wife might have died there too? In the accident? Justin asked. No. Some people think she killed herself after her husband died. In the house? Thomas whispered, appalled. He remembered when Jen Tracy told him no one had died in the house. Was she wrong? Did she lie? Tamara just shrugged in response. My dad's lived in this town his whole life. He was a kid when it all happened. He was too young to really understand it, and by the time he got older, people didn't seem to want to talk about it anymore. He and all his old friends have spent their entire lives speculating and starting rumors about what might have happened out there at your house. She gave Thomas a grim smile. Some of the gossip makes too much sense to write off. Justin put a hand on Thomas's shoulder to take charge. He hadn't connected the name Wilson before, but now it made sense. Derek Wilson was a notorious drunk. He had often spent his nights at the only bar in Collins, drinking from early evening through the last call. He was occasionally found passed out in a front lawn or on a sidewalk, unable to stumble the last couple of blocks to his house. Thanks, Tamara, Justin spoke, but I think we're just going to keep this between the two of us for now. Tamara stood a little taller and said, All right, I understand. I get it. She added in a sarcastically dignified tone, My sources aren't the most reliable. She walked back to her book, picked it up, and turned to leave. Well, she turned back just before reaching the door. Good luck, you two. The bell jingled as she left. Thomas was about to ask Justin what had compelled him to shut her out when the bell rang again. Tamara stood near the entryway once more. By the way, she said snootily, her name was Cynthia. Who? Thomas inquired. The wife, Cynthia Fisher. She turned and disappeared through the door, causing the bell to sing its played-out song once more. After some convincing, Justin agreed to take Thomas home and faced Marie. Once Justin had made sufficient progress on his homework, they broke down Thomas's bike and loaded it into the rear seat of Justin's car. As the two of them drove the short distance to the Trotter's house, Thomas briefed Justin on the conversation with his mother. Isn't this just going to make things weirder? Justin asked. It's really not supposed to be a big deal, Thomas tried to assure him. I think the only weird part will be hearing my mom apologize for something. Justin didn't laugh. He just stared out the window as they pulled into the driveway. He fixated on the barn. It looks so sinister now, doesn't it? Doesn't what? Asked Thomas as he unbuckled his seatbelt and reached for his backpack. The barn, said Justin. I didn't realize how creepy it looked until now. Let's just go inside and get this over with, Thomas replied, ignoring the comment even though he agreed. Justin barely took his eyes off the barn as they exited the car. Inside, they found Marie alone in the kitchen. She was scrubbing flour from her hands in the sink and had her back turned to the door. Hey, Mom. Hi, Thomas, she replied without looking at him. Justin's here. Oh. She flicked suds from her fingertips and reached for the towel above the sink. I didn't hear you come in, Justin. How have you been? I've been pretty good, he answered shyly. Thomas raised his eyebrows at Marie, and she responded with a knowing look. Well, listen, Marie began her apology. I want you to know you're always welcome here. To be honest, I wouldn't have lashed out in front of you if I wasn't very comfortable around you. I'm sorry I acted that way, though. I hope I didn't upset you too much. Trying to be casual, Justin responded with a slight shrug, saying, It's okay. I'm glad you're comfortable around me. Marie smiled. Her hands dry now, she uncovered a large, unbaked lump of bread dough and began shaping it. If your mom wouldn't mind, you're welcome to stay for dinner, she offered. Sure, Justin answered. Great. I'll come and get you two when it's time to eat. The boys climbed the stairs and closed themselves in Thomas's room. Justin slumped into the chair by Thomas's desk, and Thomas sprawled out on his bed. That wasn't too bad, Thomas spoke, hopeful Justin shared the feeling. No, I guess it wasn't, he conceded. It's okay that I'm staying for dinner, right? Of course. The conversation died for a few moments before Thomas asked, So what's your take on that Tamara girl? You mean, do I think she's trustworthy? Because the answer is no. What I mean is, do you think she could help? Even a little? Justin laced his fingers together and placed his hands behind his head, cradling it as he leaned back in the chair. He swiveled back and forth, eyes closed as he chose his response carefully. Look, he finally said, opening his eyes as he leaned forward again. If you want to bring her into this, you need to weigh the risk. What's the risk? I don't know Tamara that well, but her dad has a reputation. His mouth has no filter when he's been drinking, which is basically always. And he's been known to spread all kinds of rumors and hearsay around Collins. The guy's broken up marriages before. Thomas understood why Justin had sent Tamara away now. He was being protective. If they chose to share what had been happening at the house with her, there was a good chance her father would catch wind of it. If that happened, the whole town could either think the Trotters were crazy or they would want in on the mystery. Either way, such a rumor could have a serious effect on the family's quality of life. I think I'll see what I'm able to learn on my own before talking to anyone else about all this, Thomas decided. Justin gave him an affirmative nod to show he thought it was a prudent plan. A sudden thought struck Thomas and electrified him. Do you want to go up to the attic? He asked Justin, who looked puzzled but interested. Sure, but why? Just to see if there's anything interesting up there. You know, something that might give us some clues about Cynthia. He leapt off the bed and threw open the closet door. He jumped as an old trophy and his flashlight crashed to the floor, the flashlight rolling to his feet. You've got to watch how you put things on that shelf, Justin chided. I guess I just opened the door too fast, Thomas shrugged. Both boys crept closer to the walk-in. Thomas picked up the flashlight, tapped it against his palm, and turned it on. He shone the light up toward the trap door and made an instant observation. The door's open. Seriously? Justin asked as he crowded Thomas. Well, almost. Look for yourself. Thomas gently pushed Justin further in. The access to the attic was slightly ajar, as if someone had allowed it to fall closed and it didn't quite settle into the frame. Did someone go up there recently? Justin asked without taking his eyes off the door. Not that I know of, Thomas replied. He tried to hide his shaking hands, but the flashlight's wavering beam gave them away. Justin took the light from him and began to inspect the area around and underneath the door. How would you get up there? He asked Thomas. I guess we'll need a ladder? He trailed off as another idea came to him. Or we could climb on that shelf underneath it. Justin grabbed the edge of the shelf and tugged. Then he set the flashlight on top, grabbed the shelf with both hands, and pulled down, slowly adding more of his body weight as he tested the shelf's limits. I think it'll hold, he concluded. They cleared the shelf and Thomas knelt with his hands linked together. It only took one attempt to boost Justin up onto the shelf. He could barely move his head as he shifted on his hands and knees toward the attic door. There's a lot of hair up here, he said. We noticed a lot of cat hair when we were cleaning this place, Thomas remembered. There was a thick layer on most of the stuff on this floor. We must have missed the shelf. Justin turned his head to look over his shoulder at an awkward angle. His expression displayed unease with a hint of disgust as he raised his left hand. Between his thumb and index finger, he was pinching a mottled clump of long, blonde hair, which had definitely not come from a cat. Thomas remembered the horrid mess he had gotten tangled in the night the basement flooded. Justin tossed the hair aside and reached for the flashlight. "Aren't you going to pull me up?" asked Thomas, whispering. "There's only enough room for one of us at a time up here," Justin responded in an equally hushed tone. Neither boy really knew why they were speaking so quietly. "See if you can pull up a chair or something and come up after me." "You're going up alone?" "This thing, this spirit or whatever it is, hasn't interacted with me yet. It's been after you for weeks, though. It might be more aggressive around you. I'd rather be the one alone with it," Justin explained. He got the sense his explanation only made Thomas more uncomfortable. "It'll only be for a few seconds if you hurry up and get a chair." Justin nudged the access door with his shoulder. It gave way easily. He pressed his arm, which was cocked at an awkward angle, against the door to open it the rest of the way. Thomas noticed him shiver. "It's so cold," Justin exclaimed, turning back towards Thomas. The boys noticed something besides the chill in the air almost simultaneously. The smell. The sickening stench of rot wafted out of the open trapdoor. Justin gagged and pulled his shirt up to cover his mouth and nose. Then Thomas watched Justin's head and shoulders disappear through the opening as he dragged his desk chair into the closet. Justin paused to shine the flashlight against each of the four walls before continuing to pull himself further inside. "It's empty," he called down to Thomas. "And it's also really gross." He dropped one of his hands back through the opening, fingers spread wide, displaying a thick layer of black dust. "Hang on, I want to see for myself," Thomas told him in disbelief. Justin slid off the shelf and onto the chair. "Go ahead." Anxious, Thomas pulled himself onto the shelf and almost entered the attic without grabbing the flashlight from Justin. He clicked it on, then set it just inside the trapdoor while he adjusted his position. Once inside, it didn't take him long to see what Justin meant. The attic was smaller than he had expected it to be. The angled roof limited the available space to just a few feet above the floor. The center of the space, which would have provided the most vertical room, was largely consumed by the red brick chimney rising through the floor and ceiling. The entire floor was coated in the dark smut Justin had shown him, and scattered about in a few areas, hair. Thomas shone the light on a few loose strands near the opening. He assumed they would match not only the hairs on the shelf, but also the clumps that had washed into the basement from the broken pipe. He shuddered as he accepted the fact that the hairs could be remnants of Catherine's sister, Cynthia, the widow gone mad. The attic lady? "Hey guys," Marie called from downstairs. "Dinner is ready." "Damn it," Thomas swore. "That's all right," Justin sighed. "It doesn't look like there could be much up there anyway." Resolving to return another time, they closed the door and went to dinner. Chapter 13. They watched Nick press his damp cheek into the rifle stock. He struggled to focus on the iron sights through tears. He knew he had to pull the trigger, but he couldn't afford to miss. He couldn't let her suffer more than she already had. Just an hour earlier, though it had felt like much longer, Thomas was reading a chapter from a textbook in his room. A cool autumn breeze whistled through his open window, causing the pages to flip over his hand as he read. Grace came snooping around as she always did and made herself comfortable at the foot of his bed. Thomas didn't mind. He welcomed her quiet company. She let him study peacefully for a few minutes, but suddenly something drew her to the window. She barked and pawed at the screen furiously. Thomas normally would have assumed she'd seen some small animal climbing a tree outside, but he had been on edge lately. He wasn't discounting anything as ordinary until he knew for certain what was truly going on. Marking his place in the book, Thomas rolled his chair back and turned to look out the window. He didn't see anything at first, but Grace continued to growl and claw. She was fixated on one particular tree at the edge of the yard, the tree Cynthia's husband had crashed against decades before. Thomas couldn't look at the tree without reflecting on that horrible event. As he stared, dwelling on the past, a small movement caught his attention. He noticed a long black tail flick from behind the tree and disappear. Grace erupted with a renewed burst of fury. The one-eared cat almost seemed to taunt them as it crept into view again. Thomas thought Grace would have a heart attack if she continued to be antagonized by the sinister animal. He held her back and closed the blinds. It took her almost 5 minutes to calm down, but the dog eventually tired herself out and left the room. Michael and Reed were sitting in the living room, also reading, while Marie gave Corinne her math lesson in the dining room. Grace trotted down the stairs and curled up next to Reed on the couch. He pet her as he read, but she frequently got up and went to the window. She would stare and growl for a few seconds, then would lay down again, never fully relaxing. Marie eventually had enough of the intermittent growling and asked Reed to let Grace go outside for a while. Upstairs, Thomas had resumed his reading. He realized his eyes were straining to see the text in the dim light after he had closed the blinds. He stood to open them, and as he walked toward the window, he thought he heard someone yelling outside. He pulled the cord, and the blinds raised just in time for him to see Reed sprinting across the yard toward the road. Beneath him, he heard voices, chairs sliding, and slamming doors. He lost Reed to the tree line, but soon saw Corinne and Michael darting off in the same direction. His stomach tensed as a sickening feeling grabbed him. Thomas went down the stairs slowly. There was a sense of urgency in the air, but he had no desire to learn what terrible thing had happened. He could see books left open on the table in front of the chairs that had been pushed away without being put back in place. The worst sign of all was the glass door left wide open with no one around. Thomas stood in the doorway, unwilling to go further. The twisting knot in his core tightened. He could see the others across the yard. They were huddled, crouching by the road, just past the old tree. He couldn't see Grace. He listened, but he didn't hear her either. He watched as Marie stood, followed by Reed and Corinne. Michael wrapped his arms around something on the ground before he stood too. In Michael's arms, Grace became visible to Thomas. She looked limp and lifeless, but the way Michael tenderly walked toward the house told Thomas she was still alive. Noticing Thomas standing by the house, Marie shouted for him to call Nick, who was at work. When Thomas returned from making the call, he found the rest of the family sitting by the driveway where Michael had laid Grace. He approached cautiously, anxious about what he was about to see. The family's beloved pet lay crushed and bloodied in an unnatural position in the grass. Michael explained that he tried to position her comfortably, but her body was too tense, paralyzed in that twisted shape. 10 minutes later, they heard gravel crunch as Nick's truck turned off the highway onto their road. The engine roared as he sped toward the house and turned in the driveway, then was immediately silenced as he yanked the keys from the ignition and jumped from the cab. He only took a few steps toward them before freezing in his tracks. He looked to the sky, already blinking back tears, muttering something about a gun, and walked solemnly into the house. He emerged moments later with his .22. Nick pressed his damp cheek into the rifle stock. He struggled to focus on the iron sights through the tears. He knew he had to pull the trigger, but he couldn't afford to miss. He couldn't let her suffer more than she already had. No one wanted to be there, but each family member felt a solemn duty to be with Grace in her final moments. They would later agree the Grace they loved had died the second she was struck by the car, and what remained was a broken body involuntarily fighting to survive. But they wanted to be with her if there was even the faintest chance she was aware of their presence. In their state of shock, the initial blast seemed muted, but as the sound reverberated across the yard and out into the fields, reality set in. Grace was gone. The family sat around the living room in silence, most still teary-eyed. Corinne hugged Reed as they cried together. Only an hour had passed since the family witnessed the untimely passing of their beloved dog, but they already felt her absence. She used to always be in the room when any of them were in distress, a welcome comfort they had taken for granted and would never feel again. Thomas had yet to shed a tear, which made him feel guilty and a little concerned. He couldn't explain why, but he felt callous about the loss. The nauseating sensation in his gut hadn't left, which was strange, as he had assumed it was anxiety. Now that the situation was resolved, however tragically, he had no obvious reason to feel anxious anymore.
He couldn't stand the quiet anymore. Hoping no one would notice his emotionless state, he broke the silence. How did it happen? He asked. Reed looked up. Corinne let go of him as he sat up a little straighter. I let her outside, he barely began before having to pause and collect himself. She ran straight for that big tree on the corner. I saw something running out from behind it, and she chased it. She was going crazy. What was it? Thomas asked, although he already had an idea. I couldn't tell at first. It kept running back and forth in front of the road, and she just kept following it. It was so strange. There wasn't really any traffic, but as soon as a car came close, it ran into the street. Grace followed it, and he trailed off and reached for a tissue. Did you ever see what she was chasing? Yeah. After the accident, it was just sitting on the other side, staring at Grace. He paused again. It was the cat. You know, the one that's been hanging around here since we moved in. The cat with one ear. Thomas wanted to be sure. Reed nodded, then hung his head between his hands. I don't want to talk about it anymore, he said. Corinne put a hand on his back. The cat. That damn cat was responsible. Was it intentional? Had the animal lured Grace in front of that car to get rid of her? Thomas realized the idea was ludicrous, but the same could be said of so many events that had occurred since they moved in. As his anger grew alongside his confusion, he just wished he could cry. Chapter 14. Nick slid the sympathy card to yet another sort of empty area on his desk. His coworkers who truly cared had actually stopped by to check on him. Everyone else signed their name on the meaningless paper, which had probably been somewhere in the middle of the stack of birthday and anniversary cards the office manager passed around. Now it loitered on his desk obtrusively as he tried to go about his work without allowing his grief to surface. Still, it felt wrong to just throw it away. Each time he shuffled the card around, he heard the gunshot. He heard the soft whimper as one last breath escaped Grace's broken lungs. He didn't think anyone else heard that sound. He hoped they hadn't anyway. Nick had lost plenty of pets in his life, but none of their deaths left him as sore and heartbroken as Grace's. He had seen his father end an animal's suffering with a bullet numerous times, which he thought might make the act easier for him. It didn't. The dogs had been commodities when he lived on a small farm as a child. Grace was family. The car broke her body, but his bullet snuffed out her life. His rational mind told him he wasn't to blame, that he had only supplied a humane solution to the tragic incident, but a darker voice whispered judgments of guilt. Although days had passed, he still couldn't close his eyes without seeing the tears of his children, his wife's helpless expression, the tiny grave he dug. He had exhausted his own tears within hours of firing the gun. Now his grief manifested only as anger, rage. He hated the driver for not slowing down. He hated his children for not being more responsible. He hated Marie for not keeping a closer eye on things. He hated the damn house for being so close to the highway. He hated himself for pulling the trigger. His rational mind told him he wasn't to blame. He hated his rational mind. He began to wonder if taking his family out of town was the right decision. Of course, there was no way anyone could have predicted the strange, frustrating, and tragic things that would befall them in their new home. The flooded basement, Grace's death, and to top it all off, his wife seemed to have some sort of psychosis setting in. Ever since the night she woke up screaming about some shadowy figure looming over the bed, sharing a room with her had been exasperating. She would never admit it to anyone else, but she spent her nights in terror over delusions that the house was haunted. She would often shake Nick until he woke and would ask him if he saw the man standing by the closet or sitting in the chair. Although she tried to show him the man many times, Nick never saw anyone else in the room. She also told him Thomas had been seeing things and was convinced there were spirits in the house, and his new friend Justin was helping him investigate. He was glad Thomas had a new friend because it settled some apprehension Nick and Marie had about moving out of Ames, but he wasn't exactly excited about their ghost hunting hobby. It wasn't healthy for anyone, particularly Marie. While she was trying to convince their son he was imagining things, she only became more convinced of the haunting herself. The longer he dwelled on everything, the more agitated Nick became. He felt his forehead dampening and patted it dry with his sleeve. As he lowered his arm, his eyes immediately settled on the card and his thoughts circled back to Grace. Damn it, he swore aloud. He crumpled the card in his hand and dropped it into the wastebasket. He hadn't noticed his door crack open. Mark, a coworker, stood in the doorway, fist primed to knock, deciding whether to announce himself or try to slink away. Nick noticed him before Mark could decide. Is this a bad time? Mark asked. Nick, embarrassed, looked from him to the balled-up card in his trash and back to his nervous colleague. No, he sighed and pushed away from the desk a little. Come on in. Chapter 15. Having now met her, Thomas began to notice Tamara in the hallway on his way to and from class. He usually pretended not to notice her waving at him. Luckily, her classroom was far enough away that he could avoid interacting with her. Just before the bell rang at the end of speech class, Ms. Huntley asked Thomas to stay behind. Justin, Andy, and Carla gave him wry looks as they walked past, which made him nervous. The meeting was uneventful, though. She complimented his last assignment and told him to consider entering an upcoming speech contest. He politely agreed to think about it, grabbed his things, and left the room. Tamara was waiting outside the door, apparently indifferent about tardiness. What was that about? She asked. Why are you out here? Thomas fired back. It's pretty simple, really. I saw you go in, and you didn't come back out. So you were waiting for me? Stalking me? Tamara rolled her eyes and sighed. She motioned for Thomas to walk alongside her, and they set off down the hall. You don't have to be so dramatic, but yes, I was waiting for you, she stated in a matter-of-fact tone without any guilt or shame. I just want to know how your little mystery is unfolding. Uncovered any interesting clues lately? The mocking tone in her voice was annoying, but the look on her face told Thomas she knew something. He had a feeling it would take some substantial effort, time, or sacrifice to get it out of her. Is there something you're not telling me? He prodded. There's lots of things I'm not telling you, she said sweetly through a bitter smile. Wouldn't it be great to know what they are? I can't let you help with this, Thomas tried to explain. It's too bizarre, and I can't have everyone in town thinking I'm crazy right after my family moved into town. And why do you think everyone would know anything at all? She asked indignantly. Thomas hesitated. He wanted to make sure he didn't say something he would regret. He wanted the girl to leave him alone, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings in case she was genuinely trying to help him. He finally replied, I just need to be careful about this. They reached the front doors and Thomas stopped. Tamara stopped with him. She realized he was about to say goodbye and disappear through those doors. She also realized she couldn't bait him any longer. It was time to hook him and reel him in. Cynthia left, she stated dryly. Thomas turned back toward her. Well, she's obviously not around anymore, he retorted. No, she placed her forehead in her palm. She disappeared back then, back around the time of the accident. How? Thomas asked desperately. I've been trying to figure out what happened to her and I can't get a straight story anywhere. If I'm going to give you that information, I want to know you'll trust me. You have to let me in. Maybe I should talk to Justin, Thomas wondered aloud. No, Tamara nearly shouted. You decide for yourself right here and now. Are you going to let me help you or not? Thomas felt cornered. He remembered Justin's warning, but something told him Tamara was being sincere. Maybe she really could help him figure out what was happening in his house. She knew about Cynthia, so maybe she would know about the cat or the closet too. Okay, he broke. Meet me at the library when you get out of school and I'll catch you up. Just as she was about to walk away, he called for her to stop. Hey, Tamara, wait. Did something bad happen to Cynthia? She answered with a mischievous smile. That's a great question. Every minute felt like an hour as Thomas passed the time after school. He had plenty of homework to do, but his mind was far too busy mulling over what Tamara could possibly tell him later. If Cynthia left, it couldn't be her haunting the barn, could it? Or had she come back after another tragedy befell her? Was she the attic lady? Was she the shadow that woke Marie? It must be her in there, he thought as he tapped his pencil against a blank page on his desk and stared at the closet. He was trapped in the cycle of trying to focus, checking the time, getting lost in thought, and trying to focus again. Realizing he wouldn't get any work done anyway, he decided to have another look around the barn to see if he could find any clues in the daylight. He snuck down the stairs and to the side door of the house. Marie was most likely working with Corinne, but Thomas couldn't risk her catching him and wondering why he wasn't doing schoolwork. Fortunately, she was teaching Corinne a music history lesson and was playing Chopin loudly enough to cover up the creaks and squeals from the door. Thomas hurried across the yard and into the barn. He had just under an hour before tomorrow would be out of school and headed for the library. If he stayed on track, that would be enough time to have a thorough look before he had to bike to the library. He started by investigating the barricaded door to the room he had been trapped in. It still wouldn't budge, and he couldn't find any cracks wide enough to see through. He had hoped enough daylight would shine through the old barn to illuminate the room and reveal something he might have missed in the darkness. The only way he knew to enter the room was the way he had before, from above. In the days after he fell through, the boys had dragged a few planks up, laid them across the hole, and disguised them with hay. The makeshift cover likely wouldn't stop anyone from falling through again, but it would keep them safe from having to explain the hole in the floor to Nick. Thomas pulled 2 of the planks away from the opening and peered into the room. It was smaller than he remembered. The unknown lurking in the darkness had given him the illusion of a larger space. In reality, the room was only about 10 feet long and roughly 4 feet wide. There was nothing remarkable about the room. The hay bale that broke his fall was the only object inside, and he could now see it was shoved against the base of the door. Its purpose was most likely to be part of the barricade. Some hay had also trickled down through the cracks and holes, so the floor was mostly covered in bits and pieces of damp refuse. Disappointed, Thomas covered the hole again and turned his attention to the rafters. He sat as close to the hole as he dared in order to recreate his view of the barn from that night. He tried to recall the direction the moonlight had shone through so he could trace the shadows, but it didn't make any difference. All he saw were frayed ropes hanging in the still air. He wasn't sure what he expected to find, but the dead ends didn't discourage Thomas from continuing the search. He surveyed the rafters again and decided it wouldn't be too difficult to climb up to them with all the hay stacked around him. He began dragging bales over to the wall, stacking them like a staircase. Thomas heel-toed his way out onto the rafters. He immediately wished he had set up a few more bales to act as cushioning if he fell. The upper level of the barn looked different from above. The whole space felt bigger. From above, Thomas realized the rafters were really much higher than they had appeared from the floor. Wanting to get back to safety quickly, Thomas started examining every plank, nail, and rope he could see. He noticed for the first time that many of the ropes were attached to pulley wheels screwed into the ceiling. But it must have been decades since the system was used. The gears were rusted in position, and the ropes dangled, torn and lifeless. The ominous droning howl of the wind suddenly rose throughout the barn. It was even louder than usual from Thomas's position. He decided he had seen all he needed to and shifted his weight to begin shuffling back the way he had come. As he turned, he caught something falling swiftly in the corner of his eye. The movement was so unexpected it nearly caused him to lose his footing. The ropes hanging all around him were swaying as the wind cut through the porous roof. He looked at the ground and saw what made him grip his perch even tighter. Lying flat on top of the hay was the roughly hewn end of a noose. Fighting fear paralysis, he looked upward and tried to determine the origin of the sinister object. Had it fallen in the wind? From where? How had he not seen it until now? Thoughts and questions tumbled around in Thomas's mind as he tried to find reasonable answers, but he could not. He wanted to call for help, but no one would hear him. He wasn't even sure what someone else could do besides providing the comfort of company. Instead, he resolved to get down and leave as quickly as possible. He leapt from the rafters onto the stacked bales, missed his footing, and tumbled down the makeshift steps. When his body came to rest, he was horrified to see the noose mere inches from his fingertips. He retracted his hand as he stood to run. Just before he reached the exit, he felt his ankle catch, and he tumbled forward, landing less than 12 inches away from the 20-foot drop to the ground below. He moved to stand, but something heavy clung tightly to his ankle. He panicked when he saw the noose was caught around his leg. It held him at the end of a long rope that disappeared into the rafters. He clawed at the rope, struggling to remove it. The more he struggled, the tighter it twisted. The crushing pressure hurt at first, then his foot went numb. He looked through the doorway and into the yard, hoping to see one of his siblings or his mother. He hoped one of them would somehow sense the danger he was in. He saw the little cross Corinne constructed to mark Grace's resting place, and knew if she were still alive, Grace would have come for him. Thomas saw movement in the yard. The shape was small. In a moment, he realized what it was. The cat. The one-eared cat he blamed for so much had come to taunt him in his struggle. "Why, Shadow, why?" A shrill voice shrieked in Thomas's head. The rope tightened again and he felt a sharp pain tear through his leg. Through silent tears of agony, Thomas watched the cat scamper back into the field. The moment its tail disappeared into the crops, the noose went limp. Thomas cautiously slid his throbbing ankle out. He climbed down the ladder gingerly and limped toward the house. His collar was drenched with sweat, and he was sure his ankle was broken. He hiked up the leg of his blue jeans, and sure enough, he saw significant swelling where the noose had grabbed him. He needed to get inside. To get to a hospital, maybe. And to warn his family about the barn. He forgot about everything else. Tamara would just have to understand. He had a feeling this story would tantalize her sufficiently into forgiving him. "What happened?" Marie was standing in the doorway, having apparently noticed Thomas's arduous approach from a window. "It's haunted, Mom," Thomas panted. "The barn is haunted too." Marie helped him rest on the steps and began examining his ankle. She seemed to ignore his comments, choosing to retrieve an ice pack rather than respond. Thomas was frustrated, but just imagining the cold pressed against his injury made him hold his tongue until she had returned. "We'll keep an eye on it, but I don't think it's broken," she concluded as she wrapped the ice around his leg with a kitchen towel. She was not a medical professional, but Thomas trusted her judgment. Besides, as he sat on the stairs listening to his siblings on the floor above, he became increasingly concerned for their safety, and his own well-being quickly slipped into second place. "Mom, you have to listen to me," Thomas begged. "The barn is dangerous. I think the house might be too." He could tell Marie wanted to push back and say he was just being superstitious or dramatic, but something stopped her. "I've been having these weird dreams. I'm finding strange hair everywhere, I'm hearing voices, and just now my foot got caught in a noose that fell from the ceiling. And it all has something to do with that damn cat." "Really? A noose?" Marie was giving him her full attention now. "We are going to discuss your language next, but I'm sure there wasn't a noose in the barn before." "Yes, it's a noose," Thomas countered. "It just fell from the rafters. I've looked around in there a bunch of times, and I never saw it before either." "Well, I'll have a talk with your brothers. I bet one of them saw one in a book or something and thought it would be funny to scare you with. Now, what does this have to do with a cat?" "It's the cat," he pointed in the direction of the barn. "The one we found when we moved in." "Wait, the dead one?" Marie seemed to think Thomas had lost his mind now. "Yes," he responded, realizing how crazy it made him sound. "The cat in the barn only had one ear, just like the one that keeps showing up whenever weird stuff happens." "That's a coincidence, but I hardly think it's enough to label the house or the barn as haunted," Marie dismissed. "Are you sure this isn't somehow your way of dealing with Grace?" "I'll accept her medical advice, but she sure as hell isn't a psychologist," Thomas thought to himself. "No, Mom. Yes, the cat was there when Grace died, but I'd seen it so many times before that. I see it all the time. I just saw it when this happened," he gestured to his foot. "I know you don't want me to bring this up, but what about that thing you saw?" Thomas asked. Marie didn't make a sound. Only her eyes moved. She looked down and away from Thomas as soon as he mentioned the figure who appeared at her bedside those few weeks ago. A moment passed, and Thomas noticed tears forming in the corner of her eyes. "See," was all she said. Thomas waited for her to explain what she meant, but he sensed she was disturbed by something too uncomfortable to discuss without prodding. "Mom, has something been going on with you too?" Marie twitched like she had snapped out of a trance and sat up straight. Her face tightened, and she furrowed her brow as she wiped the tears away. "It's really nothing, Thomas. Just all this silliness about ghosts getting in my head," she lied unconvincingly. "You're the oldest," she continued, "and you need to provide an example for your siblings. You need to be strong and clear your head so they don't fall into these wild imaginative ideas too. Is that what you're doing?" "Enough." She pulled the towel and ice pack from his injury and stood. "Your ankle's going to be fine. Just be more careful in the barn, please." Chapter 16. "Trotter?" Thomas had just stepped out of the classroom to see Tamara charging at him. There was no escape. Thomas gave Justin a slight nod to say, "I'll talk to you later," which was returned by a look that said, "Good luck." "How the hell do you think you can just stand me up like that?" Tamara berated him. Her sleeves were rolled up and she had turned her hat backwards like she was preparing for a street fight in a bad movie. Hey, Tamara, Thomas stammered. Listen, I can explain. I promise I didn't ditch you on purpose. You'll probably find it to be an interesting story, actually. That's bullshit, she hissed. I'm warning you right now, I can't think of any excuses that would keep me interested in helping you after this. You'd better start talking. Thomas did better than talk. He pulled up his pant leg to reveal his puffy purple and yellow ankle. Oh. Tamara started to reach down, but Thomas batted her hand away and dropped the pant leg. Don't touch it. Does it hurt? What do you think? What happened? Thomas gestured for her to follow him as he limped toward the exit. I can tell you more later, he spoke after they were clear of most other students, but she tried to attack me. Attack? Tamara reacted a little too loudly and caused some heads to turn in their direction. She gave them all a what do you want glance, which seemed to be a signature of hers, and returned to their conversation. Are you sure? She asked, this time more hushed. It was pretty intense. I don't know if she was trying to scare me or... He trailed off. Tamara understood what he was implying. Some of the tough confidence faded from her face and was replaced with an almost caring expression. Okay, Trotter. She released an exasperated sigh as if the softer emotions she had nearly expressed could be expelled from her lungs. Since this thing seems pretty serious, I'll give you another chance. Meet me at the library this afternoon or you're never going to hear from me again. Thomas nodded and Tamara extended a hand to seal the deal. He stopped his hand in dead air just a moment before it would have met hers. Can Justin come? He asked. The words stumbled over each other as they rolled from his tongue. Normally he wouldn't have bothered getting permission, but with Tamara, one could never be too cautious. She made him nervous. He wasn't used to someone his age being so commanding. Tamara rolled her eyes and grunted as she thrust her hand like a cobra to catch Thomas's and squeezed it aggressively. Whatever, Trotter. Just be there this time, okay? They shook hands and parted ways. Thomas chose a perfectly safe activity to bridge the time between finishing his work and meeting Tamara. Rather than explore haunted spaces, he decided to practice worship music for the Wednesday night youth band at church. He had a slippery hold on his own concentration as he played through the monotonous songs for what may as well have been the 100th time. C major, G major, D major. Does Tamara really know something about this place? C major, G major, D major. What if something really horrible happened here? C major, G major, D major. Would it be better to know or to stay blissfully ignorant? A minor, such a sad chord. Sad. Is the woman sad? F major. I need to find some resolution. C major, G major, D major. I need to know if my family is safe. C major. As the final chord resonated, Thomas saw Justin's car turning onto their road through the window. He laid the guitar down gently on his bed, scooped up his backpack, and ran downstairs to meet Justin outside. Bye, Mom, he called into the living room as he was halfway out the door. Hey, wait, she called back sternly. He froze but kept one foot outside and the door open. Tell Justin to have you back by 5. Got it? Got it, Mom. All right, get out of here. And he did. Justin was waiting in the driveway, heavy metal pounding from the open windows of his car. When he saw Thomas, he reached over to unlatch the door, then leaned back and kicked it open. Smooth, Thomas stated dryly as he sat down and tossed his bag into the back seat. Too much? Justin laughed. He rolled up the windows as he backed out of the driveway, but not before a fat horsefly found its way inside. Maybe a little. Doesn't seem like you, Thomas batted at the insect as it hummed near his ear. And what do I seem like? Justin raised one eyebrow to emphasize the entrapping question. Thomas knew better than to take the bait, so he chose a broad term to describe his friend. Relaxed. After a moment's pause, Justin slowly began to nod. A fair assessment, was all he said. Thomas sensed something off about the entire interaction. It felt forced, unlike any time they had spent together previously. So, why do I feel like you aren't relaxed at all right now? He asked. Justin made the final turn before stopping the car in front of the library. I'm just nervous, that's all. I'm still nervous about bringing Tamara into this. Me too, Thomas began to say before Justin raised a hand and cut him off. No, I don't think you get it. He sounded stressed. Until now, you and I have been speculating about some weird stuff that's happening at your house. Once we bring Tamara in, plus her dad by proxy, and we start digging around in whatever they know, this all becomes totally real. Do you understand what I mean? Justin, this is real whether we know the facts or not. My dreams, waking up to my mom screaming, all of that is real. What's happened in the barn has been a little too real, actually. So I'm sorry if learning about this makes you uncomfortable, but I'm living with this shit every day, and it would be nice not to have to live through it alone. Justin drew a long breath and released the steering wheel. He relaxed. You're right, he nearly whispered. Let's go see what she has to say. They exited the car in silence. Tamara was seated near the back of the library at a small table. Her eyes were hidden behind the bill of her baseball cap, so she didn't see them enter at first, or so it seemed to Thomas. She remained focused on the contents of a manila folder in front of her until Thomas pulled up a chair. Without looking up, she lifted one pointer finger to signal silence from the boys. She held it there for a few seconds before dropping her hand with gravitas and finally acknowledging their arrival. I've got some good news and some bad news. She trailed off and paused a moment. Well, it's really just news, and whether it's good or bad will depend on how you interpret it. You have a whole folder, Justin uttered, more as an observation than a question. My dad's one of the volunteer firefighters. They've got a bunch of old records and news clippings about accidents and fires and stuff that happened in town. I just asked him if I could look through them and borrow a few, that's all. Your dad fights fires? Justin asked in condescending disbelief. Tamara's eyes blazed at him. Is he going to be like this all the time? She asked Thomas. She almost moved on, but suddenly realized she couldn't endure the mistreatment any longer. She experienced it every day in school, at the store, the park, or anywhere else her notorious father was known. Sure, he had an undeniable and very public problem, but she knew him as a good man. He treated her well, and she felt protective of him. You know what? She started into Justin. I know what you and the rest of this goddamn town think of him, but my dad is a good person. If you think you're going to somehow erase him with your rude little comments, you might as well just leave now. If you say anything else about him, I swear I will take all of this and walk away for good. Justin was taken aback by the unexpected blitz. In Collins, rumors and gossip were hosts to the town's resident parasites. It was second nature to feed off them and expect everyone else to join in the feast. It wasn't until that moment that he ever considered what the subjects of those stories had to quietly endure in a town that wouldn't let their worst days fade into the past. Gonna say anything? Tamara demanded in between impatient raps on the table. Yeah. Justin stumbled out of his own thoughts. I'm sorry. I guess my parents aren't perfect either. Good enough, she said, while settling into the back of her chair. She picked up the folder and tapped the edge twice against the table. Let's get into it then, shall we? Opening the folder, she began to describe what she had brought. There were newspaper clippings about the car accident, most of which only gave vague details about its tragic outcome. Most interesting was the doleful obituary for Cynthia's late husband, who, as it turns out, was named Benjamin Patton. It described a man of pristine character and showed a faded photo depicting an appearance to match. He was a handsome man who looked mature beyond his few years on Earth. After sorting through the news articles, Tamara pulled out 2 police files. The first, she revealed dramatically, was the official report from the accident. Of course, the details included in the document were much more revealing than the newspapers. Based off some fragmented information from Cynthia, who was likely still in shock when interviewed, the police surmised Benjamin lost control while trying to avoid an animal in the road. It's just like you said, Thomas remarked to Justin. He was crushed by the steering wheel. Probably died on impact. It's terrible, Justin replied. I've heard the story plenty of times, but this makes it so much more real. You're welcome, Tamara's words dripped with sarcasm. If you're not too shaken up already, I have something else. She removed a paperclip from the top of the police report and pulled something from behind the document. She only showed them the back, but Thomas could tell by the way the light shone through the paper that she was holding a photograph. She gave them both looks that said, "Think you can handle it?" Thomas breathed deep and readied himself. At his age, he had been shown plenty of gruesome accident footage and pictures. It seemed like every guest presentation given at school or church events had to do with the dangers of distracted or drunk driving. He didn't know quite how he would react to seeing such a scene in his own front yard, though. The mental images painted by reading the report had been disturbing enough. He looked at Justin for reassurance before mustering some confidence and telling Tamara to flip it over. There was his house in the background. The tree stood almost in the middle of the image, but was mostly hidden behind the twisted wreck crumpled against it. He could see the silhouette of a man's head slumped on his right shoulder in the driver's seat. The passenger seat was empty. A firefighter stood near the vehicle and appeared to be shining a flashlight on the driver. The photo was taken at night, and it was obvious the photographer used a bright flash. The effect accentuated some details while completely modeling others. Thomas noticed one such detail under the wreckage. 3 small reflectors bounced the light from the flash back into the lens. They formed an inverted triangle, and the lower, centered point was much larger than the top 2. Thomas realized the higher reflections were 2 small eyes staring into the camera. As he focused on the shadow beneath the car, he began to make out the shape of a small animal. A cat. The third light reflected off a tag hanging from its collar. Even with the high exposure, he could make out enough to put together one word engraved in bold letters. His breath caught in his throat. "Justin, what was it you told me Cynthia would say after she went crazy?" he asked rhetorically. Shadow something. Why shadow?" or something like that. Thomas dropped the photo on the table and spun it so the others could see. He tapped the tag twice and sat back to let Justin and Tamara put the pieces together. "Shadow," Tamara whispered as she read the tag aloud. "Shadow was a fucking cat?" Justin exclaimed, annoyed the subject of Cynthia's mysterious mumblings was a house pet. "What did she have against a cat?" He spoke much louder than was appropriate in a library. Thomas, realizing they were now the target of a few dirty looks from other patrons, leaned into the table and whispered, "What if Shadow caused the accident?" "The animal in the road," Tamara unpacked this implication. "You know, it would explain why the husband, Justin glanced in the obituary again, Benjamin, would have reacted that way. I mean, animals run into the road all the time, but how often does someone drive into a tree because of them?" The pieces were coming together. Cynthia and Benjamin were on their way home that night when Shadow, Cynthia's cat, ran out into the road. Benjamin swerved to avoid him, lost control, careened through the ditch, and rammed the tree. He was killed on impact, and poor Cynthia went mad with sorrow at the loss of her young husband at the fault of her own beloved pet. "You mentioned she disappeared before," Thomas reminded Tamara. "Ah, yes," she replied, flipping over the second police file. She read it aloud. "Alert. Missing person, female, age 23, blonde hair, blue eyes, 5'3", 115 pounds. All agencies be on the lookout for Cynthia Fisher of Collins, Iowa. Last seen at her family home," Thomas recognized his own address, "wearing a blue dress 2 days before a missing persons report was filed by her father. Subject may be in a fragile mental state. Approach with caution." "And they never found her?" asked Justin. Tamara shook her head. Thomas glanced at the clock above the librarian's desk. "Oh, crap," he nearly shouted as he stood, pushing his chair back suddenly. "Justin, my mom wanted me home by 5. Justin also looked at the clock, which said Thomas was already 3 minutes late. The 2 boys jumped up and grabbed their things. "Thanks, Tamara," Thomas spoke between quick breaths. He made a gesture encompassing the various documents and photos strewn across the tabletop. "This was all very informative. You've definitely helped answer some questions today." "Happy to help," she replied in a tone that made her sound anything but. "You know you owe me, right?" Her tone annoyed Thomas. After all, it was Tamara who had inserted herself in their investigation, but she had clearly put some effort into helping them, and in the end, it paid off. For her time and effort, he did feel indebted to her. "Owe you what?" he asked. She smiled crookedly, only showing a few teeth through her stretched lips. I don't know yet, but you'll know when I do." Chapter 17. Marie pulled up the covers and opened her book. Nick was still washing up in the bathroom, and in that brief moment, she was alone with her thoughts. Those were the moments she dreamed about all day as she tried to keep her kids' butts in their chairs long enough to learn something. Even after the schoolwork was complete, there was plenty of cleaning and organizing to be done, laundry to be washed, dinner to be cooked. Oftentimes, she also volunteered through the church to cook for a family in need or bake goods for fundraisers and events. However, in her current reality, the quiet times alone offered anything but the relaxation she craved. She had first seen the man the night she screamed and woke everyone up. She had been sound asleep, unbothered even by Nick's kicking and snoring. She couldn't even remember dreaming. Yet somehow, a creeping feeling of anxiety was imprinted on her memory from that night. As the feeling intensified, she found herself slowly slipping from her slumber into a barely conscious state. A few minutes passed before she even realized she was no longer asleep. She tried to avoid opening her eyes, hoping to peacefully drift back into the dream world. That uneasy feeling would not allow her to, though. Finally, she had enough and decided to look around the room and soothe whatever biological instinct was causing her anxiety. Laying on her side, she opened her eyes. Her vision was blurred at first, but enough moonlight shone through the open curtains for her to see the shape of Nick's still body beside her and the familiar outlines of the bedroom furnishings. No threat. Already beginning to feel at ease, Marie had slowly rolled to her back, holding the sheets up and out of the way in the process. She released the sheets, and they slowly deflated, dropping back down on top of her. And that was when she saw him. The figure, silhouetted in the moonlight but otherwise engulfed in blackness, was much too tall to be an ordinary man. His face was featureless, and his shoulders and neck were hunched forward as if he was peering over the bed. She could make out his long, bony fingers curled over the end of the bed, supporting him as he leaned closer and closer to her. Marie was breathless and paralyzed as his face came closer to hers. His feet didn't move, but rather his torso seemed to stretch out above her so he could lean in for a closer look. She still couldn't discern any features, but she felt his eyes bearing into hers like drills. The bed creaked as he raised one hand and began to reach towards her. That was when she had screamed. As far as the kids knew, that was the only time she had seen the ghostly man in her room. She hoped they would eventually forget it even happened or chalk it up to a stress-induced hallucination after the exhausting move to their new home. What the kids knew, unfortunately, was very far from the truth. In reality, Marie was being visited, as she called it, at least once a week now, often more. Each time she would wake up and feel a deep sense of discomfort, like she didn't belong there. Each time she would summon the courage to open her eyes and find the dark figure poised at the foot of her bed. She didn't scream anymore, no matter how much she wanted to, but waking Nick seemed to be all it took to banish the black specter. She couldn't decide if Nick doubted her or was just in denial, but she wouldn't blame him if it were the former. No matter how gently Marie nudged him awake, the Shadow Man always seemed to sense Nick's slow return to consciousness and disappear, leaving Marie looking insane. And then there were the kids. Corinne, young and innocent, might have been the most upset by the first incident. Marie couldn't bear the thought of her little girl hearing her scream in the darkness of the night. The boys all seemed concerned, but the younger two had left that night in the past. Thomas, on the other hand, was proving to be problematic. She felt he had been using her experience on that night to validate the mundane events he considered to be the works of ghosts. Marie knew he was a smart boy, but was clearly upset by the move away from town and his social circles. She wondered if maybe this was his way of acting out, something her friends with older children told her to expect during his journey through adolescence. She had felt lucky to have such a well-behaved and mild-mannered teenager, but maybe now it was time for her to pay her due. She had mixed feelings about his friend Justin, too. She enjoyed the boy's company and was happy Thomas had a close friend, but Justin seemed to be enabling the paranormal fascination. He, with his pagan beliefs, would never question whether or not a more rational explanation could be reached than an interference from beyond the grave. The Trotters' only spiritual beliefs were in the Bible, and as far as Marie was concerned, the only people who would ever come back from the dead were Lazarus and Jesus himself. Was Thomas losing faith? They still went to church, but they had moved so far from the community there. Faith was Marie's only comfort during the long, dark nights. She found the only path to any sleep, no matter how tired she was through prayer. During those weeks, she prayed more than she could remember ever praying before, and she felt like she was being heard. The more she prayed, the more she thought she could feel God's presence around her. It would have been soothing if only she could have shaken the sense that his presence was not the only one growing stronger.
Chapter 18. Red shirt, black pants, yellow scarf, khaki pants. The closet, the clothes, and the foggy sensation of discomfort surrounded Thomas as he once again was dragged into the dream. The bedroom behind him appeared the same as it had the last time, with the four-post bed and the opened window. He looked down at his hands and confirmed they were the same feminine hands he remembered from his previous exploration of this alternate world. As usual, the events of the dream repeated themselves. He chose some clothes, threw them on the bed, and began knotting them together one by one. However, for the first time, the dream was not interrupted. Feeling satisfied with the clothing chain but still nervously excited, he walked over to a little desk in the corner he had not noticed before. On the desk, under a dim light, a journal lay open. Its pages were filled with wild handwriting, which was mostly illegible in the brief glimpse he was given before involuntarily tearing the pages out with his delicate fingers. He only made out 4 words written clearer than the rest. It must be done. After closing the journal, Thomas turned back to the closet. He reached behind the hanging clothes and pulled out a stool, unsure of how he knew it was there. He placed the stool directly beneath the attic door and climbed on top, journal in hand. Trying to be completely silent, he slowly applied pressure to the edge of the door. It still let out one small squeak as he cracked it open. He stopped pushing and slid the journal through the narrow opening he had created. Thomas's anxiety began to balloon, yet he also felt a strange resolve wash over him. He felt comfort in his purpose. He had the sense that what he was about to do would bring some kind of resolution, the conclusion of a long stream of events. Of course, he was not quite sure what it was he was going to do. He, or whatever was driving the dream sequence, moved back to the bed and picked up the clothes. In their place, he laid the torn-out pages from the journal. Sweat formed on his brow as he took the end of the clothes rope in one hand and began twisting it tightly around a blouse tied a few articles up the chain, forming a loop just large enough to... "Oh shit, I know what I'm doing," he thought. His own mind became lucid as the tragic moment grew nearer. Thomas frantically began trying to assume control of the dream. Regardless of any intent he projected into the nightmare, the thin hands continued carrying out their gruesome task. Could this be a scene from Cynthia's memory? He, or rather she, pulled the loop over her head and tugged. Thomas could feel the coarse fabric and smell the familiar musky oaken scent of his own closet on the clothes. He stepped towards the bedpost nearest the window and wrapped the other end of the chain around it. Once certain it was secured, he found himself leaning out the window. He gauged the distance to the ground below, just over 12 feet, and judged the length of the rope against it. Thomas's consciousness was split between his own terrified disposition and the strange calmness of his dream mind. He set one foot on the windowsill. As his or her second foot left the floor, Thomas felt his chest pounding as if his ribcage was holding back an angry gorilla while simultaneously feeling the mismatched steady pulse of the body he possessed. It was a confusing sensation. The inconsistency between his physical and subconscious states was almost enough to pull him out of the dream. The windowsill and ground below started to fade away when... crack! The windowsill broke underneath him. The one foot he had planted on it fell away while the other was still in midair. He wasn't ready. He tried reaching out to grab the ledge. He wasn't ready, but it was too late. A scream escaped his throat. It wasn't his, but it came from him all the same as he fell. Time slowed to a crawl for the next few moments as he tumbled, head first, out of the window. It moved slow enough for Thomas to wonder if he was seeing a memory, if the slow-motion descent was how the event felt during the original experience. He watched the ground creeping closer, forgetting entirely that if the rope did its trick, he shouldn't ever reach it. As if to remind him, a sudden pressure squeezed the base of his neck, and he felt his legs continue to fall past his head. The rope slid up to his jaw, and time sped back up. A sudden jolt rocked his entire body, and Thomas woke up in his bed. His eyes were already open, and he scanned the room as he lay there panting. In the dim light of dawn, he recognized all of his own belongings spread throughout the room. He pulled his arms from under the sheets and noted his sweaty palms. They were welcomingly familiar. And after a deep, satisfying breath, he felt his blood pressure drop. He was safe and alive. Still in bed, he fixated on the closet. He knew it held more secrets than he or his friends had uncovered. It felt as if the dreams were guiding him, as if Cynthia wanted him to know more about her, who she was, and why she died. Even though Justin declared the attic to be a dead end, Thomas decided to see for himself. But he realized he was afraid. As the sun continued to rise, Thomas, knowing how unlikely it would be for him to get more sleep, decided to get ready for the day. He didn't expect anyone else to be awake at that time, especially on a weekend, but he heard clinks and clanks echoing up the staircase that told him someone was in the kitchen. He found his father pouring a fresh cup of coffee to take upstairs to Marie. Thomas opened the cupboard to get a mug for himself. "You're up pretty early," Nick observed with a tone full of fatherly snark. "So are you," Thomas fired back with a smirk. "Ha," Nick chortled. "This is sleeping in for me, kid." Thomas knew he was exaggerating, but not by much. Nick had always been the early-to-bed, early-to-rise type. Although Thomas noticed subconsciously that on this particular morning, Nick looked like a little more sleep would have done him well. "I woke up from a dream and couldn't get back to sleep," Thomas explained as he drained the carafe into his mug, only filling it halfway. How much coffee had his father drank already? Nick acknowledged the shortage and reached into the cabinet for more grounds. "Nightmare?" he asked cavalierly as he set up the coffee machine. There was a long silence as he waited for his son's response, during which he seemingly refused to look away from the machine. Thomas was thankful for this because he knew his face would have given away the truth. "Not really," Thomas lied. "It was just kind of odd." Nick replied more casually than he ought to have. "Your mom's been having some odd dreams too." "This helps." He held up the empty coffee pot. "Right," Thomas said, looking down into the swirling steam in his mug. He would have to remember to, carefully, ask Marie about her dreams later. "Hey Dad, have you ever been in the attic?" Nick tipped his head to one side as he tried to recall whether he ever made it up there. There was the one day, the flood, the scratching, and... don't think about her this early. Grace. The plumbers had interrupted him. His expression showed his surprise as he realized he had never actually entered the attic. "You know, I guess I haven't," he answered aloud. Thomas nodded. Nick stayed quiet, expecting his son to expand on this question, but Thomas kept whatever thoughts he had inside. "I'm going to take this to your mom," said Nick, grabbing Marie's mug from the counter. Thomas nodded again and stepped aside to give his father ample room to navigate with two piping cups. Once the creaking of the stairs faded, and Thomas heard the bedroom door open and shut, a dense quiet fell over the house. The only sound left was the drip, drip from the pot brewing beside him. After topping off his coffee, Thomas decided to enjoy it on the patio. Outside, he was greeted with a blunt reminder that the warm, sticky summer mornings were gone. They had been replaced by the brisk coolness of autumn. The chill may have bothered most, but to Thomas, it signaled his favorite time of year was approaching. It meant hot apple cider and bonfires, Halloween and scary movies, girls dressed in his favorite rustic colors. A little chilliness was a small price to pay for a few of his favorite things. He sat on the porch swing and looked out over the yard, the road, the fields. A mist, the kind that might have turned into snow if the temperature had dropped a few more degrees, was falling over the world around him. The sun was still making its way up, but was hiding shyly behind the clouds. The barn was just barely visible through the mist. The wind would occasionally blow through it, causing the doors to sway gently. Thomas thought it looked almost alive that way. He became lost in thought about the barn and his dreams as he gingerly sipped his beverage. He wondered if Cynthia, if she really was the spirit residing in the house, was trying to tell him how she died the whole time. But for what purpose? Did she just want someone to mourn her? To understand her? But why him? Maybe it was simply because he happened to share her room, or maybe she sensed his empathy. He did feel sorry for her. In fact, the fear and anxiety haunting him had almost entirely evolved into feelings of sorrowful condolence since waking from the dream. He stood and walked toward the front of the patio, looking out at the road. His gaze shifted to the tree, Benjamin Patton's murderer, with its nasty gouge facing the street like a cruel grimace begging for more innocent lives to be dashed against its trunk. Or was the damaged tree just another victim of a random tragic accident? The gash just another wound that would never fully heal? Images fueled by Tamara's photos burned in his thoughts. He could imagine the car crushed in the ditch, the driver pressed against the steering wheel. He pictured poor Cynthia being dragged away in the arms of a fireman, forever changed, and Shadow, seemingly to blame, sitting confidently beside the wreckage, unfazed by his close encounter with death and the tragedy he had caused. Thomas was pulled back into the present when his eyes drifted to an anomaly in the falling mist. He could barely make it out, but beside the tree, something was causing the droplets to pause in midair before slowly dripping down. The drips slid down the invisible balloon the way they ran down a window in the rain. As Thomas studied the oddity, he realized the round shape was only a small part of something larger. As he watched the water drip and slide around the object, he began to realize its full form. The shape was that of a tall, thin man. Thomas stopped breathing. His hands clamped around the hot mug, but he didn't notice as his palms began to burn. He had thought the morning was quiet before, but it became dead silent as the specter's form became clear to him. The chirping birds and rustling leaves he had taken for granted faded into oblivion as he stared into the void of a man before him, making him feel totally isolated. Thomas's vision began to blur as his wide eyes dried out, but he dared not blink. The entity was across the yard, but something about it made Thomas feel as if he could reach him in the blink of an eye. Just as Thomas was about to give in to his fear and run away, the transparent figure raised one arm, one hand, one finger. It pointed above Thomas's head and above the roof of the patio. Thomas couldn't bring himself to move, but he shifted his glance upward, seeing nothing above him but the ceiling. In that brief second, his fears were vindicated. He looked back right as the figure shot across the lawn. Droplets burst and were thrown aside as it flew toward the patio. Panicked, Thomas stumbled back and fell, barely catching himself with one hand before hitting the ground. His mug hit the concrete and shattered. He turned to look over his shoulder just in time to see the figure slam into the side of the patio. Droplets of water flew in every direction, and the figure disappeared. Thomas stood up and ran into the front yard, but found no sign of whatever rushed him. The mist continued to drizzle around him, dampening his hair, and he noticed the sweet tone of a chirping bird in the distance. The morning air felt calm again. Thomas was about to return to clean up the broken shards of his coffee mug when he remembered the odd pointing gesture the thing made. From the middle of the yard, he could see the full front of the house and patio. He studied the facade, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. All he could see above the patio roof were his and his parents' windows, both of which had curtains drawn over them. Somewhat dazed, Thomas swept the patio floor until he was certain every fragment was safely contained in his dustpan. He found his hands were still trembling slightly, but strangely, he felt grateful for the supernatural experience. Maybe the invisible man was another crucial piece to the puzzle he was trying to solve with his friends. Besides, no actual harm had come to him. Back inside, Thomas decided to return to his room until his siblings woke up. He thought Michael and Reed might enjoy exploring the attic with him, and maybe anything or anyone hiding up there would leave him alone if he had company. He summited the stairs and turned the corner to his bedroom, noticing his parents' door was open. As he walked by, he saw them sitting up in bed reading. "Good morning," Marie sang out to him. He stopped and took a step back to return the greeting. As he muttered, "Mornin'," his eyes landed on two small puddles beneath the windowsill. "Did you spill something?" he inquired, pointing at the water on the floor. Nick and Marie peered over the end of the mattress, looking confused. Nope, Nick replied, holding up his mug. This is the only liquid I've brought in here this morning. I hope the window isn't leaking, Marie said as she settled back against the headboard. Nick just shrugged. They wouldn't believe him, so he didn't say it. But Thomas had a sinking feeling that the window had let in more than some water. Chapter 19. It was almost noon before Thomas was able to wrangle his siblings to explore the attic. They needed breakfast after they woke up, and then the whole family was in the dining room, and he couldn't get them away from their parents to explain the mission. He didn't think there was any reason in particular Nick and Marie wouldn't want them going up there, but he couldn't risk being wrong. Finally, Nick left to change the oil in the van, and Marie decided to read on the patio. It didn't take much convincing for Michael and Reed to join, and Corinne, though hesitant, agreed to come after they did. Reed offered the ladder to his upper bunk as a means of reaching the attic door more easily. It was thanks to this idea that the four siblings managed to enter the attic much quicker than Thomas and Justin had before. After pulling Corinne up through the trap door, the foursome stood close together in the darkness. In their efforts to be quick and covert, they had only been able to locate 2 flashlights, which did little good in the dark, windowless attic. Since they could only see what was directly in front of them, they split off into groups of 2, Thomas with Reed and Michael with Corinne. I didn't know it would be so creepy up here, Corinne said, trembling. I know, Michael replied and put an arm around her. Just stay close. I doubt we'll stay up here long. Why does it smell so bad, and why is it so cold? Reed complained. Thomas shrugged. Those were details he had intentionally neglected to share in case they deterred the others from joining him. You two go right, we'll go left, Thomas instructed. He had already warned them the attic would appear empty, but instructed them to be on the lookout for anything small or hidden that might have gotten left behind when the Fishers moved out. He began to lose hope when his flashlight beam hit Michael's on the opposite side of the chimney, illuminating an area just as empty as the rest of the space he had already seen. Nothing, muttered Michael. Should we just… Hey, wait, what's that? Corinne grabbed Michael's wrist, forcing his flashlight upward. The golden beam revealed a section of the bricks just above the children's heads that seemed out of place. The bricks in the spot didn't quite line up with the others and had a fresher color. Thomas reached up and pushed on a brick in the middle of the off-color area. There's no mortar, he whispered somewhat to himself. He almost asked Corinne to jump onto his shoulders and take the higher bricks down, but quickly realized he had no idea what horror might lay on the other side. It seemed tasteless to put his little sister at risk, but Reed was the only other child small enough for him to hold, and it felt equally egregious to use him. He looked at Michael. Can you reach the bricks on the bottom? Thomas asked. Michael reached up and just barely could. Okay, Thomas plotted. On the count of 3, we're going to yank those bricks out so the rest fall. Got it? Won't they fall on us? Michael asked as he passed his flashlight to Corinne. Only if we stand still. Just jump out of the way after you pull yours out, Thomas instructed, only hoping it would be so easy in reality. He reached up and wedged his fingers around 2 bricks and nodded to Michael. They locked eyes. 3, 2, as Thomas blurted out 1, they tugged on the bricks and fell to either side of the chimney. The evasive maneuver only made them look foolish when they were the only things that crashed to the floor. Corinne illuminated their handiwork. The boys each had removed 2 bricks, which caused the bricks above them to collapse inward. Peeking through the rubble was an ornate, wooden box. It looks like the one Mom keeps her jewelry in, Corinne said with intrigue. It's a treasure chest, Reed exclaimed as he jumped up and down to get a better look. The box was barely within reach of Thomas's outstretched fingertips, but he managed to rotate it until it was loose enough to grab. It was coated with dust and soot, and had clearly been hidden away for years, but it still felt familiar to him. It appeared to be handcrafted, but he knew manufacturers were good at making products look that way artificially. Maybe he had just seen another copy in a kitschy shop somewhere. What do you think is in there? Corinne asked as Thomas lowered the box to the floor. He faced her and shrugged with a small smile. Holding it in his hands, he noticed the box smelled old too. It had a musty scent reminiscent of a museum, a smell strong enough to be detected even above the rotting stench of the rest of the attic. The nerves were building up. He equally felt excitement and dread. Come on, open it, shouted Reed. Okay. Thomas felt around the edges for a latch or bevel he could grip. It didn't have any visible locking device, but the lid felt stuck when he tried to pry it open. Determined to learn what was inside as the sense of familiarity increased, he flipped the box on its back, wedged his fingers between the lid and the base, and pulled each in opposite directions. His fingernails began to fold over, causing a sharp pain to shoot up his fingers. With a deep grunt and one final surge of strength, Thomas finally heard a peeling sound. The years of humidity and must that had sealed the box shut broke away as it burst open and something fell to the floor. It lay, twisted and still, just outside the beam of Reed's flashlight. None of the siblings wanted to shine more light on it. What they could see was enough. Corinne screamed. Michael gagged. Reed remained silent as the color drained from his face. Thomas's voice caught in his throat, momentarily choking him as he stared in horrified disgust at what had fallen from the box. What lay before them was a foot-long, dense, blonde braid of hair. Now coated in soot and mildew, it looked like it could have been cut from a corpse at a crime scene. Thomas put himself between the braid and his siblings. "Don't look at it," he instructed. "Why would someone put that there?" Michael asked, both curious and mortified. Thomas looked over his shoulder to make sure the braid hadn't moved. He realized how silly it was to think it could have gone anywhere, but the uneasy sensation in his gut began to creep up, the one he knew from his dreams. The attic was starting to feel a little colder, too. Corinne was on the edge of tears. Thomas had an urgent desire to get everyone out. "Okay, let's just leave this alone and get out of here," he said. "Are you going to tell Mom and Dad?" Corinne whimpered. "Maybe," Thomas thought for a moment before adding inconclusively, "I don't know." He started ushering the younger children toward the exit, taking one last look at the chimney. He saw nothing, but a powerful instinct told him there was more to be found. "Hey, wait 1 second," he called, running back to the hole in the bricks. He shone the light into it one more time and saw nothing. Gripping the bottom edge, he pulled himself up. He used his feet to brace against the cold brick, slipping every few seconds. "That doesn't look like a good idea," Reed warned. "Let's just go." "You guys go ahead," Thomas grunted back. He finally pulled himself up so his shoulders were flush with the opening and planted his feet firmly against the chimney. With white knuckles, he gripped the edge with his right hand as he slowly reached into the cavity with his left. He had no light and no idea what could be lurking inside. He slid his hand around the base of the hole, searching. It was so cold and grimy with soot. He constantly felt like a spider was crawling between his fingers or a hidden snake was poised to strike at his outstretched arm. His whole body was trembling with the strain of holding its own weight. Finally, he felt the tip of his middle finger brush against the edge of an object. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and let himself drop to the floor. He landed slightly off balance and fell to his back mere inches from the baleful braid. The room felt ice cold. The uneasy feeling was starting to overcome him. He glanced toward the exit in time to see Michael, the last of the other children, disappear. "Look," an ethereal voice demanded. He recognized it immediately. "See what is left of me," the spirit whispered. Her disembodied voice was coming from a dark corner on the opposite side of the room. "Cynthia?" he whispered back. "See what is left of me." Her tone became hostile, instilling panic. Thomas picked himself up, grabbed what he had recovered from the chimney, and darted to the exit. He bypassed the ladder and dropped directly onto the shelf below, almost falling off onto the hardwood floor. A low growl emanated from the pitch-black corner. Just as he had gotten out of the attic, he heard a loud thump above his head. He gritted his teeth and stuck his head back into the attic to see what had made the noise. The braid was laying inches from his nose as if it had been thrown at him. It smelled like death. Pulling the door closed on top of him, Thomas jumped off the shelf and pulled the ladder away from the access door. He stood sweaty and panting and realized Michael, Reed, and Corinne were all staring at him. "What Michael started to ask before Thomas held up a hand to stop him. "Just don't ever go up there again. Do you understand?" They exchanged glances before hesitantly nodding in agreement. "So, are you going to tell Mom and Dad?" Corinne asked again. "You let me worry about that," Thomas assured her. The look she gave him did not display much in the way of confidence, but she nodded anyway. "What's that?" Reed asked, pointing to the object in Thomas's hand. During his panicked escape, Thomas had completely forgotten about whatever he had retrieved. He held it up and brushed it off with the side of his hand. It's a. He was about to say book when he recognized what it really was. It wasn't just a book, it was a journal. And now he realized why the box looked so familiar. He had seen it before in the same place he had seen the diary that was in his hand. He had seen it in his dream the night before. It's just a book, he replied, trying to remove all excitement from his voice and downplay its significance. He couldn't waste any more time satisfying their curiosity. What he held in his hands was the key to understanding Cynthia Fisher and, hopefully, what the hell was happening in the house. Chapter 20. The journal lay on the bed near Thomas's feet, tempting him to open it. All that time he had wanted answers, he never would have expected that once they were mere inches away, he would be too scared to retrieve them. Or maybe he was more afraid he wouldn't learn anything at all. If Cynthia Fisher's own words weren't enough to unravel her mystery, he thought he might as well give up any hope of ever understanding her. He finally convinced himself to open the front cover, which crackled and produced a profound aroma that immediately reminded him of his grandmother's study. From Catherine, to Cynthia with love. The inscription inside the cover was written in a delicate, artful print. A chill trickled through him as he read Cynthia's name printed in faded ink. The Cynthia who used to sleep in that very room. The Cynthia who jumped out the window he sat besides. He thought back to the last dream in which he, as Cynthia, had written an entry in the diary. Considering what happened afterwards, he was in no hurry to reach that particular page. He wanted the full picture, a complete understanding of who Cynthia Fisher was and what led her to such a dismal end. So, with nervous excitement, he started where she had started. Page 1. July 23rd. Dear Diary. I'm not going to write Dear Diary every time. I hope that's okay. I think you're supposed to, but it seems so silly to me. I guess I don't really know how one is supposed to write in a diary. I never thought of myself as a writer of any sort, but since my lovely sister gave me this beautiful book, I suppose I should at least try. Who knows? Maybe I'll find some benefit in getting all the crazy thoughts out of my head every once in a while. Well, today wasn't very interesting. Hopefully I'll have some good crazy thoughts to jot down later. Goodbye. The end. July 24th. Nothing much to say tonight. Dad must have worked too hard in the fields today because he was a big grump all evening. Of course, that meant Mom was too. At least Dad drinks away his bad moods. Mom just goes to bed like that and usually wakes up the next day feeling the same way. I think that's just the way she acts when she's sad, though. The summer is hard for her with Dad working all the time. She misses him. Note to self. Don't marry a farm boy. July 31st. We might get to see Dad a little more often now. The crops must be promising this year because, for the first time I can remember, he decided to hire an extra set of hands. I'm glad. I don't think it's good for him to be out in the field all day alone. Dad says we'll meet the man tomorrow for lunch. Mom's going to make something special. I think she's trying to bribe him to stay. I know I wouldn't want to work out in those hot fields with my cranky dad all day. Hopefully this hired hand is a nice man. August 8th. I guess I should be writing in here more often. A lot has happened since my last entry. Benjamin Patton, that's the man Dad hired, is a wonderful man. He's so handsome, too. Even though he brings his own sandwich to work every day, he still comes up to the house to eat. I caught him sitting in the grass one day and told him to sit on the porch with me where it was shady and cool. Now we sit together every day and swing on the porch while he eats his sandwich. He always offers me half, but I say no because I know he needs to eat. Dad says he's a hard worker. I'm glad Dad likes him, because I think I want to marry him someday. Is that a crazy thing to say about someone I've only known for a week? August 11th. I'm so happy. Ben came back to the house after the work was finished and asked me to come outside. I usually only see him for lunch. Then, as the sun was setting, he kissed me. He kissed me right on the porch where we sit together every day. He says he's going to take me out as soon as the season is over. He doesn't think I would want to date a man who works as much as he does in the summer. I'm happy to wait, though. Besides, now I can pretend every day is a date while we sit on the porch swing and he eats his sandwich. I'm in love. August 16th. Dad can be so horrible sometimes. Ben told him he's been sitting with me every day and that he wants to take me out, and Dad tried to fire him. He said he wasn't paying Ben to seduce his daughter. Even Mother agreed it was a huge overreaction. She talked him out of firing Ben, but now I'm worried about our future. I'm sure Ben would be able to find another job. He's such a hard worker. Why is Dad so angry about the idea of us being together, though? He liked Ben a lot before he found out about what was happening between us. I just don't understand, and trying to figure it out is making me tired. August 22nd. Things are still a little tense when I mention Ben around here, but he told me things are back to normal between him and Dad. Dad hurt his hand last week, and Ben's picked up a lot of the work he can't do while it heals. I don't think Dad can stay angry at him anymore. Maybe there's hope after all. Ben says everything will be okay. I don't really know how he knows that, but somehow I believe him. August 25th. It's been the most wonderful day. I was walking along the road this morning after breakfast. It's not something I normally do, but there was this beautiful, peaceful atmosphere, and it wasn't too hot yet. I wasn't far from home when a little cat ran out of the field and started rubbing against my leg. He has the cutest little purr and the prettiest black coat of fur I've ever seen. He followed me home and spent the rest of the day with me out on the porch. Mom says we'll have to watch for missing posters and return him if we find out who he belongs to, but I can keep him until then. He doesn't have a tag, so I wasn't sure what to call him. Catherine says I should name him Shadow since he keeps following me around. I don't know if he likes Ben very much, though. He wouldn't go near him at lunch and hissed if Ben tried to touch me. I think the poor little guy has had a rough life. Maybe he was abused. I know something terrible happened to one of his ears at least. I hope I get to keep him. Thomas stood and stretched next to his bed. It finally seemed like he was going to learn something that might be helpful. If nothing else, it was exciting to verify everything he, Justin, and Tamara had been speculating about. Although he had no desire to read one more flowery word about the handsome, charming Benjamin, Thomas knew it was important for him to understand Cynthia's relationship with Ben. It could explain why losing him destroyed her the way it did. He was beginning to truly feel sorry for her. The way she wrote made her seem so sweet and innocent. It was difficult to understand how the girl who wrote in the pages laying before him could be the same girl who hung herself from the bedroom window. What did she write in here that night? Thomas was tempted to skip to the final entry, but that didn't seem right. He was holding the story of someone he was strangely connected to, and to ignore any detail of it felt like a crime against her memory. Sitting back on the bed, he picked up the journal once more. The next several entries were more of the same. The repetitive nature of Iowa farm life was made abundantly clear by the uninteresting and monotonous entries, which began to spread farther and farther apart. Father still doesn't approve, and I don't understand why. Ben finds all these little ways to make our short time together special every day. I love to curl up and read with Shadow. I've never felt alone since he showed up. The season is almost over, and soon Ben can take me out officially. I feel like he might as well just propose. She wrote all about their first few dates once the harvest was finished. Benjamin, the wild man, did propose to her on their third date. He felt like they had gotten to know each other well enough already, and of course, Cynthia eagerly agreed to marry him. The entries continued to grow sparse as Benjamin and Cynthia spent more time together planning the wedding, etc. The morning was nearly over when Thomas read an entry that reignited his interest. February 14th. Ben got me the most exciting Valentine's present. I guess he saved a lot of the money he earned with Dad and bought us a car. I know it doesn't seem very romantic, but it's the first thing that's truly ours as a couple, and he says we'll get to use it on our honeymoon. I love it so much. I'm putting this here to save the memory. Taped below this entry was a photo of a little red coupe with a giant white bow tied around it. The car looked quite different without a tree sticking out of the middle, but Thomas immediately recognized it as the car in the pictures Tamara showed him. Poor Benjamin had no idea he had gifted his fiancée with his own coffin that day. It made Thomas sad to see the car in the photo. It was so pristine and new. The grille looked like a stupid smile between wide headlamp eyeballs. A smile that would soon be smashed in. A mouth that would soon take one giant bite out of the tree in the front yard. February 23rd. The wedding is getting close. I feel like we've planned every detail perfectly. I can't wait to marry Ben. He really is the closest friend I've ever had. We never really fight, except about Shadow sometimes. I wish that cat would just love Ben the same way he loves me. Why doesn't he understand that I love Ben? Well, I guess I don't understand cats. Ben tries to be understanding, though. He knows how much I love Shadow, and he loves everything I love. It's part of why I love him. Love, love, love. So much love these days. March 15th. In 1 month, I'll be Mrs. Patton. Will I still write in this thing when I'm married? I think my evenings may be too full spending time with my husband. I'll just talk to him about my day instead of writing to no one in particular. Thomas rubbed his eyes. He had to keep reminding himself of his purpose to keep from getting bored. He read a couple more entries like the one on March 15th, the last being April 14th. It was a confusing jumble of pre-wedding nerves and wedding night curiosity. Apparently, the couple had opted for a traditional Christian approach to carnal activity. The next entry was dated nearly 4 months later. Thomas had to force himself to stay focused, not let his excitement get to him, when he realized he had entered the period in which Cynthia had allegedly gone mad. Since the last entry, the couple had gotten married, taken the little car on their honeymoon, and crashed it against the tree in the front yard. August 10th. I have nothing left. At just 23 years old, I am widowed. I am without purpose, without hope, without love. People say time will heal all wounds, but my Benjamin's wounds can never be healed. I feel it is the same for the unseen wounds scarring me. I cannot speak to anyone about this, about the way I feel. No one understands. They say they do, they try to, but they can't. My love died with Benjamin. Why, Shadow? Why did you take him from me? Gone were the flowery words, the curious wonder of a young woman. An entirely different person could have written the next few entries. Thomas wondered what drove Cynthia to write at all. Something began to make sense, though. He saw how the hopeful girl from the beginning of the book became the person leaping to her death in his dream. August 28th. I need Shadow to die. I wish it was winter so I could leave him outside to freeze to death. I'd throw his icy corpse into the field to be ground up and fed to the plants in the spring. He always wants to be near me. If I close the door, he screams at me until I let him in. I can't help but feel like he killed Ben. I think he wanted Ben to die. Everyone thinks I've gone insane. Maybe I have. I wonder if they would go insane too if everything that mattered to them was taken away. I don't know how much longer I can wait to feel better. Life has become an unbearable burden. Why, Shadow? Why? September 8th. I don't care who reads this. I don't care who knows. I don't care what happens. I filled a bucket with water and took it into the barn today. I waited, and he came. He always follows me. When I picked him up, I bet he thought I would hold him, love him, but I have no love left. I held his ugly, mutilated head in the water until he stopped moving. I realize now that should have made me feel awful, maybe sick, but it's the closest I've felt to happy since I can't even bring myself to write it anymore. With the last reminder gone, I'm going to try to move on. Swallowing hard, Thomas braced himself to continue. Knowing Shadow was the crumbling corpse Corinne had discovered on day 1, he realized Cynthia didn't even bother to bury the poor cat. She just left him there to rot. Thomas had prepared for the darkness at the end, but the landscape of Cynthia's mind was beginning to look bleaker with each entry. It seemed the sadness one would expect to come after a tragedy was slowly being replaced by a certain level of evil. Cynthia stopped dating her entries. Her scrawl became more difficult to read. Sometimes the only words Thomas could make out was the repeated phrase, "Why, Shadow, why?" She included it nearly every time. Exacting her revenge had not satisfied the grieving widow. In one somewhat legible inscription, she wrote, "I feel the end is near for me. If sadness doesn't stop my heart, I fear I may have to find a way myself. This life," something illegible. What purpose does life hold for someone who spends every day wishing they were dead? Thomas's breath caught in his throat as he turned the page. He instantly recognized the next entry. He almost couldn't believe it was real. To my sweet sister Catherine, you were always so kind and patient with me. If anyone could have saved me, it would have been you. But feel no guilt. I have no desire to be saved. To my dear mother, I'm sorry I've been so much trouble. I know I've made you feel my sorrow too. It is my burden, and tonight I will remove it from you forever. To my father, you may blame yourself for bringing Ben into my life, as I have at times. Know that even though it all ended in terrible sadness, you brought me the happiest months of my life too. Nothing brings me joy anymore. How can one live without joy? My only love was killed. I murdered the pet I once cared for. I've soured life for my own family. The only solution is to erase myself completely. When I disappear from this world, I'll take all these horrible feelings with me. On this night, my tragic life ends. With it, I take my sadness. I take the darkness I've brought down on my family. It must be done. It must be done. It must be done. Knowing what happened next, Thomas felt she was trying to convince herself that those last words were true. Was she having second thoughts? Maybe another moment's hesitation could have saved her. Before closing the journal, he thought to turn one more page to make sure Cynthia hadn't continued on to the next spread. She hadn't in the dream, but why rely solely on a vision when he was holding something tangible in his own hands? He assumed he wouldn't find anything. He assumed she wrote those last 4 words and plunged to her death. He assumed her farewell was the last entry she had made into the little journal. It wasn't. Chapter 21. Thomas was the first to the door after class. He said pleasant goodbyes and see you laters to Andy and Carla on their way out and waited for Justin to finish zipping up his bag. Can you hold up a second? Thomas caught Justin before he passed through the classroom door. Just for a second, Justin replied with a nervous glance at the clock. I have another class to get to. I know, but if we wait, Tamara will catch up to us on the way to her next class, and I have something I need to show you guys. Is it about... Justin didn't need to finish his question. Thomas nodded. They intercepted Tamara, who pretended to be much too busy for them, but was really much too eager to see whatever Thomas had. He pulled Cynthia's journal out of his backpack and opened it to a passage she wrote before the suicide attempt. Do you know what this is? He asked his slack-jawed friends. I think so, but how? Asked Justin. Tamara quietly scanned the scribbled words. I found it in... Oh my God, Tamara interrupted. This is really hers, isn't it? She actually wrote this. Yes, she wrote it, but I have to tell you guys something and we don't have much time. Let's walk. Thomas explained the dream he had the night before discovering the journal. He described everything he could remember about the clothes, the journal, the window, and the fall. So that pretty much solves the mystery then, Tamara pursed her lips and nodded triumphantly. Nice work, Trotter. Except, Thomas turned the next page to reveal another entry written in Cynthia's handwriting. Holy shit, Tamara whispered as she leaned in toward the book. She survived? The bell rang, and Thomas, slouched into feet, started closing the book. Justin, eyes wide and mouth still hanging open, held up a hand to stop him. We're already late, man. How did she live? Thomas read, Maybe I was too loud, or maybe it was some divine intervention that caused Dad to enter my room and see what I'd done. Everything is so much worse now. Before, I was just a widow in mourning. Now I'm a basket case and a threat to myself, as I overheard Mother saying. Tamara fluttered her lips and slowly shook her head. Thomas let his friends process the new information quietly. He remembered the shock and dread he had experienced when he first turned that page. It meant they still didn't know where Cynthia disappeared to. Did she run off never to be seen again? Or did she meet another, possibly darker end? There's more, but you two should get going. Could you come by my place after school? You can pick me up? Tamara asked Justin. Yeah, sure, he replied, seemingly still in disbelief. After school. On the drive home, Thomas asked Marie if it was all right for Justin and Tamara to come over that afternoon. Of course, she derailed the conversation with incessant questions about Tamara with a flirty, mocking voice. Oh, Tamara, is she cute? Is she your age? She has such a pretty name. Is she from here? The last question was a fair one.
Collins, Iowa was not somewhere you would expect to hear such an exotic name as Tamara. Thomas became flushed as he tried to brush off the interrogation. Marie misread his general embarrassment and jumped to the simplest conclusion. Oh, you like her, she teased. No, Mom, he sighed helplessly. Can they come over or not? I suppose, as long as you keep the door open at all times. Mom, Thomas shouted at her, horrified at the insinuation. Justin will be there too, remember? Yeah. Don't forget I was your age once, she said with a smirk. Mom, she laughed. So what are you guys going to do? She asked. I don't know, just hang out, I guess, Thomas lied. He recalled telling Marie about the barn haunting and the way she had reacted. Although, if she wouldn't believe him anyway, what harm would come from telling the truth? Actually, Thomas felt Marie shift suspicious eyes onto him as he spoke. I found something I want them to see. Big man of mystery, are you now? What did you find? She asked, her voice drenched in sarcasm. Rather than try to explain it, Thomas reached into his bag and took the journal out. This, he said, holding the book out toward the windshield so Marie could see it without turning from the road. It's Cynthia Fisher's diary. You know, the lady who used to have my room. You found that in your room? The humor disappeared from Marie's tone. Her voice was much heavier as she asked about the journal. It was touched with disappointment and exhaustion. She was still trying to encourage Thomas to drop the whole haunted house thing, and she had a strong feeling reading a dead woman's diary would set him a few steps in the wrong direction. It was sort of in my room, yeah, Thomas lied again, but this time it was to cover for his siblings. He had been feeling guilty for dragging them into the mystery. Why do you need to show your friends? Why would they care about it? Well, I think Cynthia's the one trying to communicate with me. After reading this, I don't think she wants to hurt anyone. I think she just wants to be understood. You know that sounds absolutely crazy, right? Mom, her story is so sad. If anyone was going to have their soul trapped somewhere after death, it would be her. Everything in her life was tied to our house. She lived there her whole life. She met her husband there, and it's also where he died. I thought it was even where she died, but now I'm not so sure. There was a long silence while Thomas waited for a response Marie refused to give. She hated that her son was so invested in this Cynthia's past. She hated that he was so convinced there were ghosts in the house. Until he started talking about it, she was able to tell herself the dark figure who visited her was just some fragmented piece of her mind coming unhinged, probably due to the stress of living somewhere so different. Whenever Thomas talked about spirits and whatnot, it became harder to convince herself that was the case. It also tended to renew her fear of the specter that came at night. So what kind of stuff did you write about? Marie finally asked. I guess it's mostly just normal stuff you'd expect from a young farm girl falling in love. Until Ben died, anyway. Before Marie had a chance to reply, he had opened the journal to a random entry. He didn't want to read her any of the dark stuff. Not yet. The passage he opened to was a simple one from what he considered the boring part of the diary. October 7th, he read aloud. Shadow. That's her cat. Oh, guess what? He only has one ear. Is curled up on my lap as I'm writing this. That's where he spends most of his time as long as Ben isn't around. The jealous cat will always find some way to get between us. The season is nearly over, and you know what that means. Ben was supposed to ask her out when he was done helping with the harvest season. The closer it comes, the harder it is to wait. I'm sure he's well worth the wait, though. Exciting stuff, Marie was speaking sarcastically again, but now with an even drier texture. Yeah, I know, Thomas agreed. A lot of it is like that, but sometimes she wrote about little stories and things that really helped me understand her relationship with Ben. Like this one. He turned to another page. November 17th. Ben put on a rare display of recklessness this evening that almost got us both in trouble. I was feeling sick today, so I couldn't join him for lunch. They ate lunch together every day. It started out on the porch, but when it got cold, they started going inside. I guess he couldn't let a day pass without seeing me because when he finished his work, he climbed up to my bedroom window and almost gave me a heart attack. I told him he was crazy to climb on the patio roof with all the ice and snow up there. I tried to get him inside as quickly as I could, but both of my windows were frozen shut. Mom was downstairs and Dad hadn't come inside yet, so I told him to crawl over to their bedroom window. Thankfully, it opened easily. I wouldn't kiss him because I didn't want him to get sick, but he hugged me for a long time. We just stood there holding each other by the window with the cold air blowing around us, and then he crawled back out and went home. It seems so stupid now, but it made me so happy. After that, Ben actually did stuff like that all the time. It turned into a kind of game for them, Thomas explained. He would always come in through the master bedroom, Murray asked, trying to mask the worry in her voice. Yeah, Cynthia's windows were frozen all winter, so he. Oh. Thomas paused as a realization crept over him. You don't think. Don't, Marie warned. The thought had already crossed her mind and she didn't need to hear it aloud. But Mom, what if. Don't, this time she shouted. Calming herself, she told him, I don't care if you and your friends want to have some fun digging up old stories and trying to piece together some stranger's life, but please, just leave me out of it. Whatever I saw was just because I was stressed and tired. I'm so sick of talking about this. She didn't say another word until they pulled into the driveway. She was about to open the door before stopping to ask one final question. This Ben, she began, not covering her concern very well anymore. He was nice, right? He was a good person? Thomas nodded. Marie gave a small, tense smile, and they went inside. Justin and Tamara waited in the living room while Thomas retrieved the journal from his room. There was still residual tension between the two of them, but neither wanted to admit it. For a while, they just sat quietly listening to the sounds of Thomas's siblings playing upstairs. So, Principal Roberts is really making this year suck, right? Justin struggled to kickstart the small talk. Tamara responded unwillingly. Yeah, that guy should probably be fired. And really, Justin? She interrupted suddenly. You really want to talk about freaking school right now? Justin was taken aback by the outburst. He knew she didn't like him much, but her reaction seemed unwarranted. He was just trying to be friendly. And in this town, shit talk about the school administration was a typical bonding mechanism for the local youth. Actually, it pretty much worked for residents of all ages. My bad, he apologized before returning to silence. Look, Tamara's tone became sincere. You're forgetting I've known about this house's past longer than either you or Thomas, but I've never set foot in it before. I just want to take it in, and I don't want to talk about school while I'm somewhere with such a rich, dark history. I'm also a little nervous, she added. Ah, Justin smiled and nodded. Sorry, that totally makes sense. Maybe Thomas will show you around once we've taken a good look at this diary. Right on cue, Thomas descended with the book in hand. He noticed Justin's smile and a sort of relaxed aura around Tamara. It made him glad to see his friends starting to get along. He was really only close with Justin, but Tamara, abrasive as she could be, was starting to grow on him. With no other friends nearby, he wouldn't mind if they could all get along and maybe even hang out after the mystery was solved. Okay, here it is, he announced, dropping the book on the coffee table. It mostly covers what we already know, but you might be interested to read the stuff she wrote after Ben died. It helped me understand why people thought she went crazy. But the stuff I really want you to read is after, you know. Tamara picked up the journal and motioned for Justin to join her on the couch. They flipped through the pages while Thomas waited patiently. He stared out the front window, watching cars on the highway drive up the bridge and disappear over its crest. As he watched, his mind began drifting to Cynthia. A strange new thought occurred to him after he had seen his friends earlier. He needed Cynthia to be dead. What if they discovered she was still alive in a hospital or a care facility somewhere? That would mean something else was haunting him and infecting his dreams. He couldn't imagine whatever it was would be benign. He tried to hide a shiver from his friends. Okay, here's the part you read at school, Justin said and read aloud. Things are so much worse now. Before I was just a widow in mourning, now I'm a basket case and a threat to myself. I've read everything, man. I couldn't find any clues about what happened to her. But I wanted you both to look over it too, Thomas explained. There's only a few spaced out entries after the suicide attempt. Justin nodded and continued. I'm never allowed to be alone anymore. The only time someone isn't with me is in the bathroom, which is where I'm writing this now. Although even that privacy has been tainted. Dad removed the locks on every door in the house. They're acting like I've been possessed by some demon and will stop at nothing to kill myself. They just don't understand. If they knew the pain their daughter was living in, they would probably help me do it. Good God, that's dark, Tamara remarked with a heavy sigh. Thomas agreed. She seriously needed help. Justin, still reading, perked up. Sounds like she needed it in more ways than one. Listen to this. I saw him again today. I see him more and more frequently. Mom or Dad or Catherine will turn their back, and all of a sudden he's staring at me from the grass or walking by the window. Even in death, Shadow will not leave me to grieve for the husband he took from me. Okay, that had to freak you out, Tamara said, looking at Thomas, who nodded slowly. It, yeah, he struggled to find the right words. I've kind of known that cat I keep seeing isn't normal, but I also kind of hoped it was some crazy coincidence that he and Shadow were both missing the ear and stuff. But it could be a sign that Cynthia is actually dead. How so? Justin asked. Well, she apparently kept seeing Shadow, and now I'm seeing both of them, and he stood up and checked the nearby rooms for any listening ears. When he returned, he spoke in whispers, making Justin and Tamara lean in to hear him. Guys, I think Mom's seen Ben. What? His friends both exclaimed as they sat upright. When? Recently? Asked Tamara. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. She saw someone or something pretty soon after we moved in. It was the first night I had one of the dreams where I was Cynthia. Whatever it was woke her up and she screamed, which woke all of us up. I've never seen her so scared. Okay, but you've seen or heard Cynthia and Shadow more than once. If Ben was still around, don't you think you would have seen him? And wouldn't your mom have seen him again? Justin asked. I think she has, Thomas speculated. Earlier today, I read her a story from the journal. It was one of the earlier ones about Ben trying to climb in through Cynthia's window. That window was frozen shut, so he had to sneak in through her parents instead. Apparently, it became a thing for the two of them, and he kept doing it all winter. Thomas suddenly remembered the invisible figure that appeared in the mist, and, making a connection he hadn't before, added, Actually, I might have seen him once too. So Ben comes in through your parents' window because that's how he used to visit Cynthia, Tamara said, what they were all thinking. Exactly. Okay, so Ben comes in the window because that's how he used to do it. Shadow's always creeping around the yard because that's what he did in life. So why is Cynthia hanging out in the attic all the time? And the barn? Justin wondered aloud. Thomas pointed at the book in Justin's hand and said, Keep reading. Okay, I'm just gonna skip the rest of this. I'll find. There we go. There may be no lock on my door, but if I'm patient enough to wait for Catherine, now my roommate, to fall asleep, I can sneak away for some privacy. I've found the attic to be a quiet place where I can think and write and feel. That's been the biggest loss since Ben. Feeling. All I've felt after is sadness, and my family won't let me be sad because they're scared it will make me kill myself. Up here in the darkness, alone, I can be sad and no one knows. Well, that explains it, but what about the barn? Tamara asked and reached to take the journal from Justin. She flipped through the last few pages and closed it, disappointed. It doesn't really say anything else useful, Thomas concluded. Justin spoke up. Strange. The barn seems to have some kind of significance to her. Wouldn't you say you've had the most powerful interactions with Cynthia's spirit in there? Thomas only thought for a brief moment before commenting, The most intense experiences have definitely been in the barn, but they're different. In my room, it feels like Cynthia's trying to show me or teach me something. She's trying to help me understand. In the barn, she seems so much more hostile. It's where I've heard her scream and, well, it's where she made me feel scared. I mean, she did actually hurt me in there. Oh yeah, how's that ugly ankle of yours? Asked Tamara. Thomas unconsciously grabbed his ankle and pulled it closer to himself. It didn't hurt too much anymore, and he was no longer limping. The color's not quite right yet, and it's still a little tender to the touch. I guess it's okay otherwise, though, he answered. A quiet settled in the room as the group thought through the evidence they had, none of which pointed to the barn. It must have been significant to Cynthia, maybe later in life. Maybe it became a key part of her story after she had quit committing it to paper. Oh, guys, Thomas broke the silence. There was something else in the attic, but I didn't want to touch it. You just gonna leave us in suspense? Tamara prodded. Hair. A long braid of hair was tucked away with the diary. Do you think it was real? Tamara asked, somehow sounding equally repulsed and interested. Definitely. answered Thomas. At least, I'm pretty sure. Wait, Justin put up a hand, then pointed at Thomas. You remember all that hair that was on your shelf? Think it could be the same hair you found in the attic? Thomas felt a strange, sickly feeling twisting in his gut. He hadn't fully considered it before, but the hair in the flood, the hair on the shelf, and the thick braid hidden in the attic were all the same color, dirty blonde, and could have been the same length. Were messes of hair just more evidence of Cynthia's presence in the house? The doorbell rang, interrupting his thought. Justin and Tamara looked at Thomas expectantly, and he shrugged. I don't think anyone else was coming by today, he said as he stood to answer the door. Thomas, can you get that? Marie called from upstairs. Already on it, Mom, he yelled back. He opened the door to find a ragged-looking man in his late 40s, or maybe early 50s. Years of cigarettes and booze distorted his age and created an unpleasant cologne that Thomas imagined steel wool couldn't scrub off his skin. His thin beard framed pursed lips that were pinched in a tight frown. A darkness in his eyes told Thomas the man was not there on pleasant business. Can I help? Tamara here? The man interrupted with a worn and broken voice. She is, right? Shit, Thomas heard Tamara whisper in the adjacent room. She called to the man. Yeah, I'm here, Dad. So this was the infamous Derek Wilson, Tamara's father. He was a small man with a narrow frame. He kept his small blue eyes trained on Thomas, unblinking. God damn it, girl, he shouted, causing Thomas to take a step back. You know better than to step foot in this fucking house. Dad, we were just— I don't give a shit what you were just, he mocked her. Get out here now. I'm taking you home. Marie heard the commotion and appeared at the top of the stairs. Something wrong? She asked. Yes, ma'am, there is something wrong. Your son here seems to think it's okay to put little girls in danger. It's one thing for you folks to move in here, but you'd be wise to leave my daughter out of whatever you got going on here. Sir, Thomas tried to get in a word. Don't sir me. Who the fuck are you? Derek shouted at him. Don't you dare speak to my son like that, Marie shouted back as she started down the stairs. Dad, let's just go, please, Tamara pleaded with an apologetic glance toward Thomas. You're damn right we're going, he yelled as he turned to leave. Tamara raised her hand in an uncomfortable wave goodbye to Justin and Thomas, then followed her father back to his truck. Marie slammed the door once she was through it. I don't know what he thought was happening here, but it gives him no right to use that kind of language around children. Sorry, teenagers, she corrected when she looked at Thomas and Justin. Nothing I haven't heard hundreds of times before, Mrs. T, Justin tried to smile. I'm sure, Marie faked a smile in return. What a place this is. Chapter 22. The class applauded as Thomas walked back to his seat and sat down. They were performing poetry recitations today, and he had chosen Lewis Carroll's The Jabberwocky on a recommendation from Marie. She suggested it after Thomas said he might just recite some lyrics to a song he didn't think anyone would recognize. I love the conviction, Miss Huntley complimented. Your delivery of those wild, made-up words was outstanding. Great job, Thomas. Thanks, Miss Huntley, Thomas replied with a bashful smile. I should have gone before you, Andy said as he stood to give his performance. Thomas thought he was just making a passing joke, but when his eyes met Andy's, he thought he saw an actual glint of anger. Sorry, man, Thomas shrugged. Andy continued and delivered a mumbled rendition of Silverstein's Falling Up. Carla, who had gone first with her truncated version of a Whitman poem, started clapping during a long pause when Andy couldn't remember the final stanza. She blushed when he remembered the next word and continued. Justin, who had gone before Thomas with a poem written by an unknown author, Thomas was pretty sure he had written it himself, nudged Thomas with his elbow. Thomas turned to see Justin had drawn two eyes on the outside of his index finger knuckle and had written Andy with an arrow pointing to them. Justin curled his hand into a fist and used his thumb to form a mouth, moving it up and down in time with Andy's less than rhythmic speech. Thomas stifled a laugh and caught the disapproving gaze of Miss Huntley as Andy finally blurted out the last word of his poem. Thank you, Andy, was all she said. There was no applause, which only made Thomas more uncomfortable as Andy walked back across the room to sit next to him. Miss Huntley stood to address the class before the bell rang. I've already spoken to some of you about the regional speech competition that's coming up, she began. It's only about a month away, so I'd like to have your entry forms completed and on my desk by the end of the week. Don't forget, it's in Ames this year, so you won't even have to travel far to participate." "She never mentioned anything about this to me," Andy whispered harshly. Carla raised her hand and asked, "What categories are there at the competition? Could I do a speech about something political?" Miss Huntley gave Carla a wide smile, happy to see at least one of her students might actually want to participate. The Collins Maxwell School was rarely represented at the regional speech competitions, and never at the state level. "Of course," Miss Huntley answered. "Some other categories include poetry recitation, like we did today, news reporting, group improvisation, extemporaneous speech." "Excuse me," Thomas interrupted with his hand in the air. Miss Huntley paused to listen. "What's What was it?" Thomas asked. Miss Huntley smiled kindly. "Extemporaneous. You know, I think you might actually be suited for that category, Thomas. Extemporaneous means it's unprepared. They give you a topic to speak about 5 minutes before you give the speech. You have to be able to create your points and structure quickly, and you're judged on how convincing you can be given so little time to prepare." Thomas really hadn't been considering the speech contest, but that category sounded exciting. The bell rang, and as his classmates gathered their things to leave, he asked Miss Huntley for the entry form to take home. He would have to ask his parents before fully committing, but he was sure they would say yes. He thought they might even be more excited than him.
Chapter 23. Marie told Michael to keep an eye on his younger siblings while she did some laundry in the basement. She wanted to at least get one load started before she had to go pick up Thomas from school. One of the best things, maybe one of the only good things, about the Collins house was the laundry chute that ran from the top floor to the basement. In their past homes, Marie would walk room to room gathering hampers, carrying them all to the laundry room. Now, the whole family's weekly lot was all piled in one place for her, right next to the washer and dryer. She sorted the piles into whites, colors, and darks, then broke those piles down into even smaller loads to fit in the washer. A family of 6 wore a lot of clothes in the course of a week, particularly during the winter, and especially when 4 of them happened to be active males. At this point in her life, Marie had entirely given up on scrubbing the grass stains from her boys' jeans and the oil stains from her husband's. The surrender came about the same time she had decided to accept that the majority of the boys' jeans would have holes in the knees, no matter how often she bought new pairs. She had friends who complained about doing menial tasks like laundry. She would politely participate, pretending that she too wished her husband would stop tinkering in the garage and fold the clothes for her occasionally. In truth, she found the task to be somewhat therapeutic. It was a simple job. Sort, load the machines, fold the warm, lavender-scented clothes when they were done spinning in their hypnotic rhythm. Seeing the pile disappear from the basement and opening drawers to find them fully stocked with clean socks and underwear were simple but satisfying rewards for her work. With the white load stuffed into the washer's barrel, she went to the adjacent storage room for detergent. It was essentially a glorified closet with a heavy, warped door. It always took a strong tug or two to get it open, even for Nick. Lucky for Marie, it happened to open easily for her that day. The door swung open, and the thick, mossy smell of the old enclosed space greeted her like a casual acquaintance. She felt around in the dark for the little cord that dangled below the light bulb in the ceiling. She found it, and as she gripped it between her thumb and opposing knuckle, she felt something touch her bare foot. Her heart stopped as she frantically pulled the cord. The dull light flickered on just in time for her to watch a 3-foot-long snake slither over her toes on its way to the door. She shrieked and ran to the corner, pressing herself against the shelves. She heard something shift near her and looked down. Just to her right, an identical serpent unwound from behind a mop and also charged toward the open door. Practically hyperventilating, Marie tried to plan her escape. The little room only had one exit, and for all she knew, those snakes were coiled up and ready to strike just outside. The thick concrete walls surrounding her ensured the children wouldn't hear her if she called to them. The space suddenly felt like a crypt. A broom and dustpan in the opposite corner caught Marie's eye. She pictured the ridiculous image of herself carrying them like a knight carrying a sword and shield into battle, but she couldn't find a better form of defense. Picking them up, She wasn't sure if she would even have the guts to swing at a snake, but holding them gave her the artificial courage she needed to run out of the room. She didn't see the snakes as she ran toward the stairs, but she heard one hiss as she crossed the laundry room. She kept her eyes ahead as the sinister sound reverberated off the cement walls. The stairs were the only escape from the basement, and, as far as she knew, or hoped, snakes couldn't climb a staircase. Reaching the top of the stairs, she immediately dropped the broom and dustpan and called Nick at work. "Hey, honey, I only have a second," he told her before she even said a word. "I need you to come home," she blurted. She didn't like to be so dramatic, but those were the only words she could muster in the moment. "Okay," Nick said, drawing the word out as he audibly stifled his frustration. Marie heard him set something down on the other end before he asked why she needed him to come home. "Snakes," was all she could say at first. She quickly realized her vagueness would only serve to further frustrate her busy husband. She needed to hear his voice, his loving voice, not the resentful tone he was taking. She clarified, "There are snakes in the basement, at least 2 that I saw." "How'd they get in there? Did the kids—" "Never mind. So you want me home to deal with them? Could it wait until after work?" "You want me to just wait?" "Well, only for a few hours. You can avoid the basement for that long, can't you?" Nick tried to convince her, not wanting to explain to his boss he needed to leave early to play animal control. "Are you really comfortable with your children spending the day in a house full of snakes?" Marie countered. "Well, most snakes aren't even that dangerous." "Nick!" All right, he seceded. "Let me just wrap some things up here and let everyone know I'm taking the afternoon off." "Can you pick Thomas up from school on your way?" Marie asked. She heard an exasperated sigh on the other end of the line, but he agreed to do it. Regardless of how frustrating the situation was, she knew she could depend on him. Thomas was surprised to see Nick at the school, but the look on Nick's face as he climbed into the truck's cab told him it wasn't a celebratory occasion. "What's going on?" he asked as he climbed into the cab of Nick's gunmetal pickup. "Your mom found snakes." "Where?" "The basement," was the only thing Nick said before turning out of the parking lot and beginning the short but uncomfortable ride home. After a few torturously quiet minutes, Nick didn't even have the radio on. Thomas decided to play into Nick's obvious frustration. "So, Mom's really making you come home early for snakes?" He emphasized the last word so Nick would know he too thought it sounded like an overreaction. "Can you believe it?" Nick asked rhetorically, visibly easing up and releasing some of his frustration. "That's crazy," Thomas replied. "What does she think you're going to do about it?" "Hopefully she can tell me, because I have no idea," Nick chuckled. "Well, we used to catch snakes all the time at Evan and Calvin's place. Maybe I could help," Thomas offered. Nick, staring straight ahead, nodded slightly. "You know what? I'd appreciate that. You know much about snakes? Think these might be dangerous?" Thomas didn't know too much, but he had gone through a reptile phase a few years earlier. He vaguely remembered reading Story County didn't have any venomous snakes, and he shared this information with his father. Nick nodded silently again. They pulled into the driveway and saw Michael, Reed, and Corinne drawing with chalk near the garage. Marie was stationed on the porch watching them and nursing a cup of coffee. The steam rose from it like an apparition in the crisp fall air. She waved shyly to Nick as he hopped out of the cab and opened the rear door to retrieve his still full lunchbox from the back. Thomas could tell she felt embarrassed and hoped his father wouldn't be too hard on her. "I'm sorry, Nick," she said once they were close enough to the porch to hear her. "I should have waited to calm down before I called you." "What's done is done. I'm here now," he replied and kissed her on the cheek. Thomas felt relief with a hint of pride that he had managed to bring Nick down a little on their short ride together. Nick turned back to Thomas and, pointing to the front door with his thumb, asked, "Shall we?" They started searching at opposite ends of the basement. They thought if one of them uncovered one or both snakes, they would be able to corner the serpents before they slithered away. Before going down, they had armed themselves. Thomas chose a garden hoe, and Nick grabbed an axe. Michael and Reed were perched at the top of the stairs, watching intently. They wanted to join in, but Nick didn't want too many bodies nearby if he or Thomas had to start swinging. He told them to keep an eye out for him from the stairs. "Give us the bird's eye view," he had said. It made staying out of the way feel like a tactical role to the two younger boys. Corinne, like her mother, wanted nothing to do with any of it. Oh, hey, Nick whispered and motioned for Thomas to join him near the small stack of firewood he kept under the stairs. Thomas tiptoed over to him, and Nick pointed to a little space created by two uneven logs balancing against each other. Thomas saw the little forked tongue flash first. It was as black as the beady eyes he noticed next. He was staring down snake number 1. Okay, one of us is going to have to move those logs so the other one can do the dirty work, Nick planned. It doesn't look poisonous, right? Venomous, Thomas corrected, ignoring a deserved eye roll from his father. He crouched to examine the creature. Thomas immediately recognized it as a common brown snake. They were large, fast, and ugly, but no, not venomous. I don't think we have to worry about that, but its bite will still hurt, he explained. I think I can move the log and distract it so you can strike from behind. Good plan, Nick complimented his son with a proud grin. He settled into a gratuitous battle stance, axe positioned above his head, and announced, "Ready." One sarcastically averse look from Thomas, and Nick shifted into a much more practical position, with the axe cocked back slightly at the ready. Thomas stepped to the side of the firewood stack. Carefully reaching around the edge of one log, he nodded to Nick, who began a silent countdown with his free hand. 3, 2, 1. Thomas flipped the log, and before Nick could strike, the other log rolled on top of the snake, pinning it. Its tail flailed wildly, and its head strained upwards as it tried to slither free. The creature hissed angrily the whole time. Nick waited until the seething animal held its soft neck still and struck. One smooth chop and the serpent's severed head landed on the cold concrete floor, blood pouring down on it from its dangling neck above. Thomas watched the tail continue to thrash erratically for a few long seconds before it went still and limp. Then he removed the log and asked Michael to get a trash bag from the kitchen. After prying the axe out of the firewood, Nick picked the snake's head up and started examining its fangs. "You were right," he said grimly to Thomas. "Definitely wouldn't want to get bit by this thing." "Told ya." "Nice swing, by the way," said Thomas, imitating Nick's axe strike. "One down," Nick replied with a confident grin. They split up once more to find the other snake. Nick was secondarily watching for somewhere that would have allowed snakes to enter the house in the first place. Broken windows, vents. He checked everything he could think of, but they all seemed secure. Thomas decided to check the first place Marie saw the animals. He first cleared the area behind the washer and dryer and cautiously flipped over articles of clothing on the floor. Not finding anything besides a few scurrying insects, he moved on to the storage room. He shoulder-checked the door to make it swing open, and the dank smell rushed out of the darkness, enveloping him in an unwanted hug. He pulled the light cord, illuminating the small space, and let out a large breath. He hadn't realized he had been holding his breath. Before the light came on, Thomas half expected a coiled snake to launch itself at him from a shelf or the ceiling, but in the light, all he found was the musty old room. Feeling helpful, Thomas walked across the small room and grabbed the laundry detergent. He thought his mother would appreciate it if he started the washer himself. She had already loaded it, and, according to Marie, that was the part he and other family members usually screwed up. While his back was still turned, the door closed with a bang. "Hey, I'm still..." "Whatever," he sighed, fluttering his lips. Had Nick really just closed the door on him while the light was on? Or maybe Michael or Reed snuck down to play a trick. He gripped the door handle with his free hand and braced himself to yank the warped door open. Just as he planted his foot, the light bulb next to his head swelled with brightness and heat and went out with a loud pop that left his ear ringing. Thomas shook his head to try and clear the noise as tiny specks floated around his eyes in the sudden darkness. The air moved behind him. Thomas's skin prickled as he slowly turned his head. It was useless to try to see. He paused for a few fearful moments to see if he felt whatever he had felt before, but the air remained still. Must just be this creepy room getting to me, he thought as he gripped the door once more. Before he could pull it open, he felt a cold, dry hand slam onto his wrist and grip it firmly. It squeezed tighter and tighter until he could barely feel his fingers. "Hey!" he began to yell, but the cold hand's grip suddenly became so strong Thomas thought his bones might crack. He gargled in pain. "Leave," a man's raspy voice whispered in his ear. "Leave this house." Now panicking, Thomas started shaking the door as hard as he could, hoping his father would hear it and come to his aid. He had assumed it was Cynthia again, but the unfamiliar male terrified him on a new level. With a squeal of rusty hinges, the door swung open. Thomas stumbled out and almost ran into Nick, who started shouting incoherently and pointing at Thomas's arm. He looked down and saw what was clenching his wrist. Just above his hand, which was now a grayish blue, the second snake was coiled and hissing. Now Nick and Thomas were both yelling as Thomas swung his arm wildly to shake the serpent off, but only causing it to strengthen its hold. He tried beating it with the bottle of laundry detergent he still held, but the escalation proved to be the wrong move. The snake's fangs flashed as it opened wide. Thomas didn't have time to react before it sank its teeth into the flesh of his forearm. Shock numbed the pain for a second as Thomas locked eyes with the creature that was locked onto his arm, but the second didn't last. Thomas could feel the sharp fangs in his tissues, a sharp stabbing sensation mixed with the dull soreness of a shot with a needle. "Lay down," Nick instructed, appearing equally shocked. "What?" Thomas responded, dazed. "Just lay down on the ground and hold your arm out." Not knowing what else to do, Thomas obeyed. He sprawled out on the floor face down and stretched his snake-choked hand out to the side. Nick stood over him, looking nervous and breathing hard, axe in hand. "Wait, Dad, you're not going to—" "Shh," Nick silenced him. "Don't worry." Nick turned the axe to swing with the blunt end and carefully prodded at the snake with his boot. As expected, it turned its attention toward the new threat. It started hissing more aggressively as it raised its head to stare Nick down. He kicked at it again, making it remove its now bloody fangs and lash out. Nick slowly raised the axe out to his side as the snake stood taller, uncoiling a little from Thomas. With a barbarian cry, Nick swung the blunt side of his weapon down and across, smacking the snake's head sideways. The blade barely missed Thomas's outstretched hand as the axe passed over. The snake went limp and fell to the side. Thomas felt it loosen on his arm and slid his hand away. Once Thomas was free, Nick swung the axe again, this time blade first, and ended the fight. He dropped the axe and let out a sigh of relief. He met his son's eyes, and they laughed nervously. "Holy shit," Nick muttered. "That was something." The moment's comfort passed quickly for Thomas when he remembered the whispered message he received in the storage room. "Leave this house." He knew his parents would think he was crazy if he said anything, but he felt they were all in danger. "Dad, I think we need to move," he said bluntly. Nick's relaxed smile disappeared quickly. "Thomas, this kind of thing can happen when you live out in the country. You're just used to being in town where animals aren't crawling around everywhere." "No, it's not that, it's—" He paused, trying to decide how exactly he could explain the voice he heard. "I just don't think this house is safe." Nick wrapped an arm around Thomas and said, "Seeing as you're the only one who's bleeding, I guess I could see how you feel that way." Thomas looked down and shook his head. He would have to spend some time thinking about how to make his parents understand the situation. Unless he was losing his mind. After all, when the door opened and the light came in, there had been no hand. Had he mistaken the hissing of an angry snake for whispers in the dark? Nick kicked at the dead snake in front of them. "You know, if you were a little bit older, I'd say we should crack open a couple cold ones after all this, but maybe we can settle for some hot chocolate instead." Thomas faked a smile and nodded. "All right," Nick said, satisfied. "Run and grab that trash bag from Michael and let's get this cleaned up." Chapter 24. Thomas was beginning to vocalize what Marie had already been feeling for weeks. She had a growing sense that she and her family were not safe in the Collins house. Even though she and Nick brushed away Thomas's fears, "He just wants us to move back to Ames." She was concerned by how closely they mirrored her own. The longer the Trotters stayed, the less the house felt like home. She was beginning to feel like it had never really belonged to them in the first place. They had been greeted with a flood just after moving in. It destroyed so much, but what hurt the most were the photos and treasured memories taken by the water. It was like the house was trying to erase them from history. And then, of course, there was Grace. While Marie understood what had happened to their dog could have happened to any pet anywhere, she couldn't shake the sense that Grace's accident was somehow tied to the house as well. Even if she wrote off those events as random occurrences, the house apparently had a snake infestation, and her oldest son seemed to be slowly losing his grip on reality. Or was he? Marie also could not ignore the fact that she hadn't had a good night's sleep in months thanks to her own supernatural visitor. Even when the Shadow Man didn't come, she had a hard time falling asleep in anticipation of his possible appearance. She would float the idea of leaving to Nick occasionally. He would remind her of all the reasons they left Ames in the first place and create new reasons to stay. Thomas made new friends, the kids loved the yard and playing in the barn, Nick finally had a nice garden, and the list would go on. She always heard him out, but Marie was starting to become unpleasantly aware that the list seemed to contain benefits for everyone but herself. Whenever she took the kids into town for groceries, activities, or church, she would experience a couple hours of peace and a sense of safety. The warm feelings would only make her more aware of how uncomfortable she felt in their house. She only ever found comfort in the idea of escaping someday. Usually, that line of thinking would take her mind down another dark path. What was still yet to come? How was she to believe the tragedy and sadness, the frustration, was all behind them when there always seemed to be another curveball event around the corner? Would one of her children get hurt? Supposedly, Thomas already had been. Would her shadowy visitor harm her eventually? Or hurt Nick? What if Nick had to travel for work? What would happen if she was alone in that bed when the dark figure came to visit? She had never thought this way in any of the homes she had lived in before. Of course, bad things happen all the time, but it felt like they were to be expected in the Collins house. They were inevitable. She began to wonder if she should lean into Thomas's superstitions a bit. Maybe she should entertain his ideas just enough to see where they might lead. Maybe it was time to stop hiding her own fears and the experiences they stemmed from. She made up her mind. It was time to leave the Collins house.
Chapter 25. Corinne woke up to a bright flash of light outside her window. Before she could make sense of what it was, her body vibrated as a low roll of thunder passed through it. Even with her pink curtains drawn shut, she could see the erratic glow of frequent lightning flashes. She didn't know what time it was, but it was still dark outside. As she considered trying to go back to sleep, another sharp burst of thunder told her that it wouldn't be easy. Corinne was timid in many ways, but storms, the dark, monsters, and many other things most children feared never bothered her much. Truth be told, when loud storms brewed around the Collins house, she often felt thankful because they drowned out the faint sounds of the attic lady. Since she couldn't sleep, she pulled back the curtains, dragged a little plush chair across the room, and sat up to watch the storm. Her second-story bedroom overlooking the open backyard, hundreds of acres of empty fields, and the open highway provided a stunning view of the threatening clouds and piercing lightning bolts. Their electric glow created the only light in the nighttime world on the other side of the glass. Corinne thought that was strange because the entire stretch of highway was usually well lit after dark. Whenever lightning cracked the sky, she could see the trees in the yard bowing to the wind. It refused to let them stand. She wondered what all the birds and little animals were doing. Did they find somewhere to hide? Maybe the barn? Without warning, enormous raindrops began splattering against the glass. They hit with such velocity she thought the wind must have been blowing them sideways. Frustrated that she could no longer see well, Corinne decided to go downstairs for a glass of water before she tried to sleep again. She crept down the hallway, trying not to wake anyone else if they weren't awake already. It almost didn't matter how loud she was in the hall, because any creaks she made just blended with the other noises from the house. The whole thing was shuddering and cracking in the wind. Even away from any windows or doors, she could hear it howling, deep and hollow, outside. Even so, she stuck to the edge of the floorboards the way her brothers showed her to hide her footsteps. She reached the kitchen and flipped the switch, but no light came on above her. She tried hitting it again, with no luck. She carefully made her way to the sink, where the glass she drank from before bed was still sitting, waiting for her. As she stood sipping the cold water, she tried to see out of the kitchen window. All she could make out was a blur of blowing rain mixed with the occasional leaf or branch flying by. The wind was so loud she could barely hear the firecracker popping of rain against the glass anymore. She thought again of the animals and looked out toward the barn. Through all the blowing rain and debris, she couldn't see it. The farthest she could see across the yard was one of the old oaks that stood like a sentry near the road. The poor tree seemed to be nearly folded in half as it strained against the powerful storm. Suddenly, the wind gained an extra ferocity. Corinne watched fearfully as a large limb broke from the towering tree and fell, disappearing in the blowing mess below. Corinne started to realize this was no ordinary storm. She suddenly felt very alone and vulnerable. She considered waking her parents, but she didn't want to bother them without good reason to. Then she thought of Thomas. He would know what to do. She decided to wake him up instead and let him decide whether their parents needed to be concerned with the storm. She ran back up the stairs as the walls groaned all around her and softly trotted down the hall to Thomas's room. She knocked politely, but a round of thunder boomed as her knuckles tapped the door. She figured if the thunder didn't wake Thomas, her gentle rapping wouldn't either. She slowly pushed the door open and saw her brother asleep on his bed, buried beneath a small pile of his own clothes. This struck her as odd, since she normally knew her big brother to be almost obsessively tidy. She couldn't imagine him going to bed in such a mess. Corinne shook Thomas's shoulder. He scrunched his eyes and propped himself up on one elbow. "What is it?" he asked, still not opening his eyes. He was answered by a violent flash of lightning, quickly followed by a growl of thunder that sounded like a wild panther. Rain sprayed against the window like the spittle of an angry god. Thomas pulled himself out from the sheets and rubbed his eyes, knocking clothes to the floor as he sat up. He stared at Corinne, and then at the window with a bewildered look that asked, "What the hell is going on?" "There's a storm," Corinne told him. "I think it's pretty bad." Okay," Thomas grunted. He couldn't get angry at his little sister no matter how silly he thought she was being. He thought it would be best just to stay up with her until the weather settled down and they could both go back to sleep. Groggily, he stood and pulled the cord to raise the blinds. The sun was running over the glass so thick he couldn't make out anything besides basic shapes. It didn't take long for him to recognize the severity of the storm. The trees in the front yard were bending wildly, snapping back and forth. Just outside his window, shingles were missing from the overhang. In the distance, the usually glowing town of Collins was shrouded in darkness, no light to be seen anywhere. "Is anyone else up?" he asked Corinne. "I don't think so. I didn't want to wake up Mom and Dad if I didn't need to." "Smart," Thomas agreed. "I'm going to make sure there's no water in the basement, but otherwise we should be okay. You want to come with?" Corinne nodded eagerly. The duo stepped into the hall, listening for movement in the other rooms. Thomas tried the light switch, but as he feared, there was no power. He whispered for Corinne to fetch his flashlight. Before she came back, Reed poked his head into the hallway. "Thomas?" he whispered down the hall. "Yeah, it's me," Thomas answered, and added, "And Corinne." She returned and handed him the flashlight. "Are Mom and Dad up?" Reed asked. Thomas held a finger to his lips, a signal for them to listen, but no sound came from their parents' room. Thomas shook his head. "We're going down to check the basement," he told Reed. "We'll come too." Reed entered the hallway, followed closely by Michael, who had a cheap little flashlight in hand. It was the kind companies cover with their logo and give out at fairs, and Thomas wasn't sure how useful it would really be. The four pajama-clad siblings headed down the stairs, pausing at every window to assess the storm. It had been bearing down with pummeling strength for over 10 minutes, and didn't seem to be letting up in the slightest. Thomas shone his flashlight into the basement first, and didn't see anything wet near the stairs. He led the group down, the growling storm getting quieter as they descended underground. Now the only sound was the tinny rattle of raindrops on the egress windows above their heads. "Looks pretty dry," Michael noted. When they were nearly finished checking for water, the siblings heard a faint but distinct noise from outside. It was a chorus of creaking and snapping that sounded like it would have been quite loud if it were not being drowned out by the storm. They all looked at each other inquisitively and ran back upstairs. "I don't see anything," Reed complained as he looked out the kitchen window. "Hang on, turn off your flashlight," Thomas instructed Michael as he flicked the switch to off on his own. It didn't help much, but some vague detail became visible through the glass. "Can you see the barn?" Reed asked. "No, I think there's too much rain to—" Thomas trailed off as he answered. He suddenly realized he could see the barn, or at least part of it. The lower half stood at an odd angle, and the stable on the side had fallen in on itself. The whole top half, was nowhere to be seen. Holy crap, Thomas groaned under his breath. Should I wake Mom and Dad up now? Asked Corinne. Thomas, stunned, nodded and gently pushed her away, encouraging her to hurry. Corinne was surprised to find her parents still fast asleep. She had no way of knowing it was their first night in months they had been able to sleep uninterrupted, and even the storm couldn't break their slumber. Mom, Dad, wake up, she yelled. She didn't mean to sound so frantic, but she wasn't sure how to act. The barn was destroyed. What would that mean? Could Dad fix it? Was the house in danger too? Her parents sat up, Marie looking wildly around. Is he here? Did he hurt you? She asked Corinne with a terrified look in her eyes. Who? Corinne asked, suddenly scared and confused. No one hurt me. Marie placed a hand over her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Nick looked at his daughter with a mixture of frustration and concern. What's going on, honey? The barn, Daddy. It's... She didn't quite know how to say it. Marie had gotten out of bed, and, hearing the thunder and rain, opened their blackout curtains. She gasped. Nick looked over her shoulder and saw the splattering rain and bowing trees. Then he looked back at Corinne, whose face had gone pale. Oh no, he said, the color draining from his own face. No, 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 no. He grabbed a pair of sweatpants off the floor and slid them on while running to the stairs. He ran down to the kitchen and saw the rest of the children standing at the window looking as ghostly as Corinne. No, 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 he shouted as he saw what they were all staring at. In Nick's mind, it wasn't just a barn that had been crumpled to the ground out in the storm. It was his dream. A surge of panic rose in his chest as he looked out at the two remaining windows on the front side of the barn. They stared back like hollow, dead eyes. His panic slowly turned to resignation and then defeat. Nick let his chin fall into his chest and he blew a heavy sigh. The children thought they saw a single tear roll down their father's cheek. Marie joined them in the kitchen. She didn't say anything when she saw the view from the window. She just placed a hand on Nick's shoulders and began rubbing his back as the whole family stood in silence. Another powerful blast of thunder shook the house, and Nick perked up, looking outside again. You know what, guys? We should probably go to the basement, he realized. We have flashlights, Michael offered. Good thinking. Marie partially smiled at her son and motioned for them to follow her. She led them down the stairs while Nick took one more long look at the decimated structure. He had been so happy to have an acreage with a barn. He had always planned on getting a tractor and tools to keep expanding the little plot he had designated as a garden, and now he wasn't sure any of that would be possible. They had only barely been able to afford the house. The cost to rebuild the barn would put them in a hole he was scared to try and dig out of. Nick, are you coming? Marie called up to him. He grunted, but it was covered up by another low rumble. Finally breaking away from the window, he headed down to join his family. With no electricity and the moon hidden behind black clouds, the boys' two flashlights were the only sources of light besides the occasional burst of lightning. Everyone was too tired or worried to converse, so for a few minutes they huddled together in silence, hoping the batteries would outlast the storm. Corinne was the first to break the silence, asking, Dad, what are we going to do about the barn? Nick turned to his daughter, displaying a confusing half smile that just as easily could have been a frown, and shrugged. The truth was, he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to do anything at all with the barn. Even if money were not an issue, he felt they had inherited a little plot of history when they bought the acreage, especially because of the old barn. To build a new, modern version just wouldn't be the same. You know, Corinne? He answered her, but was looking at Marie. I think it might be time to start thinking about moving again.
Chapter 26. Thomas and Justin slowly strolled through the yard, avoiding hundreds, maybe thousands of little sticks and branches that the storm had torn from the trees. Thomas knew Nick would have the family working on cleaning up the mess sooner rather than later, but for now, he and everyone else was still taking in the damage. Justin had called the morning after the storm to make sure the Trotters were okay, which Marie thought was sweet. Thomas first asked if Justin and his family were all right. They were, then told him about the barn. Justin showed up an hour later with 4 coffees and 3 hot chocolates from the gas station in Maxwell. Even though the coffees were of substandard quality, Marie told him, genuinely, that it was the best coffee she had ever tasted. With all the stress and chaos, Justin's small gesture of kindness meant the world to her. Once they finished swapping storm stories, Thomas and Justin had gone outside to see the damage up close. From the front, the barn looked like it had been perfectly decapitated. The face of the lower level was bent slightly at one corner, but otherwise looked okay. They walked to where the stables had been. They were almost entirely destroyed. The roof had collapsed and ripped the wall down with it. From the back side, they could really get an idea of what had happened. The top half of the barn was somehow still intact on the ground. It looked as if it had been detached, rotated 90 degrees, and come to rest just behind the rest of the barn. Wow, Justin uttered. It's like it just twisted right off. Yep, Thomas agreed. Glad we didn't have any animals in there. Have you been inside it yet? No, Dad says it's probably not safe. Has he been inside? Yeah, he wanted to check on the stuff that he had stored in there. Justin gave Thomas a mischievous look, and Thomas knew what he was thinking. If Nick was able to go in and come out okay, why couldn't they? Don't you want to see if that little room is still locked up? Justin asked, prodding further. Thomas hadn't considered it. In the haze after the storm, he had forgotten all about Cynthia and Benjamin. He motioned for Justin to follow, and they walked back around. The doors were now permanently open, the tracks having detached from the barn in a couple of places. Thomas and Justin squeezed between them, looking back over their shoulders to make sure no one was watching from the house. The inside of the barn looked oddly untouched. More light came in from above, and there wasn't much left of the stable-side wall, but otherwise, things inside were undisturbed. Justin went for the locked door and tugged at it. Still jammed shut, he announced, dejected. Damn. Okay, let's get out of here before Dad finds us. They left the same way they had come in. As they began walking back to the house, Justin tapped Thomas on the shoulder and pointed at the road where a little green car was slowed nearly to a stop. It crept by as the driver and a passenger, prematurely wrinkled locals, stared. Justin gave them a sarcastic smile and exaggerated wave, and they sped off. I bet people will be doing that all day, he predicted grimly. Yeah, Dad said there'd be gawkers out looking for storm damage. Fucking locals, man, Justin shook his head. Nothing better to do than find other people's shit to talk about. From his tone, Thomas got the feeling Justin's whole life had been victim to that sort of nosy behavior. Oh no, Justin said, stopping suddenly. A rusted burgundy truck rolled down the street, slowing down just as the other vehicles had. It's just more gawkers, Thomas said, pulling at his friend's sweatshirt. With a nervous chuckle, Justin replied, Oh no, it's not. The truck's passenger door swung open and one of its occupants leapt out and ran around its back end. It was Tamara. She ran up the driveway and through the yard, pouncing at Thomas and wrapping her arms around him. Are you okay? Is your family okay? I'm so sorry, she blurted so fast Thomas could barely make sense of her words. Yeah, well, okay, he tried to reply, but his mouth was muffled by Tamara's shoulder. God damn it, Tamara, get your hands off that boy, Derek Wilson screamed from his truck, which had come to a full stop in front of the house. Are you going to come make me, or are you just going to sit in that truck? Tamara yelled back. You want to find out? He responded angrily. Tamara finally released Thomas and rolled her eyes at her father. She yelled back something about friends in need, but Thomas wasn't fully paying attention. Seeing Derek gave him an idea. Hey, can you keep your dad here for a second? He requested. Psh, I can keep him here as long as I want, she replied with an arrogant smirk. Thomas didn't quite believe that was true, but he told his friends to stay put and ran to the house. He found Nick at the kitchen table looking at a backhoe and dumpster rentals online. Hey, Dad, can you come outside for a minute? Thomas asked. Nick looked up, a little concerned, and said, I heard a bunch of yelling out there. Everything okay? Thomas explained his idea, and Nick's face lit up. He rose from the table and the two marched outside, trying to get there before Derek took off with Tamara. Thankfully, he was still in front of the house, truck running and impatiently waiting for his daughter. Nick waved from the driveway, and Derek suddenly looked nervous. The little man saw Nick, over 6 feet tall and well over 200 pounds, approaching and started banging on the side of his truck and yelling for Tamara to come back so they could go. No, no, it's all right, Nick called to him, smiling. My son had a good idea, and he says you might be able to help us. Help you? Derek nearly spat the words out of his mouth. I don't think I see that happening, sir. He added the sir without any of the respect the word usually carried. Geez, Dad, you could at least hear what they have to say first. Tamara gave Thomas a look that simultaneously said, tread carefully, and this had better be good. Well, Mr. Wilson, Thomas began, shifting his eyes from Tamara to her father. You're a firefighter, right? Derek's entire demeanor changed instantly. He sat up straight in his truck and shut it off. The anger and fear vanished from his face, and an expression of dutiful pride took over. Yes, I volunteer to serve this town and its neighbors, he said, the backcountry drawl suddenly disappearing from his voice. Oh, great, Nick slapped Thomas's shoulder, tagging him out. How would you and your crew like a little, shall we say, training opportunity? Derek understood immediately. He glanced at the leveled barn, and his eyes lit up. Thomas even noticed a little smile break out, slightly exposing his yellowed teeth. Thomas was impressed by his father's tact. He had only suggested they hire the fire department to come do a controlled burn. The training opportunity was Nick's addition to the plan, and sounded like it might have worked. Well, Derek tried to act like he was mulling the idea over, as if it were a tough choice. I suppose I could talk to the others about it. We'll have to wait until the wood and all that hay dries, of course. Of course, Nick replied as he stuck out his hand to shake Derek's. Derek returned the gesture, and the men exchanged a brief, firm shake. Tamara left Thomas's side, looking back at him with a smile and a wink. Thomas knew her well enough to interpret it as, nice work, Trotter. She hopped into her father's truck, and the two of them drove off on the gravel road to look for more damage. A training opportunity, huh? Thomas said, nudging Nick with his elbow. My job has me talking to farmers a lot. It usually happens to be when they're angry. He just reminded me of one of those guys, Nick explained. Sometimes they just need to feel respected. They need a sense of pride. Hiring him and his team to come burn the barn might have worked, but offering my barn for him to use for their purpose was pretty much a guarantee. That's genius, said Justin. Almost evil genius. Nick chuckled, saying, I only use my powers for good. Chapter 27. Even though the idea of moving was only in the discussion phase, Marie had quietly begun packing some odds and ends she didn't need to have out. The closer it got to winter, the harder it would be to sell the house until spring. She knew if they had to wait that long, Nick might have time to change his mind about leaving Collins. Plus, she had no desire to learn what a hard winter would be like out there. She felt bad about picking up the children and moving them again, although she figured it would be better to do so sooner than later, leave before they grew any roots. At this point, Thomas was the only one who had any connection to the local community, and he had been the first to suggest moving. Tucking a pair of shorts she definitely would not be needing anytime soon into a box, Marie considered storage options for the packed items. She wanted to store things out of the way so the house would look bigger and more open when they were showing it to potential buyers. She couldn't just leave cardboard boxes stacked in every room. The basement, which should have been the obvious choice, was definitely not an option in the Collins house. She didn't trust anything down there since the flood unless she had to. Even then, she had taken extra precautions to keep everything high and dry. She considered the garage, but it would make that space difficult to use for an unknown period of time. Ever since the barn blew down, Nick had to move all his tools and equipment to the garage, which was already quite small. With the van parked in it, there wasn't much space left for anything else. She closed the box with one long piece of tape, unsticking it from itself every few inches. What about the attic? She had never gone up to the attic. She had never even seen it. Something about it had always felt strangely off limits. She lifted the box she had just finished packing off the bed. It wasn't very heavy. She tried holding it under one arm and could grip it well. Placing the box back on the bed, she went downstairs for a ladder, one of the few items she had allowed to be stored in the basement. Thomas was at school, so she didn't need to worry about bothering him. With the hatch being in his room, she wondered if her son had ever explored the mysterious space before. It seemed like he and his friends were examining everything else about the house and its past, so it wouldn't have surprised her. She made a mental note to ask him later. She propped the ladder against the big shelf in Thomas's closet and brought the box in. On second thought, she decided to ascend Sand's box first, since she didn't know what the space would look like. Thinking back to attics she had seen before, she knew they could be damp and musty, conditions which were not ideal for storing clothes. Halfway up the ladder, she noticed a flashlight on Thomas's shelf. She was glad she saw it because she hadn't considered that she might need one. One hand gripping the flashlight and half holding the ladder, she pushed the access door open with the other. A loud creak welcomed her to the mysterious space. With her head and shoulders through the portal, Marie clicked on the flashlight to look around. Her initial reaction was pleasant surprise. Besides the dust covering the floor and a few expected cobwebs, she thought the space could work. She saw a few bricks had fallen from the chimney and made a mental note not to place anything fragile near it. Before she descended, Marie thought she heard a faint sound coming from the far corner of the attic. Tiny scratches that were accompanied by sharp clicks. She tried shining her light there, but the chimney stood between her and whatever the source of the noise was. Deciding it was probably a mouse, she felt comfortable enough to investigate on her own. If there are mice up here, we definitely can't use it for storage, she thought. Pulling herself up, Marie tried and failed to keep from getting the thick dust on her clothes. She got as close to the chimney as she could without touching it, trying to create a barrier between her and whatever creature was hiding in the dark corners. Feeling slightly nervous now, she slowly raised the flashlight's beam to meet the animal. She was right. It was a mouse that hid in the corner making the scratching sound. She could handle a mouse. It was the rest of the image that made her stomach twist in a sickly knot. The rodent was perched on top of a long, blonde braid of hair, which looked like it was severed from its owner and left in the attic to decay. The mouse tore at the braid furiously, ripping strands and clumps of wispy hair out like it was in search of some hidden treat. As the mouse ripped and tore, the braid moved, rolling from side to side as it would have on the shoulders of the woman who bore it. It looked alive. Suddenly realizing he was being watched, the mouse scurried away from the braid to take refuge in another dark corner. Marie slowly approached the hair, wondering whose it had been and why it was in her house. As she stepped around the chimney, she noticed an ornate box sitting empty on the floor near the bricks. The attic suddenly felt more like a crypt. She was only a few feet from the mangled twist of hair. Its color was marred by dust thick enough for her to make out the tiny footprints left by the mouse. A black band held it together near its base, and it looked like the top had been burned or melded together with some type of bonding substance. It smelled like a taxidermied animal. Unsure of what to do next, she crouched near the braid. She hated the idea of it laying up there above her family while they slept at night, but it seemed wrong to get rid of it. She turned to look over her shoulder at the open box on the floor. If she couldn't bring herself to throw it away, she could at least close it off and protect it. Marie carried the heavy box over to the braid, trying to delay touching the thing. She placed it on the ground and stood over the two objects, wishing she had a pair of gloves with her. She thought about going down the ladder and getting some, but then she heard the mouse clawing away in another corner and decided she couldn't leave until she had hidden the hair away. She crouched over the braid and steeled herself to grab it. She closed her eyes tightly and reached down. "Leave me alone," a shadowy voice spoke out of the darkness just in front of her. Marie fell backwards and scrambled up to her feet. Hand trembling, she raised the flashlight toward the corner. It cast the shadow of a woman against the wall, as if someone was right in front of her. The invisible woman was crouched over the braid, caressing it. Her heart beating faster every second, Marie left the hair on the floor and ran back to the hatch. She had barely gotten through it before pulling it shut. She stood there on the ladder, keeping one hand on the hatch to hold it in place in case something tried to follow her, but nothing did. She heard no other sounds, nothing to make her believe she wasn't alone, but her heart continued to race. She thought about everything Thomas had told her, and the whole situation became infinitely more dire in her mind. I have to believe him now. Her children played and slept in this house while whatever was in the attic lurked above them. Was it the same spirit that haunted her at night? Part of her hoped it was, that there weren't multiple specters roaming through their rooms in the dark, but she had an indescribable sense that the one she had just encountered was different. Marie knew she needed to get to the school. Thomas would be waiting for her. The idea of facing him now made her feel small. She felt like she had failed him. Why hadn't she listened? She sat on his bed, letting her shoulders fall forward, and cried. Ms. Huntley motioned for Thomas to approach her desk as the bell rang. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, he crossed the room to see what she wanted. He hoped it wouldn't take too long and keep Marie waiting for him out front. You haven't given me your speech contest entry form yet, Thomas, she spoke matter-of-factly. Sorry, Miss Huntley. We've had a lot going on at home this week with the storm and… Thomas paused, realizing he didn't quite have the words to describe the rest of what was going on at the house. Luckily, Miss Huntley took control of the silence. I know, I understand, she said with a more comforting voice, slowly nodding her head sympathetically. You still have until tomorrow to turn it in, but I just wanted to check in and remind you about it. I really do think you'd do quite well in the competition. A glare flashed against the shades as they often did when cars drove by and reflected the sunlight. Thomas wondered if it was Marie pulling up in front of the school. Thanks, Miss Huntley. I'll talk to my parents today and have the form for you tomorrow, Thomas promised hopefully. He wanted to try out the contest. He truly had just forgotten about it during the constant barrage of natural and supernatural distractions the Trotters had been experiencing at home. He left the classroom and walked quickly down the hall to the front doors, but Marie wasn't outside yet. 10 minutes that felt like an hour passed by with no sign of Marie. Thomas began to worry. Of course, he knew 10 minutes wasn't really that long. Plenty of insignificant things could happen to cause someone to be 10 minutes late. Maybe one of the other kids needed help with some schoolwork and she had lost track of time. Or maybe a friend or family member called her and she couldn't get them off the line so she could leave. Subconsciously, Thomas knew his mother was probably fine. But the thoughts at the forefront of his mind were of cold hands and ghostly whispers that seemed to be more common every day. They were making him irrational. Lost in thought, Thomas didn't notice the school's superintendent walking up behind him. Aren't you supposed to be in class? The man asked. Oh, Thomas stammered as he was broken from his trance. Sorry, sir. I'm getting picked up by my mom. I only take one class here. Ah, you're that homeschooled kid, the superintendent said, scoffing at the word homeschooled. It was fair, Thomas thought, for a man who had dedicated his career to the public school system to harbor some disdain for the people who shunned it. Yes, sir. I'm Thomas Trotter. Oh, yeah, Trotter. That's right. Well, Trotter, you can't just dawdle around here while school's in. Can't have anyone seeing you and getting the wrong idea. The superintendent's unapologetic tone and poorly disguised reasoning made the top of Thomas's head feel hot. He looked out the window and saw leaves whipping wildly in the wind. He knew it was no more than 40 degrees out there. And this fat loser is going to send me out there to soothe his own insecurities. Thomas grimaced at the man and shook his head disapprovingly as he passed through the first set of double doors. He stopped to look over his shoulder before reaching the outer door and saw the superintendent still watching him with his hands on his hips. What the hell is this guy's problem? It wasn't until Thomas had exited completely, doors closing behind him, that the man turned away with a triumphant little nod. Thomas stood at the curb, still waiting for any sign of his mother. The wind turned out to be somewhat welcome as it cooled his face, which was still simmering with anger. He pridefully questioned whether he wanted to represent the school with his talents at the speech competition if he was going to be treated like an outsider and a literal outcast. How ironic would it be for that homeschooled kid to be the first Collins Maxwell student to take the school past the regional level? He began daydreaming about standing in front of an auditorium full of applauding students and teachers, the judges in the front row smiling at him approvingly while the superintendent sat in the back scowling, red-faced and hot like Thomas felt in that moment. A flashing glare interrupted Thomas's fantastic victory, and he turned to see Marie speeding through the lot in the red minivan. The sharp wind and his new motivation had cooled him down in every sense. He got into the van with a smile, hoping if he let Marie off without any grief, she might be extra willing to sign off on the speech contest. I'm so sorry, Thomas. Wait, why were you waiting outside? Marie asked. Thomas shrugged and tilted his head towards the school as he answered, The superintendent isn't a big fan of alternative education. I think he's worried I'm going to spread my homeschooledness to the other kids, Thomas explained with a smirk. He expected some sort of reaction from Marie, a laugh, a smile, some indignant reply about the public school system, but she just looked at the windshield blankly. Mom? What's going on? Marie waited before answering, unsure what to address first. She had been prepared to talk to Thomas about the house, to offer an apology, and to ask if he knew more that he hadn't told her yet. But she couldn't just ignore her son being sent out in the cold by an adult, a staff member, no, leader of the school. An aggressive surge of protective energy overtook her. Wait here, please, she said as she pulled the keys from the ignition and stepped out of the van before Thomas could ask what she was doing. He watched Marie walk through the front doors and disappear in the reflection of the glass. Now in the reflection, he saw only himself waiting for his mother once again. Marie stormed into the building, eyes flashing wildly in search of a directory or sign to tell her where the superintendent's office was. She finally located a little arrow-shaped sign near the ceiling that simply said, Office. She stomped off, following the arrow down the hall. The office wasn't too difficult to locate in the small school. Marie wondered what the superintendent was so proud of. Through the dull window, she could see him sitting at his desk eating a sandwich. He had removed the lettuce and placed it directly on the desk. Who would put lettuce on their sandwich if they were just going to take it off? His wife must make his lunch for him like the mothers of all the children he thinks he's so much better than. Marie mentally belittled the man as she shoved the door open to confront him. Ma'am? Ma'am? The young office assistant at the front desk tried weakly to stop Marie as she brushed past her and stopped at the superintendent's desk. About to take a bite, he instead put the sandwich down on top of the lettuce. Who are you? He demanded. I'm a parent, said Marie. Yeah, so am I. You don't see me barging into your office. Well, you don't see me sending your child out in the cold for no good reason at all, do you? Marie fired back. What kind of a school is this that you would send a kid who isn't bothering anyone outside to wait for his mother? The superintendent realized who he was talking to and sat back in his chair, held up a hand, and started saying, Ma'am, let me explain. But Marie cut him off. No, you let me explain. I have spent the past 14 years of my life raising children, and I've also spent that entire time teaching them. I teach them everything. I taught them to read and write. I teach them math and science and history and art. I teach them how to cook and clean and take care of things. I teach them not to be insensitive, egotistical pricks, too. At this, the superintendent stood and shouted, Ma'am! He pointed a thick finger at the door. Don't ma'am me, you slob, Marie shouted back. I send my child to your dump of a school so he can get to know some other kids in this community, and he has. He's made friends. Kids like him. They get along with him. So what's your problem? Are you more petty than a child? Are you? She spun and walked away, back through the door, leaving the superintendent staring stupidly after her. The hallway was a blur as she made her way back to the van. She wasn't sure what she had accomplished, if anything, but at least she felt like she had done something to defend her son. She also felt a little unhinged. Where had that come from? Where'd you go? Thomas asked when Marie opened the driver's side door and stepped in. I just needed to clear something up with the office. Sorry I made you wait. Thomas was suspicious, but he knew his mother well enough to recognize she was not in the mood to be questioned. Rather than press, he used the drive home to explain the details of the regional speech contest to Marie. She listened with split attention. She was happy her son was interested in an extracurricular activity, excited even, but she also felt a sinking guilt sit deeper with each mile they drove. She wanted to apologize, to tell him what she had seen in the attic, but there was no easy way to slip it into conversation. Thomas mentioned a form he needed Marie to sign and started rifling through his backpack. Marie took advantage of the break in conversation. While you look for that, there's something I need to tell you. Okay, Thomas replied absent-mindedly. First, have you ever gone into the attic? She asked. Thomas tensed up and began nervously rubbing his thumb and index finger together. He considered lying, but he assumed Marie already had a good reason to think he had gone in the attic. What had she seen? Yeah, I went up there before, he admitted, hoping Marie would leave his siblings out of whatever trouble he had gotten them into. It was his fault, after all, that they were up there in the first place. Marie nodded slowly, wandering through her thoughts. And Thomas wondered if she was trying to craft some consequence for him. His parents had always warned him about going in attics. They said they were dangerous and that mice and rats with diseases could hide there. Even though he had gotten older, he still felt a nagging guilt for going up without permission. It seemed something much more dangerous than a rodent was in their attic now. Thomas heard Marie draw a deep, shaky breath. Then she apologized. She told him about the attic and the braid. She told him about the voice and the shadow. Finally, she told him about the dark figure that lingered in her room almost every night. She told him everything, and as they pulled into the driveway, she cried again. Chapter 28. Thomas should have been asleep when the truck started to arrive. He had spent the last hours of the night tossing around thoughts about the box in the attic. Who cut Cynthia's hair off, and why? Did she hide that stuff away? Did someone else put it up there after she disappeared? Finding himself somewhere between frustratingly curious and fearfully anxious about it all, sleep became like a hopeless desire. The clock kept ticking. Thomas felt a subtle nausea as he watched the night slip away and the early morning hours crept up on him. His body was exhausted, and his eyelids kept sliding down, trying to force their master to go to sleep. But even with his eyes closed and his body begging for rest, his mind would not give in. As the first hours of the AM slipped by, anticipation of the day's events replaced the mulling thoughts about ghosts and spirits. That day had been chosen for the training opportunity for Colin's volunteer fire department, courtesy of the storm a couple weeks earlier. That day, they would be coming to burn what was left of the Trotter's barn. The rest of the kids were excited. The idea of fire trucks coming into their own yard and setting a huge fire, was understandably thrilling for the three younger children. To them, it seemed the barn was an acceptable sacrifice for such an exhilarating experience. Their father was less thrilled. It was his beloved barn, ruined or not, that would be burning. But even he had to admit a little excitement about seeing the blaze and watching the fire department manage it. Thomas and Marie were the most worried. Marie had her own motherly causes for concern. After all, letting her children play around campfires was normally enough to have her on edge. The way she managed the invisible boundary around a fire pit bordered on neurosis. And of course, Thomas's stories of encounters with Cynthia, or whatever was representing her, gave her new reasons to be frightened. It was those encounters that had Thomas worried too. Cynthia's spirit seemed to be tethered to certain places, like the attic and his room. And since the only other place he had come across her was the barn, he was anxious about what might happen when that place was destroyed. Would she be released? Or would her spirit be erased too, buried in the ash? The first possibility was terrifying, but the latter felt intrinsically wrong. 2 days before the burning, Derek stopped by to let the Trotters in on the fire department's plan. He told them they would arrive around 3 in the morning. The local folks will crowd the road while they gawk and awe if we don't do it while they're sleeping, and spray down the entire surrounding area with water before starting the fire. Considering how her previous interaction with the man had gone, Marie was surprised how professional he seemed in his volunteer role. She noticed he had even trimmed his beard before coming. Fighting fires must give this small-town loser a sense of purpose, she thought. Thomas had set an alarm to wake him up at 3, but it proved to be unnecessary. He flirted with sleep as the morning hours crept by, never really falling in deep. At 2:56, he heard the deep whooshing of a large engine and bright white lights cast shadows through his blinds. He heard the tinny clamor of a ladder rattling against the side of the truck as it turned into their driveway. The brakes screeched awfully as the truck came to a stop outside. Thomas started to hear men's voices shouting over the grumbling engine. Rubbing his eyes, Thomas slid to the edge of the bed and stood. He felt a little woozy at first, like he had stepped onto uneven ground. He was more tired than he had even realized. Luckily, he knew Marie would likely start brewing a pot of coffee before she even got dressed. He grabbed a shirt from the floor and tugged the cord to lift the blinds and see into the yard. As no expert,
Even he could tell the fire truck was an older model. He guessed the town purchased it from a larger municipality that was upgrading its own fleet. He watched one man distribute gear from the back to two others standing behind him. Thomas didn't recognize any of them and didn't see Derek. Once they had suited up, helmets and all, one man started unraveling a hose while the other two approached the house. The way they stood and moved their hands told Thomas they were speaking to someone on the patio, but over the noise from the engine, their words were lost to him. A light tapping on his bedroom door broke Thomas away from the window. He opened it to find Marie standing in the hallway with, of course, a cup of coffee in hand. "I need one of those," he said groggily, pointing to the mug. "I assumed you would," she smiled sleepily. "This one's for you." Thomas smiled back and carefully took the hot mug from her. He took a delicate sip to judge the temperature, then another. Maybe it was just the placebo effect, but he thought even that little sip perked him up a bit. "Thank you," he said as Marie walked toward Corinne's door to wake her next. Thomas drank his coffee while he continued to watch what was happening outside. Only one fireman was left talking to whomever was on the patio. Thomas assumed it was Nick, while the other two wrangled the hose. Derek's pickup truck pulled up a few minutes later. He was carrying a tray of gas station coffee and a bag of donuts for his crew. Thomas was actually glad to see the man when he showed up. Derek's reputation, at least according to Justin, made Thomas worry he had drunk himself into a stupor and forgotten about the barn burning altogether. Watching him distribute the goods to his men, Thomas felt a little guilty. Once Derek handed over the last coffee, he paused and turned to look at the house. He seemed to be looking for something, but Thomas couldn't determine what. He watched Derek's eyes shift from window to window until he reached Thomas's. Thomas didn't think Derek would be able to see him in the reflection from the fire truck's lights, but Derek flinched when his gaze landed on Thomas, and he gave him a nervous wave before hurrying over to join his crew. "What a weird guy," Thomas said quietly, but aloud. "Who?" Corinne's voice made him jump. He turned around to find her standing just inside his room wearing a thick sweater and clutching a stuffed rabbit. Tamara's dad," he told her. "Oh," she replied, nodding as if she understood completely. "Are you going down?" "Yeah, I'll go down with you." The two made their way to the stairs, passing Michael and Reed getting dressed in their room, and went outside to join Nick and Marie on the patio. Nick smiled as they stood beside him. The four watched the firemen circle the remains of the barn with flashlights, assessing the task ahead of them. Nick had an uneasy feeling as he watched and listened to them call back and forth to each other. He wondered if they had ever handled a real fire before, let alone a fire surrounded by dry trees with a family's home just a few yards away. He was thankful the harvest was over and there wasn't any risk of an accident destroying someone's crop. Thomas's mind wandered as he watched the geared-up men peruse the scene. The way they paced and peered into the wreckage brought up images of the newlywed Patton's car pancaked against the tree. He imagined that emergency team pacing the site with their lights and calling to each other just like the men in front of him. "Is it safe to approach? I don't see any smoke or smell anything leaking. Nothing flammable inside. Sir, can you hear me? I think he's gone. Probably didn't make it past impact." "Can I have hot cocoa?" Corinne's voice snapped Thomas back into the present moment. Marie had apparently been in a world of her own too, because she looked at Corinne as if she had just spoken a foreign language and tilted her head. "Well, you get to have coffee, but I'm too little. It would be more fair if I could have cocoa," Corinne reasoned. "Oh, cocoa," Marie repeated, straightening back up. "Yes, you can go get some. Ask Michael or Reed if you need help. They should be down any second now." "Thanks." Corinne spun around and ran back into the house. Before the door closed behind her, she stuck her head back out and asked, "With marshmallows?" Marie feigned exasperation and nodded. Corinne squealed and disappeared behind the door again. Marie normally wouldn't have allowed her daughter to consume so much sugar so early in the day, knowing she would just crash later on. But it was a special occasion, albeit a strange one. One of the firemen waved at them to get their attention, and Nick excused himself to go talk to him. Marie now trained her attention on Thomas, who was staring blankly across the yard while gingerly sipping from his mug. "Deep thoughts?" she asked him. He hummed and widened his eyes to rouse the sleepy muscles of his face. "You look like you're either thinking about something important or daydreaming," Marie laughed. "Do they count as daydreams at this time?" Thomas parried. Marie let out a single muffled laugh and leaned forward with her elbows on the patio wall. The stone felt like giant blocks of ice, but the cold was oddly pleasant. It made her feel more alert. "You must be glad to see that thing burn," she said. "Honestly, I'm a little nervous," Thomas replied openly. It felt like the barn was, I don't know, containing her. It was like she was held there by something. So, what happens when the building is gone? Will she still be tied to that place? Will she be free to go wherever she wants? Will she just go away? Marie looked solemn as she responded helplessly, "I don't know either." She hoped Cynthia's spirit would disappear in the ashes of the barn, but there was still the presence in the attic. She briefly considered retrieving the braid and tossing it into the flames once the barn was lit, but something deep within her told her that was a bad idea. She didn't know what sort of spiritual ramifications she would bring on herself by destroying such an object. Of course, she had never believed in that sort of thing before, but given the recent happenings, she didn't know what to believe anymore. She was just working off the limited knowledge she had. "Okay, they're starting now," Nick announced as he jogged up the patio stairs. "Where are the other kids?" "They should be," Marie started to answer, but was interrupted when the door swung open and the three children joined them as if summoned by Nick's voice. Each of them clutched a steaming mug of cocoa with marshmallows piled on top. "So that's what took you so long," Marie said slyly. "Corinne said we could," defended Reed. "Guys, look, they're about to light it," Nick said, excitedly whispering for some reason. One of the firemen, Thomas thought it looked like Derek, was crouched at the far end of the barn. He balled up a piece of newspaper and stuffed it into the wood. He poured a few drops of lighter fluid around it, struck a match, and dropped it right on target. He shuffled backward as a tiny single flame multiplied exponentially. First, it consumed the newspaper while its clones began to devour the streaks of lighter fluid. Then, as if the fire suddenly realized its full potential, the flame jumped up and spread outward and upward. Growing nearly 4 feet tall, the blaze began to work its way across the dry wood. Eventually, it reached the mess of hay that was buried under the roof, and the fire quickly took hold of the remaining structure. "Woo!" Thomas heard a familiar voice cheer. He turned to see Tamara sliding out of her father's truck, slamming the door behind her. She greeted Thomas with a wide smile and a big wave. She was even more energetic than usual. Her vibrancy reflected the roaring flames. She bounded toward him with an unnatural buoyancy and threw an arm around his neck, which made him acutely uncomfortable in front of his parents. Nick and Marie seemed embarrassed for him and, with a quick exchange of knowing glances, excused themselves to wander the yard and watch the blaze. "Sup, Trotter?" Tamara asked as she swung on him like a chimpanzee. Thomas stumbled and they both nearly fell over, causing her to finally release him. "Hey, Tamara," he said while rubbing the raw spot her hand left on his neck. "You seem awake." "Triple espresso chased with 12 ounces of straight black coffee. Works every time." She winked and clicked out of the side of her mouth while shooting finger guns at him. Thomas wondered how long her buzz would last and how hard she would crash after the caffeine wore off. "You do this often?" he asked. "My dad always lets me go out with him on this stuff," she explained. "There's nothing interesting about this town, and he knows it. I think he tries to bring me along so I don't start thinking about moving to the city with my mom." "Is that something you would want to do?" "Nah," she shrugged, "but it doesn't hurt to keep him on his toes." Bewildered, Thomas didn't respond. Tamara sat in the grass and he joined her. He wasn't sure if it was wet or just cold as it pressed into his jeans. The sensation created an odd contrast against the heat of the fire, which could now be felt even though they sat hundreds of feet from the barn. For a few minutes, they sat in silence with the flickering light dancing across their faces. They had to blink often against the dry heat of the blaze. They watched the firemen continue to hose down the surrounding area and spray powerful streams into the treetops. As the water dripped and ran off them, Thomas realized it would have frozen if not for the heat from the fire. Nick and Marie had disappeared around the far side of the barn, and the three younger siblings chased after them just outside of the light. In the quiet of their absence, the moment started to feel surreal to Thomas. Tamara remained silent as well, and he wondered if she was experiencing the same feeling. After what may have been many, or just a few minutes, she finally broke the silence. "Do you think she's gone?" "Who?" Thomas asked, but he knew who she meant. "Cynthia, stupid," she chided and slapped the back of his head. "Do you think the part of her that came after you in there will survive the fire?" I mean, it seems like she survived dying, so I wouldn't think a little fire would be able to kill her now, Thomas replied, half believing himself and half hoping he was wrong. In the movies, removing a spirit was never so simple. It always followed its victims somehow, even after they left or destroyed the original haunted location. Usually, a priest or shaman would explain that it had attached itself to them in some manner. With a sinking realization, Thomas realized if Cynthia had attached herself to anyone, it was most likely him. If she's really dead, you mean, said Tamara. What? Well, we haven't actually found anything that confirms she's dead, have we? For all we know, what you've experienced is some imprint of the trauma Cynthia suffered here. She could still be out there in the world somewhere. Do you really believe that's possible? Thomas asked. I don't know, man. Who do you think I am? She replied with a wry laugh. Well, you're the closest thing to an expert I've met when it comes to this paranormal spiritual stuff, Thomas granted. Isn't Justin like pagan or something? Shouldn't he be your expert? Tamara retorted. Despite her denial, Thomas noticed a sort of pride in her eyes. Justin is curious about all this stuff, but I don't think he really knows much, Thomas said, adding, maybe he thought he did before, but after all this? I get it, Tamara stopped him. You know how many people think they know it all, like there's some kind of encyclopedia of the spirit world? Usually they just turn out to be horror film nerds without any real hobbies. Throw a situation like yours at them and they'll run to the hills. Why haven't you run to the hills? Thomas asked. Tamara hauled in a deep breath and said, well, I guess this is the most interesting thing that's happened around here for a while, and As she trailed off, her hand slid across the grass toward Thomas. He felt her fingertips touch his thigh and froze. He stopped breathing and felt sweat form instantly under his hair. The top of his head burned while the rest of his body went cold. Tamara continued to move her hand toward his while he stared straight ahead into the flames. A wild shriek rose above the growling fire. It pierced the air, and Thomas saw two of the firemen stumble backwards. Thomas jumped up, and Tamara slid back on the grass, falling on her elbows before she rose to her feet. What the hell was that? She yelled, and Thomas heard genuine terror in her voice. His eyes darted from the flames to the yard, searching for his family. A scream cut the air again, and he took another step back. Tamara clutched his arm, and he heard her saying his name, but he was solely focused on the scene before him. He finally saw his parents and siblings come running back around from behind the barn. They stopped as a firefighter started spraying in front of them, creating a boundary between them and Thomas. Corinne clutched Nick's leg tightly. The firemen had all started shooting their streams into the blaze randomly. Though he had never watched firefighters in action before, Thomas could tell they were acting in terror without any strategy. The wood crackled and popped as water rained down on it and instantly evaporated. The fire was much too hot for the hoses to have any lasting effect on it. One man kept his stream trained long enough to open a small gap in the flame, and what it revealed made him scream, drop his hose, and dart back to the truck. Standing in the opening, engulfed in flame, was the outline of a human form. It stood in the burning wreckage, hands outstretched, head pulled back in anguish. It released one more shrill cry, and as it did, its head whipped forward. Even though it had no discernible face, Thomas knew it was looking directly at him. As the final note of agony faded, flames enveloped the burning form. Everyone stood in frozen silence while the fire resumed its normal crackling. Derek tore off his helmet and marched toward Tamara and Thomas. Noting the stormy expression on his face, Thomas stepped away from Derek's daughter. Girl, he shouted once he was close enough to be heard over the flames. Get back in the truck and stay there until I'm done here. Tamara tried to protest, but Derek raised a hand in front of her face to silence her. Now that he was closer, Thomas could see a stream had cut through the smudged soot on his cheek. A single tear was still shaking on the edge of his jaw, threatening to fall with each word he spoke. Now listen, he said, barely loud enough for Thomas to hear. I warned you about this place, and maybe you thought I was crazy, but now you know I was right. I was very right. I was so goddamn right I'm scared to even stay here, but I have a job to finish, and I'm pretty sure most of my crew just got turned useless on me. He pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the fireman who was leaning forward with his palms placed firmly on the truck. The man's head was hung and his shoulders raised and lowered quickly and deeply as he tried to regain control of his breath. I'll stay back, I promise, Tamara pleaded. No, Derek responded firmly. I don't need something else to be worried about out here. You just stay in the truck and wait for me, you hear? Yes, Dad. She gave Thomas a forlorn glance and walked back to the driveway. And you, Derek turned and pointed a gloved finger at Thomas. You get your family and go back up to the house. I don't want any of you near this fire. You got that? Yes, sir, Thomas replied, fighting a surge of adolescent defiance. Truthfully, he didn't know what to expect next. Although he didn't want to miss any more supernatural occurrences, he didn't want his family in danger either. They had made their way around the aimless firemen, and Derek saw them approaching from the corner of his vision. Hey folks, I think it might be best if you wait up by the house while we finish this up, he shouted to them. Marie placed her hands on Michael and Reed's shoulders and called back, We were thinking the same thing. Nick pointed at the fire and scrunched his face as he shouted, What was that noise, Derek? Derek grimaced and waited for Nick to get closer so he wouldn't have to yell. He realized from where the family had been standing, the burning figure was masked by the rest of the flames. They hadn't seen the flaming figure, and he didn't want to scare the kids by letting them hear what he was about to tell their father. That, sir, was someone who's known death experiencing it again. He whispered, looking dead into Nick's eyes. Nick was taken aback by his words, and Derek could tell he didn't believe him. I'd recommend you take your family back up to the safety of your home now, Derek said with finality. Nick gave him a curt nod and ushered the kids back to the house. Marie and Thomas lingered for a moment, letting them get a few meters away. It was her, wasn't it? Marie asked quietly. I saw her, Mom, and I think she saw me. I think she hates me. Let's just get inside and let these men do their job, Marie replied, not knowing what else to say. She hoped those cries of agony signaled the end of Cynthia Fisher. Perhaps her spirit had been released and she could finally move on to whatever heaven or hell awaited her. But something deep within told Marie that was not the case.
Chapter 29. The last dying embers glowed atop tremendous heaps of ash. The crooked, cracked foundation was still so hot that no one could walk on it without melting their shoes and burning their feet. Nick discovered he needed to be careful even when walking around the remains of his barn when he stepped on a long molten nail that burned through the sole of his boot and singed his sock. Lucky for him, it had been resting on its side and not pointed up like a booby trap in a cartoon. He had no doubt it would have pierced through his foot before he had even noticed it was there. Only a couple of hours had passed since the firemen removed their suits, packed up their equipment, loaded into the truck, and vacated the property. They had dutifully carried out their task, speaking only when necessary. The remainder of the donuts Derek had brought were untouched. No one was hungry. If anything, they felt a little sick after the screaming flames incident. After the crew left, Nick began to sense dread rising in his chest. It had been relaxing to relinquish control to those other men and let them take care of the burning. Now it was solely up to him to finish the job. There was the ash and flotsam left on the foundation and in the yard to deal with. Then there was the question of what to do with the foundation itself. Planning might have been easier if his mind wasn't already preoccupied with anxious thoughts of whatever might have produced that terrible sound being buried in the ash, waiting to be uncovered and unleashed. With the fire crew gone, Nick was the man in charge, but that usually empowering position felt heavy and unwelcome that morning. Nick had told the rest of the family to wait inside while he examined the aftermath of the fire. Discoveries like the scalding nail were exactly what he wanted to uncover before letting his children explore the mess. Stepping more carefully, he made his way to the backside of the concrete foundation that had become an enormous gravestone for the once proud structure it had supported. It felt strange to him to be able to see the house from that corner of the yard. Something about it made the whole property seem smaller and less appealing. The sense of pride he felt for his little stake of land began to dwindle. Once he had fully investigated the surrounding area, Nick turned his focus to the embers and ash. He stabbed the black and gray mounds with a pitchfork and overturned the top layers to expose the cinder beneath. As he worked his way around the edge, the foundation still too hot to walk on, he realized it might be days before the heaps cooled completely. Each turn of the pitchfork exposed more orange and red coals pulsating with heat that had been trapped by the dense blanket of ash. He decided he should teach Thomas what he was doing so the boy could keep turning the embers while Nick was at work during the week. The physical labor of turning the ash and the heat it was unleashing managed to warm Nick until his coat became uncomfortable. Even though the temperature was near freezing and a biting wind cut mercilessly across the yard, he shed the coat and tossed it on the ground behind him. The tip of his nose felt cold as the wind chilled the beads of sweat accumulating there, but the rest of him was burning up. After a few more minutes of the repetitive stab, flip, repeat routine, Nick paused and leaned on the pitchfork to catch his breath. He prided himself on his grit and strength, but it had been quite some time since his endurance was tested the way the seemingly endless task was doing. He felt eyes on him and looked to the house. He searched from window to window until he found the spy. Corinne was waving to him from the window at the top of the stairs. Grace was beside her. Nick wiped the sweat from his eyes and squinted. The dog was still there, paws up on the windowsill, tongue hanging lazily out of the side of her mouth. Could Corinne see her? His daughter kept waving, a look of confusion now creeping over her face as she wondered why Nick wasn't waving back. He slowly raised a hand to acknowledge her, but his bewildered expression did not change. Corinne stopped waving and suddenly pointed at Nick. He had to squint harder to be sure, but he thought she looked concerned. She almost appeared afraid as she frantically pointed again and again. Grace kept panting happily beside her. Nick thought it was odd that the dog's breath wasn't fogging up the glass. He placed his hands on his chest and mouthed, "Me?" to his daughter, but she shook her head and pointed again. Nick looked side to side and saw nothing. He realized she must have been pointing at something behind him. He didn't want to look away from his little girl while she stood so close to whatever was taking Grace's form, but stole a quick glance over his shoulder. He saw his coat, nowhere near where he left it. It hovered 3 feet above some of the red-hot cinders he had exposed. The arms were held out to the side by an invisible force, and the unzipped middle was unnaturally still as the wind whipped around it. Nick gasped, and instantly all the warmth he felt was replaced by a bitter cold that made his bones ache. A soft whispering breath filled the air around him. He looked left and right, but saw no one. The noise continued to grow until it was so loud Nick dropped to his knees in fright. As soon as he hit the ground, the sound ceased. The wind stopped, and his coat fell. It landed on top of the glowing embers and instantly caught fire. The flame shot up quickly and burned up the coat in a matter of seconds. Nick shuffled back on his knees, terrified as he stared at the black ash that used to be his coat. He abruptly remembered Corinne and the Grace thing and pivoted toward the window. They were both gone. The front door of the house burst open, and Marie ran down the steps of the patio and into the yard towards him. "Nick," she shouted as she ran. I'm okay, he called to her. He got up slowly, constantly checking over his shoulder. "Corinne said, and I heard Grace barking and... your coat," Marie stammered. She was out of breath and was visibly shaking. Nick put his hands on her shoulders and drew her in. "I'm okay," he repeated. "I don't know what just happened, but I'm okay." They stood like that for a minute or two. The whole time they embraced, Nick kept his eyes trained on the window, watching for any signs of Grace. Marie said she heard her barking, which should have bothered him, but in that moment, it only provided some confirmation that he wasn't totally insane. The wind had picked up again, and Nick squeezed his wife one last time before leading her back to the house. "Let's call Jen," he said. "Jen who?" "Jen Tracy, the realtor," he reminded her. Marie stopped and grabbed Nick's shirt. "Do you mean it? Are we leaving for sure now?" she asked excitedly. Nick only smiled a sad smile and nodded once, slowly. "I don't think we're welcome here anymore. Maybe we never were." Chapter 30. As October slipped away, November fell over Collins like a heavy, wet blanket. Thomas couldn't remember the last time he had seen the unobscured sun. Window views consisted of monotonous gray skies that blended drearily with the leafless trees, withering grass, and empty fields. The atmosphere brought perpetual boredom with it. Some may call that depression. Thomas caught himself staring out into the wide expanse of nothing outside, his thoughts getting lost somewhere in the blustery abyss. Speech class seemed to drag on longer with each passing day. It began to feel more like a chore than a chance to leave the house and see his peers. Thomas could tell the change of season was bringing Justin's spirits down too. His mood ranged from mildly depressed to inexplicably belligerent, sometimes within the span of one class period. Even when Thomas told him Tamara had tried to kiss him the morning of the barn burning, Justin's reaction was muted and dull. Miss Huntley did her best to keep her students' attention by typing everything she taught them into the upcoming regional competition. Thomas, Justin, and Carla had all entered in different categories. Andy had opted not to participate, an attitude he extended to more than just the contest. Miss Huntley was taking them through a module about poetry recitation, Justin's category, which exacerbated Thomas's trouble focusing. He found the topic dull and unhelpful. He couldn't imagine a moment in life in which his ability to deliver metrical composition would make any difference. However, raised to be respectful, he sat upright and tried to keep his attention from being sucked out the window. "And that, Justin, is something you'll want to keep in mind at the competition," finished Miss Huntley, wrapping up the day's lecture. "Great," Justin responded, with subtle sarcasm and a lazy thumbs up. Miss Huntley punished his fake enthusiasm with a silent glare before turning to Carla. "You, Carla, will be excited to know we'll be covering expository speech in the next module," the teacher continued. "All right, thanks," Carla sighed, seemingly relieved that her topic would be covered in time for the competition. Thomas never pinned her as uptight, but a competitive streak was bringing out a different side of her lately. "Miss Huntley," Thomas asked, hand raised, "what about extemporaneous speech? Will we be covering that?" Miss Huntley didn't look at him at first. It was impossible to think she didn't hear him. He was the only one talking in the small room. Finally, she turned to him, her face holding the weight of disappointment. "Come see me after class." She spoke the ominous words as if she were sentencing him to the gallows. His classmates looked at him with concern, except for Andy. His smug grin made it rudely obvious he was proud not to be at the bottom for once. Class ended, and Thomas waved as his peers shuffled out of the room. Justin gave him a sympathetic smile before disappearing around the corner outside of the classroom door. "Thomas," Miss Huntley said, and motioned for him to approach her desk. He obeyed, all the while trying to convince himself nothing could be wrong. He wrestled his memory, trying to squeeze out anything that could give him a hint about why the teacher would need to see him. Everything should have been fine. He had done everything right. So why was Miss Huntley looking at him like he had just kicked a kitten? "All right, Thomas," she spoke as he stood in front of her, placing the tips of his fingers on the lip of her desk. "I'm going to get right to it. Mr. Gradson had me pull your registration for the regional speech competition yesterday." "What?" Thomas asked, trying to stifle his outrage. "Why? And who's Mr. Gradson?" "The superintendent," she replied. "He dug up some school policy that basically says you can't participate in any school-sponsored competitions unless you are at least a half-time student." Indignant, Thomas stood a little straighter and argued, "But my parents pay taxes here. Shouldn't I be entitled to some benefit from that?" His heartbeat quickened, pounding against his ribs as he said the words. Arguing with an adult, besides his parents, was a foreign concept and a new experience to him. "Stand down, kid. I'm on your side," she said calmly. Her words calmed Thomas a little. They were enough to slow the wild train of adrenaline at least. His neck still felt warm as anger boiled in his chest, but at least, maybe, he had an ally. "So what can we do?" he asked. "Well," she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It whistled as it passed through her nose. "There's really nothing we can do about it this time. The deadline for registration has passed and your form wasn't submitted. I'm sorry, Thomas, I really am. You know I wanted you to go." Simmer, bubble, pop. The pot of rage boiled up again, this time almost choking Thomas as he tried to speak. The steam condensed behind his eyes, begging to be released, but Thomas would not cry. He would show no weakness, even though he was beginning to feel more powerless with each passing second. Miss Huntley continued, "What I'd like you to do, if you're willing, is to petition the school board to change the policy. It won't help you this year, but in the future, no." Thomas cut her off. Her head jerked back slightly with surprise. "I'm sorry? I'm not going to be here in the future. My family's moving. We're getting out of Collins and going somewhere else. I'll find another school and I'll compete with them next year instead," Thomas announced. He wasn't completely lying, but he knew he was exaggerating the facts. His parents were discussing moving, but they would still have to sell the house first, which currently sat next to a giant pile of ash and soot on a dead gray property. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Miss Huntley responded with genuine disappointment. "Well, I hope you know I would have loved to have you represent Collins Maxwell, and I hope wherever you end up, your talent is appreciated as much as it is in this classroom." "Thanks, Miss Huntley." Then he smugly added, "I'd love it if you could pass that on to Mr. Gradson." Miss Huntley gave him a stern look, but he could see a playful glint in her eyes and the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. She tilted her head toward the door, motioning for him to go. As he slipped past the students filing in for the next class period, he wondered how Mr. Gradson had come to stumble upon a policy that prevented him from competing. It wouldn't cost the school anything for him to go. In fact, if he did well, he would really have done them a favor by earning some recognition for the school. In his blind rush to get out of the damn hillbilly school, he didn't notice Tamara trying to catch him in the hallway. He pushed the door open and stepped out into the cold. Marie was parked in front of the curb, waiting. Thomas remembered the last time he mentioned the superintendent to her. He didn't know what she had done afterwards, but could that be why his registration was pulled? Was it his mother's fault? "Hey, Thomas," Tamara called out from the open front door. Thomas turned and waved to her, not in the mood for a chat. "Hey, wait a second," she requested, and shuffled into the cold without a jacket. She caught up to him and said, "I know you need to get going, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry about the barn burning." "What do you mean? Burning ghosts aside, it went fine," Thomas replied dryly. "No, I mean, not the barn. I mean, what I tried to do." "Oh. It was just the caffeine and the fire and talking to you, and it all added up and made me do something stupid. I'm sorry. Can we just forget about it?" "Already done," Thomas replied with the best smile he could summon, which was curt at best. "Thanks. See you later," she yelled while running back inside. Marie picked up on Thomas's mood as he opened the passenger door and climbed into the van. Mothers have that uncanny ability. She cocked her head to one side and raised an eyebrow. Thomas thought about telling her what Miss Huntley said. He thought about asking her what she had done that could have warranted the vendetta against him, but then he wondered what she might do given another reason to confront Mr. Gradson. He would tell her, he decided, but he would wait until there were a few miles of cold, barren countryside between them and the school. Chapter 31. Thomas had stopped experiencing the dreams or visions of Cynthia's suicide attempt ever since he and his siblings discovered the journal in the attic. Most nights, he fell asleep rather easily, as long as he didn't dwell on his frustrations with the school or allow himself to get too excited about the prospect of leaving Collins for good. If the latter took over his mind, he often wondered if his old friends would take back up with him right away, or if they had moved on with their own lives. With the exception of Evan and Calvin's overnight visit early on, he had only seen his friends at church on Sundays. They treated him normally, but he could tell by the way they all joked amongst themselves that their lives and relationships were on a divergent track, traveling farther and farther from Thomas. On one particular night, he considered the consequences of announcing his return to Ames on the following Sunday. He knew it was too early to say if and when the move would take place, but maybe it would encourage his friends to leave a little space in their lives for him. Besides, Nick had called the realtor and begun the discussion of listing the house for sale. Maybe, he thought, it wouldn't be so premature after all. He was about to fall asleep when a piercing scream erupted from his parents' room, and a loud thump shook the wall. He bolted upright and reached his bedroom door before he even knew what he was doing. In one fluid motion, he turned the knob and opened the door only to have it slammed in his face. The knob ripped out of his hand. He stood for a moment, dumbfounded. His mother continued to scream, and Nick's shouting voice joined in a terrifying harmony. Thomas tried the door again with the same result, only this time he also heard the bolt slide, locking the door. There was no key. All the bedroom doors had the old locks with keyholes large enough to see through, but the family had never located any keys. Thomas was trapped. He started hammering the door with his fists and yelling to be let out, but he wasn't sure who he was yelling at. Over the noise of his parents' voices and the erratic thumps coming from their room, Thomas thought he heard the whisper of flipping pages. He stopped pounding on the door to listen and turned to examine his room. Cynthia's journal was laying open on his bed with a message scrawled across the two open pages. Thomas stepped closer. He had seen every page of the journal, and none of them were written the way this text was. The letters, all capitals, were uneven and crooked. In some places, the pen, which he noticed laying next to the book, had broken through the page, causing the paper to bunch up like an accordion. Do not let him in. The message was clear. Cynthia had locked herself and Thomas inside his room for their own protection. Let me help them, Thomas screamed at the invisible entity. He searched frantically for something to pry the door open with. It seemed unlikely that he would be able to break the old iron bolt, but he had to try. Marie's terror continued to burrow through the walls and slither under doors, and Nick seemed unable to calm her. Another booming thud shook the wall, and Thomas's hands began shaking. As he opened desk drawers and rifled through their contents, he thought of the window. His window opened up to the overhang above the patio, which extended below his parents' window too. Maybe, he thought, he could reach them that way. He flipped the locks and put all his strength into sliding the warped wooden window open. Kicking out the screen, he stepped onto the roof with one foot. It had become slick with a thin, icy sheen, a precursor of what winter would bring. As he lifted his other foot to get out, the sounds coming from the other room ceased. If he listened carefully, he could only hear faint, rapid speech from his parents' room. A moment later, he was consumed with panic again. His doorknob turned, slowly at first, but when whoever was on the other side encountered the lock, the motion became rapid and arrhythmic. Thomas slid the rest of his body out the window and held himself against the wall. It was nearly impossible with his bare feet on the ice. His only saving grace was that, in his state of fear, his brain didn't register the bitter cold engulfing his body. He heard the single pound of a heavy fist against the door, so powerful it rattled the window pane next to him, but the door remained intact. The next blow sounded like a linebacker putting the full force of his shoulder into the door, and Thomas thought he heard the crackle of splitting wood. Scared that the next blow would break the door from its hinges, Thomas daintily slid himself toward his parents' window. As he got within arm's reach of the shutter, he heard the door get hammered again. He was too far away to know if the assailant managed to break into his room, but if they did, all he could do was hold his breath and hope they weren't interested in looking out the window. Whoever it is, Cynthia must have believed they were after her. Worse, she must have felt powerless against them. It would explain why she locked the door and wrote the warning in her journal. Just as another thud reverberated from his room, Thomas reached the next window. He saw his parents with their ears pressed against their closed bedroom door, holding each other close. Worried about giving them a panic attack, but unsure of any other option, Thomas tapped gently on the glass. Marie screamed and dropped to the floor, her back sliding against the door all the way down. Nick turned with an ashen face that filled with relief as soon as he saw Thomas. Leaving Marie, Nick darted across the room to struggle with the window. He ripped off the screen and pulled Thomas inside. "What are you doing?" Nick asked his son, who shivered uncontrollably on the bedroom floor. "My room. They're at my door," Thomas stammered while he adjusted to the temperature. In relative safety, he suddenly realized how cold he had been. His eyes locked with Marie's. They were still brimming with terror, but she seemed to be breathing a little easier. Thomas forced himself to take one long, ragged breath and speak slowly. "Whoever they are, they're outside my door and they want in," he finally said. Down the hall, the being slammed into the door again, as if punctuating Thomas's statement. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," Marie murmured, placing a hand over her eyes. "Do you know if anyone else is awake?" asked Nick. "Oh my God, the other kids. Marie cried. Nick ignored her and Thomas shook his head. Nick grimaced as his fear transformed into determination. He grabbed Marie by the shoulders and moved her away from the door. "What are you doing?" she asked him fearfully. "I have to see." His voice became too faint to hear beneath the sound of yet another violent blow against the door down the hall. Nick turned the knob slowly, all the while listening for the being outside. The door made a small pop as the catch slipped from its home in the frame. Nick pushed the door open just enough to see Michael and Reed's room across the hall. 4 worried eyes met his, also peering from a partially opened door. That just left Corinne, for whom he felt the most anxious. There was no way he could check on her without opening the door all the way and stepping into the hall. Nick formed some semblance of a plan, not allowing himself to dwell too long on the potential consequences. He turned back to his wife and son and told them to get ready to run. On his signal, they were to go down the stairs, get outside, and start the van. He would send Michael and Reed after them and join them shortly with Corinne. He was unsure how to execute the last step, but he included it confidently, as much for his own good as theirs. Marie wiped her eyes and steadied herself. She nodded. Nick peeked out again and caught his younger son's attention. Using his hands, he instructed them to run to the stairs when he counted down from 3. Reed appeared confused, but Michael understood the command. Nick knew Reed would follow his brother. He held 3 fingers out, then 2, then 1. When Nick dropped the last finger, he pulled the door open. Michael followed suit and dashed to the stairs with Reed close on his heels. "Go," Nick whisper-shouted to Thomas and Marie, and they obeyed. Nick peered out of the room to get a visual of his dark adversary. He was surprised and somewhat terrified to see nothing. Another heavy slam into Thomas's door told him whatever it was still haunted the hall, but it was invisible to him. Unsure of what else to do, he charged. Nick ran full steam down the hall and rounded the corner, coming face to face with Corinne's door. He threw it open and was greeted by a terrified shriek from his daughter. She was totally hidden beneath her sheets, holding them tightly over her head. "Corinne, it's me. We have to go now," Nick spoke quickly, shutting the door behind him. "Daddy?" she asked. "Yes, baby, it's me. Everyone else got out safe, and now I need to get you out of here, okay?" There was a brief pause before the sheet slid off her head, just down to her nose so she could see her father. "What's making that noise, Daddy?" She trembled as she spoke. Nick saw the sheer terror in her eyes, even in the dark room, and it made him want to cry with her. "I don't know, sweetie," he answered truthfully, "but I ran past it, and I'm okay. We just have to get downstairs and we'll be safe with everyone else, all right?" Corinne nodded smallly, but disappeared under the sheets again as the being slammed into Thomas's door another time. Nick couldn't be too sure, but he thought the sounds were growing weaker and further in between. Maybe it was getting tired. He kissed his daughter's forehead, then scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the door. "Open the door for me on the count of 3, he instructed. Corinne answered with big, wet eyes, but she wrapped a hand around the doorknob. Nick whispered the countdown. 3, 2. On 1, Corinne closed her eyes tightly and turned the knob. Nick ran down the hall again, but the weight of his daughter made him slower this time. As he passed Thomas's door, staying as close to the opposite wall as possible, he heard the distinct heavy breathing of a large man. The sound was human, but its disembodied nature gave Nick goosebumps, even as he sweat under the strain of his burden. "Stay back!" Nick yelled in the direction of the breathing. They passed by Thomas's door without incident, but almost as soon as they were away from it, it was struck by the invisible force again. From the hall, Nick could hear just how powerful the blow was, and he was amazed the door still stood. The van's headlights illuminated the driveway outside the window. Nick felt a sense of relief knowing his family made it to safety. He hadn't allowed himself to think they might not, but he felt better knowing something terrible didn't befall them on their way out of the house. Nick turned the lock so it would latch behind them as he took Corinne out the front door. As they stepped onto the porch, he realized for the first time that it was raining. He set Corinne down and they ran to the van together. Everyone else was waiting inside. The short sprint from the house to the van was enough to get them wet. The icy droplets soaked through their clothes since they were not able to grab their coats during the retreat. Fortunately, Marie had the foresight to turn the heat on and get the interior warm before they got in. As the warm air blasted Nick's face, drying out his eyes, he felt safe. "Hotel?" he asked Marie, but he already knew the answer. "There are a few just off the highway on the north side of Ames," she answered. "Let's try one of those." She put the van in gear, and the Trotters left the Collins house behind. When the van turned off their street and onto the highway, the rain turned to snow. The tiny flakes passed over the windshield like an invisible force field pushed them away. The billowing flakes and the rhythmic sequence of streetlights glowing and fading as they passed created a hypnotic scene in the otherwise dark and quiet night. Most of the children fell asleep within the first 5 miles of the drive. Thomas, however, remained awake. While everyone else had been focusing on getting away, he was the only one who had looked back. While the van was turning out from the driveway, he had been watching his bedroom window. Since he had left it partially open, much of the glass had frosted over. He had only barely been able to make it out in the dark, but he was sure of what he saw. Etched in the frost were 3 large capital letters: B-E-N. Chapter 32. After spending the weekend at a hotel, the razor edge of fear began to dull. With each hour of safety and relaxation, the memory of that terrible night faded more, and eventually most of the Trotters questioned whether they had truly heard the sounds at all. Thomas and Marie held fast in their belief of what they had experienced that night, but they didn't discuss it openly because Michael, Reed, and Corinne seemed to have blissfully forgotten. Nick was torn between his murky memory and what he would call rational thought whenever Marie broached the topic. The events of that night had started in Nick's bedroom when his wife woke up screaming again. He had dismissed his wife's delusions before, but that time, when he looked for a shadow at the end of the bed, he couldn't say with any certainty that he had seen nothing. He didn't see a man or a creature, but something moved. It was hard for him to describe it any further. It was like the air in that spot shifted somehow. However, he decided the anomaly could be brushed aside as a trick of the eyes. He had just been torn suddenly from sleep, after all. But then there was the moment that got him yelling too. The moment the blackness began to inch over the top of the mattress, rolling slowly closer like high tide creeping up a sandy shore. More tricks of the eyes until the comforter suddenly bunched up at the foot of the bed, and it, along with the sheets, were ripped off to expose Nick and Marie to the night. No matter how he played this out in his mind, Nick could not devise a way Marie could have dragged the blankets away from herself in such a way. Marie's reaction was to roll off the bed onto the floor and make herself as small as possible in the corner. This left Nick alone on the wide-open mattress with the darkness still looming, coming slowly closer with each passing second. He looked at his wife, his husbandly, protective nature urging him to throw himself over her and sacrifice himself to whatever evil was creeping up on them so that she might live. But then he saw the door. If he could open the door, he might convince Marie to make a run for it, saving them both and giving them a chance to save the kids. The kids. They were the determining factor when he weighed the two plans against each other. Summoning his courage, Nick had pushed himself away from the bed, landed hard on his feet, and bolted across the room. As he had begun to open the door, he yelled for Marie, motioning for her to follow. But she had just kept screaming and pointed at the billowing darkness. It was watching him. It had no eyes, no discernible face at all. But Nick knew in his soul that it was staring at him, tracking his every move. Without warning, it rushed him. It pushed him off the door, which flew open as Nick fell away. The blackness escaped from the room and disappeared, camouflaged in the dark hallway. Despite the corporeal elements of that night's events, Nick had started to question what was real and what his imagination was filling in. Had Marie primed him to see shadowy forms in the night? Had her descriptions of the thing that haunted her managed to slip into his waking vision? Sheets fall off beds, and people lose their balance in the dark. Was his memory of a shadowy black essence just a way for him to excuse his own clumsiness and suggestibility? Further leading him to question the reality of the situation was the fact that whatever entity had haunted them that night had allowed them all to escape safely. Truthfully, it hadn't been too difficult to get everyone out of the house. If whatever it was wanted to harm them, would it have been so easy? Nick knew the idea of returning to the house scared Marie, but maybe he could convince her they would be safe there, at least until they could sell it. Living in a hotel could be quite expensive, and although they had seemed to enjoy the first day or so, Nick could tell the kids were not going to tolerate living in the small space much longer. Besides, as soon as they got back to the house, Nick could start removing the ash piles that were preventing Jen Tracy from listing the house for sale. She insisted that no one would pay much attention to the good features of the home, with that looming reminder of destruction only yards away. Never a man to sit idly by, Nick had spent some time making calls and arranging to have a dumpster and mini loader delivered to the house on Monday so he could get started. Thomas's apprehension about returning to the Collins house mainly stemmed from his concern for and about Cynthia. First, he was concerned for her, knowing she had been afraid of Ben's spirit, which seemed to have located her at long last. Why Ben had taken so long to find her, and why he had been so suddenly aggressive, Thomas thought he may never know. Second, Thomas was concerned about Cynthia, as he wondered how whatever interaction she might have had with Ben after they left would affect her behavior. She had displayed some aggression before, in the barn, and Thomas's ankle still reminded him of his encounter with her there from time to time. Barring that incident, Cynthia had been gentle, though. She seemed only to want Thomas to understand her plight. When the family returned to the house, Thomas wondered, would Cynthia and Ben return to their usual behavior? Would what happened the night they fled become a regular occurrence? Or worse, would the aggressive behavior continue to escalate? If the latter happened, Thomas couldn't foresee his family living in the house even if it were only until it was sold to another unfortunate family. This thought prompted another line of internal inquiry as Thomas debated the ethics of passing their troubles along to some other unwitting, innocent souls. Of course, he was primarily concerned with his own family's safety, but if it came at the cost of someone else's, he wasn't sure he would be able to live with himself. He imagined listening to the radio on a sunny afternoon and hearing the newscaster with a deep, solemn voice tell him about a tragic story out of small-town Iowa. A happy young family murdered in their beds by an unknown assailant, or an elderly couple returning to their roots found dead under mysterious circumstances. And now back to the hits. Someone knocked on the wall behind Thomas as he sat on the bed thinking. "Enter," he responded sarcastically. The knock was really just a courtesy, as there was no privacy to be found in the hotel. Thomas turned to see Nick, knuckles still resting on the wall. "Hey, Thomas, time to pack up," he said. "We're going home." Chapter 33. The atmosphere had warmed enough to melt the thin layer of frost that was coating the house when the Trotters had fled. They arrived to find it dripping at every corner. All the windows were sweating. The still silence of the country landscape was accented by the steady sound of water streaming down the gutter pipe. The house itself seemed quiet. It was familiar, but no longer home. It appeared menacing to Thomas as he stood looking up at its facade. The saturated roof and siding were darkened with moisture, contrasting the house against the nearly cloudless blue sky in a way that made it look out of place and unnatural. The family stood on the driveway, waiting for Marie to finish double-checking the van for any forgotten items they would be missing later. She took an inordinate amount of time to search, considering they had brought almost nothing but the clothes on their backs. She'd never questioned why everyone else stood around watching her instead of taking themselves inside. She knew she wasn't the only one stalling. Nick looked toward the mounds of ash a few yards away. Also having been soaked, they looked like drifts of black snow, humorlessly reminding him of the time Reed accidentally addressed his Christmas list to Satan instead of Santa. He imagined the fires of hell spitting embers into the sky, the red devil singing, "Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow," as they floated down around him. Nick dreaded the task of shoveling heavy, wet ash. While he had no enthusiasm about carrying out the job, he was feeling antsy to do anything that would bring them closer to getting away from the house. Okay, Marie spoke hesitantly. I guess we have everything. No one replied. Someone driving by might have mistaken them for wax figures, an artist's rendering of a family returning from vacation, as they stood looking into the dark eyes of the house. It's been said the eyes are the windows to the soul, but whoever said that might have flipped the expression if they had looked at the Collins house that day. The hollow, soulless windows stared back, welcoming them, no, daring them to enter. Nick's thumb brushed against the lump in his pocket that reminded him he held the keys to the locked house. If someone was going to make the first move, it had to be him. Well, all right, he said, trying to sound confident. Let's get inside. After Nick unlocked the door, the family crossed the threshold into the hushed house. All the curtains remained drawn over the windows, shrouding every room in shadow, which only made the house even less inviting. Michael led the march upstairs, dragging his dollar store bag full of cheap items and secondhand clothes his parents had purchased for him while they were staying at the hotel. The comedic way the bag bounced off each stair, only to be launched into the air again by the next step, broke the heavy tension that kept the family bound together in the entryway. Reed followed his brother, and Corinne followed Reed. After you, Nick said to Thomas, adding a nod in the direction of the staircase. Thomas shrugged off his coat and obeyed. Nick followed, shadowed hesitantly by Marie. Covered windows aside, everything seemed normal on the second floor. Nick and Marie's bedroom door remained wide open and exposed the uncovered bed. Thomas heard Marie draw in a shaky breath before she entered it. Thomas's own door was, as he had hoped to find, closed. As he stood in front of it, his own dollar store sack slung over his shoulder, he felt cold air flowing over his toes. He remembered that he had left the window open after his escape. He gave the door a once-over, searching for cracks, scrapes, or any other signs of damage, but the door appeared untouched. He recalled the horrible banging from the night they left, trying to keep the sound fresh in his memory so he wouldn't begin to doubt he had heard it. As he did, he found it hard to believe Ben hadn't left any marks of any kind in the old wood. The doorknob was painfully cold to the touch, and for a moment Thomas almost forgot the door had been locked from the inside the night he escaped. He took a step back to examine it again. Below the knob was a large keyhole that mirrored the one on the opposite side. Thomas whispered curses to himself. He had never been able to find the damn key before and doubted it would magically appear now. With no other options available, he decided to try the door anyway. A shiver rippled from his spine as he turned the knob, and the door swung wide open. I guess Cynthia knew I'd be back. Before passing through the threshold and entering his bedroom, Thomas examined it from the hallway. The window was open, as he had expected. The bed was disheveled, of course. The journal, the piece of evidence that would never let him doubt what happened that night, lay open, face up, with Cynthia's warning scrawled across the two otherwise blank pages. Everything was just as he had left it. He dropped his bag by the bed and slammed the window shut. Then he left the room, deciding to come back when the temperature leveled out with the rest of the house. He wandered the hall, peering into everyone's rooms to see them all unpacking in silence. Their presence brought a little life back to the home, but Thomas knew it would never feel wholly welcoming again. He decided to go down to the kitchen for a snack while he waited for his room to warm. Thomas paused for a moment at the top of the stairs to draw back the curtain on the window there. The sun's rays made him feel a little better, lighter. He hadn't realized he was wearing his dread like a wet cotton sweater, and it felt like the sunlight instantly dried him out and evaporated the soggy discomfort. But the renewed peace was short-lived. When Thomas turned away from the window, he saw the small, familiar shape of Grace at the base of the stairs. Although she was only partially illuminated in the dull light, Thomas could see her curious face staring up at him, head cocked to one side. She would stay like that, staring for a moment, then tip her head to the other side and continue to watch him. Her head moved unnaturally, snapping back and forth too quickly. Thomas shut his eyes tight and counted to 5, hoping she would disappear or turn out to be some artifact of his imagination. He was disappointed to see her still staring when his eyes opened. Thomas breathed deeply and took one step down toward her. This made Grace's ears perk up. With his second step, she lifted her rear to a standing position. She opened her mouth with step 3, letting her wagging tongue unroll as she noiselessly panted. When Thomas was about halfway down, Grace spun around in the same twitchy manner her head had moved with. She darted off into the living room, and Thomas bounded over the last few steps to chase after her. When he entered the living room, he paused to survey it. Grace was no longer in sight, and he didn't hear anything. At that moment, he realized he hadn't heard anything when she ran either. The familiar clacking of her paws on the hardwood was hauntingly absent. Thomas decided to open the curtains and bring some light into the room. As he approached the window, he noticed a protrusion just above the sill, a bulge that matched the size of a small dog. Thomas braced himself and gripped the edge of the curtain with a shaky hand. He couldn't decide if he should pull it back slowly or whip it all open at once. His mother's voice entered his thoughts, speaking to him as a small child. "I know it's scary, but it won't hurt so much if you just rip the bandage off as fast as you can." Heeding her advice, Thomas tore open the curtain. In the spot where he thought Grace was hiding, on the opposite side of the glass, was Shadow. He was standing on the windowsill outside, front paws against the glass and baring his teeth and claws. With his remaining ear pulled back sharply, the cat hissed at Thomas, making him stumble back and release the curtain from his grip. The cover fell over the window again, and when Thomas recovered, he yanked it back to reveal nothing. Just an empty patio. The incident didn't scare Thomas, it only made him angry. He felt a cold aggression toward the house pulsing in his temple as he stood by the half-covered window, fists clenched and breathing heavy. Once he finally managed to calm himself, he went about the first floor, opening every curtain he passed and allowing the sunlight to flood the dark rooms. It would have seemed a normal task to the observer, but Thomas meant it as an act of war against the house. If it wanted to play with his mind using shapes in the shadows, he would destroy the shadows. There was one shadow he was particularly interested in eliminating, but he had to focus on one thing at a time. With the house bathed in natural light, Thomas stopped by the kitchen to fulfill his original purpose. He rinsed an apple and dried its waxy skin against his pant leg. He bit into it and tasted very little of its juicy sweetness. His brain was too preoccupied to register something as inconsequential as the fruit's flavor. On a whim, potentially brought on by the humming adrenaline still coursing through his veins, Thomas put on his shoes and stepped out onto the patio. No undead animals were waiting for him there, but that wasn't why he had gone outside. He walked, not pausing as he took violent bites from the apple in his hands, toward the big tree with the gash. He reached the tree and stood in front of it. He was acting entirely on impulse, and he wanted to scream at it. The tree was the only physical piece of Ben and Cynthia's tragic accident that remained on the property. Thomas couldn't confront Ben or Cynthia, at least not unless they revealed themselves. Shadow, the damn cat, was also too elusive, so the old dying tree would have to bear the brunt of his anger. Thomas chucked the remainder of the apple, hitting the trunk just above where Ben's car had all those years before. Then he did scream. The impassioned yell came forth like he was vomiting his frustration into the cool air. Then he just stood there, silent like the surrounding world, unsure of what to do next. After a few quiet moments, the words formed in his mind and made their way down to his tongue, out to his lips. "You're dead," he stated plainly, then rambled. "You, Benjamin Patton, died. You're gone, and Cynthia's gone too. You won't find her here. You won't find her anywhere because she's dead, so leave, or at least leave us alone. We can't help you and we don't owe you a damn thing, so just leave us the fuck alone." Thomas looked at the ground and saw the apple had rebounded near his feet, so he picked it up and launched it at the tree once more. It struck with a satisfying, squelchy thuck, and he screamed again. The second attack on the tree felt even more satisfying. He had made his point, and although he had no way to tell if it had done any good, at least he could tell himself he tried to do something about everything. Leaving the apple, the tree, and his rage behind, Thomas walked back to the house. Chapter 34. Thomas was the new kid. He was the homeschooled Christian kid, but he had never felt like so much of an outcast as he did after being denied entry into the speech competition. The class that used to be enjoyable and genuinely hold his interest now had him grinding his teeth as he impatiently awaited the bell. Ms. Huntley's voice had a husky, bellowing quality he had either never noticed or willfully ignored before she had allowed him to be cut from the school's speech team. Now, what little focus he had broke each time she enunciated an "oh" or an "ah," two tones which emphasized the most unattractive elements of her voice. He mentioned it to Justin one day when he had been particularly frustrated and bored. Justin gave him a sample of the empathy Thomas expected, but he could tell his friend thought he was just being juvenile. When the bell finally rang on Monday afternoon, Thomas followed Justin to his next class and filled him in on the events that had transpired the past weekend. He was only able to paint the broad strokes in the short passing period, but when they reached the classroom, Justin had an astounded expression that Thomas was happy to note didn't include any doubt. "So has anything weird happened since you've been back?" Justin asked. "I saw Grace and Shadow yesterday," Thomas replied, his voice turning upward at the end of the sentence like it were more of a question than a statement. "Grace? As in your dog, Grace?" "Yeah, I saw her as clearly as I can see you right now, but I couldn't catch her. She ran off and disappeared." "Wow," Justin shook his head in disbelief. "I'm sorry, that must have been pretty painful." Thomas hadn't considered that seeing the family's dear lost pet should have produced some sorrowful emotion before. Emotions had become a convoluted disarray of crossed wires in the Trotter family. In the moment, he hadn't felt anything really, but at Justin's condolence, he felt a little sad he hadn't been able to touch Grace. The pain deepened when he realized that her spirit might be trapped by the house with no way out. Thomas chose to bypass any further conversation about Grace and instead asked, "Would you want to come over this afternoon and check the place out? Maybe you'll notice something that we missed." "Sure, I can come by right after school," Justin offered. The boys agreed on the plan and parted ways just as the bell rang. Not wanting to get caught in the halls by Mr. Gradson again, Thomas rushed down the hall to the foyer and out the front doors. Fortunately, Marie was waiting for him outside. Justin arrived at the Trotter's house around 3:30 and was greeted with a wave from Nick by the ash mounds. He was operating a mini loader, scooping ash and dumping it into a massive container next to where the barn used to be. He was smiling like a child. Justin returned the gesture and walked up the front steps to the house. He had developed the type of relationship with the Trotters that made all of them comfortable enough for him to let himself in when he came by the house. He would normally just walk right through the front door and announce himself with a cheerful hello, which would be returned in kind by whoever heard him. Something felt different on that cold Monday afternoon, though. He reached for the doorknob as he had dozens of times before, but before he could turn it, he felt an irrepressible feeling that he was no longer welcome. It was like the house didn't even want him to touch it, let alone come inside. After a moment's hesitation, Justin knocked instead. Michael answered the door with an exaggerated look of confusion. "Don't you normally just come in?" he asked. "Yeah," Justin answered, trying to think on the spot. He would have been honest with Thomas or Marie, but he didn't want to scare the younger kids. "I just thought it was locked." Michael looked at him like he was an idiot and turned the doorknob back and forth gratuitously to show Justin it was free and open. "Nope," Michael said, finally letting go of the doorknob. "Thomas is upstairs." "Thanks," Justin responded dryly to the snide child. He found Thomas sitting on his bed, slouched over a book. He appeared to be studying and didn't immediately look up when Justin appeared in the doorway. As he passed the threshold, Justin felt a chill. The room was noticeably colder than the rest of the house. He also had an uncanny sense that someone was watching him from the corner by the closet. He glanced toward it several times, but he saw nothing. He decided it was just nerves. "Hey," he announced himself, and Thomas looked up from his book. His eyes were a little bloodshot like he hadn't slept. Justin hadn't noticed that before at school. "Oh, hi." Thomas sat up straight and smiled weakly at Justin. "Studying?" Justin asked. "Yeah, the Thomas referred back to the book in his lap. "The Byzantine Empire." "Ah, it's going well, I see," Justin replied smugly. Thomas produced one short laugh and said, "It's kind of hard to concentrate in here these days." "What do you mean?" Justin's question was answered for him when, he could have sworn, he saw something shift just out of sight. He thought something had moved in the corner. I can feel her, Justin. I can feel her all the time now. It's like she came and went whenever she wanted before, but now she just lives in here all the time. It feels cold. With a nervous sideways glance at the corner, Justin asked, "How do you mean you feel her?" Thomas noticed where Justin's eyes had gone when he asked the question, the same corner he felt Cynthia's chilling presence watching him night and day. He gave his friend a knowing look and nodded in the direction of the closet. Justin raised his eyebrows, sighed, and sat on the bed next to Thomas. "How do you get any sleep like this?" he asked. "I don't, really. I mean, I drift in and out a little, but mostly I don't want to close my eyes anymore." "Well, then let's get out of this room for a while." Justin stood first and motioned for Thomas to follow him. They heard voices in the kitchen as they walked down the stairs, so they headed that way. "Could you just, I don't know, ask her to leave?" Justin asked from behind Thomas on the staircase. Thomas stopped dead in front of him, not wanting to risk getting within earshot of his parents before answering. "I really don't think that's a good idea," he explained. "She's passive now, like an unwelcome guest. That might change if we piss her off, and I really don't want to find out, especially after the way Ben's spirit was acting the other night." "You think he's pissed off?" Justin asked. Thomas just shrugged and continued down the stairs. Nick had come inside to warm up with a cup of coffee, and he was filling Marie in on how the trash removal was going. "Oh, hey, you guys," Nick said cheerfully as Thomas and Justin entered. "Perfect timing." "Perfect for what?" Thomas asked. "I'm down to the last annoying layer of ash out there, and I could really use an extra pair of hands or two." Thomas felt uncomfortable letting his friend get used as free labor, but before he could say anything along that line, Justin spoke up. "Let me just grab my coat and gloves." Justin's upbeat tone surprised Thomas, but then again, he never quite knew what to expect from Justin. Thomas followed his friend to the entryway to put his coat on too. When he caught up to Justin, Thomas asked, "Are you sure you're okay with this?" "Yeah, man," he replied, still sounding cheery. "You're going to think I'm weird for saying this, but my life doesn't have enough work in it. I never get to do anything difficult unless you count chemistry labs at school. I get to use my mind all the time, but I want to use my hands once in a while." Thomas looked at his friends as if he had just told him he could fly. Justin laughed. "You guys coming?" Nick called from the kitchen. "Yeah, Dad." Outside, Nick handed Thomas and Justin a snow shovel and a broom from the garage and gave each of them a pair of work gloves blackened with motor oil. Then the three men marched across the lawn to the almost bare concrete slab. When they reached it, he laid out the plan to them. He explained that the last layer was too thin and fine for him to collect it with the mini loader alone. The rigid cracks in the foundation prevented him from getting a smooth scoop with the machine in many places. He wanted Justin to sweep the ash into smaller piles that Thomas could pick up with the shovel and dump into the giant bin. "I wasn't expecting to have two helpers, so while you guys take care of that, I'm going to go call the guy to come pick up this container," Nick explained. "We'll take care of it," Justin replied enthusiastically, making Nick smile and Thomas roll his eyes. Nick left them to make his call, and the boys began their repetitious task. Thomas would sweep the ash, always sweeping with the wind, not against, a lesson first learned the hard way, and when he created a large enough pile, Justin would place the shovel firmly against the cement and Thomas would sweep the ash into it. After the load was tossed in the container, they started the process again. They talked and joked around to keep their spirits high and the mood light. Justin even teased Thomas about tomorrow, which made Thomas happy since Justin seemed so blasé about it at school. "So she seriously tried to kiss you?" he asked with a chuckle. "I'm pretty sure anyway," Thomas answered, trying to remember the details from those morning hours. The fiery spirit had blocked out most of anything else that happened, but if he focused, he could draw out a few bits and pieces of the rest. "We were sitting in the grass, in the dark, and she was touching me. She was trying to, hold my hand or something, kind of leaning in, you know?" "Oh, I know," Justin said, laughing. "I'm usually the one trying to lean in on a guy, so I know the move. She's coming for you, Trotter." He imitated the way Tamara always called Thomas by his last name, and Thomas laughed with him. A quiet moment passed as the boys returned their focus to their work, but Justin soon broke it, saying, "Hey, Thomas, bring that broom over here for a second." He was standing over something, tracing his finger through the ash. Thomas obliged him, curious what he had found. When Thomas got to where he was standing, Justin took the broom from him. With a few swift motions, he uncovered a set of numbers. They were crudely carved into the cement and weathered with age, but Thomas thought they looked like dates. He looked at Justin inquisitively, but Justin wasn't looking back at him. He looked pale. "Step back a little," he ordered, motioning for Thomas to stand behind him. He started brushing with wider strokes, coming down on the cement faster and faster, raising a cloud of ash around him until he started coughing. He turned to Thomas with a wild look of excitement and fear, but had to clear his throat before he could speak. When he couldn't stop retching, Justin stepped aside and pointed at what he had uncovered instead. The haphazardly scratched letters weren't entirely legible, but once Thomas made out a few, he could tell exactly what they said and what he and his friend were standing on. Cynthia Fisher, R.I.P. "Oh my," Thomas was cut off by another loud cough from Justin, which seemed to be the last. He brought the broom back over and, more carefully, brushed more ash away. He uncovered edges where two different textures of cement met. He followed the lines and uncovered a rectangle about 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall. "Do you think they buried her in fucking concrete?" Justin answered Thomas's unfinished question. "She's been here the whole time." "Hold on a minute." Thomas tried to gather himself as his head swirled. "Do you think, is this, where are we standing? If the barn was still here." He stammered and took a few steps back. Justin mentally measured the space and nodded, saying, "I think it's around where that boarded room was." The boys just stood silently and stared at each other for a moment. It was all coming together. Both of them were snapping the puzzle pieces they had collected over the past weeks together in their minds, creating a picture of the final days of Cynthia Fisher's life. There was one major piece missing, though. How did she die? "So, what do we do?" Justin asked. "I mean, what can we do?" Thomas asked back. "It's not like we're going to dig her up." "Thomas, she's a missing person, right? Didn't Tamara say that no one knew what happened to her?" "Well, apparently someone did. Or does." "We should probably tell the cops, or at least your dad, don't you think?" Justin asked, sounding uncertain. "This poor lady," was all Thomas could manage to say. Cynthia's grave was there the whole time. It was underneath him when he and his siblings had been exploring the space above. He had fallen on top of it the night of the airsoft battle with Evan and Calvin. The barn had nearly fallen on top of it during the storm, and it had been finally buried beneath a pile of ash for days. Disrespect and neglect marked the grave's past, and Thomas wanted to end that cycle. "Let's show it to my dad. He can decide what to do," Thomas finally said. Justin agreed. The Story County Sheriff's Department sent a deputy to the Trotters' property as soon as Nick made the call that they had found grave markings in the remains of the barn. The deputy knocked heavily on the front door and announced his arrival to the family waiting anxiously in the living room. Nick got up quickly and opened the door to greet him. "Hi, sir. Thanks for coming," he spoke with a quickness that betrayed his nerves. "Do you want to come in, Deputy Druthers?" the lanky deputy said with an unexpectedly deep voice. He expressed something that was likely supposed to be a smile, and answered, "No, Mr. Trotter. I'd just like to see this grave you uncovered, please." "Oh, of course. Follow me." Deputy Druthers nodded politely to the rest of the family watching from the living room as Nick stepped outside and closed the door. Nick attempted small talk as he led the deputy along the short walk to the barn's foundation. Druthers did not participate, and the two men finished the journey in awkward silence. As they reached the halfway point between the house and the concrete, Nick noticed he could see a stark contrast between the rest of the foundation and the rectangle surrounding the etched memorial. It was clearly a different material added separately from the rest of the cement. He paused to point out the detail, prompting Deputy Druthers to take a picture. "So how long has your family lived here, Mr. Trotter?" he asked. "Since around August. Not long." "And this is the first time you've noticed this?" Deputy Druthers pointed to the rough scrawl, which they were now only a few feet away from. Nick explained to him about the locked room and the fire, and how it had been sitting under ash while the family was away. He made no mention of the reason they had left. Druthers listened to the story, making short notes in a small pad he had taken from his left breast pocket. He nodded along as Nick provided the details. When Nick finished speaking,
Druthers explained, "Well, I had to look into this Cynthia Fisher because it wasn't a name I was familiar with. It seems everyone who was on the force when she went missing has either moved on or retired." "So she did go missing?" Nick asked. "My son said something about that." "Yep. She is, or was rather, an official missing persons case that went cold. I read the papers and it sounds like she was kind of a recluse, so her family were the only ones who could provide any information. They didn't give much at the time, and I guess now we might know why." "Hold on," Nick said and scratched his head. "Do you think they murdered her?" Uh, Druthers squinted slightly and his lips tightened as he thought. "It's too early for me to say either way right now, but obviously they might know a little more than they originally let on." "You know, her sister came by the day we moved in," Nick remembered. "Karen or something like that." "Catherine," Druthers corrected. "I read a bit about her in the case file. I guess she wasn't very helpful back then, but I'll follow up with her now given this new information," he said with a sideways glance at the grave. "You mentioned your son knew something about Cynthia?" "Yeah, my wife tells me he and his friends have been doing their own little investigation into what happened to her." He would have been too embarrassed to explain why Thomas was searching for Cynthia if the deputy pressed, so he offered, "He found her diary in the attic, and he's a curious kid." The mention of the diary made Deputy Druthers perk up. He asked Nick to take him back up to the house so he could see it and talk to Thomas. Nick warmly agreed and led the deputy back to the house. On the way, they noticed the other family members and Justin peeking through various windows, watching the goings-on. They disappeared one after the other as Nick or the deputy saw them. By the time the two men reached the front door, they had all regathered in the living room. Picking out the oldest-looking child, Deputy Druthers asked, "You Thomas?" "Yeah," Thomas answered casually. After a disappointed glance from Nick, he corrected himself with a, "Yes, sir." This made Druthers smirk wryly. "At ease, kiddo. You mind showing me this diary you found?" Thomas was doubly frustrated by the deputy. He didn't like his demeaning tone, but more irritating was the illusion of choice he created. "Do you mind?" "Yes." "Too bad." "I'll go get it," Thomas resigned, setting his feelings aside. He went upstairs to retrieve the book, moving slowly with the irrational hope the deputy would get called away to some emergency and forget about the Trotter family and their creepy little property with the makeshift mausoleum that may or may not contain the corpse of a missing widow. Not very likely. He trudged up each step feeling a shift between worlds. He was walking away from his family and the man with the oath to protect them and ascending into the realm of ghosts. Ben, lost to Cynthia in life, now seemed separated from her in death. Cynthia, who found herself unable to move on in the physical world, now similarly trapped in the ethereal one. It was all very tragic, but as Thomas walked the hall toward his room, he realized he was becoming numb to it. The story had been so intriguing when Justin told him about the car accident the first day he came over. Of course, the interest created by his account paled in comparison to the desperate fascination induced by the strange and terrifying happenings around the house and property. The details Tamara provided only heaped more coal on the fire of Thomas's intrigue in the history of the home and its residents. And through it all, the spirits provided ever-escalating reminders of their presence. But now the mystery seemed to be solved. With no more questions to be answered, Thomas was surprised to find he did not feel the relief he expected. He felt tired. He felt lost. One significant question remained. How did Cynthia end up buried in concrete beneath the barn? As Thomas crossed the threshold into Cynthia's old room, his room, and saw her diary lying on his desk, he made the conscious decision not to care about Cynthia Fisher anymore. He had enough to care about already. He cared about his family. He cared about the new friends he made and the old friends he missed. He cared about playing music, something he had been neglecting to do since becoming an amateur paranormal investigator. He picked up the diary, held it in both hands, and thought to himself, "This needs to be over." He made his way back to the living room much quicker than he left it. He nearly tossed the diary at Deputy Druthers, who thanked him with a warning glance and a curt nod. An abrupt thud shook the floor above them, and the lamp in the corner flickered momentarily. The family looked up nervously while the deputy scanned them suspiciously. Someone else up there? Thomas answered with an ironic laugh. Deputy Druthers was not amused, and his expression told Thomas as much. Sorry, sir. I must have moved something too close to the edge of my desk when I was up there. Was his only response. Druthers flipped through a few pages as if to confirm he was given what he asked for. Thomas saw him raise an eyebrow as he skimmed a passage and wondered what he was reading. Was it the impassioned ramblings of a young girl in love, or the crazed laments of a suicidal widow? Whatever he read made Druthers decide he had all he needed. He shut the book and thanked the family for their time before walking toward the door. Are you going to tell us if you learn anything else? Nick asked. The deputy paused to consider his answer. We may have to exhume that spot out there. He pointed toward where the barn formerly stood. So I'll fill you in on anything I can when that happens. Oh, all right. Nick thanked the deputy and closed the door behind him. Who the hell is going to buy a house while the cops are digging up dead bodies a few yards away? Murray asked angrily. Nick sighed, shook his head, and slumped down onto a couch cushion. His posture, his expression, his entire demeanor made him appear utterly defeated. Thomas, who was lounging comfortably on the love seat across from his father, had already made peace with what his father seemed to be trying to grasp at that moment. Nick lifted a resigned head and said, I'm worried we might be stuck here a while. The lamp behind him flickered again.
Chapter 35. Deputy Druthers stood, statuesque, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He wondered how the caretakers could bear to work in the musty heat of the nursing home. He had asked one of them before he had taken the oath and donned the badge and gun. His grandmother, Dorothy, had been committed to a care facility when she could no longer stand long enough to dress or feed herself. Her parents, or rather his mother, took him to visit her regularly, and when he reached the age of independence, he continued to see her on his own. Dorothy spent nearly 13 years in her tiny apartment with a mind that refused to go out as easily as her body had. In those 13 years, Gary Druthers never got used to the heat. You're the only one who still comes here, Gary. Everyone else has forgotten me. You can't help your good-for-nothing parents, but why don't you bring your sister? They're ready to see you, sir. A sweet-faced, smiling nurse who couldn't have been a day over 19 spoke to him, breaking Gary's thread of memories. He returned a polite but professional smile and followed her through the security door. The nurse led him through the depressing activity lounge of the Sunnybrooks retirement home. 2 breathing corpses stared blankly at the weather report from worn, false leather armchairs. One didn't seem to notice their entrance, while the other followed them across the room with only his eyes. Every other part of his body remained perfectly still like some cheap Halloween store prop. His gaze gave even the seasoned cop chills. What did you tell them? Druthers asked the nurse as they entered the long, white hallway with dozens of doors on either side. Just what you asked me to, sir. I told them a man was here with some information about a missing persons case. She cocked her head and paused in her tracks, saying, Is it good news you're bringing them? He didn't answer, but from the way her smile faded, he knew she could read his grim expression. Normally, he would relish the chance to tell someone their long-lost daughter/sister had been found after being missing for decades. Even if they were dead, which people usually expected anyway, the family always appreciated closure. Normally, he didn't find long-lost daughters/sisters encased in cement on the family's property, though. Just please treat them delicately, the nurse requested as they resumed their walk. She added, especially Elizabeth, after a moment's pause. The mother? Druthers asked for clarification. Yes. She's becoming more frail every day, body and mind. I know you can't tell me exactly what's going on, but please just understand there isn't much she can handle these days. Is she cognitively impaired? Druthers asked. The question felt insensitive, but he would rather hear it from the nurse now than try to decide for himself while interviewing Elizabeth Fisher. No, I wouldn't say that, replied the nurse. She's just affected by things more than the average person might be. She stopped in front of room 23. What I have to ask her about is pretty sensitive, but I promise I'll be as professional and delicate, He emphasized the word with a deep nod to the nurse. As I can be. The nurse nodded back and knocked twice on the door. Slowly, the door cracked open. For a moment, Druthers thought it might not have been latched and the nurse's knocks had caused it to open. But then he saw the silhouette of frizzy hair against the pale light of a poorly curtained window inside the apartment. The shrouded figure came forward, still mostly hidden behind the door, and the bright lights from the hallway revealed Catherine Fisher. You didn't say he was a police officer, dear, Catherine chided the nurse. Her tone was playfully critical, but Druthers picked out something else in her voice. Hidden beneath the sweet sarcasm was thinly disguised fear. He shifted slightly to keep Cynthia's diary, which he held in his right hand, behind him. He wanted to keep them guessing about his new information until he could determine how truthful they would be with him. He would never have told the nurse, but he was hoping Elizabeth Fisher was close enough to death's door to put her mind at ease by coming clean. Ma'am, Druthers addressed the woman. I'm Deputy Druthers with the Story County Sheriff's Office. I need to speak with you and your mother about a missing persons case she filed some years ago. Catherine hummed, nodding. And will you be joining us too, dear? No, Miss Fisher. The flushed nurse began before the deputy cut in. We need to talk in private, Miss Fisher. Oh, I see, Catherine said, talking to the floor. Her head was bowed, resigned, and her voice devoid of any charm. Well, deputy, you may come in. Catherine stepped out of the way, back into the shadows, as the nurse pushed the door open the rest of the way. She told the deputy to use the call button if he needed her again, and left him to carry out his mission. He crossed the threshold and immediately regretted complaining about the heat in the rest of the building. The tiny apartment must have been at least 5 degrees warmer, and the air had a mustier quality. It smelled of old laundry and baby powder. The only light in the room came from the edges of the curtains, which had been lazily drawn over the window. There was a lamp in the corner and a ceiling fan with an attached light fixture, none of which were turned on. The dim lighting forced Druthers to stand near the doorway for a moment to allow his eyes to adjust. While he paused, Catherine sat daintily in an armchair near the bed. These were the only 2 pieces of furniture in the room. I'm sorry we don't have another chair, Catherine said, not sounding sorry at all. That's just fine, ma'am. I prefer to stand, Druthers replied while scanning the room for the other woman. Is your mother… He saw Catherine turn to look at the bed, and for the first time he noticed the sheets hid the form of a small old woman. The nurse had used the best term he could imagine to describe her. Frail. She was so thin, the quilt covering her barely showed any hills or valleys to indicate she was underneath. Is she asleep? Asked Druthers. No, I'm dead. A horrible, raspy voice emanated from the shadows covering the head of the bed. The old woman coughed viciously and reached up to draw back the curtain. When the light broke through to reveal her face, Druthers thought he had seen actual corpses with more vitality than the withered woman. Only a few wispy hairs remained attached to her head. They hung down in every direction, some dangling over her faded, colorless eyes. The eyebrows above them had either gone totally white or fallen out. Druthers couldn't quite tell. Her skin, sunken against her skull, had an unhealthy, greenish hue and was marked by dark moles. After recovering from the initial shock of Elizabeth's appearance, the deputy couldn't help but compare her appearance to that of a storybook witch. Pardon me, ma'am, Druthers stuttered as he centered himself. He adjusted his grip on the book he still hid behind his leg and remembered his purpose. He decided to focus on Catherine and avoid the constant reminder of death that was her mother to the extent possible. Well, I don't want to keep either of you here for too long, so I'll just tell you why I'm here. He began the interview by adopting a casual disposition and a let's just get this over with attitude. He hoped by relaxing himself, he could influence the women to relax as well. Please do, Catherine responded impatiently. I have some news about your sister, Cynthia, he said, being intentionally vague. He wanted to gauge their reactions as he slowly provided more detail. Oh my, Cynthia? No one's talked to us about her in, well, it must be decades. Catherine's entire demeanor shifted. She was suddenly a sweet old woman again, with a wandering gaze indicating a longing for the past as she sifted through memories of her long lost sister. Pretend. Druthers had the nurse tell Catherine and Elizabeth he was there about a missing persons case, and they must have assumed it would be about Cynthia. So why would Catherine act surprised at the mention of her name? Well, we're working on a lead that might help us close the case right now. That's what I need to talk to you two about. A lead after all these years? I wouldn't have even thought you folks would still be chasing after her. Catherine soaked her words in false admiration and gratitude, but Druthers had seen his fair share of actors in the line of duty. The miserable act Catherine was putting on made most of them seem like Broadway stars in comparison. Well, ma'am, we're just doing our jobs the best we can, Druthers said through a smile that was much wider than his real one. He chose to play into her fake charm. As you obviously know, a family moved into your old house a few months back. Catherine nodded. One of the kids got a little curious about your family and started poking around. I guess he and some friends around town started looking into things and they might actually have found something that could solve the case, he explained. You're going to work off the word of some kid and his little friends? Elizabeth's raspy voice rattled from her throat. I'll admit it's a shaky start, but we couldn't just ignore the only lead that's popped up in a decades-old cold case, ma'am. And I promise you, the kid found something pretty important. What did he find, Deputy? Catherine almost pleaded. She leaned forward, her lips were smiling, but her eyes were wide and shifty. Druthers finally held up the diary. He thought he detected relief on Catherine's face, though it was subtle. She knew there was nothing damning in the old book. Oh, I'd recognize that anywhere, she exclaimed. I gave it to her as a present. It's Cynthia's diary, Mother. Her diary was left at the house? Elizabeth asked viciously, clearly upset at Catherine for leaving it behind. Well, I must have missed it, Catherine stammered. Where was it found, Deputy? You know, I don't know the specifics. I just thought you might like to have this back, Druthers replied almost truthfully. He really didn't know where the Trotter boy had uncovered the diary, and he mentally chastised himself for not asking. Of course, if he had, Thomas may also have told him about the chopped-off braid of a woman's hair that had been stowed away with it. A strange enough object when it was discovered, it had even darker connotations upon the discovery of the grave. The boy didn't find anything else? Not that he mentioned to me, ma'am. Idiot, Druthers cursed himself again. Catherine thumbed through a few pages of the diary, a tear brimming in the corner of one eye. She sniffed, and Druthers glanced away to give her a moment of relative privacy. He nearly stumbled back when his eyes met Elizabeth's cold gray ones. She was laying with her head turned to the side, just staring at him expressionless. He couldn't determine if she could even see, but he quickly averted his gaze to the window. The November sky outside matched the decaying woman's scaly eyes. He watched a young mother holding the hands of her two children, a boy and girl, walk toward the entrance of the building. The scene brought vivid memories of the days he and his sister, Hannah, would visit Grandma Dorothy with their mother. She was always knitting. She would knit in a deep, plush chair in the corner of her dreary room. A game show would be playing in the background as they participated in varying versions of the same conversations. How are they treating you? Fine. Is the food here good? It's fine. We're learning about the war in school, Grandma. Good. Maybe your generation will avoid another one. Why hasn't my son come to see me? Oh, he's just been so busy, Dorothy. He's thinking of you, though. He sends his love. Love? That man has never known love. Dorothy! Oh, don't cover those children's ears. They should know the truth. Gary was pulled back to the present by Catherine's voice. I'm sorry, Deputy, but I don't see how this will help us find out what happened to Cynthia, Catherine falsely lamented as she closed the diary in her lap. Druthers started pulling the lever on his trap, saying, Oh, the diary isn't really the entire reason I'm here. He had them feeling safe and even reflecting on the past. Whatever dark memories they had buried were now right near the surface, requiring only a little more digging to expose. Let me see it, Elizabeth demanded, reaching out for the diary. Catherine obeyed without hesitating. She was preoccupied with the deputy, who was watching with anxious curiosity. As Elizabeth traced a finger over the diary's inscription, Druthers initiated his next ploy. I'm afraid the big storm that came through a few weeks ago did some damage out on your old property. That barn you had out there got leveled pretty good. Catherine looked sick. She was trying to disguise it as sadness over the loss of a landmark of her childhood, but Druthers saw through the veil. Since there was no way to rebuild the original structure, the folks that live there now opted to burn. He was cut off mid-sentence by a hoarse cry from Elizabeth. She was clutching the open diary to her chest and writhing in her bed. Her withered face was contorted in agony. The flesh around her hollow eyes became puffy and red as her scream was cut short and she began choking. "Mother!" cried Catherine, who leapt to her side. Druthers ran to the door and threw it open. He stuck his head into the hall to find someone to help. "Nurse!" he yelled, but no one was around. "The button! Use the button!" Catherine screamed at him from beside her contorted mother. Druthers pounced back into the room and located the call button near the head of the bed. It lit up red and a sweet voice spoke through a small speaker. "I'll be right with you, Miss Fisher." Elizabeth's back suddenly arched unnaturally until only the back of her head and her heels made contact with the bed. Catherine fell backward in shock. Druthers moved in to help, but his limited medical training didn't give him the slightest clue as to what could be causing the fit. Without warning, Elizabeth dropped back down and took one shallow breath before starting to choke again. Druthers studied her head and neck to find any sort of irregularity, but could see no reason why she would not be able to breathe. Looking into her eyes, he noticed they were pointing down, watching the diary she still clutched tightly to her chest. No, she was trying to push it off. Down the hall in the nurse's station, the young woman who had escorted the deputy was preparing to make another trip down the hall to Elizabeth's room. Normally, she would have made more of an effort to be speedy when a resident called her, but Elizabeth had the deputy and her daughter with her, and no one spoke into the intercom, so she assumed it wasn't an emergency. Come to think of it, she couldn't remember if she had shown the deputy how to use the intercom. Either way, she knew Catherine could operate it if circumstances were dire. "You want me to come down too?" another nurse asked. He was the other reason the young woman was reluctant to leave the nurse's station too quickly. She looked into his kind eyes, but decided to show him she didn't need a man's help. That would be important if their relationship ever evolved beyond the professional sphere. "That's all right, I'm sure it's nothing major," she smiled back at him. Just as she was about to leave, the indicator light from the room next to Elizabeth's flickered on. The two red lights blinked in time with each other as the second nurse stood, grabbing his keys from the desk. "Guess I'll be coming anyway," he said, putting a finger on the intercom button. "Be right there, Mr. Halpern." Then another light flashed. This one belonged to the room on the opposite side of Elizabeth's. Almost immediately after, the room across from hers lit up. The ominous lights spread across the board like a virus in the veins of a host. The entire board was alight with blinking red within seconds, casting the two nurses into stunned silence. "What do we do?" asked the man, whose confident smile had been replaced by an anxious, helpless expression. This has never happened before," the young woman replied. Deputy Druthers grasped the edges of the diary and began to pull, leaning back using his own weight against the crushing force of the book. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening before his eyes and beneath his hands. As hard as they pulled and pried, the diary remained heavy against Elizabeth's chest. "What's happening to her?" cried Catherine from near her mother's feet. Druthers didn't answer. He didn't know. Still tugging on the impossible weight, he scanned the bare room for anything that might provide leverage. The book shifted slightly in his grip, and he renewed his effort to yank it away from the suffocating old woman, adding every last bit of reserve energy he had. Just before his body gave out, the diary released from Elizabeth's chest, which caused the deputy to stumble backwards. His heel caught on a robe left on the floor, and he lost his balance. The tall man fell like an old tree, gaining momentum the entire way down, and the back of his head contacted the edge of the desk on which the television sat. The last thing he heard was a game show host laughing at him as he hit the floor. The nurses moved quickly down the hall, one on each side, going door to door to check on the residents. No one seemed to be in trouble. Must have been a glitch in the alert system, said the young man to his compatriot. You mind checking all the rest while I go give maintenance a call? Good idea, she replied. I don't mind. They smiled at each other and parted ways. She watched him round the corner on his way back to the nurse's station and continued her monotonous task. Knock, knock. Everything all right in there? Everything is fine, dear. Knock, knock. Are you okay? Do you need anything? I need this damn blinker to shut off so I can get some sleep. Knock, knock. Pop. The nurse shrieked as the windowless hallway was cast into total blackness for a moment before the red emergency lights emanated their soft glow. She braced against the wall and caught her breath. She wondered if whatever problem had caused all the alerts to go off was also to blame for the power outage. No matter. Her coworker was already talking to maintenance. Nothing to do but keep checking on the residents who she hoped, fingers crossed, had power. They were mostly pleasant people, but hell hath no fury like an elderly person who's missing their afternoon shows. As she raised a fist to knock on the next door, she thought she heard one creak open down the hall. She paused and watched, but didn't see anyone come out of their room. I'm on my way to you, just sit tight, she called out to whoever was there, but there was no response. A low humming sound like a slow breeze started filling her ears. My ears must be playing tricks on me, she thought. She had read about this phenomenon. When one of a person's senses is disabled, the power of the others increases. Since her sight had been diminished, maybe her hearing was trying to pick up the slack. She knocked on another door and, once again, found everything to be normal in the resident's room. She shut off their alert and left. At the edge of the red emergency lights, she thought she saw the silhouette of someone standing in the hallway. Whoever had opened their door must have come out. Who's there? She called to them, but they didn't answer. I'm sorry, there's just been a little glitch. I'm on my way to you. Her voice remained cheery and confident, but her skin prickled with nerves. Her spine felt cold as she stared at the unmoving figure just outside the light. Could you please return to your room until I can come to you? She asked, her voice now tinged with anxiety. She made a mental note to ask her manager again why the facility didn't have a security guard. She was just about to knock on the next door when she heard an unmistakable scream from one of the rooms further down. Her heart stopped as she looked back and saw the mysterious figure had disappeared. Another scream broke the silence, and she was certain it was coming from the room right next to where they had been standing. Elizabeth's room. Fighting every instinct to run away, she moved slowly toward the anguished cries. Be honest with me, boy. Did your father ever hurt you? Grandma, tell me the truth, damn it. I raised that man good and right, but there was nothing I could do to change what he is. I know there's always been something wrong with him. Did he hurt you? Gary hesitated, unsure of what to say. He had avoided telling her for so long. If he could just hold out a while longer, she would go to the grave without having to face the truth. No more than any other father who wants his kids to turn out right, he finally answered. And your sister? Damn it. Is that why she and your mother don't come here anymore? I've tried to convince them to come, Grandma, but I knew it. That monster did something to your poor little sister, didn't he? Dorothy, it's time for your medicine. A kind nurse poked her head through the door. Gary thanked the stars for the interruption. All right, Grandma, I need to get going, he said as he stood. The nurse came in and began preparing the cocktail of pharmaceuticals that kept his grandmother alive. Sit back down, boy. I'm not done talking to you. I have to report to the academy, he lied. He tried to look at his watch to indicate he was running behind, but realized he wasn't wearing it. I'm sure he'll be back soon, the nurse said soothingly. She was used to helping visitors escape clingy relatives. I'm sure he will, Dorothy responded menacingly, and he'd better bring some answers with him. Gary drove away from the nursing home. It would be the last time he made the trip. Dorothy would suffer a stroke later that evening, and he would receive the notification when the staff couldn't get a hold of his mother. An hour later, he arrived at the police academy. As he pulled up to the gate, he thought about how proud his father would be. He had also been a police officer, a state trooper actually, and wore the badge with pride. Gary felt a small smile crack as he fondly remembered sitting in the driver's seat of his father's patrol car pretending to pursue a bank robber on Highway 30. He remembered the satisfying click that accompanied the heavy switches as he would flip on the lights and sirens in the parking lot behind the police station. All right, G, that's enough of that, his father said as he lifted him out of the car. It was something they did any time he visited Daddy at work. But this particular day was the one that always replayed in his head. It was one of his earliest memories as a child. His daddy set him down and grabbed his big hat off the hood of the car. Gary thought it looked silly as his dad adjusted it in the side view mirror. George, dear, Mommy called sweetly from a few cars away in the parking lot. I brought you a cup of coffee. Black? Of course, she beamed at him. Gary saw her familiar smile, the one she had whenever she spoke to his daddy. She looked so pleasant, so happy. He thought that was what love must do to someone. Great, Daddy replied while getting into the car, being careful not to catch his utility belt on the seat and closing the door. Mommy handed the steaming cup through the open window and told Daddy to stay safe. Daddy nodded and tipped the cup back against his lips. The lid split away from the cup and hot coffee spilled down his chin and under his uniform. Damn it! Are you fucking kidding me? Daddy screamed. Mommy started taking small steps backwards and saying she was sorry over and over while tugging the collar of Gary's shirt, pulling him back with her. You fucking bitch, Daddy continued to yell as he got out of the car and slammed the door. How can you be so fucking stupid? Mom? Gary heard his own voice instinctively asking for his mother as his fear of the situation escalated. He had never heard his daddy use that voice or those words. He didn't know most of them, but he knew stupid. He knew his mommy wasn't stupid. It's okay, Gary. Stay next to me, she answered in a shaky tone that said it was anything but okay. His daddy marched up to the building, muttering curses the whole way, and disappeared through the back door. He heard his mother breathe out hard. Let's go, she said. Why was he talking like that, Mommy? Because I let him spill that hot coffee on himself. How? It wasn't your fault. Well, I guess I should have checked it. Maybe I should have known it could happen. It might seem hard to understand, but you'll get it when you're older. Mom? Gary heard his little sister Hannah's voice from the back seat. Is Daddy okay? He'll be fine, dear. He'll forget all about it when he comes home tonight. Officer? Wake up, officer. A terrified voice cut into the memory. His head hurt. It throbbed, feeling red, then black, then red again. He felt his eyes open but saw nothing. He closed them and tried again, this time seeing small circles of light and movement like looking through a telescope backwards. Someone helped him sit up, and he rubbed his eyes. The pressure of his hands caused his head to split with pain, and he gasped in surprise. Officer, wake up! The voice cried to him again. He recognized it now. It was the young nurse who had brought him. Deputy Druthers remembered all at once where he was and what had happened. He opened his eyes, confirming he was still in Elizabeth's room. She was lying motionless on the bed. The nurse helped him stand, and he felt warm liquid run under his collar. Ignoring it, he continued to take in his surroundings. Catherine was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the diary. Where did she go? He asked the nurse. She passed me as I was coming in to check on Elizabeth. Did you see where she went? The nurse shook her head, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. She was clearly overwhelmed with stress. Don't worry, Druthers tried to calm her down. Let's check on Elizabeth. I think she was having some kind of heart attack when She's gone, the nurse interrupted. Druthers crossed the small space to stand next to the dead woman. She displayed various signs of struggle that would have made him suspect foul play if he hadn't watched her fight so wildly under the diary. No, he knew the explanation for the broken fingernails, the loose strands of hair caught between her fingers. He knew Catherine had lost the hairs as her mother desperately grasped for life just out of reach. For good measure, he pulled a pair of baby blue latex gloves from his rear pocket and checked for a pulse. He trusted the nurse, but if the situation were to result in a court case, he needed to have his bases covered. When he brushed away Elizabeth's stringy hair with his gloved hand, the deputy uncovered marks that he didn't remember seeing earlier. Purple and blue, even black in places. Imprints the length of human fingers wrapped around Elizabeth's throat, a sure sign of strangulation. Oh, dear God, the nurse behind him, watching over his shoulder, gasped. Please stay calm, he spoke to her gently. Do you think it was... Her voice trailed off and she pointed to the door where she said Catherine had exited from earlier. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but these definitely weren't here before I got knocked out. How did you get knocked out, officer? The nurse asked, then blushed. If you don't mind me asking. I was trying to help and I tripped, he simplified. Say, did you notice an old book laying around in here? I was holding it when I fell. No, sir, sorry. Through the doorway, they saw the light switch from dull red to bright white as the power was turned back on. The nurse suddenly remembered what she had seen in the darkness, the shadowy figure, before Catherine's screams had brought her to the room. Running into Catherine on her way through the door and discovering Elizabeth's lifeless body had made her forget all about it. She debated telling the deputy, but she didn't want him to think she was crazy. He seemed like a serious man of the law who wouldn't entertain ghost stories. As the nurse began turning off all the equipment in the room and Deputy Druthers continued searching for the diary, they heard running footsteps approaching in the echoing hall. Druthers glanced up just as a young man wearing scrubs appeared in the doorway. There you are, Hannah. I couldn't find you, he said breathlessly. Sorry, Kevin. Mrs. Fisher passed away, she explained. Your name is Hannah? Gary asked, surprising the nurse with his gentle tone. It was the same tone he would have used with his little sister, Hannah. I'm sorry, she offered a confused apology. I should have introduced myself earlier. Yes, I'm Hannah. She gave him a tired but kind smile. No, it's just, are you all right? Gary asked, realizing he hadn't done so yet. Yeah, Hannah answered, caught off guard by the sudden caring in his voice. We deal with death all the time around here, unfortunately. Of course, he replied. If you'll excuse me, I need to make a call to my supervisor. The deputy left the two nurses to continue checking on the other residents while he walked the halls, waiting for his supervisor to pick up. He looked around every corner, through every open door, hoping to catch a glimpse of Catherine. Had she run away in fear or from guilt? Either way, she was gone. Chapter 36. Black and gray dust billowed like smoke and ash around a short man in a yellow hard hat and neon orange safety jacket. In fact, some of the cloud was likely made of leftover ash. Thomas and Justin stood at a safe distance and watched the man cut into the old foundation of the barn. After only a few minutes, there was enough debris in the air that they could taste it. It left their tongues feeling chalky, and their sinuses burned as they inhaled. Eventually, they gave up, opting to go inside instead to try and watch from the window at the top of the stairs. Although they had to share space behind the small window, the elevated position offered a much better view of the entire scene. Standing on the opposite side of the cloud from where Thomas and Justin had been watching were three representatives from the sheriff's office. One was the deputy who had come before, the one who had stolen, as Thomas felt, Cynthia's diary. A stocky woman beside him appeared to be his supervisor. The third was a thin man with a juvenile appearance and a bulky camera hanging around his neck, making his role obvious. The crew was completed by another man in a safety jacket and hard hat who was busy unloading what appeared to be an engine hoist from the large construction van he and the other neon man had arrived in. Do you think things will go back to normal? Once she's gone, Justin wondered. I hope so, Thomas thought aloud. Her diary's gone, so once they take her body, what about the hair? The hair! Thomas kept forgetting about the repulsive twisted braid he had discovered with his siblings. It was probably still laying in the dust above their heads. To get Cynthia out of the house, to truly remove every part of her, it would have to go. And what better opportunity to do so than having the cops there already collecting evidence? I should go get it, Thomas decided. Need any help? Justin offered. No, just wait here and tell me if anything interesting happens. I'll just go up to the attic and be back down in a minute. Thomas leapt up the last few stairs from the landing. Entering his bedroom, he thought to drag the chair into his closet, but was surprised to find it already there. The flashlight was still on the shelf under the trap door. He flicked it on to make sure the batteries hadn't gone dead since the last time he used it. The light flickered for a moment before steadying. The beam seemed a little dull, but Thomas only needed it to work for a moment, just long enough to get to the chimney and find the braid. He wished he had a pair of gloves or a container, but he didn't see any in the immediate vicinity, and, wanting to get back to the unburial, he decided against going downstairs for the equipment.
Thomas pressed on the trap door and lifted it out of his way. His hands, sweaty with anticipation, let the door slip away and fall unceremoniously, causing a plume of black dust to assault his eyes and nose. While he was recovering, he heard something move in the attic. It was a short sound, difficult to make out under the reverberating boom from the door. It reminded him of the hissing sound a cardboard box makes when dragged across a floor. For the sake of his mission, he convinced himself it was just a mouse, and he pulled himself up. Thomas shone the flashlight toward the chimney. The fading light barely illuminated the brick structure and almost nothing behind it. But as Thomas walked toward it, he thought he could make out the shape of the braid laying just where he had left it before. He was appalled at how quickly the dust had settled over the braid, completely disguising its blonde hue and making it blend with the rest of the floor. It wasn't until he was nearly standing on top of the spot that he realized the trick his eyes had played on him. The braid was not where he left it. In fact, it was nowhere within sight. In the weak halo of light, Thomas had seen the dark outline left in the dust that had settled around the braid when it had lain there. He turned to search for the actual object, but as he did, the light flickered again. He nervously glanced back at the open access door and decided there was enough light coming through it for him to find his way back if the flashlight died. About to return to the search, Thomas heard the scuffling sound again. He froze and listened, afraid to move. Whatever moved was too big to be a mouse. While there was plenty of noise from the wind bombarding the house outside, the sound he heard was distinctly that of fabric and cloth and the little clicks and pops bones make when someone stands up after sitting too long. Thomas shuffled forward, wishing he had put on a pair of shoes before climbing into the dirty attic. He could feel his socks growing thicker with dust and soot with each step he took. With one more flicker, the flashlight went out. He was left in nearly total blackness. That's it, he thought to himself. Game over. I'm out. He tapped the flashlight's head against his palm 3 times, a move that had occasionally woken it back up in the past. The batteries surrendered their last bits of energy, supplying Thomas with one more second of light. The final illumination was brighter than the flashlight had been before. It flashed like a camera, and in the brief glimmer, Thomas caught a glimpse of what made the sound. A pale, bony foot was caught just on the edge of the light, moving quickly out of sight. Thomas heard a clumsy thumping as whoever or whatever it was scrambled away just before the flashlight went dead for the last time. Breathing hard but shakily, Thomas stood perfectly still. He kept his vision trained on the spot the appendage had disappeared, even though it was now shrouded in a curtain of shadow. The glow of the access door remained in his periphery. "Cynthia?" he whispered carefully. He shrunk at the idea of being surrounded in darkness with a ghost, but at least Cynthia's presence was familiar. He shuddered to think it might be someone or something else. "Get out! Leave me alone!" an aggressive voice whispered back. The tone was similar to the one Cynthia's spirit had used before, but it was more present, more human somehow. If Thomas had been able to tell himself her voice was just in his head before, he could do so no longer. Scrambling for the door, Thomas said a silent prayer for protection. Although it had mostly healed, his ankle throbbed as if to remind him of the physical danger Cynthia could pose. He realized with sudden dread that he had become too comfortable around her spirit. He reached the trap door and dropped down through it, landing on the chair below. Before he could reach up to close it, the door slammed shut above his head. He heard something heavy drop onto it, as if to tell him not to even try going up there again. He slumped into the chair, finally feeling his breath return to normal. With the back of his hand, he wiped his brow. Justin appeared in the bedroom looking excited. "Hey, you should come out here. They're about to bring her up," said Justin. He walked back out, expecting Thomas to follow. He stood slowly and left the chair in the closet to go see what was happening outside. The deputy, sergeant, and photographer were standing clear and giving the second worker space to operate the hoist. Even from across the yard and inside the house, Thomas could hear the motor straining under the weight of the concrete and whatever it contained. The boys watched expectantly as the perfectly rectangular slab was lifted away from the foundation, hovering just above the ground as the operator swung it away and set it down in the grass. "Should we go see it?" asked Justin. Thomas nodded, and they descended the stairs toward the front door. They found Nick watching from the patio. Thomas noticed an expression of nervous curiosity he didn't recognize on his father. "Hold on, guys," Nick instructed. "They don't want us going over there." "Isn't it our yard?" Thomas asked smartly. "It's not that simple, Thomas. You know that." Thomas did know, but it didn't make it any less frustrating that he couldn't take part in such a pivotal moment in the mystery. He had done more exploration into the Cynthia Fisher case in the last months than the sheriff's department had done in decades. Yet, at what might be the case's climax, he was forced to watch from a distance. The photographer was dancing around the concrete coffin, camera flashing, while the deputy and sergeant crouched over it. Neither Nick, Justin, nor Thomas could tell if they were seeing anything besides a block of cement at that point. The photographer gave a nod to the sergeant, and she instructed the hard hat men to load it up. The deputy took his cue to make his way up to the house. Thomas thought he looked tired. His gait was uneven, and his head hung low, swinging slightly with each step. He lacked the assured posture, the valorous aura that had accompanied him on his first visit. When he got within easy speaking distance, he started talking as if he hadn't decided or couldn't remember what he was going to say to them. "Well, folks, we'll be out of your hair shortly," he said, attempting to sound casual. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Nick asked. "That remains to be seen," answered Druthers. "We couldn't see anything right away, so we're going to take that slab to the crime lab and have them take a look. Since what we're looking for could be delicate, we can't really just start swinging hammers, you know?" Nick chuckled and asked, "What else do you need from us? Is there anything we can do to help?" "No, you folks have done way more than we could ever ask already. This is a decades-old cold case that we might just get to crack thanks to you. Especially you, young man," Druthers said to Thomas. Uninterested in flattery, Thomas asked, "Can I have the diary back?" Sorry, son. The diary is... Well, I just can't give it back right now." "But it doesn't belong to you." "Thomas!" Nick shouted, appalled at his son's disrespectful tone. "That's all right, sir. He's not wrong," Druthers said slyly. "But if you want to play that game, it doesn't belong to you either, now does it, son?" Thomas looked down, embarrassed. He couldn't explain why he wanted to get the diary back so badly. Even if he could open up and explain everything else that had happened around it, he didn't feel like he could make the deputy or his father understand why he needed it back. This was due, in large part, to the fact that he wasn't even sure why he needed it back himself. "One more thing," Druthers continued. "You remember that woman who lived here before you, Catherine?" "Yes, my wife met her briefly," Nick replied. "Okay, good. If you see her around or if she comes by here, would you call me? I have a few things I need to talk to her about, and I can't seem to get a hold of her." Thomas's mind raced with possibilities. Why was the deputy looking for Catherine? Was she a suspect? Could she have killed Cynthia? If not, did she know who did? "Don't be worried. Any spirits in this house should be friendly to you." Justin nudged Thomas with an elbow. He mouthed, "Are you okay?" And Thomas nodded in response. "Well, if you don't have any other questions for me, I'll be on my way," Druthers said. "No, that's all," Nick replied. "Stay safe, deputy." Druthers nodded in thanks and left them on the patio. By that time, the concrete was loaded into the van and the sergeant was waiting for him in another vehicle, a small SUV. Thomas watched Druthers climb in, seeming to wince as he pulled himself inside. He saw Druthers give a thumbs up to the hoist operator, who was now the van's driver, and the van followed the SUV down the road. They drove towards Collins, and Thomas watched them until they disappeared over the bridge. He wasn't sure what it would mean for her spirit, but Cynthia's body was finally gone. Chapter 37. The Trotters gathered around the dining room table as they did every evening. Marie was a talented cook, and even when dealing with spirits and cold cases, family dinners played a crucial role in the evenings. They offered a chance to unpack the day's events, talk through any grievances or complaints, and create memories as a family. Nick was proud of how tight-knit his family was, and he felt the nightly meals played an important role in strengthening the bonds of blood. He also had his wife to thank, because even if he didn't have the energy left for conversation at the end of the day, he always looked forward to the delicious variety of meals she prepared.
Although it had been a draining day, and the mouth-watering beef roast with carrots and potatoes tempted him to stay quiet and eat, Nick had news to announce to the kids. Marie, who was at that point the only other person who knew, beamed at him from across the table. Nick wanted to smile back, but he found it difficult to get excited about the news. He knew his children would react positively. They may even be overjoyed. But having to bring about yet another change for his family made him feel like a failure. He felt he had let them down in some major way, and now it was time to retreat, defeated. "So I have some big news to share," Nick said, grabbing their attention. "We're getting a new dog?" Reed asked with wide eyes. No, it's, are we going to Grandma and Grandpa's for Christmas?" Michael joined the guessing game. "Well, maybe, but did they find Cynthia Fisher in the concrete?" Thomas asked moodily. "Whoa, Thomas, let's remember who's at the table here." Marie scolded him with a quick glance over to Corinne. "I know you're talking about me, Mom," she said, hurt. "Hang on, everybody. I have something to tell you that's bigger than all of that," Nick continued. Noting Thomas's doubtful expression, he amended. "Okay, maybe not bigger than that. I spoke with Jen Tracy today. Do you remember Jen? She sold us this house." The kids all smirked and nodded. "Well, I told her we cleaned up the barn mess and that the police had finished up here, and she thinks we could put the house on the market as soon as next week." Nick watched as smiles broke out across each child's face. He was glad that, amid all the strangeness and chaos, he could offer a glimmer of hope. "Now, before everyone gets too excited, I should mention that she told me houses don't sell very well in winter, but we'll still be one step closer to getting out of here." "Are we going back to Ames?" Michael asked. "That's the plan, son." "Can Grace come with us?" Corinne asked hopefully. The whole table went quiet. No one scraped a fork against their plate or spoke a word for a few seconds. It was easy to forget how young Corinne was until such moments. Her innocent naivete was so pure that it broke her parents' hearts to soil it with concepts like death. They thought they had done a thorough job when Grace was killed and Corinne had come to them with so many questions. Why couldn't the vet fix her? Wasn't she just sleeping because she got hurt? Why couldn't she play with her anymore? Where was she now? Corinne, Marie began, unsure of exactly what she was going to say next. "Do you remember when we talked about how Grace isn't here anymore? She died, which is okay, it's natural, and now her body is in the ground, but her spirit got to go to heaven." "I know what you said, but her spirit didn't go to heaven, Mommy. It's here. She plays with me sometimes." Marie almost choked. Most parents at most times would chalk such a statement up to the imagination of a grieving and confused child. But in the Collins house, Marie dared not write off her daughter's claim as fiction. "Corinne, that's not—" Nick began to speak, but Marie shot him a piercing glance that shut him up immediately. "Where do you see her, Corinne?" Marie demanded, trying but failing not to sound worried. "She comes to me whenever I'm lonely, like when I'm upstairs by myself and it gets scary. I don't like to be alone up there, and she comes to make me happy." Marie relaxed a little in her chair. She felt her shoulders lower away from her ears, not realizing they had been so tense in the first place. What Corinne was describing sounded like a perfectly normal imaginary friend situation. Marie had one at her daughter's age, an orange elephant named Snuff. He was her protector and confidant through her parents' divorce and the resulting fallout. "I've seen her too." "Damn it, Thomas." "Thomas, please," Marie pleaded. "What? I have. I saw her the day we came back from the hotel." "Mom," Michael interjected. "Yes, Michael." "I see her sometimes too. She watches us play in the yard, and when I come inside, she runs up to me like she used to when she was alive. Then she runs away and I can't find her anymore." The table became quiet again. No one looked at each other and instead focused on the scraps on their plates they were too upset to finish. Marie dared to look up at Reed, who met her gaze. "Have you—" "Only sometimes," Reed answered on the edge of tears. "Oh, good Lord," Marie cried. She stood and left the table, stifling tears as she went upstairs. "Finish your food, please," Nick commanded as he stood and wiped his mouth. Tossing his napkin back onto his plate, he swiftly left the room, following Marie upstairs. "Are they mad at us?" asked Corinne. "Sure seems like it," Michael said. Trying to calm his younger siblings, Thomas postulated, "They're probably just scared. Sometimes adults get scared when they don't understand things or can't explain them." "Are you scared, Thomas?" Reed asked him.
Thomas wanted to be honest and say he was absolutely terrified of the house and its various supernatural inhabitants, but he could see Reed's eyes were already full of fear. He decided instead to be a rock, an anchor for the younger children. He would lead them through the scary unknown by being an example of cool confidence. You know, seeing a ghost seems like it should be scary, right? But Grace hasn't tried to hurt any of you, has she? She just plays like she did before the accident. So, what is there to be afraid of? I'm scared when she comes apart, Corinne replied. The boys all looked at her, cueing her to elaborate. Sometimes she comes into my room when I'm asleep. I hear the door open and it wakes me up. She jumps on my bed and lays down next to my feet. One time I tried to pet her, and every time I touched her, her hair fell off. Sometimes her skin fell off too. Then I saw her eyes were broken like when the car hit her. Horrified, Michael asked, "What did you do then?" I closed my eyes and made her disappear. It almost always works. Almost always? Asked Thomas. Sometimes when I close my eyes to make her disappear, I know she's still there. It feels like she gets really close to my face, so I keep my eyes closed and just run away. Why haven't you ever told us this before? Thomas wondered aloud. Corinne looked up at the ceiling, or rather through it, to the second floor where they could hear their parents' muffled voices and shuffling footsteps. The children couldn't make out any words, but they sounded upset. I thought it seemed silly, and I didn't want to make anybody mad. Mommy tried really hard to tell me Grace was gone forever, and I didn't want to tell her she was wrong. Thomas got up from his chair and hugged his sister tightly. He had, once again, been so caught up in his own experience with the house that he had utterly failed as a big brother. Of course, his younger siblings had been experiencing things too. He knew he should have been more diligent about checking in with them. What about you guys? He asked Michael and Reed. Tell him, Reed urged Michael. Thomas turned to him expectantly. Well, I hear things at night sometimes. Like what? Thomas prodded. The past couple of days, I keep getting woken up by noises in the attic. It sounds like someone walking around up there, and sometimes I hear a lady crying. The attic lady, Corinne exclaimed. Cynthia. Michael slept on the top bunk in the room he shared with Reed. His ears were a mere 10 inches from the ceiling every night, so it made sense that whatever sounds reached Thomas, Michael would experience tenfold. Although Thomas had never heard the crying before. Well, don't worry, either of you, Thomas comforted them as he tried to process these new details. I've heard the noises in the attic too. I think they might stop when the police are done working on the case here. I'm just glad we're going to move, Michael replied. He reminded the rest of the children of the good news Nick had shared at the beginning of the meal, and they all seemed to relax a little. Finally, the dark chapter seemed to be coming to a close. Chapter 38. Something loud woke Thomas in the middle of the night. By the time he became fully aware of his surroundings, the only sound he could hear was the wind gently caressing the corner of the house. He laid still for a few minutes, not sure if there had really been a noise at all. Maybe it was just a part of whatever dream he was having. He couldn't remember what was happening in it. He tried to shut his eyes and return to the dream, but it only took a minute to accept the impossibility of that feat. He had to pee. Groaning in frustration, Thomas unfolded himself from the covers and rolled out of bed. The floor was cold against his bare feet, and he could feel a cool draft from his leaky windows that gave him goosebumps. He tiptoed across the hall, trying not to let any boards creak underneath him. He saw Corinne's door was cracked open, and remembering what she said about Grace's nightly visits, he stuck his head in to check on her. All he found was his sister sleeping peacefully. When he was finished using the little upstairs bathroom, he noticed his mouth felt quite dry. He looked at the bathroom sink and its crusty old faucet, wrought with the buildup of white and green minerals, and decided it would be worth the trip downstairs to the kitchen for a glass of clean water. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Thomas shimmied along the wall, avoiding the loudest boards in the middle of the hallway. The trick of placing his weight near the edges worked on the stairs as well. It was a technique that had become habit whenever he woke up late at night. There was enough moonlight shining through the kitchen windows for Thomas to see everything he needed without turning on the light. He looked out over the yard as he sipped his water. There was just enough snow to make everything glimmer under the pale blue light. Thomas was always amazed how out of town,
The stars could provide nearly as bright a glow as the moon. Besides the treetops swaying gently with the breeze, everything was still, quiet. It looked peaceful. Swallowing the last ounce of water, Thomas carefully set the glass down on the counter, trying not to make a sound. A few soft footsteps from above told him he may have failed in his efforts to be quiet, though. He listened, trying to decide who he had woken up. The footfalls weren't nearly heavy enough to be Nick's, and they started too far down the hall to be Michael, Reed, or his parents. Sounds like it's probably Corinne. If it was Corinne, she was using the same techniques Thomas had, squeaking and cracking minimally as she shuffled her way toward the stairs. Thomas decided to wait in the kitchen so he wouldn't scare her coming down. He listened to the stairs whine softly as they supported her weight. Then, from above, he heard a light thud and another set of footsteps. They sounded much smaller, much more like Corinne's than the first, and he could easily place them in her room since it was directly above his head. So who's coming down the stairs? Listening to Corinne walk around in her room, Thomas realized the origin of the first person's steps would have to have been his own room. He momentarily froze as he wondered what he would do if the person coming down the stairs was not one of his family members. He was standing in the middle of the open kitchen with nowhere to hide. The person, if it were a person at all, was halfway down the stairs and beginning to move quicker. Their even footsteps were almost in sync with the blood pounding in Thomas's brain. He focused his vision through the threshold of the kitchen and into the entryway where the stairs met the ground floor. In a few seconds, he would be able to see the figure descending them, and they would see him. Pulling himself free of his stupor, Thomas went the opposite direction into the dining room and pressed himself against the wall. He heard the last step creak slightly as the unknown being stepped off the flight of stairs and onto the ground floor. Then, silence. A sudden flashback from the night his family fled the house overtook Thomas's thoughts. Could it be Ben? Panic began to rise in Thomas's throat, making it clench, making it difficult to breathe as he wondered whether the person was just standing there, waiting, or if they were creeping around corners and he just couldn't hear them moving anymore. He realized if they walked through the living room instead of the kitchen, he would come face to face with them and soon after learn their intentions. Thomas's heart sank when he started hearing the second set of footsteps, Corinne's, make their way toward the stairs. Assuming the intruder was still at the bottom of the staircase, Thomas realized his little sister would show herself to them in a matter of seconds. His fingers were numb, his head and neck throbbed as his pulse pounded, and he became terribly aware of the sound of his own breathing. He had two choices: wait to see what would happen to Corinne, or act. He steeled himself and took a step away from the wall, turning towards the living room. He tried to stand tall and confident, to maybe appear threatening in the shadows, but when he saw no one at the bottom of the stairs, he shrank back. His head swiveled fearfully. Someone had definitely come down those stairs, so where were they? He stepped further into the living room where the moon cast no light. Corinne came into view a few steps from the base of the stairs. Thomas could only just make out her form in the darkness, but he knew beyond a doubt it was her. "Corinne," he whispered desperately. She made a tiny squeak and almost stumbled in terrified surprise. "It's okay. It's me, Thomas." "What are you doing down there?" Corinne whispered back, leaning over the rail. "I can't see you." "Listen," Thomas instructed. "Just stay where you are and don't come down any further until I tell you to, okay?" "Why?" "I can tell you later. Just please stay there for right now." There was a pause before Corinne whispered, "Okay." Thomas heard the boards moan as she sat down on the steps, settling in to wait. He peeked around the corner into the kitchen, which was still glowing with moonlight. Empty. Thomas's ears perked as another rush of footsteps broke the silence. They were similar to the feet he heard on the stairs, but they were quicker and more hollow sounding this time. The basement. There was no way in hell Thomas was about to follow the intruder down into that dank pit. He listened to them descend the last few steps before the silence came again. He felt certain he was not dealing with the paranormal this time. If the unknown person was trying to escape, they made the wrong choice. There was no way out of the basement besides the way they went down. Were they trying to hide and wait? Okay, Corinne, I need you to go wake up Dad. Thomas spoke a little louder than before. What should I tell him? Just tell him I need him downstairs, quick. Corinne scurried back up the stairs. Thomas looked around him for something to use if the intruder decided to make another appearance before his father joined him. He felt like a horror movie cliche as he grabbed the one item in the living room that might lend some defensive aid, the fire poker. Now armed, Thomas tucked himself comfortably into a dark corner and waited, hoping the next person he saw would be Nick and not whoever else was wandering through their home. After about a minute, he finally heard Nick coming down. Thomas? He asked at full volume. Thomas stepped out of the shadows and raised an index finger to his lips, shushing his father. When Nick was within whispering distance, Thomas told him someone was in the house. I heard them go in the basement, he said. You're 100% sure? Nick asked, visually noting the fire poker shaking in Thomas's grip. Thomas nodded. All right then, why don't you give me that? He took the fire poker out of Thomas's hand, and go upstairs. The shotgun is under my bed. I want you to bring it to me, okay? Shouldn't we call the police? It could take them a while to get here. I want to be prepared for anything. Having his father with him should have made Thomas feel safer, but the deadly serious tone in Nick's voice scared him more than he had been already. He did as he was told and went back upstairs. He passed Corinne sitting at the top. She was pale and shivering. What's happening, Thomas? Please. It's going to be fine, he soothed, hoping that were true. Before going to his parents' room, he cracked open the door to his brother's room. He wanted to be sure it wasn't one of them creeping around before he handed his father a loaded gun. After seeing the shape of Reed's body under his covers and hearing Michael's snores, he closed the door. Nick hadn't closed the door to his room all the way, so Thomas pushed it open slowly. He didn't want to wake Marie if she hadn't been disturbed already. As the door swung open gently, he saw her laying in bed with her back to him, still asleep. He pushed the door the rest of the way. When it was opened fully, he saw the black shape of an unnaturally tall man bent over the foot of the bed. He tried to scream, but he couldn't breathe. The man's head snapped toward Thomas and he made a ghastly, throaty sound. Thomas fell backward in the hall, just behind Corinne. The door slammed shut and he heard the lock click. Mom! Thomas screamed. He tumbled to his feet and desperately turned the knob to no avail. He continued shouting and Corinne began to cry. Thomas, what's happening? Michael asked as he and Reed came out of their room. Help me, Thomas yelled as he started ramming the door with his shoulder. Thomas? Nick thundered up the stairs, still wielding the poker. Something's in there with Mom. Stand back, Nick instructed, pulling Thomas away from the door. When the knob didn't work for him either, Nick wedged the fire poker into the doorframe and pulled with all his strength on the makeshift lever. There was a loud crack and something metal hit the floor on the other side of the door. Nick kicked it forcefully, and it gave a little. He told his children to stand back again and rammed the door with his shoulder. It flew open, revealing an empty room. Marie? Nick called out. I'm under here, she answered from under the bed. He touched me. He touched me. I felt him. Her voice was shaking as she yelled through tears of terror. Nick dropped the poker and ran to the bed. He pulled Marie out and held her. The sound of glass breaking downstairs made everyone turn their heads towards the door. It was followed by Grace's small but vicious bark. Shit, Nick spun around, remembering the intruder. What was that? Reed asked. Is that Grace? Marie trembled. Nick let go of his wife and gently shoved Michael out of the way as he dropped to his knees and reached under the bed, retrieving his 12 gauge. He opened the case and grabbed a handful of shells from a drawer in his nightstand. Nick, what's happening? Asked Marie. She got no response from her husband. With the gun loaded, Nick stood. He left them with instructions to stay put and listen for his all clear. Nick took the stairs slowly, staying near the wall and keeping the barrel trained near the kitchen doorway since it was the one room he couldn't see into from the stairs. Grace had stopped barking almost as soon as he had begun his descent, and he couldn't discern any other sounds from the trespasser. He kept his eyes out for whatever had broken, hoping it would lend a clue about where he might find the lurking trespasser. Not daring to take his hands off the gun to hit the light switch, Nick had to let his eyes adjust to the dim light. It didn't take more than a few seconds to sweep the living room, and the open dining room didn't offer many hiding places. He opted to check the kitchen next, being careful not to create too much space between himself and the stairs should someone sneak around him and be able to reach his family before he could stop them. The idea of failing to protect his family only amplified his fear. It was all he could do to keep the weapon steady as he tried to maintain his breath while his chest pounded. In the kitchen, Nick discovered a mess of glass shards and water. It appeared someone had filled the glass before dropping it. That person, however, was nowhere to be seen. He pushed a little further into the kitchen, anxiously aware of the narrow doorway that now separated him from the rest of the house, from his family. The kitchen didn't offer many hiding places either, and, thanks to the moonlight, was probably the best lit room on the floor. It didn't take long for Nick to decide he was alone in the room. The loud moan of a floorboard behind him made him spin around just in time to see a dark shape disappear, moving toward the basement stairs. "Hey!" he shouted after the person. "Show yourself! I have a gun!" Footsteps pounded down the stairs into the basement, and then all sounds ceased. Nick charged toward the stairs and stopped at the top, aiming the gun again. "Somebody called the police!" he called up to his family. "There's someone hiding in the basement." He heard Marie's pleading voice cry back, "Nick, please don't go down there. We'll call the police. Just wait for them to come, please." Every nerve and instinct told Nick to listen to his wife, but he wasn't thinking rationally at that point. Fear and adrenaline are a powerful recipe for poor decisions. This time, he did flip the light switch. Even in his adrenalized state, he had no desire to enter the basement in the dark. The light came on below, but was almost immediately followed by the shatter of glass, and the basement was once more cast into darkness. Maybe I'll just wait here. Nick was sweating now. His hands were becoming so slick he was worried the gun might slip if he fired a shot. He could hear Marie speaking with the dispatcher upstairs. He couldn't make out the words, but he could hear the frantic pace of her voice. One of the kids started coming down the stairs. "Stay there," he commanded. He didn't want to have more than his own safety to worry about. Thomas appeared next to him, once again wielding the fire poker. "If they get past you, I'd have to fight them anyway," Thomas said, oddly calm and matter-of-factly. Nick couldn't argue with his logic, and, if he were honest with himself, he appreciated the company. "Just don't stand too close," he whispered. The house went quiet again. The only sound came from the occasional burst of wind hitting the exterior walls. "They're coming," Marie called down. "You hear that?" Nick asked the darkness. "The police are on their way. I've got a shotgun pointed at these stairs, and if you try anything, you're getting blown to hell. It's over, you hear?" Nick's voice echoed a little in the basement, and soon he and Thomas heard another voice coming from the blackness. It was a hushed whisper, a woman's voice, and it sounded like she was talking to someone. Thomas thought the voice sounded eerily similar to the ghostly voice of Cynthia he had heard so many times, but he didn't say so aloud. "They'll take me away from you," were the first words either Thomas or Nick could decipher from the quiet, echoing voice. It sounded like they were hearing one side of a conversation. "Do something, or they'll catch me." "Of course I wouldn't. I would rather die." Maybe I should die." The whispers stopped. Nick wiped his hands on his shirt one at a time, increasing his grip on the 12-gauge. Something moved at the base of the stairs. He wondered if someone was about to turn him into an instrument of suicide. "Don't do it," Nick yelled. He was answered by a rush of pounding footsteps. An old woman appeared with a wide-eyed, crazed face. She screamed wildly as she charged up at him. Just before he squeezed the trigger, the gun was pulled from his hand by an invisible force. It clattered down the stairs, falling past the woman. She closed in on Nick, arms outstretched, and shoved him out of her way. "Thomas!" Thomas reacted, swinging the fire poke back above his head in preparation to strike. The gaunt woman paused momentarily when she saw him, but something stopped him from bringing the weapon down on her. Thomas felt it get torn from his fingers and it flew across the kitchen, impaling itself in the far wall. The woman screamed again and slammed him against the wall. "No!" Nick yelled as the feral woman escaped, running toward the stairs with a speed that seemed entirely unnatural for her age and condition. He ran after her, closely followed by Thomas. They heard her charge up the stairs toward the rest of the family. They yelled, and a door slammed. When Nick and Thomas got to the top of the stairs, another door slammed shut, but they couldn't see which one in the dark. Seeing the closed door to his own room where he had left the family,
Nick tried the knob. He forgot he had broken the lock, and the door swung open effortlessly. Marie and the children shrieked before they realized it was him and Thomas. "Everyone okay?" asked Nick. "We're fine, but he's up here, Nick. We heard him run down the hall," Marie answered. "Thomas, wait here with them," Nick instructed his son. "It's a woman," Thomas whispered to Marie. Her face contorted in surprised confusion. Nick hoped the police were close, because he was unarmed and unsure of what to do if he came face to face with the intruder again. Something took that shotgun from him, and he had no idea how he was supposed to fight a supernatural force with so much physical strength. Back in the hallway, he could see Thomas's bedroom door was the one they had heard shut. He paused to put an ear against it, but he heard no sound coming from inside the room. Had slamming the door been a trick? Was she actually hiding in another dark corner waiting for him to trap himself in the small bedroom? For a moment, Nick panicked. The creeping feeling of being watched came over him and he spun around only to find an empty hallway. Nick decided to ease his mind and check the other rooms. The bathroom was straight ahead, and he could clearly see it was empty. Around the corner, he looked into Corinne's room. He searched her closet, checked under the bed, and everywhere else a small woman could hide herself, but discovered no one. Relief started to pour over him as Nick saw the first flashing blue and red lights illuminate the curtain shrouding Corinne's window. The police were close. He went back to his family. "Okay, the police are almost here. Thomas, I want you to go downstairs and let them in through the front door. Send them straight up here, got it?" "Where is she?" Thomas asked. "Don't worry about that, just send the police up the stairs and I'll take it from there," replied Nick. Thomas obeyed. Marie gave Nick a concerned look. "I'm pretty sure she's hiding in his room," Nick explained. He left them again to wait by Thomas's door. Within a minute, he heard the front door open and deep aggressive voices downstairs followed by heavy boot-clad footsteps and small metallic clinks. "Story County Sheriff's Department," a husky voice announced. "Up here," Nick called back. "She's closed herself in a bedroom." The first of 3 deputies appeared at the top of the stairs. It was Deputy Druthers. Nick was surprised to see him working the night shift. The other 2 deputies, a man and a woman, came up just behind him. They both had flashlights that Nick noticed a moment later were mounted on their handguns. It seemed like overkill for removing an old lady. But then again, Nick remembered what had happened to his own gun. "She's in there?" Druthers asked, pointing to Thomas's door. "Yes, sir." "All right, step aside." He traversed the hallway with just a few steps and hammered the door with his boulder fist. "Listen up. There are 3 deputies out here who are going to take you into custody now. We do not want to fight. Please come out with your hands up and we can get on with this safely." No answer. No sound at all. "On the count of 3, I'm going to open this door. Got it? If you make any move toward us, you will be shot. Do you understand? We will shoot. 1. Nothing. 2. Silence. A board creaked, but not behind the door. It was above their heads. All 3 deputies looked up in unison. "The attic," Nick involuntarily whispered. "The access doesn't happen to be in there, does it?" the female deputy asked. Nick nodded. "Well, shit." Druthers holstered his gun. "That complicates it." He tried the door and wasn't surprised to find it locked. He grunted and stepped back to examine the knob. "Key?" he asked Nick. Nick shook his head. "Well, we're going to have to breach this door then. Cub, get the ram from the back of my car, please," he instructed the other male deputy. "Hang on," Cub replied, stepping forward and inserting himself between Druthers and the door. He pulled a multi-tool from a pouch on his duty belt and unfolded a metal pick. Nick doubted an officer of the law would be a lock-picking expert, but since they were in the middle of trying to sell the house, and he already had 1 door to fix, he was hopeful. Unfortunately, Cub's efforts seemed to be in vain as the seconds ticked away and he began to seem less and less confident. "It's not fitting right," Cub said as he stood. "Hold on," the female spoke up. She reached up to the back of her head and pulled a hairpin out. Half of her hair fell to her shoulder, and she held the pin in an outstretched hand. "Worth a shot," said Cub as he took the pin. "Thanks, Izzy." Cub returned to the lock, and in an impressively short amount of time, they all heard a loud click. "All right, everybody stand back," Druthers ordered. Drawing his gun once more and shining the white LED light on the door, Druthers slowly turned the knob. As he announced his entrance, Nick heard an uneven set of footsteps press the boards above.
He thought he heard rustling noises too, like something being dragged along the floor. Druthers disappeared into Thomas's room, followed by Izzy, then Cub. As Nick watched them pass the threshold, guns drawn, he hoped they were conscientious of the family nervously waiting in the next room over. He could only hope the walls separating the two rooms would be thick enough to stop a stray bullet should the situation warrant gunfire. Cub appeared in the doorway again. "Hey, sorry, what's your name?" he asked. "Nick." "Nick, do you have a ladder you could bring us?" "Sure thing," Nick answered. Cub nodded his thanks and went back into the room. Nick's stomach churned as he realized the ladder was in the basement. He remembered the woman's whispered conversation as he waited for her at the top of the stairs. He had only heard one voice, but what if the woman was really talking to a second prowler? And if there was someone else down there, they had his gun. "Could someone come with me?" Nick voiced his request through the doorway. Druthers silently pointed to Izzy and then to Nick. She nodded and went with him. "Lead the way." Nick led Izzy down the stairs. His nerves were building quickly in the darkness and silence, so he tried to ease the tension with small talk. "So, Izzy, that's a cool name. Your parents must have been big rock fans, no?" he asked, almost immediately feeling embarrassed at his choice of topic. Luckily, Izzy chuckled. "Isabella," she responded. Confused, Nick asked what she meant. "My name is Isabella," she explained. "We find people respond to us much better when we use first names rather than Deputy such and such, but most of us don't like giving out our real names. So when I put on this uniform, I'm Izzy." Nick nodded and smiled. "And Cub?" "Jacob." "Ah." By this time they had reached the basement. Nick briefed Izzy on what he had heard before and let her know about the lost gun. He didn't like to lie, but he told her the woman had surprised him and torn it out of his hands. She became markedly more serious when he mentioned the gun and stepped in front of him. "All right, I'm going to go down and clear the area first. Wait for my all clear," she told him. She proceeded down the stairs, making her customary announcement as she descended. Her light gave Nick an idea of where she was after she walked out of sight. He watched the edge of the glow swing and sway as she moved around the area in between rooms. Besides the occasional scrape of a boot against the stone floor, she made no sound, and more importantly, neither did anyone else. Nick heard her try the door to the laundry room closet. She gave it a few shakes and seemingly gave up. He knew it was a tricky door, but if anyone had opened it recently, it shouldn't have been too hard to open again. Besides, it locked from the outside. A few seconds later, Izzy reappeared at the bottom of the stairs. "Good and bad news, Nick," she grimaced and motioned for him to come down. "No sign of anyone hiding down here as far as I can tell." "And the bad news?" "I can't find your gun either." Nick scratched his head as he tried to remember what had happened immediately after he lost control of the gun. The woman had been running up towards him, and it fell past her. She never had a chance to go back down. If there was no one else down there, the gun had to be too. "I just don't see how that's possible," Nick muttered. "Maybe there was someone else down here and they hightailed it when we were all distracted upstairs, taking the gun with them?" "That's comforting," Nick said sarcastically. "Comfort isn't my job," stated Izzy. "Hopefully we can get some more of the story from the lady when my buddies drag her out of the attic. How's that for comfort?" Nick shrugged. "The ladder's over here." He walked into the laundry room, past the machines and closet, and towards the back half of the basement that he mostly used for storage. The 6-foot aluminum ladder was leaning against the wall and surrounded by half a dozen paint cans. He reached over them and pulled the ladder off the wall. He almost cleared the cans, but the foot of the ladder caught a handle on one of them. It tipped over slowly, and Nick groaned as viscous white paint oozed through the lid and began pooling on the floor. The entire floor was designed so water would flow toward a drain near the washing machine, and the paint did as well. It ran slowly across the ground as it made its way toward the drain. "Can you worry about that later, please?" Izzy asked impatiently. "Of course, sorry." Nick shouldered the ladder and stepped over the stream of paint. He nodded to Izzy and she pivoted back the way they came. As they walked past the closet, they both heard the unmistakable mechanical ch-ch of a pump-action 12-gauge. "Get back," Izzy commanded. She aimed her gun at the door and began approaching at an angle. "That door's locked from the outside," Nick pointed out. "See the bolt?" Izzy didn't respond and kept her attention trained on the door. She cocked her head toward the mic on her shoulder. 386 to 352? Go ahead, 386. Potentially armed threat behind a door in the basement. Copy. Sending 383 down to support. Is the owner still with you? Copy. All right, send him up and get him out of the way. Izzy motioned for Nick to follow the orders, which he did without hesitation. On his way up the stairs, he had to press himself against the wall to allow Cub to pass him going down. This is insane, he thought. Why would anyone target his house or family? It couldn't be to steal anything. They didn't have anything of real value. And seeing as one of the perpetrators appeared to be an old woman, he doubted there was any kind of sexual motive. He had to stop himself from thinking any further, as the only reasons he could imagine for someone to break into an old country house in the middle of the night were too heinous to dwell on. After all, Collins was less than 150 miles from Villisca, and most people in Iowa knew of the horrors that happened there without any known motive. Nick reached the second floor and, before he brought the ladder to Druthers, checked in on his family. "Everything okay down there?" asked Marie. Nick didn't want to lie to his wife, but the wide-eyed, expectant gazes from his children prompted him to tell a half-truth instead. "It will be, yeah," he said. "They're taking care of it." Nick could tell Marie was not satisfied with the answer, but he excused himself and took the ladder into Thomas's room. Druthers was still standing by the open closet door. He told Nick to set the ladder off to the side. He would set it up once the other deputies returned. 352 to 386, he spoke into his shoulder mic. He let a few seconds of silence hang before calling out again, once more receiving silence in response. Izzy slid the bolt, unlocking the door. The warped wood popped away from the frame a little as the bolt moved out of its way. She looked back at Cub, who was standing at the ready, pistol drawn, and tactically positioned out of the line of fire should a gunman be waiting on the other side. She grabbed the old, rusty handle and tightened her grip. With a nod to Cub, she yanked on the handle, having to put much more force and weight into the movement than she had expected. The uncooperative door finally gave, and she almost lost her balance as it swung wide open. "Drop the gun! Come out with your hands up!" Cub yelled, but he couldn't see anyone behind the door. His flashlight illuminated the little room completely, but no one stood on the other side. He did, however, see the shotgun propped up in the corner directly opposite his position. "What the—" "Cub!" Izzy shouted, pointing just behind him. White footprints began to appear leading away from them from where the paint had spilled. They appeared one at a time as an invisible person left the laundry room and walked toward the stairs. The deputies froze in terror. Izzy shone her flashlight through the doorway, following the trail of tacky prints on the floor. Just beyond the threshold, they began to fade. First the toes disappeared, then the heels. By the time the footprints reached the base of the stairs, there was just a single oval representing the ball of one foot. 386, do you read me? Druthers' voice erupted from her shoulder piece, making her jump as it crackled to life. Copy, 352, she called back. Something strange is happening down here. Please repeat your last traffic, 386. There's some kind of interference. Druthers was worried. He tried his best to display confidence in front of Nick, but his chest was being hammered from the inside, and he felt like he couldn't get enough air. Did you hear that too? He asked Nick, pointing to his radio unit. I'm sorry, hear what? Druthers shook his head. Never mind. When Izzy had finally reported back, he swore he heard another voice. It was possible there was a radio tower interfering with their signal, but he had heard that dozens of times before. This was different. It sounded like another woman whispering. To be picked up by the microphone, she would have to have been standing right behind Izzy, leaning over her shoulder. He thought he could tell what she was saying, too. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. He can't hear us down here, Izzy briefed Cub. Let's just get back to... She was interrupted by a rush of heavy steps going up the stairs. Both deputies aimed their weapons in that direction, but saw no one on or at the top of the stairs. You heard that too, right? Asked Cub. Go, get upstairs, Izzy shouted between heavy breaths. She led the way, charging up the stairs and taking the last few two at a time. 352, we're coming back up. They weren't on his normal shift. But Druthers knew the other deputies well enough to recognize the panic in Izzy's voice when she finally got a full message through on the radio. With his backup returning, he decided to address the person in the attic. The best way, the only relatively safe way to resolve the situation, was to convince her to come down on her own. The small access door didn't provide many options for a tactical entrance and would make anyone who climbed through it incredibly vulnerable. "All right, listen up," he yelled at the closed trapdoor. "My name is Gary. I'm with the Story County Sheriff's Department. I need you to come down out of there. I promise you will not be harmed. We'll take you into custody and everything will be all right. Just come on down now." As he expected, his request was returned with silence. He heard some groans from the boards above and more rustling sounds, but nothing more. "You said it was a woman, correct?" Druthers asked Nick. "Yes. I only got a short look at her, but she was elderly." Druthers sighed. He had a suspicion of who might be creeping around the Trotter's house before he had even arrived on the scene. It was why he decided to gear up and respond to the call, even though his shift was supposed to be over hours earlier. He had been finalizing a lengthy report at the office when he heard dispatch call out the address. If he was correct about who was holed up in the attic, this was a chance to correct his blunder at the nursing home. "Catherine," he resumed his one-way conversation, "I know it's you up there. It's time to give up." The other deputies returned to the room looking pale and shaken. Druthers held a finger to his lips, commanding them to be silent. The boards directly above the closet moaned as the woman came closer to the access door. It sounded like she was dragging something behind her. Finally, the door slowly cracked open. "All I want is to be with her," Catherine's sorrowful voice leaked through. "I'm so sorry." "I understand, Druthers was cut short as the access door flew open and Catherine's body fell toward them. She stopped 3 feet above the floor, jolting, as something prevented her from hitting the ground. "Dear God, get me something to cut her down," yelled Druthers, rushing to wrap his arms around Catherine, lifting her weight to reduce the stress on her neck. She had taken bed sheets and clothing from Thomas's closet and tied them together. The sleeve of a shirt was wrapped around her throat with python strength as she jumped from the attic. Even as she struggled, she clutched 2 items tightly to her chest: the diary, which Druthers recognized, and a long braid of blonde hair. Here, Cub shouted as he produced a serrated pocket knife. "I got her. Cut her down." Cub hacked at the makeshift noose, struggling to reach high enough to avoid cutting its victim. In a few tense seconds, Catherine's weight fell into Druthers' arms. He dragged her out of the closet and laid her gently on the floor. She was still conscious, but barely. "We absolutely cannot let her die," he instructed the other deputies. Izzy called out, "386 to dispatch, we need an ambulance at this location. Put a rush on it." As Druthers struggled with the knot Catherine had tied around her neck, the response came back, and it didn't provide much hope. "Copy 386, ETA 20 minutes. "God damn it," Druthers sounded desperate. "That's not fast enough. She's the only one left who knows what happened to her sister." Catherine gripped Druthers' hand. He yanked it away to keep working at the knot. She grabbed him again, this time holding his hand away from the knot. "Mother was so ashamed," she forced herself to say. Her face contorted in anguish as she spoke. "So ashamed when I found Cynthia." A wet cough cut her short. Her lips became speckled with red, and a slow stream of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Druthers reclaimed his hand once again and started tugging at the fabric to give her some air. He was successful, and Catherine drew a labored breath before continuing. "I found her in the barn. Mother blamed herself. Wanted to hide." She coughed again. "Father buried her there so no one would know she..." The confession comprised Catherine's last words. As the remaining air left her lungs, her eyes closed gently. Despite the dark bruises already showing around her chafed throat, she appeared totally at peace. Perhaps the removal of her secret burden had alleviated the weight of her tragic life. Druthers dropped his head. He knew Catherine's final statement was the only resolution his case would get. After the death of her mother, Catherine was the last of the Fishers. the last person alive who knew what happened to Cynthia all those years before. It was far from the outcome he had hoped for, but regardless, it was over. In the hall, safely away from all the action, stood Thomas. As he stared over Druther's shoulder at Catherine's lifeless body, he felt confused. So many of his questions had been answered by the woman's dying words. Cynthia had taken her life in the barn, by hanging, he assumed. He had watched that scene play out the night he had fallen into her improvised crypt. It explained why her presence felt so much darker in the barn than it did in the house. But as he pondered this revelation in stunned silence, Thomas couldn't stop his mind from drifting back to the shadow figure he had seen hovering over his mother earlier that night. Ben. Catherine hadn't explained why Ben was so aggressive, why his spirit felt so evil. Was he frustrated at being separated from his love? Was he angry at Cynthia for taking her own life? Did he blame her for his death? The thoughts and ideas laid siege to Thomas's mind. They barraged him without mercy until, all at once, he put up a defense. He constructed an impenetrable wall. It blocked out everything that had to do with Cynthia, Ben, Catherine, Shadow, Grace, suicide, car accidents, ghosts. Everything except for his family, who stood around him. They were all safe. They had made it through the danger, and they remained together and unharmed. Thomas felt thankful for that. It was a good feeling, and one he didn't want to let the unknown sour. Some mysteries just can't be solved. He was ready to make peace with that. He was ready to move on. Epilogue. Thomas thanked the sparse audience as he stepped off the stage in the small auditorium. A smattering of applause punctuated his performance at the regional speech competition. His coach, a literature teacher from Ames High School, beamed as he applauded. "I knew it wouldn't take long to get you into competition shape," he told Thomas as they walked out of the auditorium together. "Thanks, but do you think I did well enough to move on to state?" asked Thomas. "Sure, bud. It was as good as I've seen so far today." The coach raised his cup of coffee in a greeting to another teacher down the hall. He congratulated Thomas once more and excused himself, leaving Thomas alone in the bustling hallway full of students, parents, and teachers. He waited by the door for his own parents to make their way out of the auditorium. He couldn't figure out what was taking them so long. They must have run into someone they know. Just as the thought crossed Thomas's mind, the same thing happened to him. Carla, his former classmate, came around the corner and nearly bumped into him. "Oh, there you are," she said, excitedly grabbing his shoulders. "We knew you'd be around here somewhere." "We?" Carla was trailed by Ms. Huntley, a boy he didn't recognize, and what is she doing here? Tamara. "Did we miss your speech?" Ms. Huntley asked with genuine apprehension. Thomas smiled politely and told her they had. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Thomas," she apologized. "Not just about missing it, but about not giving you the chance to do this last year. I was so excited to bring you along, but I'm glad you're able to compete with Ames now." "Thanks. It was good to see you," Thomas said sweetly, excusing himself. He walked toward Tamara, who was deep in conversation with the boy he didn't recognize. He was a shy-looking guy, and, in an eerie way, he reminded Thomas very much of himself. "Hey, what in the world are you doing here?" Thomas asked Tamara jokingly. "Cut the crap, Trotter. You know you're happy to see me." Thomas hugged her. He would never, could never, tell her face to face, but she was right. As trying as his time in Collins had been, he truly missed his friends. "All right, that's enough of that," Tamara scoffed and playfully shoved Thomas off her. "Justin really wanted to come too. I offered him a ride and everything, but he couldn't get away from work." Thomas replied, "That's all right. He and I are planning to hang out next weekend. Unlike some people, he's stayed in touch." "Ah, give me a break, Trotter. I can't spend all my time running around with you anymore. I have a boyfriend now," she said, emphasizing the I as if it were impossible to believe she had achieved such a feat. "Shocking," Thomas laughed. "Hey, careful now. He's standing right here," Tamara said, wrapping her arms around the new kid's neck. "Thomas, I want you to meet Lincoln." "Hey, nice to meet you." Thomas reached out to shake Lincoln's hand.
They exchanged a quick handshake and smile before Lincoln withdrew and put his hands back in his pockets. Tamara continued, "He lives in your old house." Thomas froze, locking eyes with Tamara. The tone she used when she said those words told him everything she needed to know. "Oh, how's the place treating you?" he asked Lincoln, instantly regretting the choice of expression. Lincoln looked up dejectedly. Thomas was crushed to stare directly into the face of the house's new tormentee. He felt guilty, criminally so. He assumed the spirit activity had continued and wondered if Catherine's ghost now haunted the halls as well. The Trotters knew very little about the circumstances surrounding the sale of the house. After the incident with Catherine, they had gone to live with Thomas's grandparents and let Jen manage the rest. According to the law, Jen had to inform the new buyers that someone had died in the house recently. Knowing her and her way with words, Thomas wondered what broken version of the truth had been delivered to Lincoln's family. An elderly woman who used to live here did pass away upstairs. Not that it matters, but it is my legal obligation to inform you. So how about that patio? Look, Thomas, it's not your fault, Tamara cut in. You and your family did what you had to do. Besides, Lincoln here is in good hands. I've got Justin involved too. That made Thomas feel a little better. Lincoln wouldn't be off to the same blind start as he and his family had been when they moved in. Besides, the barn and all the danger it housed were gone too. He opened his mouth to give another apology and offer to lend his own assistance when Lincoln finally spoke up. He looked directly into Thomas's eyes, and through a tired attempt at a smile, he said, "I like your dog." Thank you for listening to The Collins House, written and narrated by Miles Tritle.